All right, let's start building simple auth microservice in Golang. So I'm in just this folder. So let me try to create a simple model to begin with. I'm just making let's say the folder name as simple auth microservice, and let me just get into that directory, and I'm just going to initialize the module. And for time being, let me just usually the format that is recommended is to just give your username along with the actual module name. So I'm just going to give my github's username, so github.com slash and your username whatever you want to, and I'm just going to name this module name as simple auth microservice. And once we run this command, there will be a new go.mod file created in this folder. So I'm just going to open this one in uh, any editor. So I'm here in this editor, so let me just minimize this the terminal that we have, and I'm just going to keep developing inside this editor. Okay, now that we have this, so this is the module which it just did create the file for us. And I'm just going to create a simple folder called command. So these are like standard folder structure that's recommended in a Golang community and all. I'm not covering all of that, so if you're just curious, just learn on the go and then search on the go and then try to find out what is it. Okay, as a Kickstarter file, it's going to be a command, or maybe later I'll group under auth or Vagera stuff, but just to add simple one to begin with. So here this is the main.go file, and here let's mention this package name as main. And I'm just going to add a simple main function, and in that I'm just going to simply add the print statement. So let's import this log. Okay, so this is the simple thing, and now I can just run in the terminal using go run and then the file that I want to run. So let's check the seam. So I'm just opening back this one. So now that I have here, so if I just try to compile this then we should see that print statement. So this is the thing which it is the starting the application. So switching back to the editor, it'll be hard for us to write the commands every time in the terminal to run. So to make our work easier, so I'll try to create a simple make file, which is kind of like a simple way for us to run along commands. So I'm just creating here this make file, and so we want let me name this as a run, and here I can just whatever we use the command to run now. So I'm just going to specify here uh, go run dot command, and then the file in which the location in which your main.go file is there. And that's one thing. And another one is if you want the executable to be built, so you just need to specify here in which directory exactly the executable should be stored, and where is the main.go as a source for me to build an executable. Okay, so here for now I'm just keeping it simple. This is the output where I want it to be. So I'm just going to specify for now in the root directory. Ideally it's recommended to keep in a bin folder, which we will try to change it. That's not a big issue for us for now. So now that I have this, so if I just go back to the terminal, and all I can do is just run there is an issue, make file, mixing separator. I think I'm just strange. Okay. I think there's an issue with the separator for this. Okay, that's fine. I'll just fix this. But this is how we can just add a simple command in the makefile to make it our work way easier. Now that we have simple, at least the main dot go and then the makefile, let's try to add our simple user proto and then config helpers, and then initial few minutes of the video it's going to be just setting up the things that we need and all the things that we need, and then we will even then get started building one layer at a time. So let me create a simple folder to store all the proto related code, and here I'm just going to create a simple file called user.proto. Okay, so you need to have prerequisite of what are proto file and what does it do, how does it help. Maybe I would not cover those in this video, so you can just spend some time to know what that is and all, and then then you can continue this video. So here the syntax is basically, first I need to specify here the syntax proto 3, and this package I'm just going to name this as a user service. You can name whatever you want. And this option, the go package, so basically whenever we are trying to use it in the files that we need, what it should be the actual package name. So I'm just specifying the current module and to the whatever the module name that we have set, and then the name of that is user service. And let's just create a simple message for session. User register request and user service as a placeholder for now. Later what we need and all, I'm just going to add on and then generate a compiled code. Okay, so first one is the session. So string, let me just, this is the tag string session, and then for the user, so what and all we need, so basically the email and then the first name of the user. Let's just keep it's simple, and then the last name, ideally what things we need, string, then it's going to be password for now. Just okay, let's this what is this number tag identifier for that thing. You can read more about that. So basically it's used to whenever we are trying to make a call over a network, instead of actual passing emails and all, it will use this tagged thing, which is kind of reserved that's for specific field. So and the other thing is the unique identifier, and I'm just going to set this to 5. All right, that's one thing. And the other thing I'm just adding here for now simple stubs, and later we will make use of this. So string email, same thing, so first name, the last name, and the password, and register response we will add, and then the service. So what are the actual methods that we'll be creating here? The register request, and for register response for now I'm just going to use this user. So now that we have this proto file, we can generate a code and so that we can use it in our respective services. So how do we generate that code? And basically you need to have few prerequisites installed. So I'm just going to give you a brief about that. So you need to install a protocol buffer compiler, and there are clear instructions for how to install and all. Just follow this grpc.io or quick start docs, and then how to install into your OS this compiler, and then how to add it to your path, and then you should be good to generate the code. So it's very clear how you can follow this, and also how to generate the code, grpc code and all. I think I'm just leaving it to you. So now let's just go back to here. Now that I have here, now I need to generate the code for me. So let's just follow the command which was given in the docs. So here first is this protoc, and where do I want this the code related to be stored. So I'm just going to store in the proto folder itself, and this is just the code for our kind of a structs which we defined, and the other is now the service related functions. So this one again I'm also going to store in the same folder. So you just need to specify these things. So slash proto, and this where is the actual source that I should refer the code to generate from. So this is this proto folder, and which file exactly. So I'm just going to be generic here and specify here basically all the files that are under this proto folder with the extension proto. So now that we have this, and if I just try to execute this, we should have the generated code for us. So if you see user.pb.go, which is generated, this is all of the things related to the message things that we defined, and then this is related to the service which we defined in this user.proto. So this is how we generate the code using the command. So now that we know the command, so let me just add this thing here, this proto, and it is going to be just protoc the go output folder. So whatever we just added here, maybe we can just copy that one and paste this here. So next time when I want to generate any compiled code, so if I try to run now, we should be able to generate the same code what we generated. Oops, there's an issue. So let me go back. I think it's just the spacing syntax issue. Yeah, it should just be the tab spacing instead of the space bar. So now gain, let's give it a try. Yeah, now we have, it's just simple spacing issue, and then we should be good. The same thing gets executed, and it will be the same file that we normally we use to generate thing. Okay, these are the generative files, and do not edit this because this is purely generated by that. So now that we have this proto, so I just want to showcase how we can create a simple proto and generate a grpc code, and then the normal message related code. Let's configure a simple helper which helps us to load the configuration related files. We will be needing Postgres server, Redis server, and anything related to storing the JWT key, and other things related to app. So for us to help with this all config, I'm going to create one helper function, and we are going to use a wiper, which is kind of well adopted in the Go community to handle these things. So let's just create, and also since now I'm trying to group things, I'm just going to change this one into this auth folder, this main.go, since this is related to auth service. You can just keep it there, it's just my choice. And now that we have changed here, I need to update here also. So let's just update command slash auth.main go, and same thing here. So I'm just going to update that, and let's create a simple folder called config, and inside this I'm just going to create a new file called config.go, and the package name I'm just going to name this as a config. And let's first have a config related to the app. So basically here all that this app needs to run, I'll be trying to wrap under this struct. So let's name this as config. Okay, yep. And yeah, let's see what on we can start with. First is I wanted to add a struct which can store anything related to server. So I'm just going to create here the server config struct, and let's, yep. So in this, first thing is what version is this app version. It's, these are all good to have, and I'm just trying to add the things we can have, uh, anything related to server. Okay, and then the port on which we will be trying to run this server, and then this for just debugging purpose, so I'm just going to add in here this profile port, and the mode, is it the development or the production, and all those things. The since it is service related to auth, I'm just going to add a config for JWT secret key also as it's part of the config. And then this cookie name, let's add this as a string. The read timeout, so what should be the ideal read timeout from our service that we are exposing? So this one, so you just need to import time. Same thing for write timeout. So what's the timeout that we set whenever we wanted to write to our DB or using this server? Same thing, time dot duration. SSL, should we enable or not? Then the context default timeout, which is related to the Go code that we will be discussing. And here also this is going to be of type time dot duration. Then CSRF, again this bool should we allow. Then this debug, so if debug we can have some statements, so that in our logs, which I'll show you that also how this is going to be helpful. So now that I have something related to server config, so I can now set here the server config. So this is one thing, and let's create a simple helper functions which will basically help us load config file from a given path, and then provide it to the wiper. So the wiper, like I said, we need the package. So for us to add the package that we need, what we need to do is basically just use go get thing command, and here the package name that we want. So ideally this this would be under this is the package, so you can just google this and then get this. Okay, so now I'm just trying to install this package wiper, better way of handling this all environment variables and the values that we need to run our application. So now that I have installed this, so if you just go here, it should have updated our mod. Yeah, so with that, whatever the things that it need, it has added into mod, and then this some file, so you don't have to touch about these things. So here the first helper function that I mentioned, which is going to be loading this config file from the given path. So I'm just going to specify here this comment as well, so that it will be very clear reference for us. Function load config, and here we'll pass in the file name that we wanted the wiper to look for, and this is going to give me an instance of this wiper pointer. So I'm just going to specify that, and error if there is any. So we just need to import this wiper, so that will be auto imported. Once you try to save this, you just try to have a golang extension added in the editor, and then you should be good. And now let's try to create a new wiper object, and now let's try to set this config name. So so basically what this signifies is what is the file name that it should look for, and the config path, so basically in which directory or it should look for. So I'm currently mentioning here this dot, so it's going to look for the file name that we'll be passing in this directory and find that. And if there is no keys specified in the config file, it can also look for the environment file that we have. So I'm just going to enable that here using v.automatic env. And now let's try. So I'm just going to read in the config file that we have, and only if error is not null. And here I'm going to check again. So if this error config file is not found error, then we can just return a null, and I'm just going to throw the same message saying that config file is not found, and import this errors as well. And then and then we'll just return null and error if it's not this config file not found. If everything's good, we'll just return instance of this viper, and error is nil. Okay, so that is to load config file from whatever the given path helper. And another helper I'm just going to add for time being is this parsing the config file, whatever that will be setting the variables in. Let's just name this as parse config, and same thing. So it's going to return the final config struct object, so that I can have an access to whatever the values that I need for specific things. So here, yep, let's create a config variable, and I'll just try to unmarshal this into the structure of type config, which we just created above. And if error is not null, so we were able to successfully convert into that config object, then I'm just going to print saying that if error is not null, that means we are not able to unmarshal it. So I'm just going to say that enable decode into struct, and then showcase what's the error, and then return null. And if not, we're just going to return a reference to that config object. So this is just a simple helper for us, the config file. Now that we have config, I think we are good. I'll eventually add config.yaml files and all those things, and which we can take the reference, and then we need to load all this in our main .go file, which I will do. And next thing, I need a helper for me to start with the Postgres related functions and all. So for that, let me create a separate package called maybe Postgres, and then try to create a helper function which just gives me a new Postgres DB instance, again just the wrapper. So let's create maybe, since it is related to packages, I'll just try to group them under pkg, kind of like external services. So first thing, it is a Postgres, so I'm just going to create a new folder called Postgres, and inside that, let me just create this go file, Postgres .go. So now in this, let me first create a global variables. One is max open connections, so it's always good to configure values in this way. It is going to be 60, and then connection maximum lifetime for one time that is connected. So I'm going to specify here 120, and here this max idle connections, let's say maybe 30 connection idle time, and here let's say this 1 to 20. Okay, fine. The unit, it's just the seconds. Okay, so fine. And here I'm just going to maybe just add a new comment. So what this does is basically the function that we are going to write now, it's going to return new Postgres SQL DB instance. And here, okay, let's name this function as new PSQL DB, and here the input that we'll be passing is the config. So I can just import this one now, the config, and the return type, it's going to be an instance of sqlx. So this is a very good package to use. So maybe I'll just show you that, and then you can just add, yeah, sqlx, yes. So this one is a good extension to database slash sql's package. So I'm just going to add this dependency so to our project. So let's just go here, and I'm just going to add this one, and it's added. So let's go back to our editor, and here now all I'm going to do is basically yeah, this is going to be of type sqlx, and here I need to import. So here, yep, this sqlx, and since we have these multiple things, I can just wrap in inside this bracket. And yeah, of course we need to specify here the package name, and then now we don't have any issue with that. So the config thing that we have imported now, which is there in our own module package, and then other is the sqlx. Okay, now here first thing is let's specify, I'm just going to remove this, so the data source name. Okay, so I'm just going to create a variable here, and let's try to format that using this printf. So first one is the host. So this one I'm going to pass this variable from the config. So currently I do not have anything related to Postgres as configured inside our section. So what I'm going to do, like I created for server config, let me also create a struct for the dependency, the variables related to that Postgres. So here I'm just going to specify the Postgres SQL config. So type Postgres SQL config. Yep, so I think it's just fine. We can just keep it as a Postgres config. And here what do we need is basically the host first thing. So I'm just going to specify here this Postgres SQL host, then Postgres SQL port, the user password, okay, and then this db name. So I'm just going to add it here, which is going to be of type string, and then is it SSL mode enabled, so this one is going to be of type boolean, and then this driver. So I'm just going to specify here this driver. So I think this should be the config related to PostgreSQL, and now here I can add the Postgres, and then I should be able to pass the values related to PostgreSQL in a YAML file, and then we can refer them in this package. So here now what according to whatever we configured, so it's going to be host, then this port, user, whatever we configured, and then this db name, which is again a string, then SSL mode. I'm just going to by default set this one to disable. You can set it to enable later. And now that I have here, yeah, I can just use this here. Yeah, pass in PostgreSQL post, and then the SQL port, user, and then the db name, password. Okay, so this how I'm going to get this db source name. And here all I'm going to do is try to connect by using the sqlx, and for this connect function I'm going to pass in the driver which we just specified, and all the details that it needs, which is there in the data source name. And here if error is not null, then we can just return from this function and throw in what is the error. And let's try to configure this, whatever the variables that we define, max open connections, and then max connection lifetime. So here, like I said, if you want to be specific, you can just specify here this time you need a second, and you can just import this time thing. All right, after this I'm just going to check if this error, and I'm just going to call this db.ping. If error is not null, I'm just going to return null and error. If everything's good, we are going to return instance of db and null. So this is going to give us the actual Postgres SQL db instance that we can load it on in our main.py file and accordingly use it. So you can add a lot of formatting, linters and all, which we will do eventually, but that's fine. I will cover it eventually. Okay, so now we added sqlx and Postgres package. Let's now try to add other things that we need, which is Redis package. Also, I'm just going to add to manage the session related details. So similar way like I did for Postgres, I'm just going to create a new package called Redis, and here let's create a simple redis.go file. Okay, so here also it is going to be simple, mention this package name, and I'm just going to create a new function which is going to give me a new Redis client. So here new Redis client, so config. Here also I do not have anything added related to Redis in the config. So here let's try to first add a config and also the dependencies that I need related to Redis. So for that I'm just going to use official package. Let's try to simply add the package, which, so go get github.com Redis, and I think our version is go Redis v9. You can just refer this thing, and whatever is latest you can just get that. So I am just adding this one, version 9, and then we should be having that. And here now I can just add, instead of anyhow, I'm just going to add first the config related to Redis, and then we will import the dependency which we just installed. So here I'm going to specify this Redis config. Let's again Redis config. So first thing is the Redis address. I'm just going to make this type as string. The Redis password, which is again going to be a string. Redis db, let's also make this as a string. Redis maybe let's say default db, which is again going to be of type string. Then minimum idle, let's say connections, this one is going to be an int, and this pool size, it's going to be int. So I'm trying my best to add all of the maximum things we might need as part of the config, and later we'll see which can be made as a optional and mandatory and all those things. And this password, and finally this db. Okay, int. So this is Redis config, and I'm just going to add this into our config struct. Now we can access things related to Redis. So here, going here to this Redis helper package, and here what we are going to return ideally is this Redis client. So I can just import this Redis client. So yeah, I think this one, it's going to be Redis slash go Redis version 9. Yep, now there's no error. So here this Redis host I can just get from this config .redis address. So we will check now if this Redis host is empty string. So by default I'll try to handle this. Here we can set to the port ideally which is 6379 for Redis. And now let's try to initialize this client Redis dot new client, and here I'm just going to add in Redis dot options, and whatever the things that we just configured in our config for Redis, I'm just going to pass in here this. So address, then minimum idle connections, let's just pass in this config, the pool size. Yep. All right, so let's import this time, and here by default I'm just going to pass in here mono password set, and also here we'll just use default db. Okay, and after this I'm just going to return client. So this is a simple helper function for Redis. Yep, we added Postgres package and also Redis package. And next let's try to add a config YAML file which I was talking about. So for that what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new folder called config, and if we do already have, so here new file inside this config, let's name this as config docker dot YAML. So I'm just going to add a docker compose file, and we'll just spin up Redis and Postgres related images, and then use that and pass the variables from here. So first thing for server, so here according to the variables that we have, the app version, so I'm just going to set here the default example. So you can just change to whatever you have you want to run the port on, and here, yep, I'm just going to set this to 4 files, and mode, of course this is going to be the development, that's what we're doing now. The JWT secret key, so you can set in whatever you want. For just simplicity purpose, I'm just going to set this to JWT I mean secret key as a secret key itself. And this cookie name, let me maybe set this one to JWT hyphen token. Then this read timeout, maybe I'm going to set 10. Same thing to write timeout, and SSL by default let me set this one to true. And this context default timeout, I'm just going to set it to 12. CSRF to enable to be true, and debug I'm going to set for time being as false. So this is how I'm just showcasing of maybe initially I might show, I'll try to show how to configure. Later I'll just add it instantly. Okay, so here this Postgres now, Postgres SQL host, since this is going to be for Docker, so I'm just going to mention here this the container name here. So Postgres SQL host, so instead of localhost I can just specify here whatever the content, this is the container name that I'll be setting in, that's why I'm passing it as a Postgres SQL. Then port is going to be for 5432, and user password I'm just going to use the default thing. So DB name, if we want to be specific, I can just create here maybe simple auth db, and SSL mode for time being, so I'll set it to false, and driver I'm going to set it to here pgx. Okay, yep. And then Redis addresses Redis 6379, container name also I'm going to set it to Redis, and Redis password, like I said, I'm not going to set, we are going to use the default thing. Redis db is 0, default db is 0, and minimum idle connection, let me set maybe 200. Yep. And pool size, maybe I'm just adding random number, you can just set whatever you want to, you can just do spend some time on it, and accordingly add values. db0 password empty string. So this is the simple config that I just added here. Now what shall we test? Let's try to load this config. Yeah, let me do one thing. Okay, so in main.go file, let's try to see if values that we want are getting passed or not. And first I need to get the config path. Maybe it's better if I just create a simple utils folder, and then for time being we can have local configuration and docker configuration also. So here I'm just going to add a config.go, and by default I'm just going to okay, let's name this package as utils, and here I'm just going to have a simple helper function which is going to help me get the config path if it is a local or a docker, since we are trying for docker. So I'm just going to by default return now, but if you want to configure for local thing, this is the place that you can get the name for that local accordingly. So config path string. Okay, so here I'm just going to check if this config path is docker. Then I'm just going to return the things that we have just set, which is it is in the config folder config. I just need the name of the file. So this is the thing, and by default we can create something similar file to config-local and then return that. So since we don't have, I think not to worry about that. Later I'll try to add this config local as well. Okay, so now let's go to this main.go section, and here let's try to get the config path. So config path, which is in our utils package, so I can just import that and get config path. And here let's so which file that you wanted to get. So I'm going to create the environment variable, so I'm just going to create a simple env file, and here I'm just going to create this config, and let's just set this one to docker. Okay, so here I can just use the os dot get env and refer to this variable which we just set, this config. So if you want to set local, just configure that and create a similar file to yaml, which will do it later. And now I'm just going to get this, and then this config file we can capture into this variable, and also the error if there is any. So let's try to now load the config with the helper functions which we just created. All we need to do is pass in this config path. So if this error is, so there is some error while loading this config file, then I'm just going to maybe add the error message that we got while we were trying to load config, and I'm going to specify the same. And if there's no error, let's try to parse and try to get our config structure. So all we need to do is call this pass config, which we just created as an helper, and same thing here. Yep, parse config, and here I'll for now to just test, I can maybe try printing one value example to just test. So let's say I'm just going to pass config, let's just load this app portion. Okay, so now that it is available, either you can have env file setup. So let me try to run this one, and just try to clear this. So make run. So if I run this now, we should see the config values to be loaded, and the app version should be something 1.0 docker, whatever we added in that config yaml file. So it's running config as docker. Yeah, you can see success passed config file 1.0 docker. So that's what we configured in our thing. So now we're able to load the config related details. Okay, so by default I'm just using this log, but I want to use a Zap Logger, which is way better in Golang. So let's try to set up a helper function similarly like we did set up for packages, Postgres, Redis and utils. So to do that, inside this package folder itself, I'm just going to add in this logger, and let me add this logger.go file. And as usual, so here I'm just going to name this package as logger, and here the logger methods interface, so I'm just going to add. So this one is pretty much standard, so I'm just not going to spend time here, so I'm just going to add quickly. So for this, like I said, I need dependencies from the Uber's Zap library. So all I'm going to do is simply add the Zap that I need. Okay, so for me to install, so let's just go.uber.org and this Zap. So this is this standard thing usually used for logging purpose, so I can now just use this init logger. So we should see in our mod, yeah, Zap is added, that's fine. So here now the other things, the standard the methods that we normally want as part of the logger is debug format, info, the standard things. So instead of this, I'm just going to specify here this template, and same thing, I'm just going to update. Yeah, I think let's not have this. I think this should be fine. Debug info, warning, error, fatal, and then the maybe instead, yeah, panic. Okay, whatever. Okay, disasters, panics, whatever. I think for now this should do. And here let's just try to create the struct. So I'm just going to, since this is an API that we are building, so let's name this as API logger struct, and here we need the config to maybe here also I'll add in a logger related a struct in a config, so that we can configure that as well depending upon the development, debug, and production and all stuff. So here I'm just going to add this as a dependency for this API logger, and then this sugared logger from our Zap which I just installed. And here I'm just going to return the kind of constructor for our app logger. So all I'm going to do is return the instance of the above struct new API logger. So here I need the config, and the thing that we are going to return is the reference of the above API logger object. All I'm going to do is here I'm going to pass in this config which we are receiving as the dependency for this. Okay, yep. So this is the new API logger, and we can add the helpers to map config logger to app logger levels. So how we can do is basically, let me just add a simple here. If you want, you can just ignore this section, but it's good to add this thing, app logger levels. Okay, so here I'm just going to add logger level map. So this is just going to be of map of string, and here I'm just going to need this Zap core dot level, and inside this debug, yep, I think so, yeah, debug info, warn, error, fatal, depanic, and then I can add even this panic. Okay, fine. And after this I just I'm going to initialize the logger, and also here we can add a method, a receivable to our API logger thing, which is getting the logger level. So I can just create here a simple receivable function on API logger. So get logger level config. I'm specifying here this config, and the return type is going to be zap core.level. So first thing that I'm going to do is leverage above helper, which we just added, pass in here the level whatever we configure in the logger. So let me define that struct, then you will also be clear what and all we'll be passing. So here I'm just going to create in here this logger config type logger struct. First thing is this development, the boolean, and disable caller. This is again going to be a boolean, and disable stack trace, which is going to be a boolean. This encoding, and I'm going to set this one to string, and finally this level. I think these are the things for logger. And now I'm just going to add it here, this logger thing. For now I can set in the configure also here. By default development, I'm just going to set this to true, and this one false. And encoding, let's keep it this as console, and level I want it to be of type info for now. So this is the config, and just going back here, now I have this logger added to our the config struct. Now I can just access that one. So here cfg.logger.level, and if there's no, we don't find that, I'm just going to by default to return this debug level instead of this info. So I'm just going to change this to debug level. So this is a simple helper, and now we need to initialize this logger, which is again this thing, the receivable function for this struct. So here let's try to get this logger with above receivable function which I just created by passing in this config, and this log writer, which is going to be of zapcore dot write sing I think that's paying log writer. Okay, so log writer, yeah, I'm just going to add in here by default this error. So yeah, you can just import OS thing. I think this is the pretty standard stuff. I'm just going to quickly add this, and same thing we need to do for the config, encoder config, and here if l.cfg dot server dot mode, if it's equals to development, then we will have encoder as a new development encoder config, else it's going to be production encoder config. Okay, and here let me just remove this thing, and then this encoder stuff, zap encoder. So encoder config dot level key, it's going to be level, and then this caller key. I think this might not be clear for you, but I think you can just refer this job logs and docs, and it should be clear if you just spend some time there. So here this time key, I'm just going to specify quickly, then this name key, also this name. Okay, message, and here now if this encoding is console, I'm just going to set that encoder to new console else JSON encoder. Okay, fine. And then this encoder config dot encode time, yeah, I'm going to set this to ISO 8601 time encoder. And then this core zap core dot new core encoder and pass in here this log writer, and here job dot new atomic level at log level, whatever we set above. The logger, I'm just going to create this new by passing in this core add caller and zap dot caller skip, maybe, yeah, I'm going to set this to 1. And the sugared logger, this is going to be a logger dot sugar instance. I think we're almost there. And here if this error, I'm going to check the sync, it's not null, then I'm going to, if there is an error, I'm just going to set this whatever the error that we got into this. Okay, fine. And I think, yeah, I think this is the simple helper for me. We will just test this. And here the logger methods, I'm just going to add in a sugar logger as a wrapper for all of the standard methods interface which we just defined. So it's a simple one, so I'm just going to add quickly the logger method, so I'm not going to type in here. So these are the simple methods which is just a wrapper around the sugar logger. So now that we have this, so let's see the difference, what I mean. So I'm just going to okay, let's go to this main file. Now instead of this one, I'm just going to remove this thing. So app logger.new API, let's, yeah, config, and here let's call this init logger which I just created as a receivable function for this. And now we have this logger. So these are all the things that we can access because it's just the methods we just wrapped sugar logger under inside this. So since the info, I'm just going to add in here, maybe let's say a couple of variables. I'll just try to print that. So app version, and maybe log level, mode, and SSL. I'm just adding random things. You can just add whatever you want. Okay, so this is one thing, and same thing you can check whatever was there before. I'm just keeping this as same. Success past config, yeah, just to check both the things. Okay, and instead of info, and if I use info f, which helps in formatting better, it will look better in our terminal. So now let's go to terminal and just try to test this. So simple thing, let's try to run this, and now you should see, I think you can ignore this the sync error or related to Docker for now, but you can see the info section, the app version, log level, mode, SSL, and whatever the format. Now it's clear. We have this timestamp and along with this info, and then which file the config is and all. It's more descriptive and better for us to debug later in prod, and that is why job is more widely adopted. So now that we have added the job logger and it's looking good, let's just add a simple the function, kind of like auth related register function inside our internal package, which I am going to create, kind of like initializing our Auth GRPC microservice. So for that, what I need to do is basically create, first let's update our proto file. So like before, we just left the register response to be added later. So I'm just going to add here the register response. So string, what we are going to do by default, let's just keep it the same as what it was there for the user, excluding the password thing. And now instead of this user, I'm going to change it to register response. So now that we modified this proto file, we need to generate the proto files. So I'm just going to call this, and then we should have this updated thing. So I'm just going to you should see the register response struct. Yeah, here we have. Okay, fine. So now that is generated, let's try to add a simple helper function for us. So let's create, so whatever related to anything related to gRPC or whichever is internal to our the package or service, I'm going to group them under internal folder. So let's just create here this internal folder, and for now I'm just going to add inside this auth folder, then this delivery. You can just keep it in a simple folder, but for a better organization, I'm just setting it inside auth delivery, and inside this grpc we'll have this server related code. So this one I'm just going to add the server.go. okay, so here let's specify the package server, and this one let's maybe for time being, let's call this as the users server. And here first thing, the user service, which it is from our proto file. I'm just going to add in here this unimplemented user service server. So this is the way to attach unimplemented part for our actual grpc server that we are going to implement. So, and the other things that I need is the logger from our logger package. So I can just attach here this logger.logger, and then this config. Of course we need these things. Okay, so these are the things this user server relies on. And here I'm just going to create a simple now wrapper for registering this new user. So this one is going to be a method of this our user is server struct, and this one should respect the same format as what we had inside our register. So the request, and so we can pass in the context to pass in anything middleware related variables or something that we want to persist. So I'm going to attach in here this context, so we can just import this one from our context package, and then this request, this one the user service whatever we have, I can just use the register request which we just created message on in the proto file, and the things that we are going to return is user service register response and error. Okay, so this is the register new user, and here I can just add in simple logger info for just to know that we have it this just for our testing purpose. So get request, and for maybe I'll just add in this whatever the request that we are getting, and try to, we need to do this logic and all everything. For now let's just return simple this email, just this default thing. So this our dot get email. So this one, whatever the code that is generated for us in the protobuf user.pb.go, we can just get this. So this is the safest way of getting, instead of just trying to access email. So that is why it's more better to take a reference of this. So here I'm just going to return this mail, same thing, get first name, get last name, and id let's maybe hardcore for now. Later I'll just change this, and then if everything's good, we not return any error. So yeah, okay, fine. So that's the thing. And now let's have the auth server or user server or constructor. So maybe we'll come back to this naming change correctly eventually, but let's at least first have this auth server constructor. So here I'm just going to name this something similar to new auth server grpc. So here we need to pass in this logger, what and all we need. So another is the config. So yeah, I'm just going to, and this is going to return an object of type user server, the struct that we have. And here all I'm going to do is just pass in the logger and config, which is the dependency for this. Okay, so this is the simple server initialization. Okay, so now that I have this one, we can try to test this, but before testing this we need yeah, I can just test this right away. So to test this, do I need okay, let's just go to this main thing, and I'm just going to yeah, below this let's just keep this logs as is for now. This auth grpc server, let me try to import this auth server grpc. Yeah, auth grpc auth server grpc. So this is the thing which I just added. I'm just renaming renamed it to auth server grpc. So here I can use this new auth server grpc, and for this we need to pass in this the app logger and this config thing. So this is going to give us the new instance of our auth server which we just added here. So auth server constructor. So and here after this the user service, I'm going to call this register user service and pass in here we need to pass in grpc server and then the actual thing. So if you see here this one, so here we need to pass in the actual grpc server and then the server which is user service server, so when we are trying to register. Okay, so for that what I'm going to do here, let's try to create this grpc dot new server. So grpc, I need to install the dependencies for that. So to install that we know how to do that. So go get golang.org/grpc. okay, yeah, and I'm just going to add in the other things whatever I need. So keep alive and reflection things. Let's wait for it to install. Okay, so going back here, I'll add in those things. Okay, so here I can now import from this grpc, so it should be there. Yeah, and inside this grpc dot keep alive params, and here this server parameters, I'm just going to pass in here max connection idle, maybe let's say for now 5 minutes. Yeah, okay, so 5 dot time, the unit I'm going to specify here, it's going to be a minute, and the timeout maybe let's say 15 seconds or 20 seconds, whatever. Yeah, and max connection each, I'm just going to maybe set this to 5 minutes. Okay, fine. And here let's just check the mode accordingly. Do I want to have a reflection register or not? So just to like, let's say I'm trying to consume the services in Postman or anything, it just lets it know what and all services that this service is exposing. So let's say here it's a register, so it knows that this has register, it suggests us automatically for that. Okay, this is just for that. So if only if it's not production, I'm just going to use this. So reflection dot register server. Yep, so keep alive, and I can, yeah, this package reflection. Okay, so now that I have here, let's add in log that this server is maybe, let's say, listening on port, yeah, I'm just going to, and if there is, and let's start our server. So here I'm just trying to wrap in inside this. If there is any error, it will be stopped. So okay, yeah, and here yeah, I don't have your network or TCP listening on, so maybe let me just add in here. Okay, yep, and yeah, I think then we should be good. Fine, so we are listening on this port, whatever the port that we configured here, which is 5000. Fine, going to this, yeah, I need to now pass in here this server and our GRPC server, and now I think we can go ahead and test this. So let's just go to our this thing, and let's just remove whatever we have here. I'm just going to clear this, make run. So you can see now the server is listening on port 5000. So I can make a call to this thing. We have the register if you see here in our gRPC server, we do have this register new user, so I can call this thing. So how do I test this? Basically, you can use any gRPC curl or UI or Postman, whatever. So I'm just going to use the gRPC curl. So let's just go to this and try to add in one more tab. Okay, fine. So here I'm just going to give a try, plain text, and the data I need to pass in whatever the body that we have in register request. So for time being, I'm just going to pass in here user.test some random example. Okay, just something whatever it is. So okay, this last name, okay, and some password. Let's say I'm going to set in here, I'm just going to set this to password. Yeah, this is the data for this thing, and the port that we are running is 5000. So I'm just going to specify here this 5000, and this function name is this user service dot user service register. Okay, so mostly now we should receive, yeah, you can see now. So it is returning just the default whatever we are passing, if you see. So if I just switch back to this tab, you should see this is what I just added here, uh, mm, the info log. So if I just go back to this, here we just added info get request out that string and this thing. So if I just go back to the terminal, so here get request and whatever I just added here, you in the request, that is what it's printed. So this is simple way of initializing a micro service. So so how do you know that you have this user service dot register? So it's basically whatever the service name that we have, those are the things that we'll be exposing to the outside world and that they will be consuming it. So exactly, or user service dot user service dot slash register. Okay, fine. So I just showcased you. This is the first service test, and now let's try to maybe good time to add a Docker file and also initialize the connection for PostgreSQL, Redis SQL, and also I want to add Jaeger, just kind of way for us to help with the tracing. So we know when we are trying to build a microservice, it's very important to understand where exactly the flow is happening and understand which one is consuming time, which one is something that is causing adding more latency and all that stuff. So to understand all of these things in microservices, it's very important to have a tracing. So the best way to understand tracing is Jaeger. So I'll try to add the configuration for that also. Maybe first to get started with, I'll just add Docker file. So the things that we need in the Docker is first for Postgres and Redis. I'll just add a standard images. So let's just minimize this thing. Okay, so here Docker compose.ml, you can have a separate compose files for local, Docker, and whatever it is. I'm just keeping it simple for now. Here services, okay, first thing is the Redis. The image, you can specify whatever the image it is, latest or whatever. I'm just going with specific version. Just it's always good to go with specific version. I think there's a 9 above and all, whichever. I think for this there's no exclusive dependency with the which thing we need. So container name, maybe I'm just going to add this simple auth Redis, and the ports that we want it to be exposed is 6379, and restart I'm going to specify it is going to be always. And yeah, that's, I think that's good. And then this PostgreSQL thing, and here image you can specify, I mean just refer to Docker Hub and whichever is the latest image you can just specify. I'm just specifying the image that I've been using for some time. And here again simple auth PostgreSQL and ports and this is 5432 we need to expose, and restart always user Postgres and simple auth db. Okay, and volumes I want it to be persisted, so maybe I can just specify I'll just add in let's say this pg data, yeah, PostgreSQL data, and let's specify this volumes now. Yeah, I'm just going to specify this thing. I think this should be simple Docker file. That's good for now. And yeah, we can maybe add start this Docker services using commands in the terminal, or maybe add a good point for us to add inside this make file also. So what I'm going to do, yeah, let's try to here create a Docker, and in here I can just add in something starting Docker containers, and here we can just specify here this file, and I want it to be built. You can either add a detached mode or not, your wish. Okay, for now. So we have this Docker. So if I just go back to terminal and make Docker, okay, I'm already having the other maybe instances consuming 5432. Let me stop them. So let's run it again. Yeah, you can see now we have both the PostgreSQL and Redis up. So these services are up and we can use them. Though still we don't have anything, queries, migrations and all that stuff, which we will add. So the once we have the servers running in the main.go file is somewhere that we need to create an instances of these things so that I can consume inside the pass it to our services. Okay, yeah, I think let me add it here after this thing. So Postgres DB, so here I can just use this Postgres package which we have. Did we yep, new PSQL DB, pass in this config, and here I'm just going to check if this error is not null. There's some issue when getting the SQL DB issue. Then I'm just going to format it better, maybe so that we'll know exactly where we are failing. So something like this, you can, if you specify Postgres initial init error, then we know this is where we are getting error, and we can straight away come here and then fix and if there is any issue. So I think it will be very better if we are very good with the error formatting message also. Okay, so if all good, then I can specify this as Postgres connected and then pass in here the status. Maybe I'm just going to print in the stats and then pass in this deferring function to close later whenever we are quitting. Okay, the same should be for Redis as well. So I'm just going to create here Redis client. So new Redis client, pass in this config, and here also I'm just going to, so it's always better and best what do you call, I don't know, best way, a standard way to close it, call this defer closing of instances whenever we are quitting the server and all those things. Okay, so this app logger dot info, I'm just going to say that Redis is connected. Okay, this is the way. Maybe if you want, we can test it, this thing. So let's just do a test. Okay, so I'm just going back to terminal. Yeah, I think we just need one more thing, so I'm just adding here. Now if I just try to call this make run, we should see okay, I don't have this pgx, due to which the error is. I got the thing. I can fix this. So how do I fix this? Is basically add pgx dependency. Okay, so let's add first the things that I need. The driver, which is what we are using. So you can just google this and copy the package name. So I know this package name, so I'm just going to add it here. Okay, now that we are installing this package, I just need to add a reference to that inside our Postgres package. So how are we going to do that is, let's just go to our Postgres package, and I'm just going to add for, so opening this Postgres package, and anyhow we are not using this one, so I'm just going to specify this one. Later when I use this, I'm just going to, so we can just be specific and say this is for pgx driver. Is it still not installed? Okay, sometimes whenever if something is not installed, and if something you want to make sure it's clean, you can just run go mod tidy, and then everything should be cleaned up, and then whatever is needed will be installed. Okay, let's just wait for it to complete. Okay, why is it taking so long? Yeah, it's done. So if you just see now, there's no issue in the stdb lib. So now if I test, hopefully it should connect to Postgres and Redis properly. Let's check. Oh yeah, I'm just trying to run. I think there is an issue. Okay, I think it's mostly because we are trying to run application locally, but the containers are Redis and Postgres are in containerized, and we are still referring to them as Redis and Postgres instead of localhost. So to fix that, I would what should I do is basically create a new file called config local.yaml, and just copy this content and just change here, instead of the host as PostgreSQL Redis to localhost. Okay, so I have this already, so I've just I've just changed it to localhost, and rest is just the same. Okay, and also now the make file, let's try to update this one. So I'm just going to change this one to run docker, and to for the local I'm just going to add this one. Okay, now let's try to test it. At least now hopefully it should not throw us any issue for us. Okay, 5000 is already running. Okay, I'm just going to kill this, and now let's run this. Yeah, you can see now the Postgres connection is connected and Redis is connected, so both are working fine. So whatever I wanted to connect, let me just maybe clear this and run it again, then it should be good. Okay, so it's connected and everything looks fine. Let's go back to our application, and here we have few things to add. Like I said, I wanted to add Jaeger, so basically which is going to help us with the tracing thing. So for that we need to install few dependencies, which is Jaeger client from Uber GitHubs, and then some tracing related dependencies. Okay, so what should I do is, first let's go back to terminal and stop the server, and here let me just install this github.com Uber's Jaeger client. This one, and then I want to use open tracing, which is a standard format with which is going to help with the tracing thing. So yeah, this one I just need to install open tracing. Okay, yeah, I think let's see this, and as needed I'm just going to add whatever I need. let's go back to this, our main dot thing. So where exactly should I add is, yeah, let's just add below this. So Jaeger instance. So I'm just going to, for this, let's add a short name for config thing. Yeah, from this uber Jaeger client go config, and also, yeah, I think I can just refer that now. And here I just need to, yes, configure this one service name. Let's also add as part of our config to set these values in our config.yaml file. Let's first create the structure. So I'm just adding here Jaeger config. So type Jaeger, and here this host, which is going to be of type string. This service name, in our case, I think it's going to be something user service or auth service it is, and the log spans. Okay, now I have this. I'm just going to attach to our main config Jaeger. Okay, and going to this local, yeah, I think should be straightforward. Host, I'm just going to, for now, set this to, we'll add a docker command for this also, and the service name, yeah, simple auth microservice, whatever, later will change. And this log spans, I'm going to set this one to true. Okay, yeah, I think we can set the same thing here as well. Yeah, yep, now I have this. I can just refer this thing inside. We do have a lot of issues, of course, because we left this in between. So this one, let me pass in the service name which we just added, and I need to pass in here the sampler. So this one, Jaeger config.sampler config. This type, it's going to be a sampler type constant. Param, let me set it to 1. Okay, and then this reporter also, let me pass in the log spans whichever we have, and this local agent host. Yeah, this is just simple Jaeger config. This one, I think, is there a dependency issue? Yeah, I think I need to add this thing. So let's, yeah, I think now we should, yeah, there's no issue. So I can just remove this one, and let's see if the error still persists. Yeah, the issue is I was just trying to refer from this config instead of the client which we just installed, so I can just, yeah, I think there should be no issue for, yeah, my bad. Okay, so that's the Jaeger config instance, and now I need to set in the tracer. So tracer, and then this closer, we just need to use this new tracer, and inside this let's try to add in maybe a logger, yeah, and here let's me add in Jaeger log. This one again, it's going to be a new dependency, so I'm just going to change here. Instead of config, it's going to be a log. Okay, so we can just, yeah, and here I'm just going to pass in the standard logger, and then the metrics metrics dot null factory. So this metrics, I again need to install it from this Uber library itself. So here let me just add in this metrics. Okay, it's I think, yeah, let's go back. I think by default it should be there, but I was just double checking if we have missed it. Okay, so I can just add in, yeah, now I should think, I don't think there should be, so the issue is it should be small case and not big case. Yeah, there's no issue. So the tracer and closer, and here now if this error is not equals to null, so I'm just going to throw in this maybe error that cannot create a tracer, and this error that I'm just going to throw, and here we can just add in that the Jaeger is connected. So I'm just going to add this, and another thing is we need to set the global tracer with whatever the Jaeger config instance it has given us. So to set the global or tracer, we have this open tracing thing that I'm going to add as a dependency here. So github.com, yeah, open tracing thing. What the, okay, let's install this thing also. So go get open tracing. So going back, all I need to do is just set maybe below, yeah, open tracing. I'm just going to set the global tracer, and then let's try to close this, and then Apple open tracing connected, yep, and then I think we should be good. But now I do not have Jaeger instance and everything to check where exactly we need to see. So to we need to have Docker file for that also. Let me do one thing. I'm just going to, maybe for now, let's do one thing. I'm just going to add in the Docker, maybe in the make file, let's add, instead of, I'll add in the Docker compose file eventually. Maybe let's try to add it here, like Docker run, maybe let's say Jaeger, and here I'm just referring to whatever is there in official Docker hub image of this Jaeger. So collector zipkin host 411, and then port, we have few ports to be exposed, so I'm just going to just add in those things. 638168325778. Yeah, these are the actual ports that I want, and instead of the latest I'm just going to add in here 1.7.0. You can just add the other things if needed. Okay, so to maybe to give you just a gist of what this each port does, basically main thing is basically for us here, this 16686, which is a Jaeger UI, and 142 site, it is a collector HTTP endpoint for spans, and then 14250 collector of gRPC endpoint, and then this is a zipkin compatibility endpoint, and 5778 is our agents HTTP config endpoint, and the other is just the Jaeger agents using UDP protocol. Okay, so now I have this. Let's try to just go back to terminal and wherever we are running. So I'm just going to stop this. Yeah, it's just stopping, and let me try to run it again. There's an issue with respect to ports of Jaeger, so going back, I think the issue is, yeah, this should be small case, the port, and not the uppercase. So I'm just changing these things quickly. Yeah, I think now we should be good. And also I'm just going to quickly add, let's say if I ran accidentally and some issues there, and we wanted to have a just a Docker help us to clean all of the stop and remove all of the things. I can just create here a simple thing. Yeah, I'll list down all of the Docker containers, and I'm just going to add here down local, so it's going to stop all of these and remove all of this. Okay, just simple way for me to think, just keep it handy for me to remove. Now let me try to run this. Hopefully it should be up now. Yeah, you can see now everything is up. So just going back to our services, and now if I try to run, sorry, yeah, if I try to run, hopefully it should give us, yeah, you can see now Jaeger is connected and open tracing is connected, service listening on 5001. So this is Jaeger is working the way we want to connect. And now what shall we do is basically, let's try to start adding bit of auth related domain interfaces and all, and then we'll think about okay, what's the issue again? There seems to be some issue. Let's stop this, and I'm just going to make down local, install up there all of that, and try to run this dockers again, and go back to this, and let me first clear all of this and try to run this application again. Come on, why is it taking time? Okay, still we will add. Okay, I think that's fine. Let's not worry about this now for until we have some example to add the spans and tracing, which I will show you. So this one, now if we try to go to 16686, we should see something. So let's go to 6686. Yeah. Okay, so since we don't have anything, but this is the UI that whatever the Docker that we just pinned up, it's working fine. So let me just go back to editor. Like I said, we'll start with simple domain interfaces initialization, and then from there we'll try to eventually add one service at a time. Okay, so like I said, we need models. So internal, let me just create a new folder called models, and here I'm just going to create maybe user.go or auth.go, whatever. So I'm just going to add in here user model. So let's name this as the user, the struct, and here user id, maybe let's say int64, JSON user id, and then this email. I'm just going to add in here the email, and then first name, last name, I think password, and created it, and I'm just going to ignore for now. And here I can add in omit empty for now. Okay, so this is a simple user base model, and if we want, we can just add in simple helper function, something like this, sanitize password. So basically it's for now I'm just going to set this password to empty, so that we don't expose this password even by chance. So this is simple model, and same thing in this, inside this auth, I'm maybe just create a simple file called let's say use case dot go. Maybe we can rename the auth to user or user to auth, we'll see about that. So this one, for now I'm just going to set this to auth, and here I'm just going to create simple user interface, use case interface type user use case and interface. Let's, this is just the whatever we added as part of our the Proto service, the same, but the models and user what is going to written is something we need to add. And same way in this auth folder, I'm just going to add for now the pg repository .go, and here let's add this package, and here I'm just going to add in pg repository type user pg repository interface, and same thing I'm just going to add it here. So this is going to be a repository. Okay, this is just the simple or domain interfaces initialization, like use case layer, repository layer, then models and all that stuff. Okay, and also I'm just going to add quickly the interceptor for our grpc. So the server wherever we were trying to initialize, yeah, here quickly I'm just going to add yeah unary interceptor, and here I'm just going to, so basically here we can just, if you wanted to add some middleware layer, check for some tokens and all and all stuff, we can just handle it here. So here maybe I'll just show an example. Yeah, this is what the standard is, and then you can add in here error response, and just try to, instead of this for now, let's add in the logger so that I can show you the example. Let's okay, info, and here I'm just going to, yeah, let's just try to add this info, and then whatever the handler is, I'm just going to return. Okay, I think the issue is this, the format issue, and I just need to remove this thing. Yeah, think we should be good with this. So let's give it a test. So I need to see every time this thing, whenever we are trying to make this call, I don't worry about this Jaeger for now, so I just want to test. Yeah, let's, so I'm just going to use whatever we did before. So I just, let's just leverage whatever we used before to test. So let's quickly add in this data, email, just user @test.com, first name, and this last name, and finally the password. Then we should be good. So I'm just going to specify here, and then the local host, the port that we are running is 5000, and this service is user service dot register. Connection refused. Is it because something is wrong? Think the issue is always with the Jaeger. Let's test it once. Okay, I'll just check if this I think the issue service. Okay, there is an issue with this. I'll just fix this, and then we'll try to test that interceptor, whatever we just added. Okay, the issue was this. Here, instead of localhost 6831 in the config local file, it was Jaeger x6821. So after fixing this, and if I go back and restarted this, and let me try to hit this again. So yeah, here if I try to run this again, and also the port is 501, not 5001, not 5000. So let's try to hit this. Now we should see the log here. So if I just go back, yeah, if you see the info, which is the interceptor of this one, and this is what it's printing. So this is the simple interceptor that we just added in the here, and whatever I just added, it's just printing that. Now let's try to add a simple tracing thing and see how this is going to work as well. So for this, there's a bit minor change in the but exactly, okay, here instead of this localhost agent thing, I'm just going to change this one to collector endpoint. And for now, let me just hard code this thing to localhost 14268 and API traces. I'll just add this one, change to later cfg dot, yeah, something like this. So if we just go here, to our make file 14268, so this is what like HTTP API endpoint collector, like I mentioned earlier. So this minor change, and if I just add, let's go to server in here, and instead of I'll just add here above this span context. Here let's use this open tracing dot start span from context and pass in here this context, and here I'm just going to specify this as user dot register and defer span dot finish. Okay, now ideally if I try to check, we should see something in our Jaeger UI. So let's try to make some call again, just going to this our yeah, let's try to make a call. Yeah, I just make a couple of them and going to the browser, let's try to refresh this one. So you should see something, and there should be one span. Not exactly the one. 619 10. Yeah, actually this is the place that should be there. Maybe let me try to restart. Let's give it a try. So yeah, and let's try to make okay, going back, let me just go back here, refresh. Yeah, now we have the simple auth microservice. That's the name I just gave. We'll just change it to something like auth grpc or something like that. And if you see here, the trace which I just added, so this is what we are hitting. So user.register function is what I'm hitting, and so basically it helps us to navigate the flow of the functions that we are hitting. And this is what I took the time, start time, and the tags. If we can add a lot of things, whatever we wanted to and all. So this is a simple, I hit three calls, I made three calls, and that's why we see three traces. Okay, so going back now, let's try to maybe rename. Instead of auth, I'm just going to change it to user so that it makes better sense. So let's just rename here this one to user, and also then the packages inside that wherever we have auth, I'm just going to change it this one to user. The same thing, I'm just going to update this one also to user. Okay, yep. And also the config local, let's change this one to, I'm just going to change this to, let's say like auth grpc server or whatever it is for now. Same thing you can just change here as well. Okay, not this one. So yeah, okay, fine. And here in this thing I just need to update the imports. So instead of here this auth, it should be user. And here you can just change this one to something like starting user application or whatever. So this is a simple way of adding tracing, and then later when we add more services I'll just add in more traces, and you will see you'll have more clarity on this part. So I just added tracing, but now if you see main.go is looking like too much crowded and it's not properly organized. I think it's better if I try to create a separate server helper function and then move all of this code. And also for the interceptor, whatever I added, I wanted to create even helper for that, kind of like interceptor manager, and then use that instead. So to do that, in internal folder I'm just going to create something called interceptors folder, and here let me add a file called logger.go, and here let's name this package as interceptors. So this is for, maybe let's name this as interceptor manager, and these type interceptor manager struct logger. I'm just going to add in this logger, the package which we have already for that, and the config this thing. Okay, this is the two things that this interceptor manager needs, and this is the interceptor manager constructor. And here I'm just going to initialize these things whatever we need. So it's just simple, straightforward. So interceptor manager, and then the here this logger interceptors. So interceptor manager, and this one is going to be the logger, and pass in this context whatever the definition that we just added when we are trying to add interceptor. I'm just going to add this as a wrapper so that I can use this instead of that in the main.go file. So context, request, info, handler, and response, and whatever we just added. And here I'm just going to add in the start time. So this time dot now. So let's import this one, and here this metadata I'm just going to collect from this incoming context, pass in this context into this MD variable, then this reply whatever we have, this handler, pass in this context and request, and here I can just try to log that yeah, something like this: info method, request, response, error, time, metadata, and here which is going to give us better info. And here I'm just going to return finally this reply and error. So this, I have this interceptors and I can use this logger instead of writing all of this in the same file. And same way, let's also try to move this server related code by creating a new folder called the server, and inside this it's going to be server.go. Let's name this package server, and all of the things that we have there, I'm just going to move these things quickly. So let's, again, this one is something related to grpc auth server. Let's name this as a server struct. This also needs same things, logger and this config. Okay, and the server constructor. Yep, so I'm just going to name this as a new auth server. Yeah, this is what it's going to give me an instance of that. And here all I need is a function called run or start, which it's just basically used to start our server. Okay, so this is the simple wrapper for us, and here I need the interceptor, so I'm just going to create a new interceptor manager instance for me, passing in this the things that it needs. And here I am just going to add in our TCP listeners, and if this error is not equals to null, I'm just going to return here this error. Okay, fine. And here this server grpc, let's import from this Google thing, and here this new server, I need to pass in keep alive params. Yeah, this thing whatever we had before. Let's just import this one, keep alive params, 5 minutes 15 seconds, this whatever we had. And here this thing grpc.unary interceptor, I can just pass in. So you can see the difference, how simple it is now because of the helpers that we just created, the wrapper I just created in the interceptor manager. And same thing, if this is not production, I'm just going to add a register, and then here Auth GRPC server, let's just use that. And here I just need to change this to Auth GRPC server. The server is listening on this port, and here we can be a bit more cautious and try to handle this error. Yeah, and now I just need to import user service in Auth service grpc. Okay, this is very clean and kind of like better organized. So now we have this helper server and the interceptor. Let's just get rid of all of this thing inside our main.go file. Maybe, yeah, now I just don't need all of this stuff which I just added. I can just remove all of this thing, and clearly now auth server, I can just call this server.new auth server, and app, yeah, I'm just going to call this run, and unwanted things are removed, and you can see now it's properly maintained and it's looking clean, and it should just work fine. So I don't, yeah, because we have not changed anything. So if you want to maybe test it again, you can do that same thing. Just try to stop this, run this again, and try to hit this the register service that we have. Okay, so it's working fine. So we just refactored a bit into separate interceptor manager and adding moving the server related code into separate server file. Okay, now let me try to focus on now little bit on the domain layer. What should we do? Okay, so the user pg repositories and all those things which I created was these things which we created. Yeah, let me just try to create in here inside this user thing all the things related to user. So first this repository layer, and inside this let me just create a new file, pg repository.go. okay, yep, and here I think it's going to be straightforward, so simple thing. And here this one is going to be auth repository. So maybe you can change it to user repository or whatever it is. This is going to be a struct, so we need here this db instance of the sqlx. This is where actually we'll make queries to our database and then pass it to our service layer or user case layer, whatever we create. Okay, and for now I'm just going to add a placeholder user repository register that we had before, and inside this thing let's just add the same thing. Instead of this user, now it's something user repository dot register thing, and import this open tracing and try to yeah, of course we need to here had queries and all. Still we don't have a migration and the tables created in DB. So for now I'm just going to return whatever we receive as the input. Okay, and then this one I'm just going to add in auth repository constructor, and yeah, we this is going to give us an instance that it needs in the when we are trying to inject dependencies to our service layer. Okay, this is a repository. Then the use case, I'm just going to define similar way inside this user folder itself. Let me just define this use case folder, create in here this user use case.go. I think this should be pretty straightforward, and here I just need to specify how the user case. So type user use case struct. Maybe here I'm just going to, yeah, I think should be fine. Yeah, logger, we need logger here, and then the repo, like I said, we're just going to add these two things as user repository. So this one it's from, yeah, I just need to add in here internal user. User dot what did we just create here? User repository. Yeah, I think the package, okay, here I'm just going to rename this one as well. Yeah, I think now I'm just going to get this. Okay, yeah, user repository, and then I'm just going to give here new auth use case, new user use case, pass in logger user repo, return this thing, and then register new user. Yeah, and here I'm just going to add in the same span and then the restart. Okay, fine. So we just added the user use case, PG repository, and whatever we had before we just rename. And now that I have this layer, so I need to additionally in the server whatever we have, we need to clearly use it here in the register thing. So by default I was just returning a register response. So instead of this now returning this one, let me change here the user, and here I'm just going to call in I'm just going to inject here user use case here. Now this is going to be user dot user use case. Okay, and now I can use that use case which we defined and call in here this register function, pass in context, and same thing whatever we had before, this model dot user, pass in get mail and get password and other stuff. And now if is user is equals to nil, I can just specify something like, yeah, user not found, or cannot create a new user, something like that. Okay, yep. And here if error, there is some error while we are trying to create, then same thing, I'm just going to specify here we have some issue when in this user case user use case register thing. So we know there is something wrong and we need to go and look there and fix the issue. And finally I'm just going to return this user dot user id and all the details that we need. And I think this is the change of creating this thing. And here now I need to inject this additional user use case thing which we just added as a dependency. Yep. And here of course we don't have user id, so I need to update this inside our proto file. Going here to this proto, and now instead of, so here string, let me just change this one to int 64, sorry for the caps, yeah, user id. And same thing here also in the register response. Yep. And now I just change this one. Let's just try to generate new protoc compiled code. Of course this error, just ignore this. Yeah, I updated this one, so going back here I should not be having any issue here. Now this also should be user id. Okay, we're almost there, and I just need to go to our server here because we are using this new Auth GRPC, and we added user use case. So for this also I just need to add in additional dependencies here. The main server, this is where we are going to inject all of the dependencies that we need for all of our services and all those things. So we need here this db thing, and also this Redis client, which we are not still using, but of course I'm going to eventually use that. And new auth server, let me just add in these two things. Yep. And here db Redis. Okay, fine. And after this one, here we need to, first thing, we need to have user repo so that I can pass it to user use case thing, and we'll have use case ready, and then that I can pass to our new Auth GRPC. So which is the standard repository service use case segregation, so that we normally see. So there's not much new here. Use case, and then I'm just going to pass in here, and here I can just pass in, and there should be no issue whatsoever. And the Redis, of course there is an issue, so it is, yeah, the Redis go, yeah, now there's no issue here. And also in the main.go file, in our here there's an issue because I need to pass in here now this PSQL DB and Redis client, which we initialized here. Okay, you can see now how the dependency is being passed from main.go to our server, and in server to whatever the respective repositories, user use case, and then auth server that we have. This is good. So we initialized user domain thing. So now if I just go back and try to, maybe no need to restart this thing, but it's good just to okay, it's running. So let's just make a call, and now we should see the, so yeah, first name, last name, email. And let's go to our tracer. So I'll just show the difference now. Yeah, there should be Auth GRPC service which we just added, and you can see now there are 3 spans because we added inside our this is how the flow is going: register, user use case, and repository. So it's very clear how the flow is happening. Or first it's hitting our delivery GRPC server, and then that's hitting user use case, and then that's hitting user repository, which is talking to our DB layer. Okay, so this is how the tracing really helps when something is going wrong and how much time each layer is taking, and then accordingly we can adjust to optimize the code whatever we are writing. Okay, I think we are going at a decent pace. Yeah, just a small typo there is inside our delivery grpc server. Yeah, I think this is confusing. uh, Maybe instead of user I'm just going to change this to as created user. And if created, let me just remove this thing. I don't think we need that. Okay, and here now instead of that, so user, I just need to use created user and all that stuff. Yeah, there's nothing to test and just a small typo that I just added. And also now let's try to, anyhow we are trying to keep it clean, we can also make separate package for Jaeger. Move this whatever the code related to open client, I mean open tracing, and then Jaeger to separate package. So inside this package folder itself, like we just created for Postgres, Redis and Logger and other utils, I'm just going to create a new file, new folder called Jaeger, and here, so that it will be properly organized and very clean code. Jaeger.go. Okay, so it should be simple because we already know what we need actually. So this is going to be quick. Init Jaeger, we need config, open tracing, and closer. And I'm just going to uh, copy the same thing whatever we have in this main file, copying this one. Okay, yep, Jaeger config, configuration, service name, param, whatever I just had. And here I'm just going to return this new tracer, pass in this logger, history logger, null factory. Of course we need to copy this dependencies too, so let's just copy this thing and here, and I think there should be no issue for us. Okay, now I have this separate thing. I can go to this and remove these things. So I'm just going to get rid of this one, and here instead of I can just get rid of these things and import that yep, yeah, I think we should be good now. Yeah, so I just removed the dependencies and imported our package which we just created, so it's clean now, the main.go. So we moved even to separate package Jaeger and cleanly trying to organize. Okay, I think we're almost there. And also let me, for our safety purpose, I'm just going to add a grpc recovery interceptor also. Let's inside our the internal server whatever we have. And I'm going to I know, and like I said, it's going to be first initializing all of the things that I need, and then we'll be doing adding services at a brisk pace. Those are the simple things, so that nothing too much worry about that. And here additionally let me add grpc chain unary interceptor, and I need grpc recovery things. So yeah, Jingo grpc middleware, yep, and unary interceptor. Okay, and I just need to add this dependency, and then we should be good in this grpc middleware. Going back to our terminal, so go get and import install this thing, we should be good. So going back, and there should be no issue. I think the way I'm passing, there is an issue with this. Yeah, I think I get it. What is it that I'm making a mistake? So it should be here, and add this brackets correctly. Okay, it's just nothing much to talk about, so it's just recovery interceptor. Okay, fine. Now let's try focusing on Proto, and then slowly I will try to add the service related things. So additionally, I'm just going to add the created at updated at, which is a standard that we normally see in all of our objects whenever we are trying to add. So instead of keeping this as int, I can just keep it this one to unique user ID. So because I can have more characters or strings, and for the created at, I'm going to use this Google's Proto buff timestamp created at. Same thing for the updated at, and I need to add in this import, which is google.protobuf for timestamp.proto. So if you just go to this and GitHub's Google's protobuf, there are a lot of timestamps proto, how exactly what needs to be used for particular type and all. So it's clearly written there. You can just refer from there. And here also I'm just going to quickly add these things. So let's generate the code for us, make protalk, and then now there'll be of course some updates that we need to make. So in our grpc delivery server, so if you see here now, I just need to change here, instead of this one, I'm just going to use unique user ID. This one I'm just going to use from this Google's unique user ID. So let's add that also as a dependency. Go get github.com Google, yeah, this one. So I'm just going back, and here it's already there, I guess. So it's yeah, it's already there, so there's no issue. I just added, sorry, my bad. Created at also, let's do this thing instead of this one, this timestamp product buff whatever we have, and here I'm just going to this time dot now, and updated at, maybe I can just ignore this one for now. Yeah, a types known, yeah, there is a this Google's golang protobuf or timestamp protobuf. This is what it is, and now we should not see any issue whenever we're trying to call this. Maybe if you want to just give it a try, so let's go back here. Okay, fine. And here if I just call this thing, and you should see now this unique user ID and the timestamp of created at, which is good. So we are receiving those things so that we can use into our other services that we need. This is simple adding Proto unique user ID and the timestamp from Google's protobuf. Okay, yeah, it's time to create a migrations and start adding one service thing. So for migration, you need golang migrate to be installed. I already have it in my system, so you just need to just Google that and install golang migrate. Yeah, this one, there is documentation that how to install and all the stuff. You can just refer to this documentation, how to install which drivers and all those things. So I'm just leaving it to you to refer to this and install depending on your OS, and then after that how to you use this basic usage and all, it's properly mentioned here. So I'm not going to talk much about this. I expect you to just refer from this. Okay, so here let's try to create a new migrations for this. To create a new migration, we should do, what should we do is basically, yeah, I need to add in so let's try to create a simple yeah, I think okay, I'm just going to go to let's create simple migration to begin with. The commands is this, you can refer from there. First let me try to create one uh, first file. So here this extension is going to be a SQL. Maybe let me just create all of this so that it will be clear. Okay, so migrate create extension is SQL, and then this directory is the migrations directory that I want all of this to be generated inside. And here this sequential the name, I can for now maybe keep it simple. I'm just going to specify here this as create initial tables. Okay, yeah, so this is simple command to create the migration to start with. And you can see now it has created two tables, two files for me, one to upgrade and one to downgrade whenever we wanted to change. So here there's a migration thing, and here the down if you want to downgrade, what should be the things that should be executed, and if you wanted to just apply this migration, what should be here. So first thing is I wanted to create users table. Okay, so here let's be very cautious, and I'm going to first check if there is already a table called users. I wanted to drop that and add in this cascade, and I want couple of extensions to be added. So one is that's users unique ID, this one, and then other is site text. Okay, so case insensitive extension. So if not exist, so I'm just going to add this one. Okay, and I wanted to add additional things, and I will update a Proto accordingly once we have this migration. So let's try to create a simple enum type, or just a role for user, kind of an admin and user. Okay, as of now I'm just keeping it to two roles. Okay, create type role as enum, this one, yeah, admin and user. And let's start to create our table. I'm just going to keep it the name of the table as users, and the user ID, yep, so user unique ID, primary key, and I'm just going to use this user unique ID generate version 4 thing. Then the additional things that we need is first name, which it's going to be of type varchar. Let's keep it to 32 characters, and I'm going to keep this one as mandatory, not null, and I'm going to check if this first name is not equals to empty string. So this is just a hard constraint to check, make sure that we receive first name from user. So same thing applies to last name. So let me also keep it in the same format as the first name, not null, check. And here this also I'm just going to add it here, and let's remove this suggestion. I'm just going to change a bit. Okay, fine. After this last name, the next field is going to be this email, and here this varchar, let's say 64 characters, and this is going to be unique and not null. Check again, email is not is empty string. We can add more constraints specifically here, but I'm just going to leave it that for now. And password, let's have this maybe 250 varchars, and not null. Check here, this octet length of the password is maybe it's not equals to 0. Okay, fine. And then the role that we just attached, by default I'm going to set this one to user and created at and updated at standard fields that we normally see in the table. So with time zone not null, and default I'm just going to set it to null now. And here this updated at this also, let's time zone default, I'm just going to set this one to current timestamp. Okay, this is our upgrade script which creates users table. Okay, so now let's go to down. So basically we just need to delete that table whatever we have just created, so we're just dropping table. So drop table if exists users cascade, and also the enum which we were trying to create. So drop type role. So this is the thing. So now that I have this thing, I need to create this table. So how do I do that? We need to apply this migrations. So to apply this migration, I have a commands same way. So if I go to this here, here this migrate, here we need to pass in the database URL. So right now, so it is our Postgres, which is username is also Postgres, password is also Postgres, and host is localhost 5432, and DB is going to be a simple auth DB, and SSL mode is disabled. This we will after this I'll just adding comments into our make file so that it makes easier to just execute with one command. Okay, and path where we have our migrations, it is inside our migrations folder, and this is we need to apply our upgrade or version by 1. So now if I try to, okay, I think yeah, I just need to put that into string. I think that's now if you see it did create initial tables, create an initial table for me here. I'm going to show you in Postgres, maybe table plus or pg admin, whatever the client you have, you can just check it by adding these credentials. That's fine. So let's try to add the commands into our make file so that it makes easier for us. Here I'm just going to maybe specify here related to go migrate PostgreSQL. So first is the migrate up. Okay, it's a simple migrate, and I'm just going to specify the database. Yes, so this is what we just executed, simple auth DB, and you can specify this SSL mode to be disabled, and this one can specify exactly 1. Okay, same thing for down. Just need to change the keyword from up to down, and yeah, and also we created to create a new migration also. I'm just going to add it here. So yes, migrations and sequence, and this one I can pass in this parameter as an input when we are trying to run this. Okay, so and we can also check the version, yeah, which version that we are in currently, and also if you want to forcefully apply migration also, you can just add in. So this is just a good, I'm just adding it here so that you can use it. Okay, you can just force by 1 or configure version as an input pattern for this thing. So I think these are the commands which is going to help us create migrations, downgrade migrations, or check the version, all the stuff. Okay, think now we have this. Now let's try to match our proto. So this was just created as a good starting point for us. Now let's try to make it sync with our the migration that we have just created. So if you see, I'm just going to change this completely. So first thing is unique ID, whatever we have this thing, and then this first name. I know it is a lot of repeated changes, but that's how it's going to be. So this last name, uh, this thing, and then this password, I'm just going to keep this one as is. Then the email, and the role which we added just now. So this is one, and also I did not add avatar. Maybe for as a placeholder, let's just add this one as optional thing, and then this timestamp created at and updated at, which is standard. So now register request also, after this email, change the first name and the last name to the format that we have added, and role, and then the avatar inside our register request. Register response also, let me change this one to unique ID, and the first name, last name, and this one, let's change this to email. And I think if I just add role and avatar and change this one to 7 and 8, I think we should be good. So, and quickly I'm just going to generate the code with the changes that we just made, and we need to update this the new things. Okay, that's fine. I'm just going to update that now. So going to this server, I think the error is now, or I just need to update this one to the thing that we just changed, and also the models that we have. This also I'm just going to update now. So this thing, instead of int, I think this is going to be of type unique ID, user ID, then email, first name, last name, and additionally things that we just added is the role and the avatar. Yeah, I think, and then I can just remove this one because we already have this default, so we don't need to exclusively set these things. Okay, yeah, I think, yeah, I just this is the thing. Major things is how to create a migration, and then you can drop. So if you want to check, I can show just if it's working fine or not. So migrate down, so it should just delete the tables that we have. So you can see it did, and now if I try to create new table, I can show you in pg admin or other things, just to see table is created and deleted and all, but you can just check that. So now I applied this, and again it should have the table and the role that we just created. Simple migration is done, and now let's try to add a handler or server updates, and then maybe some validations, helpers and all that stuff, and then we'll get there eventually. Like I said, so let's quickly add some helper functions and validators, and then I will add a query to register user and then test that service. Okay, just some quick cleanups, and then helper functions, and then first registering query, insert query. Okay, the proto file, if you just observe, the user and register response is almost the same. So what I can do is, instead of duplicating these things, I can just add in here this user this thing, so that it will be very clean for us. So now I can just again try to generate the new thing, and then we can just tweak that. Yeah, okay, fine. And like I said, we want the validator, so I'm just going to create in here this validator. I'm just going to use this when we are trying to create a new user, and this is very helpful. So this one, package under utils, and I'm just going to create here variable to have a single instance of validate. So I can just specify here same thing just for our reference, use a single instance of validate. It may be cache struct info. So var validate, and this is going to be validator dot validate, and initialize. I'm just going to create new one, and we will have here this function to validate struct fields. So function validate maybe struct, and here yeah, I'm just going to okay. So I need to add in this dependency. So this is the thing, so I can just add this thing, go get, yeah, and then once I add this validator, we should not see that error. Yeah, I think it will be installed. Let's just wait for it to, yeah, it's done. So let's go back, and yeah, there's no issue. So we added simple validator, and then the handler. Okay, so in here inside this server, let me add a new file called handlers.go. okay, here I'm just going to create some helper functions to convert to our proto, and then the user model which we just defined in domain layer as a cross conversions. Okay, and also little bit I want to be very stringent on user models that we have, to be very strict with the field names and in the db and all those things. So user id, here along with this we can specify this db, what should be user id, and also I'm just going to leverage this validator which we just added, and when we pass that to this struct, and make sure that this is remove empty thing, so that it will be clean when we are even showcasing the response, this thing. Okay, and same thing I'm just going to add here, and we can add a lot of conditions here. For example, I can add here less than or equals to 60, and also make sure this is going to be valid email only. Okay, and the first name I can specify here, this I need it to be required, and this one I can say less than or equals to 30 characters, and yeah, for this also the same, and db I can specify, yeah, yeah, just I'll just specify the role for now. Yeah, I ignore the other things, and avatar and all let's just keep, and maybe add even timestamp created at, and this one I'm just going to specify omit empty things. Yeah, I think this is the change in this thing, and now let's add a helper function to hash the user password instead of actually showcasing actual password, which is very sensitive, so that should not be done. And okay, what's the issue here? User id, yeah, I think here I just need to close this things tags. Yeah, okay, fine. So below this, like I said, I'm just going to add helper function. So first is hashing this user password. Maybe we will use a bcrypt library, which is good. Okay, so here I'm just going to hash this password. So this is going to be a receivable function for our struct which we just defined above, and I'm just going to maybe name this as hash password, and here this should be straightforward function. hashed password, yes, generate from password, and I'm just going to pass in byte array of the password that we are going to receive, and bcrypt default cast, and then I'm just going to set this thing. And yeah, bcrypt is something which is part of the crypto library, and it's added. And next thing, I wanted to compare user password and the payload when user is trying to maybe just help us, you will know when we are going to use this exactly. So compare user password and payload. Yeah, I think yes. Again, this is going to be reusable function. I'm just going to name this as compare passwords. Pass in here this password that we are going to receive, and here I can just use this bcrypt compare hash and password, and same thing, whatever we receive and whatever the users think, I'm just going to here. And then helper function to prepare user for register. It's just a small checks and cleanups of the payload that we'll be getting. So I can just name this as like, you know, prepare, create, or register, whatever the function name you can name. So u.email, I'm just going to keep it in standard format, maybe convert this into all lowercase. And here, yeah, I'm just going to trim space as well in the email, and in the password now in also string trim password, and then we are going to check this hash the password and handle errors. So if it's throwing an error, I'm just going to return error. I'm not going to proceed further. And also check if this role is not equals to empty, then this role also we need to just lower and trim space to be consistent. So, okay, this is the just helper functions for password related things, and then just to be consistent of email password and storing in our db. Okay, simple helper functions that we have. And now let me go back to this handler, and here let's again group this under server, whichever we have, and whatever the register new user that is here, I'm just going to move this one to this handler. So here I've just imported this one, and let's try to adjust this thing accordingly. So first thing, here whatever we receive request, I need to convert that into your user model. So here in the handler itself, I'm just going to create an helper receivable function under this user server, maybe register request to user model, and here user service dot register request, and models dot user in this error that we are going to return from here. And maybe you can just name this as, for now I'm just going to name this as candidate, and models dot user this email, I'm just going to use the standard get email, first name, get role, first name, last name, password, role, and avatar. And prepare create, we'll use the helper function which we just created, and if its error is not null, then we'll just return nil and error, else I'm just going to return candidate. The same way I'm just going to have the opposite conversion. So here user model to the proto which we have, so user service dot user, and here let's collect into user proto, user service dot user, unique id, first name, last name, email, role, avatar, this thing, just the simple thing. Okay, now exactly where should we use is now here created user. I can, before even passing here, let me just try to whatever this I get, I'm just going to convert this into our model, and also check here if this error we have in here. I'm going to return that register request to model, that is where we have an issue. And here now, instead of passing that, I'm just going to pass in user. And here if there is an error, then I can just return error, and here now I can just use the helper function, that thing that we need to return in this thing, model to proto, converting back to proto, and that is what we will be adding it to our user in the register response. So this way it's going to be clean, and so and proper way of organizing. So of course there's an errors in the server.go file. Let me just clean that up. So here, if I just save, it's going to just remove unwanted dependencies that we have added. Okay, I think it looks good to me with the helpers and the additional things that I just did add. Now let me try to add the query to insert in our PG repository under users repository thing. Before even that, if you clearly observe in our models user, where you go, so we have an avatar, and in here I don't have. So maybe it's time, maybe let's try to add one more migration to this. So I have a already command to add a thing. So let's try to use migrate create and name. Let's this add avatar to users. Okay, sorry, it should be name equals to, yep, so it's created. So going back to this, there is now add avatar users to avatar to users, and then up and down thing. Okay, so let's try to add that, and okay, so here alter table users, add column avatar and varchar, maybe let's say 250. This is what it's going to be in up, and here in down, so this alter table users drop column avatar. Okay, so just a simple thing that the script that we have. So if you see now inside our I'm just going to, let's try to minimize this and pull in this table plus, and in this users we just have user ID, first name, and that the stuff. Okay, so let's try to maximize this and go back to this. Okay, and I'm just going to execute this thing, migration up, and now we should have the avatar column. So going back to this avatar things, so I'm just refreshing here. So if you see, we have avatar column. So this is how you can just cross check the creations and all that stuff. So I did add now this thing, and yeah, I think it should be good to add in the query. So going to this repository which is inside our users, instead of now returning user, let me just prepare a query here. So simple query, so not that complex. So insert into users, first name, last name, email, password, role, avatar, values. Okay, here instead of this, I'm just going to pass in here, yep, all the values that we are going to pass in. First name, last name, email, password, make sure, yeah, here basically the role that I wanted to, okay, just check here if it is null, this thing I'm going to set the user, okay, and then others I'm just going to keep it the straightforward whatever we have, just to extra care, make sure that we don't insert wrong values and avatar values. And returning for now, maybe I'll just return all, so let's just keep this as a star. Okay, and here now this created user, I can create here models.user. So here all we need to do is try to use this db dot query row, yeah, x content, pass in this context, this query which we just created above, and pass in all the things that it needs: user dot first name, last name, email, password, role, avatar. And I'm going to struct scan and convert into a created user type which I just initialized above. And if error is not null, I'm just going to return null. And here errors, instead of this, maybe for now you can just add in wrap or and here I'm just going to specify this is where exactly we are failing. So query dot row x context, yeah, package errors, yep. Okay, yeah, simple addition here. And now in the handler I just need to take care inside okay, in the register I think we can just get rid of this which was just added as a reference. Maybe I can add it here, so any error so that I can see in the logger in my console as well. And here before creating I want to validate that, that's why we just added that helper utils dot validate struct, pass in here, and make sure that we don't have any issue with the body that we are receiving. So I'm just going to format this error, and then yeah, okay, yep, I think it's good, and we can go ahead and test and try to insert new user. So going back to our terminal, and let me just clear, where are you, yeah, so email user at the rate test, first name, last name, password, and here I need to add in additional things. Avatar for now, let's just keep this one, and the role, maybe I'm just going to set this to admin. Okay, yeah, I think for just be cautious I'm just going to maybe later add in. Okay, I think there's some issue. Where exactly is that? Let's go back. Expected package. Yeah, I think there's an issue with respect to package imports. What exactly is this? But I don't see any here. Let's just fix this, and then I'm going to test. Yeah, this validator file was not saved, so I just pressed Ctrl S, and then we should be good. So let me just try to run this again. Make run, and then yeah, this is up. So let's try to test this thing, and role. Okay, have we not added in the register handler okay. I think anyhow that's an optional, so let me just try to remove that rule. We'll have this as okay. I think there's an issue with the rule enum that while I'm trying to pass, I guess I know the issue. Inside a PG repository layer, I think I did forget here to typecast exclusively to role, and then I think yeah, and now I can just create something issue with the models handler. Let's go here. First name, what is a mistake here? Okay, yeah, my bad. Okay, first name, last name, validate JSON. Here we forgot to mention this DB thing. I think that's why there's an issue with whatever we're just trying. Okay, going back, sorry guys, a lot of messy thing. Let me just clear. It's too bad. Yeah, I'm just running this again. Okay, so here now I should be able to, okay, let's just try to create user file. Yep, finally we are there. So I think the DB, I did not mention that, due to which name was not. So now you see user is register response that we have. User unique ID, first name, last name, email, role, created at and updated at, and this is what we have it here. Okay, so if I just go to this table plus, we should see the entries in our DB. So let's try to refresh. Of course there is a lot of unwanted things created, but userify is this thing. Though we didn't receive response, but others was created, so I can just delete them, except these userify. I'm just going to, yeah, in the first place we should not allow them to be added to DB, but that's fine, we'll just take care. But this is the entry that we have, and we are able to query. Maybe we can just test the other example as well. So I'm just going to change this to user 6, and we should see the same thing, the response. And you can just check the traces also. So going back here to our Jaeger UI, I'm just going to refresh here. So we are in the Auth GRPC. So if you see, we do have same thing, whatever it is we have. Yeah, the 10 traces, 3 spans, and we can just check that. And also the logs, when we were trying to make, you can see what method, the registering thing, and if there before we had some errors. So you can see duplicate key errors and all those things, so which you can clearly develop when we are building in applications. Okay, all right, so now we added a register service which is working and able to insert into our DB. So that's one first GRPC service register. Let's try to add a maybe let's simply add all find methods retrieving the users that we just added and all that stuff, and I'm going to add in this logger. So instead of maybe there's no else, I'm just going to remove here, and here instead of log, I'm just going to use the zap logger which we added. Yeah, just a small change, and let's add a pg find methods in the repository layer first, and then we will wrap that inside use case and then into our server. What should I do here is basically we should update our definition in the pg repository. So here maybe I'm just going to rename this one. Instead of register, let's name this one as a create, and we're going to update that. And next let's try to find by email, and I'm just going to receive in here this email as a string as an input, and then find by ID. Okay, I think it is simple for now to get methods. And context, let's just add in here this user ID, which is going to be, yeah, it should be Google unique ID. Okay, I did add now, and now we need to update our the other places where we are referring all of these things. So let me just go to my this thing here, and I'm just going to change this to create, and that's just the name change. And the other things that I need to add in here is now find by user email address. Okay, so here find by email, I'm just going to add in here the same thing. The first is the span, and then the query. So query is going to be simple select query, select what we need. So user ID, email, first name, last name, role, and the avatar from this users and your email. And here, yeah, I think this is a simple straightforward thing. And here instead of query row context, I can just use a simple thing, get context, yeah, pass in context user query email, and check here if there's an error. I'm just going to add in this one, else I'm just going to return user. So simple things. Same way, I'm just going to add in find user by ID. I think it should be simple, straightforward, user ID, and yeah, select user ID, where user ID is simple, straightforward. Just instead of email, it's going to be just user ID. Yeah, these are the two queries to get the user by email and get the user by ID. Now that we have this one, so I need to, what's the issue here? Okay, it's going to be Google's unique ID. Okay, so now that we have here, I need to update use case thing also. So now instead of this, it's going to be a create. Okay, and Yeah. Okay, that's one thing which I just did update. And in handlers now, we can also update that. Instead of register, I'm just going to change this one to be consistent to create. And yep, and here also maybe I can add if there is any failure when talking to this register function. So this also we are going to update, but let that be for now. But we just added a pg find method, so to use them we need to update our user use case. So this, to update this one, let's first update here. I'm going to add in find by email and find by ID, and let's just import this Google's thing, and we need to update in our user use case thing. Okay, so here let's add in find user by email address, and I'm just going to just a wrapper to our repository layer. So user use case find by email, and I'm just going to here find user by ID. Yeah, okay, this is going to be a Google. Yeah, find by email and then find by ID. So user use case is updated, and next thing is usually we need to add a proto method so that I can actually call these things inside our server. So going to this, let me add first the message here. There's a input, this, yeah, find by email request, we need an email, and find by email response, which is going to be again user object, and find by id request unique id, and then find by id response. So here it's going to be find by email, simple, straightforward. So and now I need to generate let's yeah, protoc, and now we'll have this find methods which we just defined, and now I can try to expose inside our handler, which is there inside this and yeah, one, instead of here this error, I can just show errors user create. And now let's add the additional methods. So find user by email address, so user service context user service find by email request, which we just added now, and this span. Okay, let me just remove this thing. So email, I'm just going to get this using or.get email, and maybe we'll just add in a helper function to validate email inside our validator. So I do have already the regular expression with me, so I'm just going to copy that. So here let's create validate email address. So the standard regular expression to validate email, so you can just gpt it or google it, whatever. I'm just going to add this thing. So variable email regex, so let's use this regular expression, must compile, and the format, the string, like I said, I'm just going to copy the one which I already have. You can just refer this, just email standard email check and match string to this. Okay, so now that I have it here, I can use this to validate the email that I'm receiving as the input here. So if this is not, so I'm just going to log this validate email, and then invalid argument validate email, and after that we will use user use case thing to find by email. Then if error is not null, again I'm just going to specify here this issue and then return the standard thing. And here I think it should be email. Yeah, here also I just need to update this to email, and then we will just return find by email response. Same thing, let's try to add here find user by unique ID. So find by ID, find by ID request, find by ID, and here we need to get the users unique ID. So paths get unique ID, and yeah, I can just specify this error, and here, yeah, simple straightforward wrappers to our use case thing, like it use case is wrapper to our repository layer. Okay, these two are the services that we just added, find by email and find by ID. And now I think we can just test this, which should be a simple test that we are going to. And also I'm just going to update some definition of PG repository. So here, instead of this pointer, let me just pass in this user ID. So let's change this thing. Okay, and also in the use case also, just to be consistent, and here in the handler also I need to just pass in user ID. I think we're almost there. Repository, have I not updated? Yeah, I think I just need to update this here. Then we should be good. So all the definition, no pointer now, just the straightforward value. And here also, yeah, I think there's no issue now. So I can just go ahead and test now. So we have already 2 users. So maybe just go back in here. Let's try to query the user which we just created before. Maybe I can just use the email which is user6@test.com. yeah, and pass in here this localhost which is running 5001, user service, user service, and the function name in the service which we defined in our proto is find by email. Okay, that's because I just need to restart this server and then we should be good. Yeah, okay, so I'm just going to call this again. Yeah, we can see now we have this method find by email. The same thing I'm just going to call using this ID. Okay, so here instead of this email I just need to change this one to unique ID, and here let me just pass in the ID which I just copied. Yeah, and here this method it's going to be find by ID. Yeah, you see, so those 2 find methods which we just added, they're working fine and they're looking good. This is how we add in new services that we want inside this update proto, and then add it in handlers, and then in handlers we need to refer to user use case thing, and all, then in turn update our repository layer, which is what actually the deeper layer fetches the data from DB and passes it to user use case, and then user use case will be referred to in our gRPC server handler. Okay, fine. I just added these two services, and next what we'll do is basically we will try to add the things related to login, then session use case, and logout, and other things which we normally wanted to have as part of our microservice.
So here I'll try to add the login and session related code. Before that, let's just try to have a simple gRPC errors package so that I don't have to mention the code type in our handler every time, kind of reusable thing. So inside this package folder, I'm just going to create a new file, not a file, folder. Maybe let's name this as grpc errors, and just the file name, I'm just going to have this as grpc errors.go, and here, yeah, let's have this as grpc errors. I'm just going to add in a simple comment that parse error and get a respective code, and the function name also, let's try to keep it similar, parse grpc error status code. Yeah, and here I'm just going to pass in error, which is going to be of type error, and here we are going to return of type codes.code. Let's just try to use here the switch statement. So depending upon this the errors type, so for example I can use this errors dot is, I'm going to check, is this related to something, no errors in our SQL. So I'll just check this, and if this is the case, then the code for this maybe I would say not found. And same way, let's try maybe add one more thing. So string dot contains, let's say email, then, or yeah, maybe password, then I'm going to say it is something invalid argument. Yeah, this is exactly okay. For time being, let's keep this simple, and later I'll just add in, and by default I'm just going to return course.internal if it's not meeting any of the above checks that we are doing. So now that we have this the package, let's go to our handlers, which is handlers, and now here instead of whatever we have codes dot invalid argument, and I can just replace that with maybe let's remove this one. Yeah, I'm just going to import grpc errors, so package name is grpc errors. Okay, so let's go back here, and I'm just going to import this, and here we can just add in the function which we just created and pass in the error object. So same thing here as well, so I'm just going to do the same. Wherever we have this codes references, we can just update this yeah, and here find by email, instead of this error I can just pass in this errors dot new, maybe let's say invalid email address. Yep, yeah, that was one thing, and here again I'm just going to pass in the error object to our the helper function, the invalid argument. Here again let's pass in same. Yeah, I think we should be good. So this is a simple reusable function, just based on the error we just get the code and we can show, rather than adding all of the code. Okay, I think that's a simple change. And now let's try to update our Proto to include the login related message and also the service for that login. So I'm just going to this Proto file, and here like we did for our finding methods and registering, we just need to create same way for a login. So let me just create login request. Here we are going to have email, yeah, and then this password, same way for login response. It's going to be simple, straightforward, like we normally did for other register thing. And here the service, I'm just going to, yeah, login request returns login response. So now that we have, we can just generate the code for us. So we know the command, so it's just a make protag. So I'm just going to call this, and we should have the generated content inside this pb and grpc file. Yeah, fine. Yeah, okay. Once we have this, let's try to add in the method to log in our use case. So opening this user use case, I'm just going to add in maybe, yeah, here let's simply add login user with email and password. So simple, the way that we did above. So user use case and login context email password, and I'm just going to return that. So it's simple, straightforward. And yeah, of course, first we need to add it in our the use case. So we can just add in the definition, login function, and going back here. Now let's try to complete this thing. So let's first try to add in this tracing thing, user use case dot login, and I'm just going to, yeah, defer this finish normally like how we did for the above. And here first let's try to find the user. So I'm just going to store that in found user variable. So here use the repo, and I'm just going to use this find by email, pass in this context and the email that we are receiving as the input. And we do check here if this error is not equals to null, then we are just going to return here itself something we are not able to find the user. And then what we'll do is basically I'm just going to compare the passwords and make sure whatever we are receiving is matching to what user has added when he was registering. And if there is any error, we're just going to return here. If not, let's try to, yeah, instead of here compare, so I can just user dot compare passwords. So I think errors, this is, yeah, now we should not see any issue. Package is different. That is a simple thing, and I'm just going to return the found user and not null. If everything's okay, we'll just get this. Simple. And even while we are trying to find by email, instead of just returning this thing, I just want to sanitize the password. So here what I'm going to do, let's maybe get the value into this find my email variable, and same way like we just did for found user. Yeah, I'm just going to get this and make sure that we do have a checks for error. And here I'm just going to return nil, and then let's try to add this. And here I just need to sanitize this password, then we can return, so that we don't show the actual password when trying to retrieve by email. This is a simple login thing. And now in the PG repository, since we want the password defined by email, I can add in because we are sanitizing it, so we should not be much concerned if we are actually showcasing actual password when it is retrieved. Okay, now that we have in use case the thing, let's go to our handlers, and here I need to add in maybe yeah, after, yeah, let's try to add the login service. So here I can just add in login user with email and password, just the command. And here let's try to create our login service, just the simple straightforward, just whatever we added above. Add in the tracing user.login and yeah, span dot finish. And first, as usual, we'll try to get this email and check using our utils, just to make sure we are receiving valid email. Pass in this. So if it's not valid, I'm just going to add in a log here saying that mail is not valid email, and I can just, yeah, and then we can just return null, and then we need to return the status. So yeah, this one, and use the invalid email address, valid email. Yes, simple. We're just trying to use the function which we just added, and if it's fine, then I'm just going to use our use case, try to call the login function which we just created and pass in the context along with the email and the password. And also here let's do a thorough error check as well, and I'm just going to add in the same thing, the error message. And finally I'm just going to return this login response converting to the proto that object. So this is a simple login thing. Now I can just try to call this thing, test this login function. So going back to our terminal, what I can do is basically I can just try to create user, yeah, uh, here I'm just going to add in user 2 and the password is secret123, and I've just created that. And now let's try to log in this thing. So here the data is going to be now this email and the password. The email which we just created is user2 @ test.com, and the password is the secret 123. Yeah, and here instead of this find by id, it's going to be login. Now let's see this. Okay, I think I need to rerun this. I'll fix this of auto hot reloading and all, which I'll add it eventually, but for time being let's try to test this. Yeah, you can see now the login we did, we were able to log in and then get the actual details of what. Yeah, there is an issue with respect to created at and updated at. It's a simple change. We just need to retrieve created at and updated at while we are trying to query in the PG repository layer, which I will add, just a known issue. So we can also check if I'm not trying to give the right password. Let's say I'm just giving 4, so you can see passwords, there is a mismatch, and we receive this invalid argument and all. This is a simple login user feature. So we are able to log in and get the user details with the right email and other details. So now we have user login thing, let's try to focus on adding a session use case and repository layer for that, so that we can use Redis layer to store user sessions. So going back to code, so in here let me, maybe what I'm going to do first, we need to create a models uh, related to session. So here I'm just going to create a new file called session.go, just to get us the structure. So it's a simple thing. So session model uh, type session struct, which will have the session id. Yeah, this is going to be string, so JSON I'm just going to be keep it simple, session id. I need to close this thing or else this is going to throw an error. User id, this is going to be a string, same way it's going to be just user id. So for just keep it simple, session id and user id is what is session struct is going to have. And then the we need to create a repository, again the interface and also the use case thing. So I'm just adding a simple use case. So internal, let's try to, like we have a user, I'm just going to create a new folder for a session, and here use case dot go, let's try to package under session. It should be simple function interface session use case. Okay, so type yeah, session use case, and here the first thing is going to be the function to create a session. I'm just going to pass in the context, not standard thing that we normally pass. So context dot context, and then the session which we just added this model now. So it's going to be models dot session, and when it is going to expire, so that's going to be an int. I'm just going to specify that, and the return type of this, it's going to give us the string, or if there is any error. Next is getting session by id, so whatever we created above, and same context we are going to pass in. Then session id, it's going to return a model session, and of course then other helper function, maybe I can say delete session by id or delete by id, whatever, pass in session id, and we're just going to delete that. So this is the simple interface for our use case. So same way I can just create in the repository as well. So I'm just creating maybe let's name this as Redis repository, so that will be clear what we are using. Same thing, I'm just going to uh, leverage whatever we just added in our use case. So type session repository, so create session, it's going to be just same thing. Yeah, yeah, now that we have at least the layout blueprint of how the what functions we need and what needs to be created, let's try to add in the functions which does actual creation, deletion, or getting thing. So as usual, our deep down layer is repository. So I'm just going to create a new folder, repository standard thing, which we by now should be good with. Okay, let's rename, yeah, repository, and in this let's again create this Redis repository file, and yeah, package repository, and here maybe, yeah, I'm just going to add in a base prefix into while we are trying to add it over to Redis, so that I know this belongs to sessions. Okay, and now this session repository, let's name this as maybe a session repo,
and I'm just going to, this struct, what we need for this is the Redis client, and so I'm just going to use this Redis, whatever we have, and this Redis client, and this base prefix we can also pass in. Then this config, of course, that's where we get actual configuration of our Redis things alone. So this is a simple struct, and now let's try to create a session repository constructor. So session, repository constructor, session repository, we need a Redis client, then config, we are just going to return that, and this is perfect. Base, I just need to session repository, I just need to import this model. Internal, and I'm just going to this error, sorry, my bad. We just need to implement those three methods only, then we'll not see this issue. Now let's try to create one function at a time. So creating session in Redis, first thing. So create session, context session, and then expire string, this just respecting the definition which we just created. And as usual, open tracing session repo dot create session, and I'm just going to import this thing, and defer span dot finish. And here let's now try to set the session ID using this unique ID thing, and I'm just going to call this a new dot string. We'll just get that, and the session key I can just create using, maybe let's I want to create a simple helper function here. Maybe let me just create, let's name that as not helper function, just a method for the struct. So create a key, maybe I just pass in session ID, and here we just written the formatted string that I want. So I'm just going to format it dot base prefix, which we just created. Basically it is going to be something sessions colon and then ID that we have, and here I can just pass in the session ID for this, and we get the session key. And after this what I'm going to get is the session, we'll just try to marshal it. So so I'm passing in the session for this, and after this I'm just going to check if there is an error. If so we couldn't create a session, and I'm just going to throw in a message, maybe let's say something session repo create session dot json dot marshal. So this is where we exactly saw the issue, something like that. And here now I'm just going to use this Redis client and try to set use this set and pass in this context the session key which I have above, and pass in the session bytes. this time duration, maybe I can set, let's say, time second. The unit that I'm going to use the second, and I'm just going to use this duration of expire, yeah, pretty much whatever we have. And yeah, this is the simple thing. Yeah, if there is an error, I'm just going to show this. Else, instead of this, let's try to return session key. Yeah, this is create session. Same way, we'll just try to create quickly the getting session by id and deleting thing. So get session by id. This should be quick now because we just know how to write one function, and we can just take a reference about of above one and just create quickly. So I'm just going to use this, and here now let's try to get the session bytes. I'm just going to use this Redis client, get and pass in this context and along with the session ID, and convert this into bytes. And now just do a normal standard check. If there is any error, then I can just say that we are seeing an error when we are trying to get the bytes from Redis client. So that's the thing. And then I'm just going to convert into the struct which we have for session. I'm just going to now unmarshal this so that I can get the session ID and the user ID by passing in the session that we have, and I'm just going to return this. So session bytes, I'm just trying unmarshaling it to this thing. Yep, and return the session. Fine. And the one more function that I need to respect is deleting session by id, and then we should not see an issue about. So here let me just create a simple function, delete by id. Now this should be quick. And here delete by id, and now let's directly check here in line thing, Redis client delete context session id. I'm just going to and we are going to throw this. So simple thing. Now there should not be any issue because we respected the definition by whatever we define in the repository. Now that we have this repository layer, I can just now write down the use case thing just to wrapper to our the repo layer. So let me just create here this new folder called this use case, and here I'm just going to create this use case.go file. Let me just add in use case. Yeah, it should be quick now, so because we are used to this this is a simple microservice like I said. So let's just try to create quickly session use case, and then the struct. Here we need the repo, so the session repo, and I'm just going to add in session repository along with that this config. I'm just going to config.config. okay, so here as usual we'll just have this constructor, new session use case constructor, a new session use case. Thing should be simple. And then first thing is creating a new session function. Let's just change this to URS, whatever it is, create session context, and then models, and then expire int. Just try to import this, and then we just need to call the wrappers to whatever the function which we just created. So it's simple and straightforward. So same thing for getting session and also deleting session by id. So we have our use case also ready, and the repository layer we did add it. Now that we added maybe use case and the repository layer,
I can just add in get the session, and then basically in our handlers, whenever you're trying to log in, I need to use this session use case repository which we just created to create session, so that we get an entry into our Redis. And then using that, I can maybe write an helper Getme Handler, where I can get the details from Redis itself rather than from DB, so that it will be quite faster. Let's try to write those handler Getme Handler, and then try to add one thing at a time. To use our session use case, first we need to add as a dependency inject into our server. So opening our user module, and in here delivery server. Now I need to add in the session use case, just, and then here let's try to pass in session use case. Yeah, now that we added, there is of course an issue in a main server. I just need to pass on those session use case and repository. So let me just quickly add that. So below this user use case thing, I'm just going to add in session repo, or let's try to import them with the session repository, and same thing session use case. And here now I can just create a new repository and use case, and once we have this, I can just pass on your session use case. Okay, now the auth server or user whatever server whatever it needs, it is being passed on. And yeah, let's try to add it inside our login section to create a new session whenever user tries to call that function. Before that, just a minor fixes inside our session Redis repository. Yeah, this should be just session dot instead, so session dot session ID instead of session key, so that we'll be sure that it is this ID is what we needed. Yeah, and here instead of just passing here, I'm just going to use the create key, so that we can add prefix for that, and pass in session ID, so that we don't have to pass along with the prefix in here. Just the simple change, and same way here as well, while deleting. Those are just minor the change that we needed to do. And now the major thing is going to the handler file, and that's where we need to add in inside this login function. And if you want, you can just console the incoming context as well. So if just want to check whatever, this is just optional. I'm just metadata, and from incoming context, and here if okay, I can just try to loop this. So incoming context, and here I can just add in maybe a log, let's say print, and yeah, key and value. Yeah, this way you can just check in what and all you're receiving in the context. And so basically here, after user is logged in, so I just need to create in here this session. Yeah, here user dot session use case dot create session context, and I'm just going to pass in here this models dot session. Here we need to pass in this user ID, which is going to be just user dot user ID. Okay, and then I just need to change add in here this expire, so 3600 seconds, and here if this error is not equals to null, so I can just add in we are facing some issue inside this create session function, and then I'm just going to add in this log, and after that here along with this user I'm just going to return the session ID, so which we need to update this as well, which I will so this let's I'll just update, so let's update this one inside our proto file. And also, like I said, we have an issue for created at and updated at. Just to fix that, you can just add in here this created at and updated at. Same applies here while trying to find by ID. Now you'll not see default values, but actual whatever created at and updated at value is being passed on. And let's go to our proto file. So here we have this one, and login response. I want additionally now this string session ID, and also like I said, I'm just going to add in the Getme handler. So let's get me request. So for time being I'm just not going to pass in anything, and in response we are just going to return user, and for that we need service as well. So get me I'm just going to add in, and let's just generate proto also, yeah, and going back, so now we have that, and I can actually add in the Getme handler. So going here we'll fix this, so this is the smile string issue, and here now maybe what I'm going to write is getting session ID from context meta data, and then I'm just going to use that to find user by this unique ID, and then we are going to return that. So this is what it's going to be, a simple help Getme handler for us, and context and Getme request response, and I'm just going to, yeah, and inside this now yeah, first let's get the context, and as usual let's try to, and here this metadata, let's first from this incoming context, and here I'm just going to check if this is not okay, then I'm just going to throw in this error. Yeah, maybe, yeah, I can, instead of this I can just say get me and here add in some maybe message something like no context metadata. Okay, so I'm just going to add in, you can add whatever the message that you want, and here let's try to return null, and the status maybe I just use this unauthenticated no context metadata. You can use the GRPC parser, also errors parser. I'll just add that. Just let's try to check this first. Session ID, now I can use this metadata get, and the metadata I'm just going to pass in is the session ID. Yeah, you can just change this to metadata or whatever it is. Okay, and here I'm just going to get that session ID and make sure check if it is empty string, then I'm just going to say that I didn't receive any session ID in the error message. So this is going to be, yeah, no session ID in context metadata, and yeah, I can throw the same error, and if that is not the case then I can try to find the session. So using session use case,
getting session by id function, pass in the context along with session id, and here if error is not equals to null, then I'm just going to throw this error and where exactly this issue is. And after this, let's try to find this user using this id, and I'm just going to pass in context and user id, and same thing, I'm just going to throw in error. I think we should be good now. And this is a simple Getme handler which we will fix. Okay, what's the issue? Session okay, it's just the metadata, it should be grpc metadata. I think that's one issue. And while creating a session, we have an issue with respect to a string. I'm just going to fix that. It's just minor issue. Now that we added this get handler, so we can test this. Maybe how can we test is something. I'm just going to first try to log in and then write a simple command client code, so that I can just call that main.go file and try to hit that and see if you're getting session data or not. And here I'm just going to this one this thing is causing us an issue, so I'm just going to convert this to string. And here okay, mostly now let's go to our terminal, and here I'm just going to rerun this and go back here where we can test login. Here okay, it's a wrong password, so now let's try. Okay, so you see we have this session id, so I'm just going to copy this session id and try to test, and if you can check the logs as well, there should be something this span. Okay, here login rpc error. Okay, fine. I'll just show directly in the code itself how we can do. So I'm just going to create a new file in here. So let's just create under, maybe collapse all of this, and here I'm just going to create a new folder called client and command folder, and inside this, in the main.go file, I can just write a simple way to test the Getme handler which we just written that. So package main, and inside this grpc connection, let's try new client, and here it is going to be our 5001, that is where our server is running. And we can just
pass in with the transport credentials insecure dot new credentials, and if error is not equals to null, I can just add in the logs. Maybe can't connect to grpc, okay, something like this. And here, yeah, let me just defer the closing and then the client now. So user service dot new user service client, and pass in your grpc connection. Now this context meta, I'm just going to create this context dot background object, and here this metadata, maybe I'm just going to add in a pair, and here this session id, which I just copied from the create with the login that we just created. And here you can just add in other subsystem, maybe cli, okay, it should be comma, sorry, it's a pair, right? Okay, yeah. And now should be okay, yeah. Now that I have this, then context, it's going to be this metadata new outgoing context, and pass in this context along with this metadata that we just created, response. And now I can try to call this getme user service dot getme request, yeah. And if this is, yeah, I can just maybe response, yeah. Yeah, I think I'm just reinitial, okay, now it should be good. So now let's just try to test this thing, going back to the terminal, and let me yeah, I'm just going to, yeah, client command main.go. So you can see now with the metadata which I hard-coded, which we got from above, and here the response that we got is the user unique id. So basically uh, we are getting it from, sorry, okay, yeah, this is what so whatever the getme handler which we just created, it's working fine. And there you can see this is the user id that we have, and the test user and all whatever we just added. That's how we, when user tries to log in, we try to create a session, and then when I try to get the details of the user, I just leverage the session id from the context that I'm going to pass in, and then get the user details. Yeah, that's what I just want to showcase. And just going back now, which we just tested this, and you can just create a new login and get the new session id, and try to again hard code the session id and check if you're able to receive that user or not, and make sure this functionality of getme handler is working fine. And now that we added getme handler, so now let's try to add in a way to log out the user. So like we now, when we try to log in, we are creating a session. When user logs out, we need to delete that session as well. So for that to happen, first we need to update our proto. So going here, let me just add in, yeah, logout request. So and the same thing, logout response. Here I'm just going to add in logout thing, and let's just generate proto. Going back here, what should we do is basically I just need to add in the handlers user yeah in here and instead of here hard coding, we'll just make some minor changes, and then I'm going to add in the logout. Okay, let's add in this logout first. And so this logout user, and then we need to delete this current session. Okay, so logout, and then user service logout request response, which we just generated, and then this span user.logout defer span dot finish. Then first thing is, let's try to get the session ID. This one we can just use this get maybe since we wanted to get it this session ID from context, maybe I can just add in a simple method here, user server get session ID from context. And here I'm just going to return the string. So same thing, whatever we had, just a reusable way of writing it here instead of writing everywhere that we need this metadata. So if it's not okay, I'm just going to return empty string, and here we can just say that no context metadata, else I'm just going to get the session ID and return. We just use this, and not authenticated, and if there is, we just written that. And now I can just use this method which we just created, and here below I'm just going to handle this error. If there is no error, I can just add in this error from while trying to getting session ID from context, and return this null, the error whatever we received. And here we just need to now delete the session by ID whatever we have, and accordingly here now I can just log in, and it should be simple and straightforward. So this is simple logout thing. When we do logout, and then we delete that entry in our Redis as well, getting rid of that session which we just created while user was logging in. And a small minor change, now we have this helper. So this this thing I can just remove. I just remove all of this thing, and instead that I can just use the function which I just created. And here I'm just going to pass in now session ID, so that it's clean, so that we don't have to write that checks in every handler that is needed. And also, instead of hard coding this time 3600, we can try to get this from our config. So here config dot, so session I do not have. How do I add it? Just go to our config section, which here we have. So config, let me just add in a new struct. So I'm just going to session config, so type session, and here this name which is of type string, then the prefix expire. So these are the things that we need, and if we need additionally we can just add it here. So now that I have here, so going back here, I can just add it this session, and here now I can just add in this session dot expire. And we just need to configure the same, maybe just go to both the
files, and here I'm just going to add in for time being maybe here something like session ID, and here you can just add a prefix as API session and all, whatever, just later we can just keep it whatever we need. Yeah, so this way it's more configurable from us than outcoding it in code. It's going to delay our release pipeline. Okay, now that we have, I can just use the get handler. So I know so let's go, maybe I will just test it out. um, um, yeah, we have the session ID, so let's try to use this uh, and I'm just going to quickly call my get handler. So here all we need to do is pass in header the session ID, so that is what we were checking in our context. So here I'm just passing in the session ID, and there's no data, so I can just pass in empty thing, and this localhost 5001. So and it is our user service get me, mostly we should get the details of the user. Yeah, you can see, so there is a Getme handler, it's working given our we are passing right session ID in the headers. Same way now I can just try to log out the user. So now we just called the Getme, and now let me try to call logout, and I think I just need to restart this. One sec. Yeah, and let me just go back there and try to, yeah, now it's logged out. And if I just call this get me now, I shouldn't yeah, you can see now we got the Redis nil. And if I do a login again with this thing, and I got this new session ID, and if I try to call this get me with this session ID, we should be, so you, if you see, so basically what I'm trying to show is a logout is deleting the session entry from our Redis, and making sure it's clean, this thing, and now I get this. So yeah, simple, just Getme handler and also the logout handler, so completing our session use case and repository integration to create entry in our Redis for logging in, and for logging out we're just deleting that. That's the logout handler which we just added. And now we are adding the sessions into Redis. Maybe let's try to tweak our user finding by ID to get it from our caching, so that it will be a bit faster than always trying to get it from the DB. So going back to our code, what exactly I need to do is basically inside our user also I just need to add in a new layer, I mean Redis repository. So Redis repository .go, and this should be simple. Okay, so here I'm just going to maybe just simple interface or the Redis repository interface. Okay, user Redis repository interface, and here I'm for few functions, so getting by ID, so context, I'm just going to pass in the key, and we are just going to return this models dot user. Yeah, and let me just import that, and then setting user context here. Yeah, key string, and this user. Okay, instead of this I can just pass in seconds and then remove this TTL here. Yeah, you can just adjust
in whichever the order that you want, and then this delete user context. Yeah, simple thing, getting by id context and then setting user context, delete user context. Now that I have this thing, I can just quickly create the inside this repository, Redis repository for getting user if we cached it. So package repository, and it should be quick, auth Redis repository. So type user Redis repo, yeah, and this Redis client. Yeah, it should be from go Redis. Okay, so yeah, we need Redis client and then base prefix, same like we did for our session. So and then this logger, yeah, okay, yeah, and I'm just going to base prefix, I can just add in here users. Yep, that is simple auth Redis repository constructor. And now I just need to import this and respect the three functions which we just added. So first thing is getting user by id. So here, yeah, user Redis repo, and here inside this, as usual, this spanning first and trying to get the user bytes, and here again I'm just going to add in same create a key, so whatever we just added for our session repository, Redis repository, and I'm going to get that key bytes and check this, and then user, yeah, and then we try to unmarshal this and convert into user object, yeah, and just return that user. So if there is any issue, I can yeah, add this logger so that we know exactly where this issue happened. So this is uh, getting by id, and next is set user context. So basically we just cache user maybe with duration, let's say for time being unit, it's going to be seconds, and yeah, this thing should be straightforward. Just unmarshal that and then try to set create key user bytes duration seconds, yeah, yeah, pretty much. You just don't have to return as well. Okay, so this is simple setting caching the user, and then finally we just need to delete the user by key. So here I'm just going to create that delete user context. Yeah, just use the delete pass in the key, and then yeah, we should be good. So this is simple this Redis repository in our user module, which we just created, um, and now we have just a pg repository. So now I'm just going to here we just have different pg and Redis. So let's try to differentiate so that will be better for us. um, yeah, of course, I just updated this, and we need to update in our use case layer and all this stuff. So going to this use case, and here now not just the pg repository, so it's going to be Redis repo as well, and same thing, I'm just going to add it here, and let's add it this one as well, and yeah, and this also I'm just going to change this to
pg repo instead of just repo, so that it will be clearly separated from our Redis and Postgres. Okay, yeah, that's a simple change, and now we are finding by id. I need to change this instead of for now directly using this pg repository. First we need to check if here this cached user is present or not. If so, we will just return from this. So here I can just use Redis repo, pass in this id string, and if yeah, and also I can just log that user found uh, in cache, and then return from that cache. If not, I'm going to find from the repository, Postgres repository, and then we are going to return that user. So here we can just add in, yeah, and then finally I can just set this user context so that it will be cached, and next time whenever user tries to query that, we get it from cache. So here we just check first cache. If not found, we'll go through this Postgres, and once we found, we are just going to update our cache. So that's the small change. And yeah, now yes, there is in server we need to update as well, because we changed in the user module. Now basically before this user repo, I need user Redis repo, and along with this I need to pass in this user Redis repo. Yeah, and if you want in the server handler, you can just delete this context if not needed, but you can just keep it as well. So I'm just going to remove this, which was just added for my testing. Okay, fine. So now if you just try to find the user, and let's go to terminal, and let me just do a quick restart. Okay, fine. Now let me just try to yeah, find by id, and I'm just going to take this id. Okay, yeah, and going to logs, you can see we used find by id service that we hit. Yeah, now if I call this again, mostly I'm just calling it again, and you should just go back in here, and yeah, you can see here we found it from the cached user. So this is how you can just check this, and how just caching it or not. Yeah, now we added even in the user module to cache the user's details, and get it if it is present in the cache, and if not, from db. That's a standard thing which we normally see. And just let's try to maybe do some error updates, and then I'm just going to add some metrics. And also while we are registering, I'll check if email exists or not, and then final wrap-ups of adding auth reloading for docker file, and then mostly and some test cases. Let's try to do one thing at a time. I'll try to add a few more errors and update it, so that we'll
see write errors whenever we are seeing particular issue. So going back to our code, here before changing the adding errors, more constants and the types in our gRPC parser, I'll just change here the server to service so that it makes more sense. I'm just updating this one to service, and and wherever we have in our handlers and everywhere, I'm just going to update this one to package service. Same thing here also. I'm just going to update it to user service instead of user server, and just to be consistent so that it makes more sense, you can just keep it as it is, your wish. Now that I made the changes here, so this server also I need to rename it to service.go. And here again package name, I'll change it to service, and we did change our server to user service, so I'm just going to update this, and same thing here also. Now there's no issue, and here of course there is an issue. I need to change this one to service, and then we should be good. That's a simple name change from server to service. And if you want, you can just add in errors handling. So like I said, let me just add in few errors inside our gRPC in package gRPC errors, and here additionally I'm just going to add in, so if this string dot maybe contains Redis, I'm going to return this codes dot not found. Okay, sorry, this has to be inside this, that's why there is an issue in here. And maybe if there is an error with respect to cancelled, context dot cancelled, then I can throw the error code as cancelled. And additionally, maybe if a deadline exceeded, so this is I can just return codes dot deadline exceeded. So for now let's keep it this, and I'll just add a constant variables of this error not found, just the wrapper around this thing, and let's just not found, so error no context metadata. So I'm just going to add the same thing, and the error invalid session ID. So this one, it's maybe so this is a simple errors which I just added, and this one we can just now maybe use this to update respective handlers, and if you wanted to use, and I'll just make some minor changes. And here we have 3600 as hard-coded, so instead of that let's just try to create one constant variable, maybe user by ID, cache duration,
let's keep this to the same value, 3600. And now I can remove this hard coded to the variable which we just defined above. Yeah, mostly this minor changes. And also here I can just maybe add in more errors instead of just errors dot wrap. Yeah. Okay, minor change, yeah, should be good. And same way in our Redis repository, so let's also try to add it here instead of if it is error with respect to a Redis client, then I can. So if you remember, we used to receive Redis null when there is no hit, but here I just want to log that seeing the error with respect to this Redis client. And after out of this I can just return nil. Simple change that I wanted to do. And then and also in our handler I'm just going to add one more check in our getme function where we have here. Now maybe I'm just going to add this so that we'll know exactly what is the issue for better handling. Okay, that's the small changes that I wanted to make. And then we need to just add in a simple check if the register trying to register and check if that email exists or not. So that is a small change. So basically we just need to go to our user use case file, and here the register function wherever we have. So I just need to check first existed user. So this one I can just use find by email thing, and I'm just going to check if the existed user is not equals to null or error is equals to nil. I'm just going to return nil. And this grpc errors, maybe I'll just add one more thing called error email exists so that I can just refer that. So below this let's just add here I'm just going to add one more thing, error email exists. Email already exists, and now I can just write code already exists. And same thing for no context metadata. I'm just going to return maybe unauthenticated, and error invalid session also. Maybe we can return the permission denied. Now going back here I can just throw in this email status error, and in our handlers, service handlers, where the session id is 0, is empty string. Here the codes, instead of authenticated I can just return the code as permission denied. That's a simple check, and if you wanted to do you can just check this. I think it's a minor change, so I don't want to. And also let's try to add a server keep alive params in the config. Now right now it's hard coded, so let's go to our config section, inside this config.go, and wherever we have here server config, I'm going to additionally add max connection idle, which is going to be a time on time dot duration, timeout, and then max connection age, and this time dot duration. And then we should configure this in our config file, going here to debug. Let's yeah, I'm just going to set maybe you can just tweak it to whatever you need time value that you want. So I'm just going to set 515 and time maybe 120. Yeah, same thing. I'm just going to configure in the Docker as well. Yeah, now that we have this configuration, we can just go to our server, and here wherever we just hardcoded this thing, I can use this the configuration thing. Yeah, now it looks good. So that it's not hardcoded, so it's always coming from our configuration, and it'll be easy for us to tweak. Yeah, now that we have added all of the minor just the check and then renaming of the stuff, let's try to focus on adding a metric package, basically, which helps us to collect metrics about incoming HTTP requests, like total hits, like per route method, like per status, hit counts, and the response times. So these metrics is helpful for us to monitor. So for that, inside this package folder, I'm just creating a new folder called the metric, and in here let's create a new file called metric.go. Yeah, and here package metric. So like I said, so we'll need to have this interface. Yeah, it should be the type, not types. And here the function to increment the hits, so the status, the method, and then the route, so which is maybe a path. That's one function. And then the response time that I wanted to observe, so how long is it taking one route, response time, status, method, path, and then the here maybe observe time. And this one, for time being, let's keep this one to float 64. Yeah, and now this Prometheus metrics struct, so I'm just going to add in Prometheus metrics struct. This one, like I said, it's total, and this is going to be of type Prometheus yeah, dot counter. And I need to add this dependency, so I'll just add this thing, and response, maybe the hits. Again, this one is going to be a pointer of a counter vector, and then the times, it's going to be histogram vector. So this is a simple basically this hits total is a simple counter, total number of all requests, and here hits is a counter with labels like status, method, path, and this times is histogram with labels, stores response durations. And now we need to add in a functions to create metrics, and then increment this and observe response times, whichever we just created. So before even that, I need to add in the dependency. Yeah, let's go to our terminal, and here I just need to add in go get maybe, yeah, Prometheus client. So you can refer this one from it's a docs things. I'm not pointing to that docs now. So this is Prometheus golang client. And also I need I'll use here echo framework to just have slash metrics endpoint. So maybe you can prefer whatever are the other framework that you want, lab stack. echo maybe version 4. Yeah, this also you can just refer to that, whatever the latest version is, you can just add it. Okay, now that we had it, let's go back to this thing, and here I just need to now import this. Yeah, now there's no issue, we had it what the package that we need, and now the function is create metrics. Here this address and this name, which is going to be a string. Yeah, metrics and the error. Let's have this variable metrics of type Prometheus metrics, and here I'm just going to set in hits total. It's going to be a new counter of counter ops, the name, names plus its total, and here let's just, this is a standard setup uh, mm, that we normally add in whenever we are trying to add metrics package. So here new counter vec. Before that, let's try to register the above thing. So yeah, it's total. Yeah, if it's not error, return null, and then throw in those errors. And here again this counter ops, the name, it's going to be hits. Yeah, and this one we need to have the status method. So basically what this does is it just creates a new counter but with labels for more granular metrics. That's the thing. So with this method, with these labels, and here this path, and I just need to again register this thing, and same applies to our the histogram. What's the issue? Yeah, here I can just change this to metric.its. Okay, here also I'm just going to change this to times and then return null or error. And finally we need to add in build info collector. So basically it adds metadata like go version, build time, and so on. Here before returning this, let's try to register collectors dot new build info collector. Yeah, and here I'm just going to return null or error, and here we just need to run a go routine so that it doesn't block our main program. So what I will try to add in this go routine is I'll try to create a small echo server that listens on address maybe 9090, and that route, like let's say /metrics, will be handled by this prom http.handler, which automatically exposes all registered Prometheus metrics in plain text format. This is what is will be used by Prometheus to scrape periodically and give us the metrics that we want. So here I'm just going to echo.new, and I just need to add in that framework, which we just added. And here, like I said, simple get endpoint /metrics rab handler prom.handler, and if error router dot start address, and I'm just going to throw in that error if there is any, and log those error. And yeah, this is simple go routine, and I'm just going to return this metrics. Yeah, I think we should be good. Yeah, and the other functions which we have, I need to add those things as well. Press prompt use metrics, increment hits. It's just a simple thing, so whatever we just added, so I just need to uh, increment call the increment function on that. And the same thing with labels, I just need to increment those things. And the string, and the finally last thing is observe response time. I just need to call this observe and pass in the observe response time. Okay, yeah, this was an error because I didn't implement this two functions, and now that we have, there's no issue. So this is a simple metric package that we have, and this needs to be basically added inside our main server. And before adding that, we need to again add it in the config metric for struct for metric. Here I'm just going to add in metrics config type metrics struct. Here this URL, basically the Prometheus service, and then the service name. And now that I have let's go to our config, and here I'm just going to add in URL. Yeah, maybe, yeah, this one, let's keep it to 7070 or 9090. So yeah, and yeah, Auth GRPC, maybe simple auth microservice. We can change whatever we want to later, but for timing, let's keep it that. And here also same thing, I'm just adding it. And now that we have added inside our config, let's try to go to our main server file. Here, before running, I need to add in this metrics thing. So metrics, let's import this one from our metric package. Okay, we can just rename what, I'll give alias or else not your wish. And here this metric dot create metrics, and now I can use this config which we just set. Okay, did I not set in main thing? Yeah, that's why we are not receiving that issue. Yeah, now the error is gone. And here I'm just going to, before creating this metrics, we'll try to check if there is any issue. Yeah, And let's, as usual, the standard thing, we have an issue in the create metrics, and that's what we are just going to show. And also just to be say on safer side, I'm just going to add in like created successfully. Instead of that, maybe I can just add in this available URL, and along with that the service name, by just passing in those whatever we have configured. So to make sure that uh, we are getting what we pass from our config file. And additionally, now in the interceptor manager, I need to add in the metrics. So to add in inside the interceptors manager, first we need to update this interceptor thing. So going to this logger.go, or you can change it to maybe manager.go. Oh yeah, I think it's better to rename this one, so it's not, no, we're not just having logger related thing. And of course I just need to update that's fine, I'll just update later. Yeah, and now here additionally inside this we'll have this metrics, so which is going to be of type metric dot metrics. And in the constructor, let's inject that. uh, yeah yeah, now that we have, I need to create one function, kind of like, maybe let's name this as metrics itself, and pass in context, request and info handler. Yeah, pretty much the same definition. And inside this start time, and this response. And here I'm not going to use this thing, so let's just keep it not have the variables for that. And here this handler pass in this context along with this request whatever we receive. Status, by default, let's have this as maybe status okay. Yeah, yeah, status okay. And this if error is not equals to null, so the status, I'm just going to update grpc errors. Here I'm just going to have a mapping helper also inside this one, so kind of just opposite, maybe to map grpc errors code to http status. So I'm just going to, yeah, map grpc error code to http status. So I'm just going to pass in, and here instead of this one, maybe I can just this is going to be type int. So switch code, so case codes dot unauthorized, so this is going to be status unauthorized. And already exists, this may be http maybe status bad request. Yeah, and codes not found, http not found. Yeah, same way I'm just going to quickly add the other things. Internal status internal server, or then this permission denied. Yeah, status forbidden. Maybe then the cancelled code if we receive from grpc, I'll just say request timeout, then this deadline exceeded. Same thing, maybe this one a gateway timeout is what maybe we will return. Gateway timeout. And for our invalid argument, again this is going to be bad request, and by default if it's not matching to any other thing, I'm just going to return internal server error. So now that I have this helper, so going to this manager, I can just use this mapper so that I get the right status code. So here I'm just going to pass in this thing, and now I'm just call this response time, pass in status, and whatever the method it needs, and then time dot since dot seconds observe time it needs. Same way I'm just going to increment the hits, and let's try to so this is its initialization, my bad. Okay, not type. Okay, so now that we have here, so going here now I can just add in this metrics to our interceptors, and yep, and also we forgot here to call this referring to close this. And now instead of a single unary interceptor, I'm just going to chain them along with the logger. We need to pass in our metrics so that for every it will just hit that kind of, you can say, middleware before passing to actual request, so that we can capture all of those things. So here let's change this one. Chain unary interceptor logger metrics, and I'm just going to add in grpc Prometheus. So this one, grpc ecosystem, go grpc Prometheus interceptor. So this also you just need to add it as a dependency. So let's just try to get this. It's added. So going back to this, I can just pass in in our interceptor. Now that we have, and also to our auth service also I need to pass in this metrics, and we'll update that. And this one I'm just going to register the server into our grpc Prometheus, and http handle also I'm just going to expose / metrics this thing. So going to this new auth service, I need to add in this metrics which we need it. So I'm just going to metrics, and here I'm just going to there's no issue now. So it's a simple metrics inclusion that we need. And to test this is basically we need to have a this services Prometheus service to be up, and for that I need to add a docker yaml file to up that service. Let's try to add those things inside. Maybe I'll just create a
let's try to collapse these things whatever we have. And here I'm just going to create a new folder called Docker, and inside this let's try to add in this Prometheus YAML. So it's not actually services, it says it's the configuration that we need for our Prometheus and all, which I will add, and also need to update our Docker Compose file. So here below this I'm just going to add in Prometheus, the container name. Let's maybe keep it as Prometheus container, and this image Prometheus latest, and this volumes I'm just going to have it inside this Docker folder Prometheus. Monitoring I'm just maybe okay, and this ports 9090. This command, it's this is like standard, you can just take it from the Docker Hub and take a reference from there and add it. So I'm just quickly adding this, but at a high level what this does is so these commands I'll just add in and then walk you through. Okay, so this Prometheus contain a name, image and all, and volume, port, and here volumes, here Z indicates basically a SE Linux flag that relabels files so the container can access them safely. And here the command is what each thing does here. Config file, this one tells Prometheus which config file to use. The our mounted one. And the storage, the second line, it indicates the directory where time series data will be stored inside the container. So it is in the /Prometheus folder. And the other thing is basically how long do we need to keep the Pentrix data. So here I just gave it as 15 days before deleting whole samples. And then I can add in web console libraries. And okay, so this dependence on and this web console is basically, these are paths for Prometheus built in web UI or console templates. That's the thing. And then this node exporter, container name, node exporter container, and the image, it's going to be same node /node export thing. And port 9100, and then this Grafana container, Grafana, and port, it's going to be 3000. So these are the services. So the node exporter service is basically it collects system level metrics like CPU load, memory usage, disk input, output, etc. from the host machine, and this exposes the metrics endpoint. Prometheus will later use this to scrape from. And and the Grafana service, I think we all know that it's basically use to build our own dashboards for better visualization. This is the simple thing. So simple flow is basically Prometheus tries to scrape metrics from node exporter, and then Prometheus gets the data, and then that will be used by Grafana, and which queries the data as a source, which pulls from node exporter, and Grafana connects to Prometheus as a data source to visualize those metrics. This is the simple thing. And now a typical Prometheus config, how it looks is something I'm just going to add it now inside our Docker, which maybe inside this I'll just create specifically trying to group it under monitoring Prometheus, and I'm just going to add in how typical Prometheus config looks like. Yeah, here let's add in this global maybe a scrape interval. Let's say I will just keep it to maybe 10 seconds, and this evaluation interval also 10 seconds. The scrape configs, give your job name Prometheus, and maybe static configs. So targets, it's going to be Prometheus 9090, and then job name, maybe let's name this as this system, which is node exporter. Yeah, and the other job name maybe Auth Microservice, static config. So here let's host.docker internal maybe 70. So this basically this tells Prometheus to scrape itself, so we can monitor Prometheus internals and scrape the node exporter container maybe every 5 seconds and all. So this is how the Prometheus YAML file looks like the configuration ideally. And also if we want to have any alerts also, I can just add in inside this monitoring. So maybe alerts dot YAML, and here I can just define groups. Name for now, let me just keep this as a default, and the rules here maybe, yeah, this alert internal server error. The expression I'm just going to like hits here I'm just going to add in a alert. So basically if this meets the condition, I need this alert to be triggered. So this is kind of alerting rule. Let me just add in this one and then explain how it works. Maybe the status code for internal server is 500, and for 1 second labels maybe critical, yeah, and this annotations I'm just going to add in a summary that path labels.path is returning 500 errors, or maybe returned status 500. You can just add in whatever the message that you want, and the description we can be more specific here so that it might help us, like, yeah, labels.path of job, I can specify here return status, and instead of this I can just use this thing. Okay, So this basically here groups is a list of rule groups. Each group has a name, and here this is one group. We are naming it as a default, and this Prometheus loads and evaluates groups separately. We can have multiple groups like infrastructure, application, and all those things. So inside each group we can have one or more rule, and we have here just one rule in this group. That's the name of the alert. And here in our case it is internal server error. So this expression, what is the condition to trigger this rule is basically this is a query language expression from this query language. This actually defines when this rule should be fired. Here this hits status equals to 500. This basically it selects all time series with the metric name hits and label status 500. This corresponds to whatever our code's metric is, status 500 and all, and it measure this and this one it measures how much counter increased over the last 1 minute. So 1 represents that. So essentially how many HTTP 500s occurred in the last minute or past minute. So it just basically finds even if one or more 500 occurred in that period. To summarize what this does, if there has been at least one HTTP 500 error in the last past minute, raise an alert. That's the simple rule. And here this for 1 seconds and all, it's basically this condition must be true for at least 1 second before the alert actually fires. Yeah, that's one thing. And labels what you need to add in, critical and all, and then the annotations is simple template variables and all. So this is simple alerts thing that we just added. Yeah, and now we have this AML configuration and all those things. Let's try to up our services and Prometheus and try to see this. So going to our terminal, here I'm just going to remove all that okay, what is the command? Okay, let's go back and I think, yeah, I just need to change this thing. Yeah, let's just change this to C for now and just go here. Okay. Okay, there is some issue inside our YAML file. Okay, I think it's just the indentation issue. So let's just fix this, and then I'm just going to run this, and then we should be good. Okay, looks good to me. And let's go back and let's try to call that. Okay, I'm just going to again remove all that, and now let's try to run this. I think in the mounting thing it should be yeah, let's just remove. I think the file is Okay, delete this thing, and now let's go back and try to remove all of our containers again and try to run this now. Yeah, they're up, and if we try to look in browser localhost 3000, we should see Grafana, and let's try to open that. I'm just trying to open a browser, and then we'll just, yeah, here let's try to okay. We can log into Grafana, though we don't have any configuration for Grafana or dashboard and all, but I'm just going to show you, then you can just add in whatever you want. By default it's admin password and all, and data sources you can just add in. So let's say here Prometheus, so yeah, you should just add in this thing and try to save and test. So you see now it is successfully queried, and you can just add in dashboards and all, but I'm not going to do that. And you can also see this querying of these Prometheus using queries, and also the metrics which we just exposed via the 7070 slash metrics. And here you will see the overall metrics. So this is the name that we configured in our config, and we are seeing this hits total as 20. Now let me try to hit the one more API call. So going to this, yeah, let me try to hit this. Okay, yeah, I'm just going to log in and use this session ID Getme. So before it was 20 when you saw this metrics, and now let's try to log in again. What is the issue? Okay, I'm just copying here the session ID. Yeah, so now you see going back here, and if I try to refresh this, you see here total it says 20. So this is metrics that we are collecting, and if I just go here, and maybe I can just try to call using, yeah, let's just call its total. Yeah, I just need to maybe 20 minutes. You could see some data and all, and if you just try times count, okay, let's try to add new query. Maybe, yeah, so this one, it should be basically there should be some query. Maybe let's do one thing. We have this in histogram and all, so I'll just try to use this quantile, maybe 95th percentile latency, and here we can just yeah, times bucket. and try executing this query, and you can see here Getme is this, and then the stuff and all. So what is it that I'm trying? You can just check, spend your time a bit on Prometheus query language and see rate and all, whatever we can expose and all. So for now we just added only 3 metrics. So if you just go to your thing, which is hits total, and then hits, and then the other thing, this is what we'll be getting, and that's what you saw even in this metrics that we are collecting. So hits total, and the path and the status and all those things, you can just see this thing. And then so basically node exporter is the source for Prometheus, and that's where we can it will be collecting from. And then for Grafana, it's going to be Prometheus as a data source, and then you can just write queries and then have dashboards and all. So that is a simple metric addition. You can add and all those things. Now quickly let's try to add this Docker Compose hot reload, so that we don't have to, whenever we make changes, stop the server and run it again. For that, let me just create inside the Docker new file called maybe docker file dot hot reload. Yep. And inside this is something, let's add in the golang. Yeah, you can add in 1.25 or things. So for now let's just add 1.24.2 and just standard time zone. So I'm just going to add it here, this time zone, and you can add whatever is your time zone. And then yeah, this environment variable. So config, it's going to be docker, and work directory, it's going to be /application. And then we need to copy all of the content to that worker directory, and then I can download all our dependencies. So let's just do this. Copying to this directory. Okay. And so this one, so basically it links ensures that proper time zone and writes it to our etc/time zone. Logs inside the container always follows this ist. Okay, so just it will be clear for me. So that's just a small configuration. And then after this we need to download this. So go mod download, and let's install github.com. Yeah, compile daemon at the latest, and I'm just going to expose maybe 5000 or 5001, and then this entry point is going to be yeah, compile daemon, the build command, it's going to be go build, and the file that we have command auth main.go, and command it's going to be either yeah, let's keep it to be main. Okay, this is a simple hot reload file that we have. And now I'm just going to move the Docker Compose. We have this we don't have Jaeger, so I'm just going to add it here, and container name, Jaeger container, image, yep, and the ports, yeah, pretty much whatever we had. And yeah, this is the simple compose file that I have. And also in the config section for Jaeger, instead of this, I'm just going to change this to 148/API/ Jaeger. I'm not showcasing because already you guys just 16686 hit the localhost and you should see the tracing of the endpoints that we are hitting. Here also let's just configuration change, and then in the make file now we have separate this thing. Then I can just maybe docker compose, we can just call this. Okay, now no need to call Jaeger again and again in our make file, just making sure it's way easier for us to use it. And in the package Jaeger, just make sure here I'm just going to change now this one to host because I updated in the config, which was all coded before. And and now I don't have to run this make run again, so I can just hit one sec, I need to add our own service, which is what I forgot. We added Docker file but not our service. So here I'm just going to add in our Auth microservice. Maybe you can just add in whatever name that you want, simple Auth microservice or whatever it is. Auth microservice container, and build, I'm just going to take this current context and Docker file. It's going to be docker file.auth reload, and the ports 5001, and and also for the metrics 7070, and it depends on Redis, Postgres, Jaeger, Prometheus, Grafana, Node Exporter. And environment, I'm just going to set config is Docker, and networks again we can just ignore, restart always. And volumes, let me attach so that whenever it changes it just re-triggers. This is the volume that I'm attaching. And then I think we should be good. We have all of the things. Now we can just use we just dockerized our application, and then we can just start this thing. So going back to our terminal, so wherever we are just running this thing, I can just stop this, and just make sure we are not running anywhere the other. And I'm just going to kill this, and I'm just going to use now make docker compose. Now it's just trying to build. Okay, okay, my bad. Let's go back in here to docker file. In actually in requirements we said it's 1.25 version is needed. So here, so if I just go here, okay, I'm just setting this to 1.5 to 5.0. and now let's go back to this terminal, and I'm just going to build it again, and let's see now. Hopefully there shouldn't be an issue, and I should be able to access the services as we add them. So let's just wait for these containers to build. Yeah, our Auth microservice. Yeah, mostly I'll just try to show you if you make any change in the code, or maybe I'll just tweak some log text and then try to hit the query grpc in that service, and then see if that log is getting updated. And also it's like hot reload, and that's what we just want whenever we are developing stuff. And once we are done with this, we'll just try to move to a few of the test cases, and also understand how simple is it to write test cases in the golang. Okay. Okay, it's just a simple certificate issue. I just need to turn on my there is this thing. I just need to turn off zscaler. Let me just do that. Now that I stopped internet security, let's try to spin up our containers. Mostly they should be up and not throw us any issue. Yeah, you can see our auth microservice is up, and this is the metrics echo framework that we have. It started on 7070, and now if I just go maybe yeah, try calling this. Yeah, you can see there is this, it's working fine, and in the container. And to just show the hot reloading, and even if I make some just space edits or any tweaks in our file and try to save it, we should see this restarting of server. So let's do that. So now we have only one echo print and just not started. So I'm just switching here, and maybe go to your server. Yeah, maybe save something and go back to your, you can see now it just restarted because we made some changes and all. So whatever the changes that we make in our in the files, since it's a hot reload that we add, it just works fine, and then you can see the changes whatever you're making. And once so mostly the setup and the thing that I wanted to showcase, how to build a simple hot microservice, any microservice to just get started with. I just took simple auth microservice, and that was the reason even to make this video. And the only part that is pending is the how to write the test cases is something that I wanted to show. Let's go back to our editor, and here I just want to write few test cases. We have here maybe let's first focus on maybe session, which is a smaller one. So in this repository, I'm just going to create a new file, test file called redis repository underscore test.go, and here we'll try to write test cases for this functions what that we have in this redis repository of the session. Let's try to keep it simple. And here this is a package repository, and the first thing always when we try to write test cases is trying to set up whatever is needed. Here in our case we need a redis, and this is going to return session.repository. And here I'm just going to take help of a mini redis. So basically this is a simple way for us to write test cases, which is having a redis dependency. So you can just go and look out more on it. I'm not going to talk much more on this. Just google it and learn more about that. And I'm just going to add in this dependency mini redis. Yeah, and now that we added, I'm just going back, and here let's call this run thing, and here if this error is not equals to a nil, let's try to maybe log this error. And now this client redis, um, we'll use this version 9 new client, pass in this redis options. Address is basically which we added many redis, so that's what we'll be having actually redis running on for our test cases. And here this
session repository. So we know that this needs a Redis, so which we have above client, and I'm just going to pass in here to new session repository client, and for this one I'm just going to pass nil, and return here this session repository. So this is simple function to set up our Redis. Yeah, now that we have, let's try to first create a test case for creating session. Okay, so similar way I'm just going to name in that same way, test create session. Here I'm just going to use this testing, maybe testifies, yeah, stretcher dependency. So I'm just going to add, yeah, okay, and here let's I just need to import the testing so that we'll not see that issue. Okay, and I'm just going to test this in parallel. Session repository, yep, call this above function, and here let's just call t.run, and here I'm just going to call in create session, and these function standard function. Let's try to close this, and here all I need, first thing is the session unique ID, so I can just use Google's unique ID, and I'm just going to get the new unique ID, and I need to prepare this session model, which is going to be models.session, pass in here session ID, and I just need to convert this into string, and user ID I can just pass in the same session ID, yeah, okay. And now here all we need to do is just call our create session by passing in context background and session, and here I can just say, yeah, and I need to import context, and here require no error, yep, and require not equal. So yep, this is the thing. Okay, yeah, this is the simple thing. I can just okay, testify, yeah, I think what's the issue. Okay, I'm just going to add this dependency. Okay, all good now. So now I can test this, so I'm just hitting this thing, and hopefully we should see okay, I need to run go mod id, so let me just run the go mod id, and then we should be good. Okay, so going back, and I'm trying to hit this, yeah, you can see now it is passed, and we were able to create a session. And this is a simple way to test use cases. Simple. Here we need mini Redis just as a host address where our Redis will be running, and then we'll have the Redis client so that we can pass it to session repository, and then we need to just call respective functions to test them. So that's one function, and then same way I'm just going to test the get session by ID. So now that we saw one thing, then other things should be pretty straightforward. Till preparing the what do you say,
session model is same, and here I'm just going to create session, and I'm just going to call the same thing and create session, get session by id, create session and no error, and okay, so if I try to trigger this, yeah, I should see pretty much the same. It's just a simple thing: create session and then get session by id, and make sure that this session id, user id, is matching to whatever we are getting. So that's one thing. And then finally one more test we have, which is test delete session, and yeah, same way, and I'm just going to add it here, session repository. Yeah, I think delete session, and I just need this thing, so let's just keep it simple. Session repository. Okay, let me just close this one. Yeah, my bad. Okay, so the session id, same way, and then I'm just going to try to delete this, and we should not see any error. So let's just do that. Yeah, so this is a simple test case to test our Redis repository of the session thing, and I just and you can just add in a command in our make file to test all our test cases in a single go rather than testing one at a time. So maybe I can just add it in this way, like test and cover, yeah, something like this. And now if I try to run make test, you should see okay, I just added, I think we can add specific file, but you just it's just the file I once we okay, the command which I will update, that's fine. We added Redis repository test, and same way for user layer we can add it in the same way. Let's try to add quickly for user repository test. So going back to our user module, and here repository, Redis repository, yeah, and here I'm just going to add in the error also as the return type, and here also, so that it will be easier for us to write test. Yeah, and of course now I need to update this repository, because we are not yeah, error. And here now, instead of returning just a nil, I'm just going to throw in error also. And here let's just remove this log. I'm just going to return nil, and then grpc errors dot error not found. So that's one thing. And same here also, let's change this to error user command null. Yeah, so first definition is corrected, and the second thing, now I just need to add in here the error. So if there is any issue, I just need to throw in error, and also let's just remove this one so I can directly return this, and if there is any issue we are just going to throw in error. Okay, all good. And then finally if I just update, and then we should be good with the errors. Here also I'm just going to remove this, and yeah, fine. I think yeah, now there's no issue in here. And use case yeah, I just need to update the use case here as well. So instead of this one now, let's try to yeah, separate this in this way, and if there is any issue and also I can do one more check, that if this its error is not related to Redis nil. Yeah, then here maybe I can try to add the logger, and then I'm going to do a check. If cached user is not equals to nil, then I'm just going to return this. So it's so that now we handle this error also. And similar way here, while setting user context also, maybe I can just add it, try to handle this error in this way, and then we should be good. So this is a simple change just to make sure that we catch the error, and it will be easier for me to write the test cases. Now that I tweak this, let's try to quickly add a Redis repository test inside a user module. Where is it? Yeah, so here I'm just going to add Redis repository test file, package repository. Same thing, it should be setting up Redis, and here I'm just going to return Redis repo. Yeah, I think it's pretty much the same. And here instead of this, so user Redis repository, new user repository, and then I'm just going to return that. Okay, and now let's try to yeah, this thing is version 9. Okay, yeah, let's okay, fine. Yeah, and here now let's try testing this first, one function at a time. So test user Redis repo, maybe set user context, and here yeah, as usual Redis repo setup Redis, and here inside this first thing, let's prepare this user module. Yep, models.user, user ID. Yeah, it should be just a user unique ID from Google's dependency. Now that I have user, so here I can just set context, and here I can use this Redis repo dot create key function, and pass in this user ID string. Okay, new user repository. We do have what is the issue? Okay, yeah, the issue is this. I just need to change this one. It should be user Redis repo. Yeah, and now I have this thing. Yep, and here I can just let's maybe, yeah, there is an issue this. Okay, let me just do a test. Yep, just the written type here. I just need this thing. Okay, yeah, we have this test case successful. You can just write in for other things quickly. I'm just going to write now for get by id context. Yep, and Redis repo. Prepare that, and here same way I'm just going to try to get this, and found user. Yeah, this should be the simple test case. Yep, so we are able to verify this thing also, and finally delete user context. Here I'm just going to directly pass in this context background, and this Redis repo dot create key, pass in this user dot user ID string. So we're just trying to directly delete this, and I just need to initialize this one. Okay, fine, and we should just see we don't see any issue while we are trying to delete. And yeah, I'm just going to close this and test this one, and mostly it should be yeah. So this is again simple test cases for repository, Redis repository layers for both user module and session module. And like this you can just write for false cases also, and test more if you want to add more test coverage in your code base. Similarly, now we need to write test cases for our PG repository layer. I'll just try to write in a similar manner using SQL mock, and cover that layer also. So for PG repository in the user module, we have here few queries. I would need to use them in our test file that we will be writing as well. So instead of duplicating that, what I will do is let's create a new Go file called something, let's say SQL queries .go. Okay, and here let's try to package it under repository, and here I'm just going to maybe create a queries like create a user query, and this one, yeah, insert into users first name, last name, email, password, role, avatar. Yeah, yep, and find by email query also same thing. I'm just going to and find by id query. Okay, so now that we have these queries, so going to this, I can now, instead of having this query, I can just get rid of these things. Yeah, I'm just going to, maybe we can just even remove this, and here I'm just going to update this one to create user query, and here let's just remove this one as well and write find by email query, and same thing here, find by id query. Okay, now that it's clean, and then I can reuse the same variable in my test file, which I will be writing now, which is inside the same repository itself. Let's just try to create a pg repository test.go. okay, let's have it under same package repository, and as usual we'll just have simple quick setup. Yeah, repository function, and here I'm just going to return user pg repository, and also maybe a SQL mock, and this one I'll just try to add it the dependency from Datadog, which is preferred way of mocking SQL related test cases. So I'm just going to add in github.com Datadog go SQL mock. Okay, yeah, okay, this is a small typo. That is yeah, it's added. Now I can just import that. Yep, SQL mock dot SQL mock, and then this error. Now let's try to close this, and the standard. So let's try to get this using SQL mock dot new function, and here I'm just going to pass in query matcher option, and then query matcher equal. This is standard, you can just refer to its docs, and try to close this db, and here we need sqlx db, which I can try to open, and maybe you can just give whatever the name that you want, just keep it the same as a SQL mock. And this sqlx, I just need to add this dependency. Yep. Did where is sqlx? Yeah. Okay, it's the connect, so I'm just going to change that. What functions we have? Yeah, new db, and pass in here this SQL mock. Okay, and I'm just going to defer this closing, and then user pg repository. Let's try to get by passing in this, and I'm just going to return this. Yeah, and yeah, here I can just return this error, so that there will be no issue error there. Now that we have this, and quickly I'm just going to or maybe start write test case first for create, like we normally did. Test user repository create. Yep, and here, yeah, I'm just going to remove this thing. So db mock, we can just reuse above one, or we can just write
new thing, so you can just up to you. So I'm just writing it here again, and same sqlx, try to close this one. Okay, and user pc repository. Yep. And now the columns, I'm just going to yeah, it's going to be user id, first name, email, password, and these are the columns that we want. And this user unique id, I can just use UUID package, and then we need to have this user model. So let's name this as mock user, and this one models dot user, and I need to pass in user ID. And yeah, I can just maybe pass in these things. Okay, and role, maybe let's say admin. We have first name, last name, email, role, and I need to pass in this password. Yeah, I'm just going to, okay, we already have it. Okay, fine, that's fine. This is mock user, and now this rows, just use sql mock dot new rows and pass in here this columns, and I'm just going to add in new first name, last name, role, avatar, and here for created at and updated at, we can just pass in this time dot now, and there should not be any issue. So we have this rows to be added, and now this mock dot expect query. So the query we have is create user query, which we just created, and with hogs, I'm just going to pass in our mock user details, which we have written. Okay, yeah, we'll return this rows, the thing which we just created above. And now here, let's try to check that user pg repository, and then passing in mock user and require dot no error, and I'm just going to, yeah, we can just now run this to test. So I'm running this. Okay, there is an issue. Okay, it's the time. The time I'm not, it's because it's all default generator. So you can see now it is successful. So you can write in this way the test cases, and also maybe add whatever the checks that you want. So this is for creating, and same way let me just add in for find by email. Okay, which we have it here. Yeah, same way I'm just going to add this thing. So columns pretty much the same, and yeah, add row, and here find by email query. Yep. We can just check emails and ignore the other things. Okay, yeah, I can just run this now. Yeah, this is also successful. It's just the simple way to write a test cases. So find by email is done, and then if I just write find by id, then we should be good. So I think this is going to be quick as well. Yeah, I'm just going to test id one. So this all, it's all, maybe you can use a reusable function, and then this alone you can do whatever the checks you want. So I'm just trying to check the id.
So here we go. So the ID is here. So like this, if you just add test cases for each of the layer, the test coverage for overall for your code base, it will be high, and that's what there'll be certain criteria to meet in our specific project, whatever you're developing, maybe 70%, 80%, and good to have, so that you will know the things will not break whenever you try to push or add in new things. So this is a simple test cases for our PG repository in the user module. Similar way, I'm just going to write quickly for our session. Maybe okay, maybe I'm just going to, I think that's fine. Yeah, maybe I'm just going to stop it here. So you can write similar way. I just covered a Redis repository layer and PG repository layer, and now that you have it like this, you can go ahead and write test cases for your use case layer as well. And so that that is the ultimate the top layer that is being consumed in our handlers service, and then it will be completely covered. Hope I did convey some of the good practices of writing golang code of a simple microservice, though I have not covered much of test cases at the end, and then Grafana also I did not cover. But I think this the intention was to just give you a brief idea of how to write a decent golang code. Okay, now that we are done with simple hot microservice, next I want to cover a simple email microservice. I can either create a separate project from this, um, or include in the same project. So I'm going with adding the code in the same project because there'll be repetitive initial configurations, adding database integration, tracing, and other stuff, which we already covered in this thing. So the intention is to just how can we asynchronously send emails using RabbitMQ along with the gRPC delivery as well. So I'll try to add it in this, and then whatever the code is related to auth or server, so wherever it's not needed, we'll try to comment it or keep it as we keep developing this. Okay, in the internal, like we have the user module, I'm just going to maybe I'll rename the project to simple auth microservices, to like golang microservices, whatever it is. Now we have a user module. Similar way, I'm just going to create a new module called email. So yeah, and in that, let's try to as usual create a simple placeholder first for email repository and email use case. So I'm just going to create here email use case .go, and this package, yeah, let's name this as email. And here I'm just going to add in a simple placeholder interface with one function. Later we'll see what role needs to be added. So email use case interface, yeah, for time being I'll just keep it as simple, maybe add one function called send email, and here we'll have this context passed. Along with that I wanted to pass in the delivery which is RabbitMQ's mqp.delivery. For that we need to add the dependency. So let's go to the terminal, and I'm just going to add in github.com straightway mqp. Okay, you can just Google this to learn more about this package. Okay, so going back to editor, and I'm just adding in here this delivery which is going to be, yeah, and I'm just going to import this.
So this is a simple definition interface for email use case. Same way I'm just going to create for email repository. Yeah, here again let's make this as email, and this should be straightforward. Yeah, email repository interface, and here let's just have maybe email as the input, and we return string and error. So that's the email repository and use case. And let's try to create actual implementation of use case first, maybe just a placeholder as well. So email use case. Okay, so this one I'm just going to email use case. So type in this struct we need emails repo. So this one I can just import this one from our which we just created, and the logger which we already have, and then we just need to create the constructor. Yeah, emails repo and logger, and I'm just going to return here the email use case pointer, the struct that we have, and now I just need to implement this. Yeah, let's try to maybe add here bytes reader, bytes.new reader delivery.body, whatever we get, and in that let's try to get the bytes using io util dot read all. And here we just this is just the way to read whatever we receive body, and just I'm going to log for time being. We'll just trying to get the skeleton, the things that we want, and here I can just try to log in here. Yeah, sending email, and here we can just return null. Okay, this is a simple email use case that I just created, and also we need a RabbitMQ setup. So first thing, we need to add in the configuration the struct related to RabbitMQ. So going to this here, let me just try to add in RabbitMQ config, and here we need a few things. So first thing is the host, host, port, user, and then password. And I'm just going to remove this password is needed. Then the exchange name, maybe this again going to be string. Then the queue that we wanted to bind to that exchange, then the routing key, and maybe a consumer tag which is going to be a string, then the worker pool size. I think for time for now this should do. So going to our Docker or local, so we just try to add the standard values. So going here, RabbitMQ guest, and here exchange, maybe emails exchange, emails queue, and routing queue also emails routing queue, consumer tag emails consumer, and worker pool size maybe let's keep it to 24. That should be a simple configuration and local. Also let's try to, yeah, the same thing. We just added the configuration that we want, and also we need to have the package for RabbitMQ. So inside this package I'm just going to create a new folder for RabbitMQ, and inside this let's just create the file. Yeah, and inside this now let's make this package as RabbitMQ. So here all we are going to do is basically initialize, yeah, new RabbitMQ connection, and here I'm just going to just create a simple function RabbitMQ connection. Yeah, config we need so that I can access the host and other details. Yep, and this is going to be, yeah, and here all I'm just going to do is try to print the address. So yeah, pretty much the standard user, password, host and port. Okay, and yeah, I think we added but not configured to our config. So RabbitMQ, and going back to our this one, then there should be no issue. So here I'm just going to return the connection object. So this is a simple RabbitMQ package that we have, and also now we have this. I need to create a server. So internal we have already this server for auth. So same way I just need to create for our so inside this I'm just going to maybe add in this as email server.go. Yeah, or else we can add it in the same thing also. So let's try to delete this. I'm just trying to see if we can fit in the same thing as well. Yeah, I'll just do the same thing. So we had here session thing, and here I'm just going to add in this email thing, and just email repository. Yeah, repository dot, okay, so here I'm just going to import this email repository. Let's, yeah, this repository, what I'll do is basically let's maybe rename this to user repository, so that I can, yeah, here this as well I'm just going to rename this to user use case, and user repository. Okay, yeah, now here I can import our email repository as well. Yeah, though I don't have the actual repository created, maybe let me just okay, I'm just going to create a repository folder here. Yeah, and here let's create email
repository.go package repository, and here let's just create placeholder emails repository as a struct. We'll add in all the functions eventually, so I'm just going to return this empty placeholder. And this one I'm just going to, for time being, let's add this. Now that I have here, so I can import email repository, and here we can now use this email repository to initialize our new email repository which we just created. I think the name I think I just added the underscore. You can just add in whatever the name that you feel is okay to add, and then I think that's the least thing to worry about. So now we have this repository, and then I can just create this email use case. Here we just need to again add an email use case thing. So here email use case dot new email use case, pass in email repository along with the logger, and then we need to prepare emails consumer. For that, let's also maybe add inside our email directory, maybe under delivery. I'll just try to add in a placeholder for that. So delivery, and this is related to RabbitMQ, so I'm just going to create this folder. So the consumer, okay, this one package RabbitMQ, and here emails RabbitMQ consumer struct. I'm just going to create emails consumer. Okay, maybe I can just close this thing so that you will get more space to see. So here we need the RabbitMQ connection object, and then this logger, then we need email use case. So these are the three things that this emails consumer is needed, and then we need constructor, so new emails consumer constructor, and I'm just this is the simple standard way, and we will try to create two functions. One to create maybe whatever the help we need to maybe create a channel and all. I'll just create the functions that we need in our consumer section of the RabbitMQ. So this here I'm just going to maybe name this as create a channel, and here we are going to pass in exchange, then this queue name, binding key, whatever we had it inside our config, and this consumer tag. I think this is going to be input and output of this create channel. So here first we need to so this, let's this is something consumer channel. Let's try to get our connection this channel, and we do simple error handling if this error is not equals to null. So I'm just going to throw this
error, and here I can just add in this logs. Maybe I can say something like declaring exchange and pass in this exchange. Okay, and here we try to create that using this exchange declare, and inside this we are just going to pass in all of these values. And this one for time being, let me just hardcode it to direct. Then I'm just going to pass in true files. Yeah, let me just pass in false, and then this null. Okay, this configuration is just a standard. We you can just uh, basically the durable auto delete, internal no wait, and all those things. So if you just check more about that, you can see auto delete, internal, and all, and what each does and all, it's properly mentioned also. I just don't want to go into depth of that. You can just refer from there. And so here we just trying to declare an exchange, and again just handle a simple uh, error check. Once we have that, now we need to declare a queue. So here I'm just trying to declare a queue, and here this queue name, same thing, true, false, false, and you can just durable auto delete, and same thing or whatever is there for us. I'm just going to same, let's try to handle the simple check, and here I can just add in logger, maybe be very clear so that it will be not confusing for us as well. Something like I'm just going to add that declared queue, and now I'm just trying to binding it to exchange. So yeah, and we can just specify the queue, and then yeah, I'm just going to specify this, and also other info like maybe the message count. Yeah, and additionally I can add even this consumer count as well. Just I'm trying to add some info so that it can be useful for us to know what each value is. And then this binding key, and I'm just going to pass in queue.name messages consumers exchange binding key. Yeah, this is what I just wanted. And now we just try to bind announce, and so queue bind queue.name binding key exchange. Yeah, and here, yep. So I'm just going to again do a check queue bind, and then we can add the logger that queue is bound to exchange, something like that. Yeah, so starting to maybe, yeah, queue bound to exchange. I can maybe write something like starting to consume from queue, and this consumer tag I can just log it here. And now I'm just going to set this one to 1, this prefetch count to 1, and this to 0, and to false. So basically this is configured to handle back pressure and all. So what this does exactly is this gives new message to our worker only if it has acknowledged the previous message. So that is what it does uh, to get fair and back pressure delivery for all our workers. Okay, you can just read more about what each input of the respective functions does and all. I'm just going to add more eventually.
and here again I'm just going to return the channel. Okay, here we have an issue here with the exchange declare. Okay, I think we already have this, that's why I was just trying to again. Okay, now there's no issue. So this is a way to create a declaring exchange, and then creating a queue, and then binding the queue to our exchange, and then we can start to consume whatever we get messages from that queue. And now that we have, maybe I'll also try to create a simple worker function here, so that it picks up from our queue, and whatever the logic that we add, it will just pass on to our do just business logic that we wanted to. So here, yeah, we are going to receive messages from this delivery channel into messages, and here I can just add in for time being the wait group. So yeah, and here, okay, fine, for delivery I'm just going to range the messages, which is an input, and we can just add in this logger, simple logger. Maybe here I'm just going to add some message like process deliveries from the messages that we have, and I'm just going to add some proper log, yeah, this delivery tag, and here maybe it's better we wanted to add some metrics, Prometheus metrics, so that we know how many messages are coming to our worker, how many are successful, how many did fail, and all those things. For that also, maybe I'll just try to add in a placeholder. So let's just add in a placeholder, maybe, yeah, here, like, I'm just going to show example for a couple of things. This one, I'm just going to, yeah, use this and try to create new counter, counter ops, and here this name I wanted to keep like, something like emails, incoming RabbitMQ messages total, and here the total number of incoming messages from RabbitMQ, or total number of incoming RabbitMQ message, whatever it is. So you can just record however you want. So I'm just adding, yeah, same way we can just add in the success message, and so email success incoming, I'm just going to change, yeah, success incoming RabbitMQ messages total, so total number of successful RabbitMQ messages, and same email failure messages or error messages, and all whatever you want you can just add in. So this is how. So now in our worker, let's say where exactly that you wanted to increment. So here we have received, so maybe I can just use this incoming messages, and try to increment this count. Okay, and here we need to perform actual business logic. So here all we need to do is send an email and pass in here this context and delivery to this use case function that we have. So if this error is not null, so something has happened, and this is where again I just need to reject that. So delivery dot reject, set this to false, and again if this error is not equals to null, I can just log that, and after this I can just increment the failure thing, because we are not able to send, and then again
I'm just going to add in something like fail to process delivery, something like that meaningful, so that it will be helpful for us. And if there is no if everything went well, then I'm just going to increment the success messages, and I'm going to acknowledge manually as well. And if again while we are trying to acknowledge there is an issue, we can just log that, and at the end it's something I can just add in, maybe deliveries channel closed or something like that. Okay, this is a simple placeholder worker for time being, and all. This is a worker, and now we need one more function which actually helps us to start a new RabbitMQ consumer in our main server. So I'm just going to create this function like start new RabbitMQ consumer. So here this emails consumer, start consumer function, see worker pool size, and then the exchange queue name binding key consumer tag. This is going to be our input, and here we need to first create this channel, pass in these things, and if this error is not equals to null, I'm just going to throw that error. We'll see logging later. And after this, let's try to close this defer closing. Then this context, I'm just going to attach this context to our worker. So in here first this deliveries, and here I just need to start consuming and pass in this queue name consumer tag and other things. And here let's create a wait group, and we just try to loop through our worker pool size and pass on to our workers whatever the deliveries that we will be receiving. Okay, so this is a simple consumer which we just create a channel, and then start consuming, and each of the thing we try passing to our respective worker. So this is what we have. And now that I have this RabbitMQ consumer thing, let's just go to our server, and here below this I am just going to maybe add in emails aim qp consumer, and here I'm just going to RabbitMQ new emails consumer, pass on this okay. Even for this server now I'm just going to add in RabbitMQ as a dependency as well, so that now we have this emails consumer. And I'm just going to open a go routine, so where we start our consumers. So below this, inside this, let's try to emails, and then call our start consumer which we just created, and pool size, exchange queue, routing key, and consumer tag. And if there is error, then I just log this thing called the simple thing that we have. And also okay, this we are able to start metrics. We already have listening to, and then let's try to have graceful shutdown. I think that's fine. Let's just keep it this way. Okay, now that we have those things, we can even add that in a just interruption thing. So yeah, quit maybe os.intercept interrupt, and yeah, shutting down, and I can just add in something like exited properly. Okay, this is simple the thing that we have. And of course here I need to pass in the AMQP client for this server, which we have here. I just need to pass on this, and here I'm just maybe we'll change here auth to something else, but I'm just trying to add it in the same code base. Now that we have this thing, I just need to pass yeah, let's try to create in here rabbitmq dot new rabbitmq connection from our rabbitmq package which we created. And here, if this error is not equals to null, I'm just going to throw that, and then have this closing of this rabbitmq, and then pass on this thing. I think yeah, we should be good now. Yeah, now we have this proper integration of this thing, but we are yet to add rabbitmq into our Docker compose file because we don't have that service spinning up. Let me just go back to our Docker compose file, and here let me, like we have for other things, I'm just going to add in rabbitmq yeah, rabbitmq container ports. It's going to be same restart always. Yeah, I think for this should be a simple rabbitmq container, and then we can access rabbitmq UI on one 567 port. Okay, so if I just go back to our terminal, and wherever we are just running this container, I'm just going to stop this, and let's try to remove all of that thing, and I'm just going to spin all of them up again. So you can see now we are pulling rabbitmq, and we should be able to yeah, let's wait for this to complete.
basically we should be able to see the logs of successfully connecting to RabbitMQ, and then we can go about adding the logic. Okay, again my bad, it's something related to zscaler. I'm just going to turn this off. Yeah, let's try to stop all of them and try to spin it up again. Yeah, let's just wait for it to build. Yeah, that step is successful now, and then okay, we can see that we are declaring exchange emails exchange, and then declared queue binding it exchange and everything. So the logs that we wanted to see, there's no issue for us. Yeah, now that we have any emails related RabbitMQ and other boilerplate setup, let's just add in the model for email, and then one package for mailer. So basically just to kind of like wrapper to our SMTP host server, and then we try to add into our use case. Then we'll go on to create model in DB and all those things. So inside our models, here I'm creating a new file called email.go. So here, yep, like we did create for the other thing. So I'm just going to add in same way for email struct. So type email struct. So one first thing is we need email ID. So this is going to be unique ID, and yeah, JSON DB, and it's going to be pretty much the same. And then we need two, we can send multiple to multiple emails at the same time. So I'm just going to add it here, required, and just keep it for required, and from which mail. So this is that we are just going to add in. Then the body that we'll be having a simple thing, and then the subject, which is again of type string. Same thing, I'm just not adding any strict constraints, and then created and updated at, maybe leave that for time being. And then the content type, I'm just going to specify. So yeah, let's keep it to this field for now. Once we need additional things, we can just come back and add it here. Now that I have a simple model, I'll just try to add a package for mailer as well. So inside this thing, let's create a package called mailer, and mailer.go. Yeah, package mailer. So all we are going to do is return this new mail dialer. Yeah, and here we need to update our config as well to include this details. Config in here, I'm just going to return this go mail dialer, and I'm just going to pass in this thing. And here, instead of this, first let's add in the config, I need to add something related to SMTP. So let's add below our RabbitMQ SMTP type SMTP struct. So here we need a few things, so host and then the port, so it's going to be hint, and then user and password. Yeah, I think this should do. So user and password, and let's just add it here, SMTP. And for time being I'm just not going to keep it empty. uh, so the SMTP host, and yeah, for timing let's just keep this one. I'll just update to actual values eventually. Yeah, so this is SMTP, and going to our this thing, I just need to change this to SMTP, and I need to add in this this uh, go package of this. So let me just copy this one and just try to install this in the terminal. So I'm just going to yeah, mostly yeah, we added this thing, and yeah, now there's no issue. So now we have this package, and I need to now use this thing. Okay, in the email folder, yeah, let's try to create an interface for our mailer, package email. So this mailer interface, and here inside this I'm just going to have something like send, pass in context, and models email. This is what we'll be sending, the model which we just created. And now let's try to create actual implementation respecting the interface which we just created. Mailer.go. Okay, so here this mailer struct. So in here this config is what is needed, along with that this mail dialer which we just created. Okay, and here mailer constructor, and I'm just going to pass in here this mail dialer and attach the same. So we have here the constructor, and now let's try to add in the function send email, which should be simple and straightforward. Yeah, and here maybe I'll just add in the tracing. So instead of email.send, so we know this is mailer.send, and here let's change this to our open tracing. And yeah, new message set header from email.from to and this is a list. So I'm just going to specify this subject, and instead of always keeping this one to text/html, well, let's just change this to email dot content type. Yeah, that's the body, and I'm just going to dial and send this message. Okay, this is a simple mailer that we just created, and now that we created in our main file, I need to pass on these things also. So the mail dialer, which the package that we just created, mailer dot yeah, new mail dialer,
yes, package. Yeah, we can have mail dialer connected, and here also maybe after, if there is no error, I can just add in RabbitMQ connected, so that it's just a better way for us to see the logs. And here I'm just going to pass in mail dialer as well. And now here to main auth server, I need to first update here this mail dialer and even our constructor. So here, yeah, now that I added in here into our server which we are trying to run, I need to use this inside this function. Okay, so right now for use case I need to pass that thing. So here mail dialer, so mailer dot new mail, I'm just going to pass in this thing. And here for our use case, now we need to pass in this. Of course I have not added anything in this thing, that's why there's an issue. So this needs to be updated. Going in here along with this, I'm just going to add in this email dot mailer, and in our constructor also I'm just going to add in, yeah. And once we have this thing here, all let me which we just added for placeholder, let's maybe just remove these things. Yeah, email use case dot send email, just adding the tracing. So here let's try to unmarshal this to our mail struct. And here if there is any error, I'm just going to throw it here, else for time being let's just log this info. Yeah, sending mail, yeah, I'm just adding the log. Okay, this is how just we get what the body that we need, and here we need to have the logic which we will eventually yeah, just trying to add one layer at a time. This is a simple adding a mailer service package, and then try to integrate into our use case, and add a dependency passing it to our use case. Now that we have this thing, mailer package and everything added, we can even add a tracing to our mailer, maybe in our RabbitMQ as well, if you just wanted to, in our worker something maybe here can add, yeah. And after here we can just finish same thing here also. I can just add in this, yeah, just a way. If you wanted to add a more tracing, I'm just so even here email use case, you can do proper checks, maybe like validate, we have our utils dot validate struct, and make sure that it is respecting the struct that we expect from the delivery body, so that proper error handling and all is taken care. Fine, just add in whatever you need in this way. And now I need to create a new migration for to create a new table into our Postgres. we do already have a way to create this thing. Let's try to create a new migration. So make, what is this, migrate create, yeah, okay. So name, add email table, okay, yeah, okay, fine. Going back to our migrations in here, okay, this is down. I'll just come back. So inside this thing, what should I create? Yeah, okay, let's drop table if exist. Maybe let's name this as emails, okay. And here I'll just try to create table emails. So first thing is the email ID, which is a primary key, and default we are just going to have an ID. And then this 2, let's just keep this one to varchar, maybe let's say 500, not null. And the from also varchar, this is going to be just 1, maybe reduce it to 250. Subject, yeah, and the body, let's have this maybe 5000, and then this content type, yeah, varchar, and created at timestamp, yeah, so that's fine. Let's just have this thing in this thing, and in down we just need to drop the table. So drop table if exists email, okay. Let's keep the db name as the same, which I just hardcoded a simple or db. That's fine. You can just if you want, you can just change it to other name. Now that we have and I had it created at, maybe we can tweak our model also here. Let's try to add in created at time. So db is also created at, and yeah, just simple sync up to whatever we are just creating in our db. And now that we are okay with the migration thing, let's go back to terminal and try to okay, I think the syntax is not correct. Yep, now should be okay. So going back, so I just dropped all the tables and then created that. So I added a couple of commands in here, so to drop forcefully all the tables and then create all the migrations. So you can just yeah, you can just drop them again and create all that. So now you see all email table is created, okay. Yeah, going back to code now, we created a tables, that's good. And now to our actual email repository, we need to send the db in here, okay. So that this is where actual queries will be trying to make, that I'm just adding, yeah. And of course here we have an issue. I need to just pass in s.db, yeah, small change.
now we get even the email repository layer gets the DB thing, so then we can just query insertions or whatever that we wanted to do on DB. Let's try to create one function, maybe kind of like creating email repository method. So for that, here whatever here I had a send email, maybe I'll just remove this. Let's first try to create entries into our emails table context, here email, and I'm just going to return maybe models.email and an error along with that. Now that we just updated our repository, I just need to go to in here. Instead of send email, let's rename this one to create email, and we'll be passing on the context and the model input. And of course, let's try to add in emails repository or create email spanning, and here tracings. So here I'm just going to add in like create email query, and this is going to be a simple query. So insert into emails to from yeah, you can just, if you want to be specific, you can just be very specific to columns, subject, body, content type, values, and then I'm just going to return only email ID. If you want, you can just add star for all of those things. And once we have this, so ID, okay, now here I'm just going to try to insert execute this query. So db dot query row x context, and pass in this query, and then actual the input that we are receiving in the model. I'm just sending it that, and scanning the ID, and all we are going to do is set our email ID, and here I'm just going to return email and nil. So this is a simple create email repository layer function that we just created. And going to our use case now, after our here maybe I can just remove this thing, and here now we just need to add a wrapper to our repository function, emails repo, create email, and here, yeah, if there's any error, I'm just going to throw that, and here we can just maybe add in email for which we are not able to send that, and keep the same thing like email maybe success to while sending email or something like that. We can just keep the message whichever makes sense, and here instead of that I'm just going to pass an email ID. Okay, yeah, now I just did update, and also okay, if you want, you can just create a helper. Okay, so the tracing one, it's just this simple, this dependency, yeah, the log. I think no, there should be no issue now. So even in the model, if you want to maybe in the email, if you want to get a string from addresses thing, we can just write an helper function, maybe something like, I'm just showcasing here for this. So the email get like maybe get to a string, yeah, we are just going to join that by comma. because there'll be multiple emails that we have. So we just created a simple create email repository method and just tried updating our use case. Then we will try to add in send email use case method. I'm just trying to what we will do is basically here, just thinking, do we need config here? I think let's just remove this config in here. Okay, I just removed this config inside this, and now in the server I just need to update that. Just send this mail thing, and for use case I'll be sending, so basically I need it here instead of in that section. So now in the use case, maybe I'll just try to add it here. Yeah, the config that I need in the use case layer directly instead of in the mailer section. And now from I can just add it yeah, so mail.from, we can just use it from our configure section. And here maybe I'm just going to add a small log that send email and I need to send a mail before adding an entry. So send mailer.send. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's the just minor change of passing config directly to our use case rather than through our mailer. That it's updated. Okay, so yeah, there's nothing in the send currently in the mailer. We are directly sending it, but the configuration and all, it's not correct of the SMTP and all those things, which we will add it eventually. Just I want to get everything done. Now that we are good with at least the boilerplate for use case repository and all everything, so it's time to create email grpc a micro this proto file, and then the email microservice grpc delivery file and all. So like we have other protos, so going to this proto file, let me just create email.proto, and here same way like I just did create for other things, we just need to do it in the same way, syntax. And so I'm maybe just copy this thing, package and all everything. So here this one, I'll just keep this one to user service, this also to email service, and message email, we want string email ID, and this is going to be a repeated string, that is a list of strings. So to represent list, we just need to add repeated, and string from 3 body. Yeah, let's just give body as preference, subject, then content type, then we have timestamp created at. So I just need to import this thing also. Yeah, fine.
and obviously we need a send email request where we'll be sending email, and send email response. Here maybe I'll just add in maybe status or email, whatever it is, email service, send email. Yeah, this should be it. And then let's go to our terminal, just try to generate that's because in the command the package name is different. I'll just keep this also as user service. I think that should not be a big issue. Yeah, now we should have yeah, this email related things also, user service. So everything I'll just try to group it under user service for time being. Let's see what is going to be an issue. Okay, we just added that, and let's try to create a delivery inside this thing, new folder called grpc, and here I'm just going to maybe call email.go, something like this, whatever. Maybe let me rename, kind of. You can just be consistent. I'm just trying like this, but just be consistent to what other files are named. So here I can just specify this is email grpc microservice. So email microservice, and here we need email use case, so which is email dot email use case. So I just need to okay use case, and here the constructor as usual we just pass in this thing, and here now we need to send email. So that is what we just created inside the proto, send email. So I just need to add that inside this thing, send email. So let's just try to respect that function definition, send email request whatever we have, and yeah, here I just need to add in this proto. Yeah, okay, fine. And I'm just going to add in here this log, and for time being just let's not do anything here. What needs to be done and all I will just handle, and I'm just going to return nil. So this is a simple email microservice which we just added and generated those things that we created. Now that we have this thing, so we can test this file. So like we just tested it here, Okay, we just added that send email. I can just test that once, and for right now we are not going to receive anything because it's going to be just null. And actual logic of what needs to be done inside that and everything, it needs to be taken care. And also inside our server, in the internal section, let's just close this thing. We can gracefully stop this if you want, maybe something like server dot graceful stop, if you just wanted to handle this very safely while trying to interrupt that. Okay, yeah, just the placeholders I just added. And now I'll try to add actual functionality now. Sending email, that is the grpc microservice method. We need to implement that. For that we need a publisher as well. So basically that's where we try to publish to RabbitMQ, and from there the consumer picks up and no, sends email. So that flow is something that we need to add. Let's try to add that. So like we did create for consumer, inside this RabbitMQ, we need to create a same way for publisher as well. So publisher.go. Yeah, you might think we are not, this is backend development, so we'll once this all of this are integrated, then we will try to test the using the grpc call client. Okay, so here emails, RabbitMQ publisher. So I'm just going to add channel, and I need this config, then this logger. So this is what emails publisher is going to be. And now this constructor, so emails RabbitMQ publisher constructor. Inside this thing, we will just send in this config and logger, and here emails publisher along with the error, and here connection. I'll just try to use this RabbitMQ from the package directly, and if this error is not equals to null, I'm just going to return that error along with the email publisher as null. And then this channel, let's try to get that, and if error is here, we'll try to throw in some error, maybe, yeah, I can just mod the producer where have an issue, something like that, and then I'm just going to return the emails publisher pointer. Okay, now we need to add in first thing, set up exchange and a queue. Same way like we did set up for consumer, queue name, binding key, and a consumer tag. Okay, so yeah, declaring exchange in the same thing, same way like we did. I'm just going to
So after this it's going to be a queue declare. Okay, and then so maybe I can just take it from here. Let's just take okay. Only thing is I just need to change here to E, and consume account and everything is just going to be the same, and it's just going to be minor change whatever we had. And here I'm just trying to and then just simple thing. Okay, this is just setting up exchange and queue, and after this we'll just have one helper to close messages channel. So I'm just removing this, so close messages channel. So in here, so if error close, and I'm just going to close this thing, and then the other method is publishing this message. We'll just have this publish function receiving the actual body. In this case it's going to be byte array, and then the content type, this is going to be a string. So now inside this, let's first try to add in the log publishing message to exchange. Along with that I am going to also add in the routing key. And after this let's just try to publish whatever we get. So publishing the content type and the body that we are going to pass in, and the delivery and timestamp or current time, message id, some unique id, and this delivery mode I'm just going to add this as a persistent. And inside this I'm just going to throw in error and then return. And let's just import this. Okay, this is simple helper for our publisher. So now that we have this publisher, and I'm just going to add this as a dependency in our emails use case, and add a new method, something like publish email to queue. So going to this emails use case, first thing I need to update I just need to update this thing, maybe something like publish email to queue, and this is what it's going to be. And now that we have I need to implement this thing, so emails use case. So here let's add in emails publisher, and also in the constructor I'm just adding it here. And let's quickly write a function that publish email to RabbitMQ. So in here publish email to queue, context email, we are going to get that, and here first we need to convert mail to bytes. So I'm just going to marshal this, and then let's try to handle this error. So if error is not equals to maybe instead of this inlining error handling, yeah, emails publisher dot publish, and here instead of this application slash json, maybe I'm going to pass in this content type, and yeah, and later let's just return null. Okay, this is simple thing, and now of course here this use case I need to pass in the publisher as a dependency. So what should I do is basically before this let's try to get emails publisher using this yeah, just a standard way like we normally did. For now I'm just going to throw in header, and here let's try to close the channel defer, and I'm just going to add in maybe something like emails publisher initialized, yeah, and I'm just going to pass into our use case. Yeah, and also we need to initialize here a few things. In our server we are not registering our email service, so what should I do is basically here I need to yeah so this thing email server GRPC, I just need to add this thing, and now I need to register does not implement email service server. Yeah, going back to this, just need to respect this thing. So if I just try adding this, we should be good. Okay, yeah, now that we registered, and so that whenever we try to call maybe with this name, going back to this, yeah, user service dot email service slash send email, then it will be found, or else it will be not found because that's not registered. Okay, going back to our server, in here we added this thing, but I need to take care of few things, which is the main email service. We need to implement that email microservice. So this one is basically now I need to handle the input and all that stuff, and here along with this use case that will be sending. I will be sending a logger and config as well, and let's try to initialize in our constructor also. And now let's just try to remove this return nil and try to handle this here. We are going to this from smpp user and this two send email request the proto. Let's try to add in more fields. Here I'm just going to maybe add what else can we add inside our proto? Let's just remove this send email request. So we need this to whom we'll be sending in, and then the subject and the body. These are the things that we need as a request, and then body. Okay, let's try to generate this thing. It's generated. So going back, of course, we see issues which we'll take care, but first let's try to add this thing. Request.get to, and then subject and body, and content type I'm just going to in here after that. So let's try to here we'll also try to maybe do some validation on the mail body that we'll be sending on. I'll just create a simple method inside that model itself, something like prepare and validate. So going to our models, email section. So here let's say I'm just going to prepare email for creation, and let's add in the method for this and name something like prepare and validate. Pass in this context and this error. So first thing is email from. Let's try to trim some space, trim space if we have any, and also I'm just going to convert this to lower. And now we need to handle two emails list e dot to, and in here we'll just try to validate this, and if we have any issue, so I'm just going to return that issue, or else let's try to again do the same way, trimming space and converting to lowercase. And this content type, what should I do is basically for time being let's keep this as application JSON thing, or else we can even add something like constant types that we wanted to maintain other things, but I'm just going to hardcode for time being, but I'm just giving a way to properly handle. We can just add all constant mime times and then refer the constant value rather than out coding here. That's one way to take care. And after this I'm just going to return validate struct and all, and then we should be good. Okay, I did typo. This should be email. Sorry guys. Okay, now going back here to our service, and I need to now use that prepare and validate function before actually yeah. So here now prepare and validate, yep. And inside this I'm just going to throw this error, and status code I'm just going to pass on to this whatever we have already. And then now we will try to actually send it to our use case. Maybe the function which we just added, publish email to queue. So here I'm just going to pass in the mail and context, and here we can add in this is where we saw an error while trying to send it to a queue. And finally I'm just going to send the status as okay. This is the thing, and in this email use case we are trying to publish this one, and there is an issue. Of course I need to send in this config and logout. Okay, now we can try to give a try to sending this call this send email, which we have inside our email microservice. But before that I just need to make sure everything is up and running. Okay, giving a try. Status is okay, but here if I see it in the logs of our Docker, we see there is an issue sending an email, failed to process delivery, username and password not accepted. Okay, send email. Okay, fine. So going back to this, so right now if we just go to implementation, so here whatever you're passing, they are not so for now. I'll just try to comment this sending actual email. We'll see about this in a while. So let's just go back, and it should be restarted, and just going to execute again. We send immediately status okay, but let's go to this. Okay, failed to process delivery, emails repo, create email, row context failed to encode, unable to encode strings, and that we are sending. Okay, I think here the issue is in now repo here. In this one maybe now we need to use get to string, that's why we written this helper function. So now mostly it should work. So going back here, I'm just trying to hit it again, and let's see now. Okay, now there is success and email, and there is a process delivery tag 1. Okay, so there is no issue in the consumer. When we try sending it, we are publishing, and the consumer is picking it up. You can just check the same in the localhost 15672 RabbitMQ UI. So how what queue is created, binding and all, it's just simple and straightforward. Okay, now that it is we are able to add entry into DB, you can even check even your table place or pgadmin in the QI of DB. I'm just Now let's try to add find email by id grpc method. So going back to code base, so in the email.proto, I'm just adding in find email by id request, and here I'm just going to maybe email unique id just for time being, and response, it's going to be email. Okay, here find email by id, and let's try to go back in here, generate, going back to the code. Okay, now that we have this in our service, email microservice, so I can now add in find email by id. Find email by id, and here I do not have it, so for now I'm just going to return email as nil. Uh, right now it's going to give us nil, so there's no point even in querying this, but we just added a thing and a grpc method. Let's try to create a way to query that. How should we query is basically in our repository we need to update this method finding an email by id. So in here I need to add find email by id. This is what we are going to return in. This one should be Google, and going to actual implementation. So here we need to write a query. I think should be simple, straightforward. So find email by id. We'll be receiving email id, and here let me just prepare the query. Maybe find email by id query, select email id. And that's the simple query, just doing a check using email id. And let's have email models.email if error e.db. I'm just going to scan email id and created at, and here I'm just going to in this one again we need to send this one back. We just need to call that set to from string, maybe just the just vice versa of what we created. So I'm just going to add in set to array from string value, and here I'm just going to do the opposite of what we have above. Set to from string. Now going here I can just call this thing. Now there's no issue and we are returning email and nil. Okay, now we updated in this thing, and I need to add it in our use case layer as well. And going in here, I just need to update. I'm just a wrapper here. Finding email, and then I'm just calling this method which we just have written in the repository layer. Okay, now that we have this, I need to use it inside. Okay, what's the issue again? Okay, why this should be Google? Yeah. And now that we have it here, going back to this, I can now use this. I'll just remove this thing. Email. Okay, just try to parse this, and if error is not equals to null, I'm just going to throw that error on the status code. And here let's email by ID. We just need to now use that use case. Same thing again, I can just log this, and now here we don't have a way to convert back to Proto, so I'm just going to add it here. Convert email to Proto. Yeah, I think this should be it, and I'm just going to change this. Yep, a simple conversion, and yep. So now I just open. I'm just have the DB UI opened, and I'm just going to copy the ID, and let's try to query that now. So so it should be, yeah, we have it updated now. If I just do a querying, all we need to do is basically pass in ID. Yeah, so here we just need to pass in email ID, and then we should be good. Let's just remove this, both of these things. And what is the name? Find email by ID. Yeah, you can see now the one which I took from DB. You can just take that ID and query, and whatever we just sent, we will be receiving this. And you should see the same way logs also. So yeah, here on the interceptor which we have. Okay, we're able to query the details of emails given the ID, and now we just added this thing. It's working fine. And let's try to add some maybe helpers, kind of like I'll try to add pagination helper, because I would be creating one more method expose one more service inside this thing, maybe something like finding emails by receiver. So there I'll be sending receiver email and the pagination and style. So based on the receiver email, I'll try to get the list of all those entries from DB. So for that we first add message and service, and then create an helper for us to handle pagination also. So here message maybe something like find emails by receiver request. So string receiver email, yeah, and yeah, page, and maybe instead of limit or size, you can just keep whatever the wording you want. And here now response repeated email list that we'll be having, and then total pages. I'm just adding, let's see if we want this thing or not. If not, I'll just remove that. Maybe a total count, and do we have more, and then page and size, and I'm just going to add it emails by receiver service. Okay, I just added this, and let's go back, try to generate the code, and now we have this in our emails microservice file. Let's just create a placeholder. So find emails by receiver address. Okay, context user service, and here for time being I'm just going to return null. Okay, yeah, that's the simple thing we just added. And let me just add pagination. So inside this utils, let me just create a simple pagination.go, group it under utils. So constant default size, let me just keep it to 10, and here we'll just add this pagination query params. This is going to be just a simple struct. This one is the size, JSON, omit empty, same for the page, and also order by this one, yeah, maybe, yeah, let's just keep it this. And okay, now here let's try to set the page size. It should be simple helper pagination set size query. So here we are going to send and return type, maybe if there is any error I'm just going to throw it, or else no. If size query is empty string, then q.size, let's just set it to whatever the default size that we have, and there's no error, so I'm just going to return null. Okay, else let's try to convert that into integer. So a to I, the pass in the size query
if this error is not equals to null, then I'm just going to throw this error whatever it is. Else let's try to set this one to that, and there's no error. So this is just a setting, maybe page size or string size, so whatever, maybe I'll just keep it more simpler, and then setting the page number. Yeah, same thing, page query I'll be receiving. If page query is empty string, first thing, size, let me set it to 0, and here page query, yeah, it should be, yeah, just a few more helpers. So let's quickly set this order by. So here let's just keep this as order by, and this should be straightforward whatever we receive. So there's nothing to handle also, so no need of error there. And getting offset, yeah, should be simple, and getting limit is simply q dot size, and get order by, just q dot order by. And getting the page, just getters and setters. Okay, so I know I'm just taking time, but that's fine. Okay, yeah, getting size, and then finally getting query string. So get query string, page size, and then order by, and here we can just use this above functions instead of directly using those things, and then get total pages int. Here I'm just going to, yeah, total count page size. Let's be clear. So here we are going to pass in page size, and this how we are going to calculate is simply a float of this total count by page size, and I'm just going to get the seal value. And yeah, if this has more, here we are going to pass in current page and the total count and the page size. So I'm just going to pass in this. So here how we will just say is, if this current page is less than total count by page size, we'll know whether we have more to fetch or not. So just a simple helper, getter, setters, and just to use it while we are trying to query this emails by receiver. Now that we have this helper, let's try to add this inside our emails microservice. So here before this, so we need to add in this pagination query. Of course, I'm just going to use this utils size. This is going to be get size, and the page request dot get page. Okay, then of course we are not using this, that's why there is an issue, which will fix it.
But before we try to do this, we need to again go back to our repositories and update the definition, and then add find emails by receiver. We will just send in paginated query, and even we need to add in the models. Maybe I'm just going to say this as something like emails list with pagination. So type emails list struct total count, just keep it simple. Yeah, then total pages as more page size, and then emails. Yeah, this is simple thing. Going to this repository, and here now I can just add in this. Yeah, this is the definition now in the interface, and now we have this. Let's go here and try to implement this. In our PG repository layer. Okay, fine. So here, yeah, find emails by receiver address. Inside this, first we need to have this total count query. So this should be simple query. So select count of this email ID, maybe as total count from emails. And instead of doing exact check, I might do something like yeah, this is total count query, and here this total count, let's this one, maybe let's just keep it as total count. And here I try to get into this total count variable that we have, and I'll do a check here. So if total count is 0, then I'm just going to this emails whatever we have empty thing, and then return nil for no error. Then finding emails by receiver query is something that we need to do now. So here, yep, and I'm just, this is the straightforward query. Select email ID to from subject body created at, where this is between yeah, whatever we used above, and order by created at, and maybe yeah, something's okay. Then once we have this, I'll just try to query this limit offset, and if there is no if there is an error, we'll just throw that and then close this. And also we will check if we have any error then I'm just going to handle that case as well here. Errors dot wrap, and here maybe
Yeah, we can add separate other text if you want, but I'm just keeping it like this for time being. And here this emails now. Let's try to this pagination query dot get size. Okay, so here we just try to iterate. So for rows dot next, mail to, so the email object, we just try to scan that. So rows dot scan, pass in email id to from subject content type created at, and if this error we found, so we are just going to throw that. Else we just try to set it to from string, then append to our list, and finally I'm just going to return this models dot emails list, which is the return type here. So total count, and then get the util functions which we just added, get total pages, and get as more get page. Yeah, simple and straightforward inside this repository. Yep, and going to this use case, so I just need to add here as well. So find, and I just need to add in a wrapper here. Okay, yep. So now that we added in our repository and use case layer, I can just use this inside our emails microservice. So going to this file, and we have this pagination query. So now we can just query our use case. So emails, here I'm just going to, yeah, pagination query, and same thing, just handle this, and here again I need to convert maybe emails list to Proto, whatever we are sending, and this one I am just going to add it. So here I'll be sending in not emails list but emails, and here let's just create a list of this emails, and then I'm just going to iterate through that and append and use this below function which we have. Yeah, I think this is it. Okay, simple way to find emails by receiver. So all I need to do now is basically pass in receiver email and pagination and then size. So now you can query that. So by now we just have one. So let's just give it a try. Okay, we need to send and receiver email page. Okay, size. So receiver email is something another, or recipient, whatever we just used to create. So I'm just removing this and maybe add here Okay, and then yeah, I think others we have default, and here let's just take find email by receiver, and then we should be able to get yeah, just need to send size and page, and now you see we receive a list of emails that we have, and total pages, total count and page and size that we have. So even you can just try creating yeah, I'm just going to send maybe yeah, now we send that, and we can try to query this. Maybe okay, we have 5 and size page is 1. So here, so this is what we get here, and that's how the pagination logic and then finding emails by receiver, whatever we added, is working fine. So just going back, so right now we have 3 methods which are working, and maybe you can refactor it that little like we did for our repository layer, so that it will be useful to write queries. So meaning we already have in the repository SQL queries, so similar way I can just create SQL queries.go, and here like we just created in the same way I can just yeah create email query, find email. Now that we have this, I can just use the same thing because they are under the same package, so you don't have to. And again I need to add total count query. So here, so going back here, I can just get rid of this, and same thing the other query, so that it's just better way of organizing, so that it just helps whenever we are trying to write the test cases. Okay, fine, we just did refactor, and also if we wanted to still clean few things, I can maybe show one example. So going to this consumer, we have passing here true, false and all. What are they? We are not that clear, so maybe I can just add in something like this exchange kind, something maybe direct, and similar way just let's try to add other things, so that whenever we wanted to change something, it will be clear. So this basically it's exact routing key match, this is what it specifies. And the next thing maybe exchange durable, we are setting this to true. So basically this survives even broker restarts, so we can add something like this comment, so that even some one is trying to tweak it, they'll know exactly what is that is related to. So here auto exchange delete, um, maybe this one, again we are setting this to false. So this indicates basically don't delete when unused. So this is what it signifies. And then this exchange internal, I'm setting this to false. So basically this signifies that exchange is usable by publishers. So that's one thing. And then exchange no wait, this is also we're setting it to false. So basically we just say that wait for declare confirmation. And the other things, the query related now, above all or related to exchange. Query related, it's query durable true. This basically queue process across restarts. So this is what it signifies. Across something like this. Okay. And then query auto or delete, setting this to false. Okay, this one simple, so don't just auto delete, that's what it is. And then query exclusive, this one setting this to false. So this basically says that it is not tied to a single connection. This is what signifies. And then query no wait, I'm just setting this to false. Okay. Yeah, it's already there, so I just don't. Next, something related to prefetch count. So this basically kind of like one acknowledgement at time per consumer. So I can write something like at a time per consumer. And prefetch size is 0. And here we just do like size based limit is disabled. And then prefetch global to false. So this specifies like this apply per consumer and not globally. And finally the acknowledgement thing, like auto acknowledge no, I'm just going to set this false. We want to do manually. So we manually acknowledge or reject, that's why we have below there. And consume exclusive, so it's optional, you can just skip this. I'm just trying to like I said, I will be talking about this at the end. This is what I mean. And here maybe this specifies allow multiple consumers. And then consume no local, setting to false. This basically it's ignored by RabbitMQ. And then consume no wait, I'm just setting this to false. Fine. So this like this you can just configure constants. And then here instead of hard coding we can just change this to exchange coin and the whatever the variables that we just created above. And the same thing here, query durable, auto delete, exclusive, no wait. So now we know exactly what that true or false is related to. And here query no wait, and prefetch count, prefetch size, and global. And I can just remove this thing. Okay. Like this it is something. Yeah, failure messages, you can either add it here or below this log, just up to you. And even this one, after acknowledging, it's better to increment. Yeah. And same here, this consumer auto acknowledge exclusive, no local wait and all. Same way I can just go and here change this thing. Yeah, we just need to change exchange kind durable, and yeah. Exchange kind, durable, auto delete, internal, no wait nil. And here let's just quickly change these things. Yeah, mostly, yep. And this we do not have, that's why there is an issue. Maybe I'll just add it here, publish mandatory to false, and so fail if not outed and fail if no consumers. So we don't want to fail that, so I'm just setting this one. Just a simple configuration and just find the way to keep it more cleaner and more organized, and it will become easier. Okay, and also I would like to even add the publisher count as well, like we did for our consumer here, the Prometheus counter. So here maybe create something like published messages, so emails published RabbitMQ messages total. So I have this, so basically I need to increment this in our publish function. So here before returning, I'm just going to increment this thing. Yep. Okay, and so that now we know how many are published, how many are consumed, and all those things. And should we add RabbitMQ interface? I would say better to add. Okay, let's do one thing. So in the email, like we have interface for our repository and use case, maybe it's better to have for our RabbitMQ as well. So I'm just adding inside this email itself, maybe something like rabbitmq.go, and here this is under email, emails publisher interface. So our type publisher interface. Yeah, I did not actually showcase you sending an email or configuring SMTP host, but it's just the if you have maybe resend SMTP address and user password, you can just add any SMTP send grid or then, and then whatever the code that was commented, you just uncomment, and we'll check. Okay, so here publish, this is this thing, and the consumer interface. So it's just the worker pool size and this thing we have. Now that I have this thing, I can basically go to our use case, and here while injecting here, I can now do email dot this thing, and even here, so that it is way cleaner. And here when we are trying to publish and everything, maybe I can just directly, yeah, so it's cleaner now, so that we have its own interface, and if we need to write test cases in future, it becomes way easier for us. And we need to do now some
body sanitization. So basically emails, HTML formatting and all. Let's try to do that, and also we'll try to test receiving an email via some SMTP. I do have recent credentials. I'll just add that and we'll try to test it. One last thing that was left is just to add a reason to send emails via RabbitMQ worker. So this is just minor change, so I'm just not adding it here. So I'm just showcasing what is the change. So first add the dependency of recent go version 2, and once we have that dependency added, and you can get rid of this go mail if you don't want. And then in config add recent, and for recent according to its docs we just need API key, which you can get from that platform if you have an account. And once that is there, so just you need to update in the config local or config docker to just add the recent API key actual value. So I'm not going to show that. And after that, here in mailer.go, the package which we just added for mailer, just remove that go mail related thing and create a new recent client, and just pass in return this new client by passing in the API key. That's one change. And then in the email mailer thing, now the in the struct dependency is going to be Redis client, not the mail dialer. And in constructor as well, just pass in that and we'll have. And while we are trying to send a mail, now it's going to be a recent.send mail request from to subject and HTML body, and this is the actual API call according to that client, recent client.emails.send params, and this is the change. And here remove the go mail dependency, add a recent go, and here email mailer which we just updated, so email mailer, and here instead of mail dialer or just add recent client, and same in the server constructor. And here it's just the same because yeah, we just need to pass in instead of this dialer to recent client. And this is going to be just the new function which we just created, and we need to pass the same thing here, recent client. And here content type change from JSON to HTML text in the email.go in internal models email.go. And here from you can even configure this as in the config file or hard coded. I would say just keep move this one also to config file, so that you can configure whichever the domain that you wanted to. And yeah, so these are the changes. And now if that is done, and in the use case send email which we commented of sending an email thing, just uncomment it and test it. So I did just test it, but I can again try to show you guys. So here I'm just trying to send it to my mail. You can send it to the mail you want, and once I go back here, so you should see the log here is success, send a mail. This is in the email use case. This is what we have added in the console. And here you see so even I received a mail, but I'm not showing you guys, that's all. Just I got here onboarding from onboarding@openstudio.tech with the text as this is a test email body with some content. Yeah, I'm just checking as I'm talking to you guys on my mobile, it is there. Okay, so that's the small change. And so we can just consider these changes, and they're working fine. And finally I just wanted to make a few simple changes to wrap this email service, kind of handling a graceful shutdown. Okay, so in the RabbitMQ consumer section, here I'm just getting rid of this thing, and here let's just remove this weight group thing. And even here while passing
yeah, and here instead of that, what I'm going to do, I'm going to keep listening to this notify close, and here, and then we will just return. Yep, so that's just graceful shutdown instead of having to use the wait groups. And also in our server file, so in the main server.go file here, what I can do is basically so in here, yeah, I'm just going to yep, so in here I can just log this. So this is and we do have this context thing, so let's just add okay, I'm just adding maybe somewhere, yeah, let's add here. So here I'm just going to yep, and also the router which we have, I think this should do. What is the issue? Yeah, fine, just minor change, not a big deal. So just handling a graceful server shutdown, and that's simple refactor. If you want, you can just ignore, but this is the thing which we have added a way, asynchronous way of publishing the email sending functionality to a RabbitMQ worker, and then consumer picks it and then does the job. So and then immediately returning the response than waiting for email to be sent. So we covered auth simple microservice, and we covered a simple email microservice. Right, let's start a simple product microservice. So I'm just going to create in here simple product microservice directory, and let's try to open in the editor. Yeah, now that we are inside that, I'm just going to initialize Go module simple product microservice. Okay, going back to this, now we should see yeah, simple go mod file, and I'm just going to create here a new directory called command cmd, and inside that let's just have main.go file. So here just should be pretty straightforward, package main, and in here I'm just going to yeah maybe starting products microservice, and yeah, I think for just if we run now,
Yeah, we have this simple code, and let's try to create a simple Docker file for our application since we want to Dockerize everything. So yeah, from golang 1.25. So yeah, that's the version. Okay, and here I'm just going to set necessary environment variables. Okay, and the next step is move to working directory build. So this one I'm just going to set this to build, and next step is going to be about copying and downloading dependency using our go mod. So that's the next step. Using go mod, yeah, I'm just going to copy the dependency files go.mod and go.sum, and then we're going to run go mod download, and then I'm just going to copy a source code into container, and after this the next step it's going to be about building the application. So simple command in here, yeah, go build, and here instead of either main or service, whatever we can just add it to respective name, and I'm just going to move this to this directory as the place for our resulting binary folder. Yep, and I'm just going to copy binary from build to main folder. So here I'm just going to copy whatever we have, which is the service, to our main folder. So this is our first step, multi-stages, and here I'm just going to add another stage, maybe let's add this as step 2. Right now let's just keep it as like build a small image, and from scratch I'm just going to copy from this service, and here expose port 5000. Yeah, and we are just going to entry point the service. Okay, so this is simple Docker file which I'm just going to run. Let's just keep that as it is, and here I can just try to start listening on maybe if you want to just test. Let's just create a simple HTTP handle function, which eventually we will remove, but just for here maybe let's say /API/v1, and here, yeah, HTTP dot response writer, and request here maybe I'm just going to just consoling something, logging these things that we can, and this header content type I'm just going to set this to application/json, and status let's write it as okay, and here maybe I just try to encode and message maybe hello world or whatever it is, and then we can just return from here. Okay, so if I run the same thing now, so it's running, and here we can wrap this inside our log fatal. Yeah, and go back and open maybe 5000 is our port. Yep. Yeah, you can see we have a message alert. Okay, fine. So just to showcase how we have simple HTTP server listening, and then we see this log once when we made this the thing. Okay, fine. We just added a simple Docker file, and now let's try to add a simple config initialization like we normally did when we created a simple Auth microservice and email microservice. So here let's try to create a config folder, and inside this config.go here let's make this package as config, and first thing I'm going to have the config for application. So yeah, and here maybe for time being app version string, then this server maybe let's add just a port for that now. So server config, yeah, I'll just keep this as server. Yep. Yeah, and then the functions to export our config, and this one I need this wiper. Okay, let's just try to install this thing. Yeah, a wiper configuration, that's fine. So here I'm just going to set the config type as the YAML file that we'll be providing the values from, and maybe add config path. This one is going to be slash config, which I'm going to add now, and config name maybe config.yaml. Yeah, and here we try to read in config, and if there is any error we just return that or else not. So this is a simple thing, and then another helper function maybe something, let's say parse config file. So here I'm just going to create a simple function which is going to help us parse the config thing. So we are just going to use above function which I just created, and here if that is the case I'm just going to return this, and here let's just create a variable, and we just try to unmarshal to the struct that we just defined above, and if again when we are trying to unmarshal we receive any issue, I'm just going to maybe add error unmarshalling config, and then return an error. If not, we're just going to return this config. Okay, the simple helper, and let's add in this config dot YAML file, and here I'm just going to add in server port, maybe, yeah, in this one. Okay, fine. Now that I have this YAML file and config.go file, maybe we can just here I'm just going to add parse config, and if error is not equals to null, I'm just going to maybe uh, throw that error. Yeah, and this one, now instead of here hard coding, maybe I can just pass in this port. Okay, yeah, let me maybe go back to terminal, and wherever we are just running this, I'm just stopping, and maybe trigger this again, and I'm just going to hit the skull command again. Okay, what's the issue? Let me try to log this. Okay, I'll go back. Okay, I'm running it on. Okay, this is the port I'm running on, but I'm trying to hit the different port. That's fine, so I'm just going to change this. Yeah, okay, fine. We just added a simple config, and later we'll add eventually what and all things we need. And also I can add in the Docker Compose file as well. So in here, let's add in Docker Compose file, services, maybe I'll just keep it simple app, and a container name as product microservice, and we do have this image, so context is going to be this current directory, and Docker file is that, and ports we want 4 files, and I'm just going to configure this environment variable and restart always. Yeah, we can run this service as well, but anyhow we don't have much to check, we only check that. So this way, a simple Docker Compose file we just added, and then to spin up all of that thing, we can just add in make file. So I'm just going to create a simple make file, and here maybe, yeah, I'm just going to like starting local Docker Compose, and here, yeah, we can just hit this one now, and here I'm just going to stop this. Yeah, so we do have that thing, so we're just, yeah, we can hit this now. So I'm just trying to call make local, hopefully it should run. Builder. Okay, going back to our editor, we're in the second stage. We're trying to copy from builder. Okay, I think I just forgot to give here this alias. Okay, so now going back,
to terminal and trying to hit. So mostly it should spin up the containers for us, our application container. Yeah, let's just wait for it to complete. Yeah, it did just start and all. Fine. That's the simple way for us to start a container. Same way I'm just going to add a way to stop all of these containers. Let's say if we have multiple containers and for some reason we wanted to stop that, I'm just going to add maybe files, and here I'm just going to use this list all these Docker containers, and here I'm just going to first stop all of those files, and then I'm just going to remove those thing. Okay, so if I go back and try to run now, it should just yeah, stop all of that and remove. Okay, fine. I'm just going to clear this. Yeah, simple thing. And the next thing is let's just add a logger file, logger package. So I'm just going to create here this package folder, and inside this let's create new folder for logger, and inside I'm just going to add in logger.go. so here we'll just use the Uber's Zap as a logger. So I'm just going to take it from a simple auth microservice. I'm not typing it out, and then we'll just use this in our main files. So I think so here package logger, and I'm just going to use all of this, and we need to import, yeah, and I need to add in this dependencies, go get, yep, and going back, yeah, we don't have any issue now. So yeah, of course, so simple, straightforward, which I already walked you through in a first simple auth microservice section, API logger and dependency config and sugar logger from this Zap, and then how we'll pass through config. Yeah, we do have an issue here. We are trying to refer the from the config, which we don't have it at. So here I need to add in the logger related things inside our config. So here, yeah, logger config. So here I'm just going to add in this disable caller and disable stack trace encoding and this level, and other things. Maybe for now I'll just remove this, and also here I'll just add in is it development, and we need to attach in here this logger. Now if we go to that the logger file, we should not see any issue. And in config, let me just set this development to true, and this logger I'm just going to encoding maybe add it as a JSON, and level maybe add this info, and now we do have no issue here. And this is like standard reference of whenever we try to add a logger, you can just use this. So I'm not just going to this is just a wrapper around the sugar logger from the Zap. Okay, so now that I have this logger helper package, and going to our main section, we just need to so in here I just need to add in this new API logger, and call this init logger function that we had,
and maybe you can just add in app logger, like logger initialized or something like that. And also we can just add in something like the config, whatever we have, app version, uh, maybe log level and other stuff. Yeah. Additionally, let me just add is it development mode, just to test this thing, so we can just ignore if you don't want. Yeah. And after this, so I can say something like parsed config, just to yeah. Okay, simple way to just test if the logging that we added, is it working fine or not. So now that the logging is added, we can just go back to our terminal, and wherever we are running that, okay, here I'm just going to run this command, and you should see now level here JSON. So logger initialized, and then level info time, app version is 1.1, and log level is info, development mode is bool true, and this success passed version. Okay, so this is the log that we just added. And next I'll quickly add even Jaeger, just for tracing in the various layers that we'll be adding on. So this should be also straightforward. I'll just take reference from previous auth service itself. So here Jaeger Jaeger.go. Okay, here also first let's add this package name so that we don't see an issue. Here also we need to update our config file. So here this config section, I'm just going to add this metrics config. So type metrics struct, sorry, it should be Jaeger, my bad. So okay, and here the host, which is a string, and this service name, again a string, this log spans, I'm just going to pass in here of type bool. So and then pass into our config, so that now we can get the config from, yeah, and even I can add in metrics also right now itself. Oh, yeah, metrics config. Okay, and this metrics here it will have this URL, which is a string, and then this service name string. Okay, so metrics also, I'm just going to add this thing. Now that we have this thing, so let me just go to this Jaeger, and from here I'm just going to just take the reference from simple auth service. So I'm just going to copy the same thing whatever we had and paste it here. So this one we just need to add in dependencies also, so that also I'm just going to take a reference from that. Okay, import, yep. So let's try to install this one thing at a time.
first is open tracing I need to install. So you either do one thing. So I'm just going to stop here. So this is going to take care for us to install whatever is not there, so rather than installing as one dependency at a time. And mostly if I go back here, okay, let's it's added, and then Jaeger client of Go. So I'm just trying to add, I don't know, there is some issue. Okay, fine. And what is the issue? Okay, now there's no issue. So just initializing Jaeger, configuring instance, service name, sampler, reporter, and then the tracer. So once we have this one, I can just go to our main.go file. So here in here I'm just going to add initializing Jaeger, and if there is let's import from that, and here we can just say something like cannot initialize Jaeger. If everything went well, maybe we can just Jaeger initialized, and after this I'm just going to use this open tracing, set global tracer, and then defer this, and we can just add in open tracing initialized as well. Okay, this is the thing, and in here now in the YAML file I need to pass on this Jaeger details. So inside this, okay, log spans, I'm just going to set this to false, and the metrics, maybe I'm just going to pass on this 7071 to products microservice. Okay, so and also these docker files for Jaeger and all those things, I'll just take a reference from the old Auth microservice thing and just copy over all of the stuff. Let's try to I'm just trying to take all of that inside this. Let me just take all and then remove whatever is something that I don't need. Okay, in here I just added all the things, Redis, Jaeger, and Postgres, Prometheus, Node Exporter, Grafana, Jaeger, and this Auth microservice. I can just get rid of this. Okay, fine. If there is any issue, maybe, and also this Postgres also I don't need this, because we'll try to use MongoDB in here, not Postgres, and so that we don't have to have that Postgres. Okay, fine. I guess
Even this RabbitMQ, I'm just going to remove this. Maybe we'll add in Kafka and Zookeeper nodes. Okay, so this is the simple thing. And maybe if I try to spin up the containers and then try to run this application, mostly we should see the message that Jaeger initialized and the open tracing is initialized. Okay, before going to the terminal, we just need to fix a few things here. For Prometheus, we are referring Docker file from dockerfile.prometheus, which I don't have, so I'm just going to create inside this Docker folder dockerfile.prometheus. So this should be simple. Maybe I'll just create this monitoring folder, and we just copy it. So that also I'm just going to create inside here monitoring, and here we need prometheus.yaml file, and this I'll just take reference from old simple auth microservice, just the simple scraping configurations, Prometheus system, and here instead of auth I'm just going to change it to products. Okay, so now that we have, hopefully now let's go back to terminal and then try to run this, make local. Yeah, they are running, so this should be no issue for us. Okay, all of them are started, and now if I just go to try to maybe run this thing, we should just see the logs. Yeah, Jaeger initialized, open tracing initialized, so there's no issue with after running containers. The port that we passed on, the host and service names and all, they're working fine. So okay, done with the adding Jaeger, and made sure that our tracing is fine. So now that we have our tracing also added, and the other containers whatever we need is created, like Prometheus and the configuration for that YAML file and all, let's try to add maybe domain layer of the product. And also if you want the Docker file, you can change the image also, maybe something like Alpine to latest, if you don't want to keep it to scratch. And here you can just add something like certificate. Yeah, fine. Just I'm just pointing out, you can change even image if you don't want to refer to scratch image. And now let's focus on domain layer. So for domain layer, initially let's focus on a Proto file that I'm just going to collapse all of this thing, create a Proto folder, and inside this for product I'm just going to create product, and in here product dot proto. Okay, here we all know the syntax is this, and package maybe let's say yeah, products service. Okay, and this option go package, we can just yeah, products service. Okay, fine. And now the message product, this is going to have this product ID, category ID, and this name, description for that product, and the price, which is going to be of type double, then image URL of that product. Yep. And we'll have a list of photos for that product, so I'm just going to add on the list of string photos, and then the quantity, how many are left of that product, then rating, which is again going to be int type, so I'm just adding those things, and finally created at and updated at. Okay, so I just need to add this, you can, yeah, fine. This is just a product thing, and let's empty, maybe I'm just going to keep it this, and then now the request, create request, this is going to have category ID, name, description, price, image URL, photos, quantity, and the rating. Here I'm just going to add in this rating, and response, yep, it is going to give us the product, and same thing for others. I'm just going to maybe update a request, so for which product ID, category ID, name, description, price. Yeah, okay. I mean, update it's going to be same way, and next, getting by ID request. Okay, this one, it's going to give us the product, and even response, it's going to be the same, and the next thing is related to search request. The keyword, which is should be maybe a search or query, whatever, we can just add it. Okay, and page limit or size, I'm just going to add in this size. Okay, fine. That is a search request that we'll be getting, and here now instead and then let's rename this to search response. This one same like we just created before, total count, and the total pages, then this page size, then repeated products, maybe as more, and then products, I'm just going to have this products list, and finally the service, products service, just the CRUD operations, create product, update product, get product by ID, and search products. Yeah, this is the simple products proto, and here to generate the files, I can again go to make file, and here I'm just going to, yep, into the same folder, and same this thing, and proto path is this, and
Yeah, and I'm just going to run this thing. So maybe stop this. Yeah, now going back, we should see the both of them generated. Okay, here I just specified here proto specific. You can just change it later, maybe star for all of these things and all. It should be fine. So that's the thing. And now I need to create the domain layer of products. So basically the use case, interface definition and all, we can just create in the internal folder. So I'm just creating here this internal yeah, product folder, and in here I'm just going to create a usecase.go package product. So here it's just going to be use case product. Yeah, it should be simple. Create product, update product, get product by id, and here we do not have the model head to pass in as the request for this. So inside this internal itself, let me just create models directory, and here product.go package models. So product models, yeah, and here I'm just going to whatever we need. So product id, yep, category id, name, description, price, image url, photos, quantity, rating. Okay, and created it and updated it, that should be fine because those are auto generated. Okay, and now here inside this one I can just change this to yeah, product, and this is what it's going to be, product id, search page, yeah, and this should give basically list of the models product. Okay, now there's no issue because we just added this simple product model, and then this is the interface, and that's the use case which we just created. Okay, so now I'm just going to create use case folder inside this thing. This is where actual file which is going to wrap the repository layer should be added. So right now we don't have anything to implement. Maybe I'll create repository also, like we just created as the use case as a placeholder. So repository.go, so package product, and here I'm just going to Mongo repository. Yeah, should be same definition as what we had it for use case, just the interface name is different. In similar way, I'm just going to create a repository folder, and in here this is something related to Mongo, so I'm just going to add this as a Mongo repository, and here I'm just going to add a placeholder now, like something product Mongo or repos. So this
Right now let's keep it as nothing. Later we'll add in db config logger and all that stuff. So here let's just add in placeholder, kind of like, yeah, same thing for other things. I'm just going to quickly add this. Okay, fine, we do have this thing, and going to this in the use case thing, I can just use the repository which we just created. So here I can specify product use case, and here the dependency one of that is going to be product.mongo repository, and this logger that we need. Okay, fine, yeah, there's no issue here. And quickly I'm just going to even add in same placeholder for others also. Yeah, just the skeleton we're just trying to add for the use case layer and repository layer. Yep, I just added that thing, and also maybe we can just add in even delivery here inside this delivery, and the grpc, the file product service.go. So here package grpc, and I'm just going to create here product grpc service. Okay, yeah, here we just need logger and then use case that we have. This I'll worry about adding handler that we wanted to add. Yeah, so this is just the trying to add domain layer, and we'll add in the implementation one thing at a time. So now that we have added those things, we need to maybe create grpc server. Let's try to add products grpc server now. So let's create a server file in the internal folder. I'm just creating a server folder, and inside that server.go. Okay, fine. So the package, of course, it's going to be a server, and here the struct for our server, this is going to be a needing logger, and this config, yeah, and tracer, so open tracing. Okay, fine. And here the constructor, new server, and whatever we need. So I'm just going to create a new constructor for our server, and now the main function, the run, so which is what is going to help us to spin up our grpc server. So this one, let's name this as run, and first let's have this context with cancel. So I'm just going to create here an object of context, and let's try to default this, and validate, we'll use this validator. I'm just going to create a new object of this too. Yeah, and this one we just need to install this dependency. So going back to terminal, and let's just yeah, add that. Now that we added, so going back, we did install. Okay, fine, it'll just take some time. Then after that we need to create our user product use case thing. For that, first we need a repo, so product mongo repo, and here this repository. Okay, and here I'm just going to call the constructor. I think we don't have a constructor, I guess, so let's quickly create that a repository. So here below this I'm just going to create a new repo. Yeah, and we are just going to return a pointer of type above or struct, and here I'm just going to return this. Same for our use case as well. So I'm just going to create a simple constructor, new product use case and repo, and here I'm just going to return this pointer of type product use case. So now that we have this both of the yeah, I think it just took time to load. Fine, now that we have constructor, so I can just initialize both of them. So here let me just call a new product mongo repo, and now I just need to use this to create our product use case. Okay, and here use case dot new product use case, and pass in this product mongo repo above what we just created, and then the log instance. Okay, and here now we'll just listen to the TCP, pass in the port that we have in the config section, and we just do error check. So if error is not equals to null, then maybe I'm just going to return error saying that we yeah, when yeah, maybe this error, and yeah, that's and here instead of this one it should be package error. So what is the issue? Okay, fine, I think now should be, yeah, there's no issue. So here I'm just going to add in this fine, and then let's try to defer this closing, and we need to create a grpc server now. Here grpc, we need to create a new server, and this so basically we need to get it from our golang. So let's, yep, and I'm just in, yeah, and remove this thing. Let's try to rename this, and these all things we need to add it. So let's quickly add the dependencies related to grpc and all. Okay, so added this thing, and going back here I just need to create a new server, and for this new server we need to pass in the keep alive params. So server params, in this the max connection idle. So these things, let's maybe add it in our config section as well. So currently we have just port and development, so I'm just going to add in the timeout, which is going to be of type time dot duration, and then read timeout, write timeout, and also this max connection idle and max connection age. I think for now this should do. Yeah, so we have this. Going to here, I'm just going to maybe add in 15. Yeah, you can keep it 5 or 15 or whatever you can just, I'm just going to keep this as a 5. Okay, so now that we have here for this max connection idle and all those things, I can just refer from our config and pass it here. So connection and the unit we can specify here. So maybe I'm going to say it as time dot minute, and same thing for the other 4. So max connection age, timeout, and yeah, this should be, and timeout maybe second, and this time maybe the unit I'm going to change it to minute. Okay, fine. And once we have this, so now we can add in the interceptor. So grpc dot chain unary interceptor, and here maybe we can add in the context tags, open tracing, prompt use, and recovery. So let me just add it, maybe give an alias for that. grpc recovery, yep, and then grpc open tracing, yeah, then Prometheus, let's remove, yeah, I think context tags is fine, and this thing tracing, um fine. And now here I can just add in this as the interceptors. So first let's add in context tags. Yep, and then open tracing, yeah, Prometheus, and then the recovery unary interceptor. Fine, just I think I already explained what does interceptor and all in simple auth service. So if you want more detail, you can just refer from there. So now that we have it here, and we can create our product service. So this one should be product dot, even this one I need to in the grpc thing. So going to this product service, we don't have anything currently. Let me create, maybe rename this to product service, and here along with this I'm just going to add in this validator, and let's create a constructor. So new I'm just adding a comment,
product service constructor. Yeah, I think it should be straightforward. This is a constructor, and I'm just going to add the placeholders for the methods that we have, and so instead of this thing, maybe for time being I'm just going to add a placeholder, kind of like implement me something like that, and here I'm just going to return product service, and here, yeah, let me just return that. Sorry, my bad. So here the request, it is going to be the product. Let's go to Proto file. Yeah, it's going to be create request, update request, and all. So I'm just going to add the same thing. So yep, so it should be Proto product, and yep, what is the issue? Okay, it should be product service. Fine. All right, sorry guys for confusing you. Okay, fine. And here for now I'm just going to add in like not implemented, the same for update product and get product by id, and then for searching products. So this is the thing, and here I just need to update it to version 10, and then there's no issue now. And going back here, now that we have at least something placeholder in our product service file, and here now I can call our constructor, and this one I just need to import as well, this product. So let's give an alias for that. I'm just going to give product service, and here we can just call this product service. Yeah, fine, and I'm just going to call this constructor which we just created, new product service, and pass in the use case, log, and validate that it needs. And here we just need to register this. So so the product service that we have, here I'm just going to add in, yep, the Proto product. And this one I need to use it here, and call this register product service server, and pass in our GRPC server along with the product service that we have above. All right, and now I'm just going to add in this Prometheus or register this server as well, and let's open this go routine here. So inside this I'm just going to call a serve function
so that it starts listening on the port that we have. So maybe we can log it as well, something. Maybe grpc server is running on port, and here I can just run this thing and trigger this go routine. And we also will check if it is development. So for clients to discover our methods, I can just maybe register, call this reflection.register grpc server, so that clients will know the methods that we are exposing via our grpc server. And here just we can add in graceful shutdown. So I'm just going to create in here a channel, quit channel, and notify this os intercept and interrupt. And here let's use this select, and here I can just pretty will keep listening to this quit. And if that is the case, I'm just we have something to listen to, then I'll just log this as signal dot notify. And then we have this done, and I'm just going to log that as well. And finally here we'll just call on our grpc server graceful stop function, and we can just say that server exited properly or something like that. So server exited properly, and I can just return null. Okay, fine. What's the issue here? Okay, the issue is because here I have not added here the error as return type. That's why the issue. And here I think going to our service, I need to add in unimplemented thing. So now mostly there should not be any issue. Okay, we just need to install these things. Let's install middleware, go grpc middleware, and then I need to install this as well, and then we should be good. Yep, so going back now, mostly there's no issue. And so any service that we'll be creating, so we should make sure just on the proto of that particular product service, we need to just add this unimplemented product service server, so then we don't see any issue like we just saw. Okay, so this is a simple I can restart the Docker file, or we can let's try to go to I'm just going to remove all of our containers, and then let me try to spin it up, and then we should see. Yeah, and I'm then going to start all of the containers. And then in your container logs you should mostly see the log which we just added. It started listening and also on that stuff. So yeah, you can just check that. So I'm checking here in my Docker desktop currently. Yeah, if you see in here, yeah, you can see server is running on port and also it's no issue in here. Fine. Now that we are good with at least initial setup and all to have our server running and all those things, setting up the Prometheus and all, you can just check it out in the browser and all the UI that we have. And let's go back to in our editor and just make sure that here basically our app depends on all of these services. So it will be better if we just add this as a dependencies here, so kind of like depends on and pass in your Redis Prometheus. Yeah, I think this should be so only once these are up, then this will be triggered, so that we don't see any issues of those containers are down or something like that. Yeah, just to be cautious on this thing. And now let's try to add a one package at a time. So I'll try to add a MongoDB package. So inside this package folder, let me just add in MongoDB folder, and let's create this mongodb.go. Okay, so in this file I need to just initialize and get me a new MongoDB client so that I can inject in our the main server file. So here the package name is going to MongoDB, and here let's just maintain a constant variables, just the connect timeout maybe 30 seconds. Yeah, I think, yeah, I'm just going to add in 30 seconds, and this max connection idle time maybe let's say 3 minutes, and the pool size maybe 20, and max pool size I'll set this one to kind of like 100 or 200 or 300. Yeah, let's just keep it this to this number. I think you can just check the standard default values, you can set it as well. And here now I need to yeah, new MongoDB maybe. Yeah, I'm just going to create a new MongoDB client. Yep, so here MongoDB connection. Yep, so in here the context, and then instead of your passing hard-coded thing, we will pass in this config, the config, and then we need to install MongoDB driver as well. For that I'm just going to, yeah, MongoDB is things, so let's try to install this thing. Okay, so I'm just trying to, yeah, install this. We have this and there's no issue, and I just need to add in the context. Okay, so now inside this thing, let's quickly try to get this new client. Okay, fine. So here this options, I'm just going to call apply URI, and here we need to set the auth. That also will, I'll try to pass it from the config. So let's just pass in this options dot credentials, and here maybe mongodb dot user password. Yeah, we don't have this in config, that's why we are not receiving any suggestions. So first let's update our config, then come back here. So here I'm just going to add in the new struct mongodb. So in here, mongodb struct URI password and then db. So I'm just going to add in this, and here in our main config, let me just update this. And in YAML file also I'm just going to add mongodb localhost, just pretty standard. And here let's just keep it as admin and admin as the username and password. And this db, I'm just going to maybe call this as products. Fine. So now that we have here, so I can just use this password. Now we'll see the suggestions from that, and no issues. Okay, so after this, here now let's try to set the connection timeout and all the pass in the constant that we just created above, and max connection idle and all those things. And if there is no if there's an error, we'll just return null and error. And then I'm just going to call client.connect, and then same thing. And also we can check here the ping. So pretty much okay, fine. And this is there is a warning for this is deprecated, and use the other thing, but that's fine, since we are just want to test integrating MongoDB with other Kafka and all. So I think that should be fine. Okay, so now that we have this MongoDB package that we have created, I need to add in the Docker Compose as well, the service for that. So here maybe I'm just going to add MongoDB, and this image, let's take this latest image, and this restart, I'm just going to make sure this is going to be always. And this environment variables, let me set this Mongo initdb root username as admin, same password as admin. And this database, I'm just going to products, port is that, and volume, I'm just going to create this named volume here and attach here. Let's I think fine. This is the simple thing. And now I just need to maybe add this also as a dependency for this our main service. Okay, fine. And we had it, so let's go to our main file. This is where we need our db initialization, and here I'm just going to create a simple context. And okay, so maybe Yeah, after this thing, I'm just going to add in this client initialization MongoDB connection. Yeah, let's just call the function which we just created, and here cannot initialize. I'm just going to throw in if there is any error, and here I'm just going to again try to create a function in a go routine. So here let's yeah, fine, we'll try to disconnect at the end, and cannot disconnect, and then here if everything's okay, I'm just going to say that MongoDB connected, yeah, maybe, yeah, connected, and add in this MongoDB connection dot sessions in progress as well, and yeah, this should be it in here, and there is an issue. Yeah, let me just remove this for now. Okay, so yeah, I will just check if MongoDB are able to connect it or not. So let's maybe restart our containers and do a check. Mostly there should not be an issue. So going back in here, I am just going to sorry, so down. Yeah, I think the issue is here. It's not a list, it's a simple variables configuration, and also mapping is not equals to it as yeah, that's the issue. So mostly, yep. And now let's go back to terminal and try to spin it up. Yeah, now there's no issue. So it was just a environment section configuration issue. So we just fixed it, and then now let's try to see this, if MongoDB we are able to see and connect it to it successfully or not. So you can just check in your Docker container logs, or you can just type in Docker logs and that container ID, and then you should be able to see the logs here. And or else if you just remove -d, then you should see logs in the terminal itself. Okay, let's just wait for it to spin our containers. Okay, and once the containers are up, yeah, they're all up, and you can just check the logs, and you should be able to see mostly MongoDB initialized and all. Yeah, okay, so you can just check this and use this container ID. Okay, there is an issue with respect to, okay, I think it's just the config variable issue. Let me just go in here and update this one. And
Yeah, and let me just try to kill them all and maybe restart them. Let's just check again the logs and see. Mostly if we are seeing the same issue, then we need to see what is the actual root cause for that. I know I'm taking a lot of time to initialize just to check this MongoDB initialization, but that's fine. And that's how actual development building happens. Let's just wait for all of the containers to spin up, and then I'll just check the logs. So all containers are up. Let's just check the logs. Yeah, I'm just going to quickly check, and mostly, yeah, now you see MongoDB connected and there's no issue for us. All right, now the initialization of MongoDB and all everything is looking good for us. Let's start with one method at a time. So going to repository layer, let's first target the create product section, and in here let's try to create a constant variables for our DB and the collection. So I'm just going to name this as products and then products collection. Yeah, should be simple. And now inside this we need a MongoDB client. So now that we have the package MongoDB, I can just import from that. Yep, now we have it here, and here I just need to pass in this MongoDB for this, and now that we'll have an access to that inside our functions. And also let's quickly create a package for our errors. So maybe something grpc errors. I'll just take a reference from our previous simple auth a microservice thing, and I'm just going to use that. So this thing should be just the same as it was before. grpc errors, new file, grpc errors.go. Okay, yeah, I think I'm just going to take from that repo, so you guys can also take the same from that repo. So, and I'm just using the same. Yeah, okay, grpc errors, simply the giving the status code based on the error that we send, and then error code to HTTP status, just these helper functions. And also I'll just create a product errors package also. Maybe yeah, I'll just name this as product errors, and inside that let's just create the start go, and here let's, okay, maybe I'll just have this caps e letter errors. Okay, fine. And in here error object id type conversion, and here maybe, yeah, I'll just mention this object id type conversion failed and all. Okay, I'll come back to this because we are changing the constructor of Mongo repository. We need to update the places where we are referencing it as well. We will just do that. Okay, first is this create product. So here let's try to get the collection. So products db products collection, and here I'm just going to the created at okay, I should update this as well. This created at and updated at is something I have not added before, So just below this I'm just going to add in created it and updated it, and also we need to add in mapping to our MongoDB, so it's not going to be an string here. So let's just primitive.objective id. So I'm just using this MongoDB driver based on primitive, and this thing, and we can same thing for category id as well. So I'm just going to change this thing, and here let's same way add it for others thing, and the name, um, and also we can add some maybe checks like required and length constraints. Let's say I'm just want minimum is 3 and maximum maybe let's say 250 or 300. You can just add that number, and the price thing here I'm just going to again do the same thing. Let's just validate required, and then image URL, let's just not have validate constraint. Photos, and the quantity I'm just going to specify it's required, and rating also it's required, and maybe here maximum let's do a of minimum is 0 and maximum let's say out of 10. I think that should be okay, and then we saw on created at and updated at. So this is a simple product, the thing that we have. And then to Proto, I'm just going to have it helper here. Later we'll just make it use in our server. So to Proto, convert product to Proto, and and I'm just going to add this thing, product service, okay, or category id, and here instead of this maybe let's just convert into a string. Okay, description, price, image URL, photos, quantity, and the rating maybe I'll just convert this into int, and this should be timestamp converted object. Okay, fine. So this is simple helper function that we have. Now just going back here, I can just use that created at and updated at, and here let's just set it to current time. So I can just use time dot now. Same thing for updated at, and let's just remove this thing. So result, I will just try to create an insert into that. So this collection dot insert one, and pass in our the product, and here I need to pass in this options for now just empty object, and we just check if this error is not equals to null, then there is something issue while we were trying to insert. So I'm just going to maybe try to call this wrap function, and here maybe error, I can be specific that insert one failed. Okay, fine. And here now I'll, if it is successful, let's try to get the object ID. So we can get it from result dot inserted ID, and I'm just going to typecast it to primitive dot objective ID. And once I have that, and again here I'll just do a check if it's not okay and something's wrong. Here again I'm just going to the add in our custom error which I just added, that is error object ID type conversion. So, and I'm just going to import that product errors, and now so that's this is how we can just customize errors handling also. So here the product ID, I'm just going to assign this, and then we can just log this for our testing purpose. So maybe something like create product. I'm just adding this and returning this. Okay, this is a simple create
function in the repository layer, and now that we have it in the repository layer, need to update inside our use case. So going back to this, the use case that we have in here, let's add this tracing, and this one is going to be a create product, and here simple I'm just going to call this product repo or create product, and let's just import this open tracing. Okay, so updated the use case layer, then we need to update our service. So in here, create product, I need to now remove this panic not implemented, and let's add in the tracing, this one product service dot create product. Okay, and here let's try to get the category ID. So here, yep, with whatever request that we have, so it should be this get category ID. Okay, and I'm just going to convert to object ID from X, whatever the string that we receive. And here let's maybe log something, the exact function, and here instead of this one I can be specific and use our grpc errors package, and maybe call this error response. Yeah, I can throw this error, fine. And yeah, this one maybe I'll just change it to P, same thing. Let's just update here as well, just product service. Okay, fine. Okay, fine, and we'll just get category ID, and now we need to prepare this model. So models dot product, category ID, and the name, description, price, image URL, photos, quantity, and the rating. So here rating we can just convert into the hint as well. Okay, and let's I'm just going to do inline error handling. So let's try to validate the struct from context, pass in our product object, and see if we have any error. So we'll just handle in this way and make sure the constraints that we have, it's respected. So yeah, I'm just going to throw in the same error. And next, now we just need to call our use case method, create product, and pass in the prod, and here as well we'll just handle, and then finally I'm just going to return this created response type. So this is a simple create product, and now we are good in our repo layer, service layer, and use case layer, and then server. We need to go to our server. So here we do have an issue, of course, because now the additional dependency in this I need to update here, Mongo client, and also in this constructor, and pass in here this MongoDB client, and the same thing I just need to pass in here to this, and there should be no issue. Okay, and going to our main command file, here now I need to take care here now in the main.go. So the new server, the place here, yeah, after MongoDB here, Okay, after MongoDB is connected, I think we can just remove this thing. After MongoDB is connected, I can just now yeah, I'm just going to remove all of this. So now let's call our new server function, pass in here tracer and this app logger. Yeah, fine. So mostly we should be good to test our create product. So let's try to test this, you can add in the hot reload using compile daemon, which I showed you in previous video, or else you can just restart and check it out. So let's go to terminal and try to restart containers, and then yeah, I'm just stopping all of the containers and then spin them up, and then I'm just going to try to create a product using the service which we just created. So I have here a simple sample of grpc curl plain text, and data is category id, the name, description, price, image, url, photos, quantity, and then rating. The localhost 45 is a port number, and the method is product service create product. Okay, so now if I try to call this, you should see we have this written type, which is a product id, here object id, and the other things that we just added. It's creating and giving us. So the first method service that we expose, it's working fine, and then let's try to focus now on the other method. So going back here, let's try to focus on adding other services quickly. Maybe first I'll just anyhow it's a wrapper to our use case functions. Maybe I can just add in the all the code related to respective function here, and then we'll focus on updating in repository and use case. So here update product, same thing. Let's yeah, I'm just going to get product id, convert from string to object id that we want, and same thing for category id as well. I'm just going to, and then we need to prepare our product. So product category id and name, description, price, image, url. So here let me just okay, what I'm going to do, let me try to update a bit image definition here. So the product, instead of this, I'm just going to make this as a pointer to string. So here I'm just going to add in here the string, a pointer of type string, and also of course here we are going to see an issue, this thing I'm calling now get image, and maybe I'll just write in here this helper method for me. So the product get image, I'm just going to add it here, image. So if this image url is not equals to null, then I'm just going to assign here pointer else, and now I can just call this image, and then there should not be an issue. Okay, fine. And the similar way we have a function to convert to proto. I'm going to have the receivable method as well for converting from proto. Okay, so I can write something, yeah, get product from proto. So yep, and here let's just try returning error also,
and here before even that, so product ID, and we just need to get the object ID from the string, so I can change it here to the product. Let's change this one to product dot product let me use the function get category ID. Same thing for a category ID and product ID, and yeah, and then I can just add in remaining fields, get name, description, price, image URL. I can just use this image URL instead of the get image URL, and there should be no issue. Photos, quantity, and rating, and then created at and updated at. I'm just going to, yeah, and the errors, yeah, and there's no issue in here now inside this model. So now I can just go to our service, and here now if I pass in reference, we shouldn't see any issue. And of course here also I just need to update it here, request dot image URL, and I think that should be the change inside that function. And let's try to complete this. After this image, we need to pass in photos, quantity, and then rating. Yep, so this is the product model. And here again, yeah, we'll just try to validate a struct of with the conditions that we have. And here let's just try to call our update product, and then again I'm just doing the standard check, and later I'm just going to return to Proto or the function that we have from the model that we get. So this is a simple update product service. And now same way I just need to implement this getting product by ID. So let's add in same the tracing get product by ID, and I'm just going to same thing, create object ID for product ID, and we need to just call this get product by ID, and I'm just need to call this thing, yeah. What's the issue? Okay, I think get product by ID, I'll just update that. Okay, and this is simple thing. So once we are clear with one implementation, I think other implementation is going to be just a simple for us. And here now the searching products, so I'm just going to, yeah, search products, pass in the page and size, and if this error is not equals to null, I'm just going to, yeah, for time being, let me just log the products, and here I'm just going to return null for now. Okay, yep, and there is an issue here, product ID. So first let me just update in the repository and use case here. Instead of this string, I need to change this one to primitive dot object ID. That is what we are seeing an issue there, and same here as well. So I'm just going to change in the use case also. And now that we have updated here, in here I can just change this to primitive object ID. Yeah, and if we go back here, there shouldn't be any issue. Okay, so at least the GRPC service product service, whatever we need to write a code, we have added it. Though in repository and use case layer we are yet to implement them, we will do that. Yeah, let's now try to update our repo methods. So going to this Mongo repository, here I need to implement the other three methods whichever we have, and also I can add in
the tracing also here. So it's always good to have a tracing so that we'll know exactly where we are failing, and we'll know a quick fix for that issue. And here you can maybe convert it to your UTC, so if you want, or else to your specific time zone. Okay, now update product. So here again, let's first is tracing, and then after that I'm just going to call this database collection, get that thing. And here after this thing, let me just add in this as upsert to true, and then after options dot after. And here this options, now I just need to prepare in here this options dot find and update options. So in here I can just pass in written document is going to be yep, and then upsert the true that I just created above. And here this created at we need to update as well, sorry, updated at, not created at. And here this time dot now dot UTC, and here models dot product. And now I just need to call this find one and update function, and pass in here this ID which we receive in as an input. And then here I just need to import bson, and then ID we are going to pass in. And also let me set the product. And then I'm just going to decode this the prod to this of type the product. And we can just throw in error, and then finally I can maybe log it that update product, and then return this product and all. So simple way for us to update the this MongoDB repository layer, the function that we have. And getting by ID also should be simple and straightforward. So the same tracing, and then collection, I'm just querying that, and then we are just trying to convert into our product. Find one, and then pass in the product ID, decode to this thing, and then should be pretty straightforward that we have. And same way I'm just going to update our this use case layer. So here I'm just going to add in the same way like we just added search one. I'll take care eventually, but for now let's here also I'm just going to call this function. So this search products which we will implement, but now I just added a domain layer use case and the repository. And we do have in here the issue. Search products. I think the issue is mostly should with respect to definition that we have. Okay, when we changed that, here it's updated. Okay, in repository it's not updated, so that's why we have an issue. And mostly once I update this, there shouldn't be any issue for us. And now we can test those three methods which we just added inside here. This getting product by ID and updating and all. Maybe let's just do a test of getting product by ID, whatever we just created. So going back, you can just and the ID here is this one. So let's try this thing and let's see. So
here I just need to change this one to get product by ID and remove all of this thing, and instead of this category ID it should be product ID. Fine, I just want to cross check the get product by ID. Yeah, yep, just a syntax issue. Now you can see even get product by ID is giving the details of whatever the one which we just created. So similar way you can just update the product as well, so name and other stuffs which the definition that we have inside our proto here for update. Yeah, the product, you can just update that thing. Okay, cool. Now we need to focus on the service search thing. So for that what should we do is maybe go to here Mongo layer first, and let's implement in repository bottom up. And here I'm just going to add in the tracing first. Okay, and the collection, and I'm just going to query the database and the collection, and let's try to prepare this query that I want. So this $or, so here basically we need to search two fields, name and description. So whatever the string that I'm going to receive in the search, just check in the pattern. If either of them matches, then I should return those objects. So here inside this, let me, first thing is name, yep, and primitive dot regular expression pattern search, and options, so the global, so without case sensitive, I'm just going to add it here. And same way I need to add it for description. Yeah, I think should be straightforward, simple. Okay, now that I have that thing, let's try to count the documents first, calling this count documents and passing in the above the or condition that we just created. So fine, and here now let's just make sure, check we don't have any issue. So here, and after this I'm just going to be again checking if the count that we received is 0 or not. If it is 0, then I just need to maybe here return the products list, kind of like we add for simple auth service total count pages and all that thing. Then I need to update first our model product file. So here let me just create the products list. So all products response with pagination. So here products list, yeah, total count, total pages, page size, as more products. I think, yeah, just pretty much straightforward what we have. And then the simple helper functions to convert into a proto list. So convert products list to proto, and Now we should just product, and inside this let's first create products list based on uh, the length of the products that we have, and here I'm just going to loop through that and append it to our thing, and then here I can just return the products list. So it should be an array of this pointers, and then we should not see any issue. Okay, now I just created a simple products list struct. Let's go back here, and here now let's try to return this pointers of this products list, and here also the return type, maybe I need to change this one to models.product list. Yep, and here all should be 0, total count, total pages, and the page size and all. I'm just going to set this to 0 size as well. Let me set this to 0 as more false, and here let's just, yeah, that's the, and null. Okay, fine, if count is 0. Okay, if not, then let's try to return this first, the limit, skip and all those things. So pagination, okay, so here also I need an helper which I created for pagination. So maybe I'm just going to add it in here, the utils package, and inside this I'm just going to create this pagination file, and here I'm just going to take a snippet from the simple auth microservice and use it here. You can just take the same as well, because I already walked you through this pagination util that we need. So I'm just adding that here. Okay, just a simple pagination helper functions that we want, and here going to this, the searching function, and here let me now try to get the limit, then the skip, same thing, getting offset. Okay, pagination, let me just give an alias. Yeah, fine. I think alias is not needed, so I'm just going to remove this. Okay, I think the import the issue is here. Instead of me sending in here page and size, I'll just now take this pagination thing, utils.pagination type. So yeah, this one, size, page and order by, instead of passing it as separate variables, and then I can have some helpers like handling all limit and offset and all based on the size that we get. So this cursor, I just need to now use this collection, try to find pass in this context, and the regex pattern that we passed in, and limit and skip, pass in those things, and we just do a standard check. I think it should be simple for this thing. So, and I'm just going to return this error, find failed, and then let me just close the context of the cursor after exiting of this. And then now this products is something we need to
fill in this list. So for cursor dot next, attaching this context. So here models dot product. If yeah, I think cursor dot decode to that type product, and I'm just going to append it to our products list. And here we just do again, yeah, cursor dot error. And if this error is not equals to null, I'm just going to say it is cursor error. And after that I can just log in that search products whatever we have, and then I'm just going to return this products list total count. And here let me just convert this into int64, and the same thing, total pages, get total pages page, and has more products. Fine. So this is the searching products in the repository layer which we just added. And now that it is added inside this thing, and also of course we need to update the definition of the interfaces that we have. So here first thing, I just need to get rid of this thing and use this utils.pagination. Same thing in our use case layer also. So let me just update this, and here also need to update these things. So yep, and also in service layer which I will update, but yeah, going to this service layer. Here now, instead of this thing I'm passing it search and all, I can now just use this utils dot new pagination query and pass in this request size and get page. And in the return type now I can change this one and return this search response which we have. I think yeah, this should be it. Anyhow, we already are calling in the use case layer the function, and we can just search uh, for the product with the name. So we can just give a try, go back to terminal. Okay, and name is something sample. I can just search for sample. Let's see, yeah, okay, they're up. And the query name, I'm just going to search for sample search product, and I think I need to pass in let's just check it is search page and size. Okay, so let's change search, and size maybe 10, and page maybe, yeah, and there's no field size. Okay, my bad. Search, it's capital S, and page. So the problem is here, so it doesn't have global, so it's just case sensitive. And also we have an issue with respect to the format, so I can just specify a key value. And now mostly we should be good here, and also in here as well. Let me just specify key value, and same here. Yeah, now there's no syntax issue for us.
And also here, instead of declaring in this way, let's use make, so that will be safer way for us to initialize that. So I'm just going to change this one. Yeah, and here I can just use pagination.getSize, so that we'll have products array of this size, and then we just append it simple way. And now let's go back, and maybe I need to restart and I'm just going to spin up the containers, and then let's just and this is again a very bad way of developing, just add in hot reload, and that's way too okay. So now we just need to search, hit this search products, search sample size 10 page 1, and then let me hit this, and then this is how we receive total count is 2 total pages and page size, and this is what we get. So like this we can just create an services and do pagination logic and all that. Now that we added this search products endpoint also, and it's working fine the way we want. Let's try to add a interceptor manager like we did in our other service, and post that we'll start slowly adding Kafka related services, and then consumers worker files that we need. So going back to editor, let me just create in the internal folder the interceptor. So here, and inside this I just created manager. Okay, and this should be pretty quick, or you can take just the quick reference from the old previous project and use it here. And yeah, interceptor manager, we need logger and the config. Yeah, we have this, and then constructor. So interceptor constructor, and I'm just going to it should be simple, and then we need one interceptor for logger, so I'm just going to add it here, interceptor manager, and this logger. So here this context request, and yeah, info, the handler that we have, and yep, in here let's start time, then the metadata from our context, and here this reply, we can just call this handler, and here let me just remove this thing. We can just log method, maybe yeah, method, and also add in some time metadata, and also if there is any error you can just yeah, and then finally I'm just going to return reply. Yeah, closing bracket, fine, we should be good. So this is a simple interceptor manager that we have. So just whatever the request that we'll be getting, we just collect the time, and then pass it to respective handler, and then log it, so that we'll know how much time each method or something is taking. And if you wanted to do some additional middleware handling and all, this is how we do it. Okay, so now that we have here, let's just go to our server, and here I just need to use this interceptor. So yeah, here I'm just going to use this, and here let me just pass in this logo. Okay, fine, and you can just test it, and hit the service, and you should see this method time metadata whatever we added in the logger in the Docker container logs every time we hit the service. All right, it's fine. And also, before going to adding Kafka related service, we can add in even metrics as well. For the metrics, let's go first to our config, the metrics. I am going to add in this port also, and in here the port maybe 7070 or 7071. Let's, yeah, I'm just keeping it at 7070 for now. Okay, and now in our server I just need to add that metrics exposure as well. So maybe I'll just try to add in here. So metrics server, I'll use echo. Yep, and I need to yeah, and we need to install this dependency. So let's quickly install this library that we need, and echo dot new, and let's open go routine here, and inside this metrics server dot get slash metrics, and here this echo dot wrap handler. Yep, prompt http dot handler, and here I can just log in, yeah, running on port this port, and we just do try to start on this port, and I can just log this and call in this cancel. Yeah, I guess I can just remove this brackets, and prompt http is imported. Yeah, that's fine. And finally here I'm just going to call the graceful shutdown whenever we are trying to quit the application server. So here we can maybe do logging. Yeah, fine. So this is simple metrics addition. I think you guys can check it out just in the Prometheus or query language or in Grafana, but I think that's fine. I just tried showcasing you in the simple auth service. Fine. And this is what, and after this let's try to start adding Docker services that we need for Kafka. So let's add services related to Kafka. So we need Zookeeper and then Kafka brokers. Maybe, yep. Here I'm just going to first add in Zookeeper, and container name, let's keep it as Zookeeper. Image, maybe I'll just take this as Zookeeper. You can keep it to always latest, or recommend to stick to one version so that it will be replicable and we'll know the issue. And then the host name, also I'm just going to keep this as Zookeeper, and ports, let's expose to 181, and the environment, we need to set zoo my id to 1. So basically that is server id. Here a single node it ensembles with id 1, and then we need to add a zoo port which is 2181, and then zoo server. Yeah, here I'm just going to set maybe one server, so let's remove this one. So
this says that server 1 is reachable at zookeeper using this election or peer ports 2 triple eight or 3 triple eight. Okay, that is what this signifies. And so we added that one, and now let's try to add a Kafka 1 broker, and the container name as Kafka 1, and then the image equivalent take CP Kafka. You can be specific and mention the version or else the latest host name, and here the ports maybe 1991, and environment variables. I'll try to, yeah, maybe I'll add for this, and then later we'll just take a reference for 2 more brokers from this. Advertise listeners. So this basically, I'm just going to listener or docker internal, yep, and docker external. So here let's specify this as docker host IP 1991. Okay, fine. So basically it defines 2 listeners and their advertised addresses. So for internal, or meaning for containers or other brokers, it's a Kafka 1 1991. So 19, yeah, it should be 19091, and okay, fine. And then security protocol map, yeah, we already have same thing. I'm just setting this to a plain text, no TLS, or so that is what this signifies. And then we need to have interbroker a listener name, so I'm just going to set this to listener docker internal, and zookeeper connect, it's going to be zookeeper 2181. And let's just remove the things which don't want, and finally offset replication factor as 1. So this is a Kafka's internal consumer offsets topic, basically replication factor as 1. For development purpose, this should do it. Okay, and now we can create a volume. So maybe I'll try to create inside our repo itself, or maybe slash data slash Kafka 1 slash data. Yep, and this is what, and then I'm just going to add in dependency on a zookeeper. Okay, this is Kafka 1, so same thing. Let me just copy this one and change this to Kafka 2. Here the container name to Kafka 2, and also the ports we need to change it to 1992, and here as well 19092. Okay, I think yeah, and broker ID to 2, and here it's going to be Kafka 2. Yeah, and other should be fine. I think this should be external port, right? So it should be 1991 and 1992. Okay, fine. And one more broker I'm going to add. 3 brokers will have. So quickly let's update that. 1993 and 3. Yep, fine. I think we have 3 nodes that we need. And if we want an UI, just to we can add in the calf drop, and here we can just take the calf drop as the container name, and then this is the image, and again take the latest, and restart. I don't want this, so I can specify it's exclusively as no. And ports, yeah, 9000, and it an environment variable, let's specify in here broker connect. So this and all, if you want more info, you can just check out the docker hub. Okay, fine. And maybe I'll just
Kafka 1, fine, and I can just say it depends on Kafka 1, Kafka 2 and Kafka 3, and if it connects to one, it will just connect to the rest of the things. Okay, so this is the Docker services containers that we need for related to Kafka and Zookeeper and Kafka. And once we have that, we can just spin up the containers and then create a topic. And also, just to create a topic, I can just create in here a command. Maybe, yeah, I can create a topic. Yeah, Docker executive. Yeah, I think, yeah, Kafka 1. So here, Zookeeper, I'm just going to add in so basically what I'm trying to do is trying to create a topic in one of our node. Let me just add this command and then I'll just yeah, create topic partitions 3 replication factor maybe or 2. Yeah, so what this does is basically Kafka Topics is a command line tool which helps us to manage topics, create list or describe or delete them, all the CRUD operations. And here this it helps basically connect to the Zookeeper running at this port 2181, and then this create tag it is going to help us create a topic products in our Kafka 1, and then here it just specifies partitions a number of 3. So basically what is partition? It's like separate log or a lane within a topic, allowing parallelism and scalability. That's what actually the partition reflects. And replication factor means each partition data will exist on 2 different brokers, and that's what this means. Yeah, so this is a simple command that we have, and we can just go back to our terminal, and then maybe yeah, I can just bring them down, all the containers that I have, and I'm just going to spin okay, did I not change Kafka to container name? Yes. Okay, I think, yeah, we missed this. So going back to terminal, so let's try to, yeah, so it's pulling Kafka related images and then Zookeeper and then Kafka. Let's wait for those images to be pulled. Okay, there is an issue with respect to let me check, do we have any, where is the issue exactly that we faced? Okay, cp Kafka. Just checking if we did miss anything. $19.93. Okay, I'm just checking any version that I can use instead of latest. Let's maybe use 8.1.0. and the same for that, and let's see, maybe I'm just going to try it once more. I think, let's see if it's something related to the latest or something else. Zookeeper, it's pulling. Let's wait. I think Kafka 1 is pulled, 2 is pulled, 3 is also pulled. I think it's something related to version. Fine. Okay, I just the last pushed maybe a couple of hours ago, which is 8.1.0. I think the latest is having some issue. Once these are up and they are created, then I can just try to create a topic inside the Kafka one using the command which we just created inside our make file. So once we create a topic, then we'll start adding placeholders, so kind of for Kafka consumer groups and worker, and let's see where it goes from there. Okay, and more go down. Okay, it's just my zscaler. I'll just turn it off and then try to spin this containers again. I ran this command again, and now we have this containers are all starting, and I just made a minor change. I just rolled back the version to 7.5.0 because 8 and it needs to run using caref mode without zookeeper. So for time being, I'm just trying to use zookeeper, and also the standalone enabled is true, and then yeah, I think just a version, and yeah, you can just keep it to 1 or 3. That should be fine. These are the changes that I just made, and then you can spin it up, and once you have thing you can just go to 9001 and you should see CapDrop UI, and we have this 3 brokers currently, and this is what we have. And now I can run the command to create a topic. So let's maybe run make create topic. Okay, I think my bad, zookeeper is deprecated, so we need to change the command it to a bootstrap server and this, and I updated accordingly according to the suggestion in our make file. So exec interactive Kafka 1 topics and this thing, and I did run that and let's go to our here, maybe refresh this one, and we should see here the topic is the products which is created. That's how we can just create a topic, and now that at least services and the Docker files are running fine. Now let's focus on working on adding maybe consumer group and workers kind of as a beginner step to get started with. I'm just going to create first, let's go back to our editor. In the config section we need to add in related to details related to Kafka. So here I'm just going to add in this broker 1 string, broker 2 and broker 3, and let's attach in here. And in configs section Kafka, yep, so this is the actual URLs that we have. You can just give space and all, that's fine. Now that added inside this config, let's maybe create in the internal folder. I'm just going to, yeah, in the delivery thing, let's create a new folder called Kafka, and here I'm going to maybe create a consumer group file, and this one let's group it under a Kafka package, and let's try to create a constant variables first, kind of like minimum bytes. This one maybe, yeah, so this signifies specifies that fetch at least 10 KB per request. This is what I'm just going to specify, yeah. And here this max bytes, let's say, yep, fetch at most 10 MB of messages per request, and then this queue capacity maybe let's say 100. So basically this specifies internal message buffer size in Kafka.reader. So I can just say that internal message buffer size in Kafka.reader. Okay, and then heartbeat interval maybe 3 seconds, and this to group the this one, it's for the group coordinator. So I can maybe say that yeah, group coordinator, and then this commit interval maybe set this to 0. This basically it offsets synchronously on every message. Okay, so I'm just going to synchronously on every message. Then this partition watch interval maybe 5 seconds. Yeah, and this is basically how often to watch for partition changes. Okay, so this is what it specifies. So how often to watch for this partition changes, and then this max attempts maybe let's keep it to 3. This is just the retry attempts for transient errors. Specify the same, and then the dial timeout maybe 3 minute. Let's say this unit to minute, and so it's basically a timeout for connecting to the broker. Yeah, just the dial timeout. Okay, fine. So these are the constant variables, and then let's try to create products consumer group. Here I'm just going to specify this products consumer group, and here we'll just create one struct, and inside this we need brokers. This one, it's going to be a list of a string, and this basically whatever the Kafka 19091 and all those things, and then the group ID we need. So then this topic, which is going to be of type string. So Kafka consumer group ID, and topic is anyhow the thing that we just created, and log it's going to be just to log the steps, anything just to catch errors, and then this config that we wanted to pass in, then the products use case. So this I need this thing which is product dot use case. Yeah, and now we just need to constructor yeah, in here the constructor, let's along with this config, I'm just going to pass in brokers group ID and topic and change it here. Okay, and I think yeah, this should be good for constructor. And now let's first create a reader factory, which basically helps us build a Kafka reader. So I'm just going to product consumer group, and here let's name this accordingly. So get new Kafka reader. Yep, Kafka reader, and this is going to take in this Kafka. Okay, let's first fix this. Okay, and here we need a Kafka URL. So I'm just going to pass in this, which is going to be a list of a string, then this topic, and this group ID, so which is again going to be of type string, and I'm going to return this Kafka reader, and I need to basically import the dependency, just the Kafka Go client. So maybe I can just uh, let's try to install this thing. Going to our terminal, let's Kafka Go. Yeah, okay, done. So going back here, I can just, yep, so I need to now uh, return this Kafka reader. So let's try to pass in the all the details, so the brokers, uh, which is the bootstrap list, and then topic, group ID, minimum bytes, maximum bytes, and everything. So whatever I just have in here, minimum bytes, maximum bytes, queue capacity, heartbeat interval, commit interval, and partition in watch interval, and max attempts. And then let's attach in this logger, which we have the Kafka dot the logger function, and here I'm just going to attach in info thing, and also this error logger, I'm going to attach this error thing. Fine, and now this dialer, we need to pass in this dial timeout, and then other things, local address, maybe nil, dual stack as false. I'm just going to go with the default sections. So basically it only sets timeout. The rest is nil, plain text, no TLS and all that stuff. So I'm just going to add the same thing, fallback delay to all default values, resolver TLS, okay, and this also I'm just going to get this nil, and then transaction ID also to empty string. Okay, we'll just keep it this thing for now. If you need anything, I'm just going to add it back here, and this is going to give us a new Kafka reader. And now the function to consume, we'll try to create two topics, one to create a product and one to update a product. Okay, so here I'm just going to do it in the same way. Consume create a product, and in here this cancel context dot cancel function, then this topic, and then workers number. Okay, so this is consume create product, and here let's first create a reader bound to that specific topic and group ID. So I can just use the above function which we just created, and pass in here this brokers topic and group ID, and let's try to call this cancel. So when this function exists, it cancels the shared context. Okay, and also here let me just create a the close, so it just tries to close the reader and exit. If close fails, we'll try to log error and cancel the context. Okay, so it should be just standard way of handling things, and I'm just going to call in here this cancel and specify what exactly the issue, and here we can just specify the log starting consume create product from topic, and add in this thing. And now let's try to create a wait group. Okay, and here I'm just going to wait group dot add one, and here we need to basically start our create product worker, which I will add it here. Maybe I'm just going to specify here this to do section, which I'm just going to add, and then wait till all of our workers are done. So this is a simple logic. So basically what we are doing is we're just creating a wait group, and I'm trying to spawn workers. So I'm starting the n+1 workers. So basically your workers num, whatever I pass in that value, starting in n+1 workers, and sharing the same Kafka.reader. So each worker it presumably loops, fetch, handle, commit, and all, and this wait group dot wait is basically blocks until all workers written. So this is the simple consume product that we just have. And same way I'm just going to create for consume update product. So I can just copy this same thing, and here let's just change the function name to update product, and let's just here I need to change it to update product, and should be pretty much the same. And we can add in a function to run our consumers. So run consumers, and this pass in this context cancel context dot cancel function. Okay, and here I'm just kicking both the off. So basically it's just for now let's just hardcode this. I do not have, maybe something like 16. Okay, so what this does is basically it starts two consumer pipelines, two topics in separate go routines. Both use the same group ID, and here this topic we can hard code it or pass it from our config. It's up to us. Okay, and so they both share same group ID. So each topic will be assigned partitions to this group independently, and they both share same context and same cancel function. So this is a simple consumer group that we have just created. And workers also maybe I can create inside this folder itself. Maybe let's just create that as well, workers.go under the same package. And here I'm just going to create a two workers. So yeah, create a product worker. Yep. And here we need context, and let's remove this thing. I'm going to pass in this Kafka reader, and also this wait group, along with that this worker ID. So let's import those things, and inside these things let's try to add in the tracing. So in here, yeah, create product worker and defer finish, and then we can even add log fields if you want. So span dot log fields, and I'm just going to add in a string, maybe let's say consume group or consumer group. Yeah, I can use this config dot group ID. Yep. Yeah, it should be small capital S. Okay, fine. And now we have this. I'm just going to add this defer wait group dot done. So this basically it's a simple thing. It ensures that wait group is decremented when this worker exits. Okay, and it's a simple thing. And then let's try to do infinite loop. So here I'm going to read the message, maybe fetch message from this Kafka reader, and check if we have any error. If so, I'm just going to log that same thing, and I'm just going to return from here. And if there is no error, let's try to log info. Maybe I can say it as worker, then message at topic partition offset, yeah, and pass in worker id topic partition offset, and also I can even pass in this key and value. So let me just add in try to convert string and message key and value. Okay, fine. And here this product, which it's going to be of type models dot product, and let's try to unmarshal it. So I'm just going to convert it to our struct that we have, this prod, and again just do a simple error check. If that is the case, I know it we failed at unmarshalling thing, and then I just need to call our products use case, create a product, passing in here, and just handle the same thing, error thing. And once we just create that, I need to commit the message. Okay, so here, yep, commit messages, pass in this, and we know we have and worker created product and all. So it should be simple and straightforward. So what I'm doing is basically this worker keeps fetching and processing messages until an error or context cancellation breaks it. So this tries to pull the next message assigned to this consumer, ideally which is coordinated by a Kafka consumer group, and also wakes up and returns an error if context is cancelled or reader closes. And any fetch error, we are just logging this thing, and I'm just calling a business logic here, creating a product using our use case layer, and after that we just commit the offset after successful processing, gives at least once delivery. If commit fails, we try to log and continue. The message may be processed again later. So this is what is a simple create product worker. In similar way, I'm just going to do the same thing for update worker. So I'm just going to change this here to update product worker, and here the span text, yeah, I need to just call in update. Okay, and I think it should be, yeah, I think the same thing, and the business logic is just calling update product instead of create product, and then logging thing should be changed. And the issue, what is this? I think it's the open tracing. This is the issue. Yeah, now there should not be an issue. Okay, and of course these two things we need to use it in a consumer group where we added a comment. So here I can just call in this create product, and here this update product. Now it should be good. So context, the Kafka reader, wait group, and then the worker ID. This is what we are passing, and this is the simple best way to write a code into separate package and then use it here in our main to initialize or create a Kafka connection. Okay, now that we added consumer groups, let's try to establish Kafka connection in our main file. And also this in the make file I just created this thing just for example purpose, but we need two different topics. One is here maybe create product, yeah, and then the other is update product, and I'm just going to remove this. Okay, yeah, these are the two topics that I need, and we'll just create this. And now let's just try to create a package for our Kafka, like we did for others, MongoDB and other stuff. So here I'm just creating a new folder for Kafka, and inside this creating a new file .kafka.go, and let's just create this one. It should be simple one. So new Kafka connection. I'm just going to pass in this config file that I have, and I'm just going to config, and I'm just going to return this Kafka dot connection, and error if there is any. And here all we need to do is return this Kafka dot dial context, and pass in context dot background TCP and brokers. Here, since it is a I can make this as a list instead of passing separate things. I think, yeah, I'll do that. Okay. So here, instead, because I can add in many things, since we just hard coded 3, I'm just going to add it in this way. And in the config I can just specify this brokers not this way. I can just add in this list. Okay, fine. And going back in here, and I can just assign here maybe, yeah, first broker. So this is a simple helper for us to create this Kafka connection. And now that I have this thing, I can just go to our command main.go file, the main entry point that we have. And after this MongoDB connected, let's try to create a new Kafka connection. And here I'm just going to check if there is any error, and I'm just going to, yeah, cannot initialize Kafka. And below this, let's try to, yeah, connection dot close. Just make sure that we close after exiting. And these brokers, I can just call this connection dot brokers, and same thing, so cannot get brokers. And if everything's went well, so I can just say Kafka connected, and log those brokers. Okay, yeah, this is simple Kafka connection. Now we just added. Let's try to basically now I need to go to a server. In here we need to start calling the running the consumer, so that they will be starting to listen. Maybe, yeah, I'll just add it here. Products consumer group. So here, yeah, Kafka.new product consumers group. And here I'm just going to maybe let's go to this Kafka. Here we just added. I'm just going to maybe make this a little better. Okay, instead of hard coding, I'm just going to here create a constant variable for topics and all. So create product, and same thing for workers. So create product workers, so 16, and the same thing for update thing. And then this products group ID, this one, yeah, a products group or something like that. So now this we have, then I can just remove in here this topic. I don't think I need that. And also here also I'm just going to get rid of this topic. Yeah, and if since we are not setting anything, you can feel free to remove this or keep it. You can just comment this or remove this. If you're trying to configure something, it's good to keep that so that it doesn't look messier. And here along with this in the consume or create product, along with this context and cancel topic and worker number, I'm just going to pass in here this group ID also, which is going to be of type string. And then in here, instead of now getting from this, I'm just going to pass in as the input param for this. Yeah, and here I'm just going to pass in additionally this cancel also as the param for this, along with the other things that we have. And same thing here as well. Let's just try to update this thing, and here I'm just removing this also. Yeah, and below the run consumers thing, let's now just remove this hard coded thing. So products group ID, create product and respective variables. And now just going back to workers, I know just I'm making a lot of repetitive changes. That's okay, fine. And here I am just going to add in this cancel context function, so that I can maybe call this cancellation so that we can do OS interruptions and all. Same thing here. I'm just going to, yeah, I think now there should not be an issue in the consumer group and all. And let's go to here our server, and where we need to now actually pass in brokers. And then here I can maybe hard code for now this as like products group. And yeah, this thing. And now we have this, and I'm just going to call this run consumers. I think this Kafka it should be internal product delivery Kafka. Okay, we already have this. And then what is the issue? Okay, am I missing something? Thing looks good to me. Okay, I think the issue is here. It should be of type pointer. That's why we have an issue. So yeah, I think now there shouldn't be any issue here. Okay, fine. So now we have this Kafka connection, and consumer will be keep listening to it and all that we have. So if I just go to our terminal and maybe bring them all down, yeah, let's just try to wait them to stop and remove them. Yep. And then I'm just going to spin this again and just check the logs of the our server. Then we should see this Kafka related logs and it's connected or not. If there is an issue, we'll just try to find it out now. Mostly there shouldn't be any, but let's just double check. Okay, and where is the our products? Here, this is the container. Okay, because there's an issue connecting to fail to dial open connection to Kafka 1. Okay, okay, I think the issue is with respect to the config variables that I added. Let's try going back. Okay, my bad. It's 9091 ports, not 190 things. Okay, again, let's try stopping them, and yep, and it should be quick because we already have other images built. It's just our application, we're just building it all the time because we are making changes. Okay, and now let's check now. Hopefully there shouldn't be any issues. Okay, still issue. Let me check container. Are we everything's up? No, actually all of our it's because our Kafka related nodes are not up. There is an issue. That's why it's not connecting. Let's fix that now. The issue is mostly related to the volume data. So I just deleted that volumes and also added this the down command so that we can just remove volumes and all the images and containers related to it. So you can run that or delete the data folder in your local repo. And so I'm just trying to bring them all down. Okay, and now let's try to spin them up. Okay, and then we'll try to check the logs of our application container. So yep, and here let me just check this thing. Okay, right, the main issue is again it's with respect to the data volumes not getting removed and having the old metadata and all, due to which the nodes of Kafka brokers were not spinning up. That is one issue. And also just make sure that the ports that you're going to pass in the brokers is for internal, so it's just internal containers communication. So that's why 19091. And after this we'll try to create a simple client and try to test by providing one message as a producer to our brokers, and see there we can use the 9091 and all because that's an external communication to from our host to containers. So once this is changed, and now going to the terminal, you can see we have it up. Maybe I'm just going to bring them all down, and I'm just removing the volumes as well, and now let's try to spin this up. Yeah, it should be quick. And now I can just
check the logs of our container, application container, and now Kafka is connected again is an issue. Okay, now it's up. Okay, fine. I think it just took some time. So this is the thing. I'm just cross-checking again. Okay, fine. Yeah, that was the main issue of not able to connect to Kafka, and you can see now there is a message here, Kafka connected, and the brokers that we have, and then metric server that we have, and we can see no message received within and all. Fine. So looks after okay, fine. Good, looks good to me. Now let's try to create a simple client and try to test once. In here I'm just creating client.go package main, and in here let's maybe do simple check, just connection check. In here this not this Kafka, yeah, and here instead of this we are trying to connect, so maybe you can hit any of your broker and just do a check if you're able to connect it to it or not. So if you're not able to connect, we can just right away throw this error and just closing this connection after exit of this function, and then let's try to mimic a writer, that is a producer. So Kafka dot writer, and here this address, I'm just going to pick our brokers. Okay, and and also I forgot to create a topics, so we can just create topic. Okay, looks like create product already exists, so let's try to check. Okay, we do already have here create and update product. Okay, then that should be fine. Okay, going back to our editor, and here I'm just going to add in this topic as create product, and this balancer least bytes, so I'm just going to, and this required acknowledgement -1, max attempts maybe 3, and just try to close this the writer, and let's just prepare a simple model product. Yeah, I can just maybe, since anyhow it's just writing a thing, I can maybe just pass in product ID. We'll see about other things, and converting it to bytes. So basically I'm just trying to serialize this. Yeah, okay, and here again we'll try to check for the error, and this message Kafka dot message value, I'm just going to pass in this bytes, and we will try to the right messages, and here pass in this context background and the message that we have. And I'm just going to maybe print this error. Okay, fine. Let's give a try now. Just trying to go back to terminal and internal client. Okay, let me just check the UI thing. Create product. Okay. Messages. Yeah. Here I have it here. Okay. So there is one message. Maybe let me just try calling this again. Yeah, we can just check the logs, or else yeah, again yeah. So create product, whatever we are just creating, the product ID is what I'm passing here, unique ID, and then so consumer is able to pick it up is what I'm just trying to show it to you for this create product. And if we just go here, you will see how many topics that we have, and then going to that respective topic, you can see how much the size and available messages that we have. And okay, this is not in this. So partition 0, offset 1, 0, and all those things. Okay, fine. So writer, we are able to write to create product, and consuming and all we will so you can just check the logs as well. So since you can see it here, request in here, message at topic, partition, offset, create product, and this is the product that I have, and we have it here, the logs, and then committed offsets for product group and all. So just trying to mimic the producer with just client code. Later we'll need to create separate producer file, and then consumer will be picking up from that producer and all. Just we'll check that and all. So you can see all the messages. So this worker 1 picked up, and here worker 15, worker 7, worker 14. So kind of like event driven sending the messages, we are able to do it. Fine. All right, we added a simple client to test, and also now let's try to handle errors. Kind of a dead letter queue. It's always kind of retry mechanism, something we can say on that lines. So here I can just add in this dead letter queue.
Okay, so this one, the topic should be the letter Q. Okay, and anyhow we created this. You can just comment this thing. So I can just do this comment. Okay, and going back to terminal and then trying to create a topic, then we should be able to see that created a dead letter Q topic. And going back to our UI, so Kafka, and we should see this dead letter Q. All right, so going back to my editor, and now that we tested and all, it's fine. Let's try to create a model for our message as well, so that we and also I'll try to handle errors thing. So inside our models, I'm just creating a new file called message.go. Here let's package models. I'm just going to maybe error message. It's something that we will be publishing it to our dead letter queue so that it can be picked up later depending upon whatever we configure. So this error message struct the message ID, which is going to be of type string, and then this offset int 64, then the topic partition, yep, and error and time. I think that should be good. So error, and then this time. Yep, so this is a simple model that we have. And also the maybe the error handling that I was just doing for validating struct and all, let's move that one to our use case layer or I think that's the business logic that we wanted to do. Maybe I'll just try to move this one to that place. So the validating struct, whatever I have it here, let me just get rid of this thing, and I'm just going to move this one to our use case layer. Okay, so inside this, the create product, here I'm just going to do this, and let me just add in this validator. It should be version 10, and also this should be product. Yep, and so that it doesn't block our gRPC server to test our this thing that I wanted to test. Okay, and also it's a clean way to handle in the business layer itself. And updating also, I'm just going to do the same thing. We can just throw in the same thing as well. And in the constructor, of course, I need to pass in this validator, and a simple way to move this. And of course now I need to update here in the server, that's why we have an issue. So going back here, I just need to pass in the validate. Okay, that's a simple moving from the server to use case. And also this update product, then I can now remove this check. Okay, better now, much cleaner. And for writer, meaning I need an instance of a writer so that I can use that to if there is any error, to write it to dead letter queue. So that is something we need to do it in the consumer group itself. Here I'm just going to
add in some constant variables for that also. So let's try to add dead letter queue topic, dead letter queue, and also the writer things that we wanted to create. I'll add in writer read timeout, write timeout, kind of like, let's say even 10 seconds or 15 seconds, up to us. So I'm just going to write in here writer read timeout, yeah, 10 second, and writer write timeout 10 seconds. And yeah, so like we have a reader, I'm just going to create in here to get me a new Kafka writer. So inside this I'm just going to maybe topic is enough. Okay, Kafka writer, and here inside this address, yep, all the brokers, topic, and balance release bytes, required acknowledgement -1, max attempts, maybe yeah, anyhow I already have it here, so I'm just passing that max attempts. Read timeout, which we have above, and the logger and error logger I'm just going to attach the same way that we did. Okay, I think, and also compression, maybe do it snappy. Yeah, I'm just going to yep, fine. I just need to import this compress, and that's fine. Okay, and then once we have, I'm just going to return this writer, and this is going to give us the writer instance. Yeah, snappy, and here let me, okay, new Kafka writer, and this one, where should we, basically in the consume create product, let's try to get the writer instance. Maybe here I'll just try to get this using dead letter queue, and here let's just have a function to handle the closing, and I'm just going to have a simple go routine function to close it. Okay, all right, and for this now I'm just going to pass in the writer instance as well, so that in that worker, if there is anything error, we'll just push it to our dead letter queue. Okay, same thing here also, I'm just going to do the same thing and update here. And of course now I need to go to our workers, update the definition here. So after this I'm just going to pass in writer, and now instead of in the error, when after creating we are checking and then logging it. So instead of logging, we need to push it to dead letter queue so that it might be picked up later, and then try retrying and all those things. So I'm going to prepare in here, let's just remove this. So error message, whatever these models that we have, and I'm just going to get the offset, m.offset, and then topic partition error time, yeah, maybe I'll just use m dot time, maybe UTC, yep, and the partition, okay, I think here the partition is something I need to change this one to hint. Yeah,
Okay, so going to workers, yeah, there's no issue now. Just the type was mismatched, and now this we have, so error, I'll try to convert into a string, so serializing that. And here again, if we have an issue even while we are trying to serialize, then I will just try to add in a very meaningful log so that we know exactly where to come and look for. So yeah, create product worker, yep, and continue, fine. And here I'm just trying to use write instance and write this message whatever we have, Kafka dot message, and here we have this value as error message bytes. And same thing again, if we have an issue while writing, then now I'll just do the logging of even writing to dead letter queue is something we couldn't do that as well. Okay, fine, that's the simple way of handling error and pushing it out dead letter queue. Okay, so same thing I need to do it here as well, so I think it should be simple and straightforward. Here yeah, I think, yep, fine, yeah, same thing, update thing, and we are just writing the same thing. Yeah, so this way it is taken care of pushing the handling right way of handling error messages and pushing it to dead letter queue. Next, what should we do is basically let's try to I'll try to create an helper kind of which helps me to publish error message instead of, if you see here, repetitive code same place here and here in the create and update. Instead of that, I think it will be better if I just create a reusable function and then use that. So it's just the up lift and shift. Okay, okay, maybe I'll just create here, just a better way of writing, nothing much. Okay, you can just keep it that. Yeah, it's your choice. Consumer group, and maybe the function publish error message. Yep, writer message, and here I need this message which is of type Kafka message, and here error should be okay. So error, fine. And inside this whatever we did there, I'm just preparing in the same way. Okay, yeah, I think should be fine. Publish error message, just trying to serialize it, and we are just trying to throw in error, and then I'm just trying to write a message. Okay, so now that I have it here, I can just remove that here, whatever I just added. Okay, so here I'm just removing all of this thing, and let me just try to handle this, and yeah, should be good. So now it's clean, and less lines of code. Same thing I'm just going to do here it as well, and remove this continue because we are already handling here. Yeah, just a simple helper and nothing much. And all right, okay, and you can test with other keys also. We just tested with product ID. Maybe I can pass in the other things
category ID, yeah, and yeah, name, description, price, something, this thing. So now it is up. Let me just go to our terminal. First let me just bring them down, and also I will see dead letter queue also. Let's deliberately try to in this struct we'll check the required conditions. So if you see in our models product, uh, here name, it required at least minimum 3. So let's try to send 2, and we'll see 2 letters, and then we'll check the dead letter queue also. And okay, so it's up. So I'm just going to first just trigger this. Yeah, I'm just trying to run a couple more times, and then we'll just check this. Or you can just check your logs also here. This is our container ID. So yeah, you can see we have category ID, name, photos, and everything. And if we just go to our UI also, if I just refresh, create product, it has 4 because we started this and we sent 4 messages and all things here we have. Okay, now let me go back in here to our client, and here I'll just try to maybe 2 3 letters. I think that's where are you? Okay, minimum is 3. I think I just need to change it to 2 letters. Okay, so let me try to hit now. Mostly we should see this in dead letter queue. And I can try to see it here. Okay, message broker, yeah, I can see. I'll just show better, it's in UI. Yeah, okay, my bad. Did we create dead letter queue? That's okay. And now I'm just going to hit that. So yeah, now we have this. Okay, going back, and here create product. Total stupidity. I'm not calling passing through use case and all, it's just writing all the things. Anyway, anyhow you send it, that should be simple. Okay, we'll check eventually to when we push it to dead letter queue, actually when we try to hit that logic. But this way it's we can test simple writing, and we can replicate in the same way also of sending it to dead letter queue. And we have written helper just to publish error messages and all. Oh, that's fine. And now we can add in metrics. So basically
to the Prometheus, just how many incoming messages, success messages, error messages, and all, like we normally did to our simple auth microservice. So I can just create inside this thing the new file, maybe something like metrics.go, and here just for tracking purpose, so I already have uh, maybe the message name, incoming messages. Yeah, new counter, and here maybe I'm just going to name this as something like product. Yeah, products incoming grpc messages total. Yeah, total number of yeah, I think I'm just going to total number of incoming grpc messages, and let's remove this. And here the success messages, so product success, maybe incoming grpc messages total number of successful incoming grpc, and this one failure messages or error messages, we can just keep it to whatever the name that best suits. I'm just going to change this one as well to error. Total number of failed incoming grpc messages. Now that we have this constant, I can just go to over here whenever we're trying to hit this create product and all. As soon as we hit here, I can just try to increment the messages, incoming messages, and if there is an error messages, I can just increment. Same way, wherever we have this, I can just increment, and if it's successful, everything at the end I can increment this thing. Same way, let's try to quickly add it here. Incoming messages, error messages, here error messages, here also error messages, success messages. Yeah, I think pretty straightforward. Even for search, yeah, yep. So this is the simple error handling. We can also kind of do better code organization. So here I can just move all the constants of Kafka to this file. So basically what let's just show you, it's optional, you can just ignore this or else follow. Yeah, now I have in here this constants. I can just lift from here and add it these things, and also same way the incoming messages and all, here also I can okay. So here the title is going to be products incoming Kafka messages total number of incoming Kafka messages, and here same thing. This way it's better organized, and now in here I can just remove unused things. It's part of the same package, then even if it is a separate file, it should be okay. And in our workers, wherever we have in the create product and all those things, maybe in the loop I can just increment incoming messages, and if there is any error while we are trying to unmarshal and this to struct, I can just increment respective things, so that this way it really helps us to understand where exactly we are failing, and also how many metrics wise. So it's better to keep one of the important observability stack. um, yeah, and here as well, let's try, and if everything's good, and here before logging I'm just going to increment the success messages. So same thing here as well, let me just quickly add it here and here as well, and finally the success increment. I'm not showcasing this Prometheus querying and all, which I showcased. I think it's a repetitive thing, so you can just do the same querying in the PromQL. We anyhow have that already running. So Prometheus, you can just check this at this 9090 port, and then you should see all of that stuff. Okay, so this way we make sure that the metrics are captured of our products microservices in each of the layer and all. Yeah, fine. So we took care of that, and next thing is basically maybe adding a total GRPC metrics also. Okay, let's do, why not? I think to get to track of all total GRPC metrics, I think the place is going to be interceptor, and here I'm just going to simply create maybe total I think total request, yeah, products service total request. So every time you hit this now, total number of incoming grpc request, and here you can just add in. So even if you want, I can just log in here total requests yeah. Okay, so anyhow, let's just try to check this. And I just need to create some product. Okay, let's just see if we have that create product. Okay, we have search. Okay, I do have this. Then maybe I can just hit this. What's happening? Let's just check this logs. I think again there is an issue with respect to MongoDB and okay. Okay, the issue was with respect to my volume space was out, so I had to delete some of the volumes, and due to which the storage space for our volumes for MongoDB and all was not available. So I just deleted the volume, and also you can delete using this command and whatever you have, and also then once they are deleted, you can just spin them up, and here is what they're up now. So if you just see all of that, all of them containers are up, and you see here the request count is increasing, the log which we just added. So if I just try to hit maybe yep, and try checking this log, so you should see that, the request count is 3 and all. So the metrics whatever we added for Prometheus and all, they're good. Yeah, let's go back to our editor now, and here I need maybe let's try to update a Doggo file to use hot reload. Just that's always a way for us to, whenever we are developing a stuff. I'm just going to quickly create a simple Docker file .dev. Where do we have in here? Yeah, let's just collapse all of that, and here dockerfile.dev. So from in here you can just add in something golang, and here run go get compile daemon. So yep, and work directory, yeah, let's set that one to app, and let's copy all of the current to our work directory. Okay, and then let's try to download all of our dependencies. Let's expose file, and then the entry point I'm just going to compile daemon. I can just remove. Okay, go build and this file, and the command has .main. Okay, this is the simple thing, and here we can just attach in our, so I'm just going to change this to dockerfile.dev, and going back to our maybe I'm just going to bring all of them down, and then let's try to spin it up again, this time with a different compile daemon, so that anything we change, it will be just restarting the container. Let's just test this, and hopefully this is just minor change. And next, what I wanted to add in is basically we have a workers, Kafka workers and all. So it's always to have good to have a retry logic, kind of like a back of exponential strategy or whatever it is, so that we give an attempts like maybe 1 2 3 attempts, so that they can give a try, and even if after it fails, then we push it to the dead letter queue and all. Let's first wait for it to complete. It's taking time to pull, so I'm just giving it time. Ideally it should be fast depending on your internet speed. Just waiting for me to pull the base image, which is golang latest, which we added. Yeah, I think my bad, I made a mistake in the docker file which I just added, so it should be go install, yeah, and just okay. Oh yeah, now let's just go back and try to bring them up again. Okay, it's again my zscaler, let me turn it off. So I turned it off and then tried to spin this thing, and everything looks good to me. And then if you just check out the logs of our application, so just try to see these logs of this container, and if you make any changes, you should be able to just see the changes in our container. Okay, that's one thing. And now let's try to add the retry logic for our workers.
so that we just give a chance to do retry attempts maybe once, twice, or thrice. So that one, let's just open our the product delivery, this Kafka workers where we have, and here I'm just going to define these constants, retry attempts, maybe 2, yeah, and this retry delay I'm just going to give in here maybe 1 second. Okay, yeah, this is the constants, and and also small change in our consumer group. I will introduce the validate in here, and I'll remove in our use case layer it's as well. I'm just moving this to all the way to this consumer group, so validator, and here I just need to add in validate validator dot validate, and I'm just going to pass in, yeah, fine. Just this simple small change, and now I can just go back to, yeah, and here we are going to see an issue because I should pass in a validate, and here I can just pass in validate. So in worker now, yeah, in the use case where we here I'll just do a check using the validate which we just added, call in the struct context, pass in this context and this product that we have, and we'll just do a quick check. And here of course I'm just going to increment and then add this log, and below this let's try to do a retry handling. So yep, retry dot do. So basically this is again a dependency that I need to install from this Avast. So let's just try to get this dependency. So you can just check out its GitHub. That's used extensively. So here now the redo function, let's try to, yeah, create a function, and here is what now I'll be calling my create product, passing in this product object, and check in here, and also maybe do a log of, let's say, created product and ID. And after in here I just need to specify here attempts, the retry attempts and delay which we have created above, and also I need to pass in this context. So retry dot context, and if yeah, I can just remove this now. So basically if then if there is an error, then I'm incrementing this, and inside this also, yep, you just we need to publish to our dead letter queue. I'm logging this and then publishing this to our dead letter queue, and increment this and console this. Yeah, I yeah, looks fine to me. And here we do have, and now I can just remove this log also, yeah, and this log as well. Fine. So this is a simple way of introducing the retry logic, wrapping in this retry.do on actual business logic, and then attempts will just pass in here and all. So same thing I need to do in here as well. Yeah,
So it should be pretty much the straightforward. Yeah, so retry.do, I wrapped in update product, and then attempts, and yep, incrementing this error, publishing this thing, and committing, and then I'm just going to remove this log. Okay, fine. The simple change of handling this thing, and now going to our use case, I can just get rid of this check that I was doing here, because anyhow I'm handling it in the worker. You can just keep it, so but it will be duplicate thing that we just added. And also you can just give it a try, replicate this error, and then it will be trying it for the value that we have configured. It's a 2, or you can just change it to 1. That's the small change to add a retry logic to our workers. Once now we are good, I'm not testing this, that's fine. I'll try to now add in a HTTP server for us, so that I can just try to hit our the handlers, basically the producer and consumer logic that we have separately added. GRPC handlers, they are working fine, whatever we wanted to. So GRPC side, I'm good, I'm not worried about that. So to just understand how we can hit this consumer groups and workers and all, we'll try to use HTTP handler. And going here to config, I'll just add in as usual HTTP struct, so that I can configure the port and timeout, retimeout, and all the stuff. So here this type HTTP struct, and here adding in a port, then profile port, which is going to be string, then read timeout, write timeout, and let's just remove these things, maybe a cookie lifetime. I'm just this is going to be int, and session cookie name, yeah, this is going to be a string. And now we just need to attach this thing to here. Yeah, that's a simple configuration. And in the YAML file, I'm just going to add in maybe let's say 5007 or whatever the port, and here timeout, read timeout, and write timeout, let's keep it 5, and timeout is 15. And lifetime, maybe you can in seconds, you can just give whatever the value you want. And this is, I'm just going to hard code for this session token. That's a simple configuration now we have. And let's create a simple interface for our HTTP delivery. And that one, inside this product thing, I'm just going to create for now delivery .go. Maybe I'll group it under HTTP folder, package product. So let's add in a simple HTTP delivery. This is going to be interface, a blueprint for us to add. So create product. Okay, and here this is going to return handler function, yeah, version 4, and update product, get product by ID, and search products. Okay, this is going to be the simple interface. And now I'll try to create in handlers, maybe inside this delivery. Let's create a new folder for HTTP, and here I'm maybe group it under version 1. And in version 1, let's create handlers.go.
Okay, here we can just add it as a version 1. That's the standard way of whenever we're trying to create HTTP endpoints or handlers, so that it will be very compatible for any frequent changes. So here this product handlers struct. So one thing we need is first logger, and then this product use case. After that, this validate I need, uh, and then uh, group. So echo group, uh, this one v10, yep, and v4. Okay, and here I just need to update a constructor, so you can just do a comment as well here as a constructor. Okay, fine. Now that I have it here, let's try to create an endpoint, to create a products a post endpoint. How do I just create is basically, yeah, inside this I just need to wrap it in the echo context, and here let's yeah, add in a tracing, create product, and defer this and import this open tracing. And here I need what do I need? So basically I need to get the product that I want, and also uh, we can add in even metrics here. Let me just create HTTP metrics also. I'm not showcasing the endpoint calling. So once let's just create this, and then we'll try to hit in any postman and curl commands or whatever you are using. Okay, so here HTTP metrics dot go. So again package one. Here quickly I may as usual standard things, success request. So product success, HTTP request total, the total number of HTTP requests, and then create how many we have, create a request. So yep, and the update request, get request, and search request. So you can just changing the words and whatever it is. I think this should be fine for me. Okay, and now I have this, I can just try incrementing. So this is basically to create a products. So I'm going to increment create requests. It's under the same package. What's the issue? Okay, have I created it? I think it's correct. That's fine. I think it's just taking time to reflect. So let me just increment, and then here this models product, and here I'm just going to bind it to our context. So pass in this product whatever we have, and inside this I'm just going to maybe log this c.bind, and we'll return HTTP errors, if there is any errors, and this also we need an helper. Yeah, let me create a separate package like we have for GRPC errors. I am just going to create a new folder called HTTP errors, and inside this let's create a new file, errors.go. okay, and here package HTTP errors. So I already have here the constant variables that I already created for other project. So I'm just going to take the reference from there and paste it here. So I don't want to add one by one here. So let's yeah, error bad request already exists and all. I think this is simply standard things, whatever we normally use in our application. And then I had to so this is not that important, so I'm just going to straight away take the whole file content from my previous project reference, and I'm just going to add it here and then maybe just give you a brief walkthrough. Okay, so in here I'm just adding. Okay, so here this is the REST error interface: status, error causes, and error body, and then struct is error status, error causes and all. And here we just have error body and interface, the implementation of whatever we have defined above, causes and all. And then this is going to give us the new REST error, and this with message with bytes, and then not found error, unauthorized error. So you can just write in a wrapper for specific things: not found, unauthorized, forbidden, internal server error. And then this is a just parser of error string messages, which returns of type REST error, which is what we want of particular code. And then parsing SQL errors, validator errors. In the error context we pass in some context, and then it takes in that and gives us the status and error body and all. So simple helper. And here I'm just going to use this now inside this handlers. I'm not spend much time there, but you can just check it out. It's a simple and straightforward thing. Now in here I just need to use this http errors and maybe yeah, error context, and pass in this context to this. And the same thing, I'm just going to validate the struct whatever I receive. And after that we just hit our product use case, pass in this product, and yeah, and increment the success thing. And then finally I'm just going to return the JSON, the status is created, and whatever the created object that we have. So this is a simple handler that we have. And I think create requests. Okay, the issue is because of this. Okay, okay, it became vector. Okay, that's why we see the issue. Fine, so this is a simple create product handler. Same way I need to create for update product. I think it should be quick for us now. Yeah, update product. And I can just take, fine, maybe I know. So this is update, and we are just incrementing this update request. Models trying to bind this product, and then validate the struct. And here I think I forgot to increment sorry, error request. Yeah, again here also I just need to handle this here as well. Okay, fine. Let's just try to make sure that the metrics that we are trying to collect is also correct. Okay, update product, validate the struct, and then call our use case update thing, and then update, increment the success and status. Okay, and next is get product by ID, and this also should be straightforward. I'm going to increment get request thing. And here we need to prepare converter ID from X to object ID. Here it's not the param, maybe a query param that I'm going to pass in product ID. Okay, here yeah,
there is extra bracket, and we do check this if there is any error, and then send error context. And now we can just try to get the product. So product, get product by id and pass in product id, and if it's any error, increment errors, and then log that and increment this, send status as okay because it's updated, and then that we have. And next is the search products. This also should be um, straightforward. So let me try to close this. Okay, so here I'm incrementing this, and let's try to get the query param of page and do error check. And if there is any error, well, we are trying to convert into integer. Then we log this and throw this http error status code that we have, and then I'm going to get the same for size as well. Do the same thing. And then this page will use the pagination query utils which we created using size and page. And this result, I'm going to pass in this query param along with that this paginations pointer, and we just do simple error handling again, and then return. So this is a simple handlers that we need inside our endpoint. So now that I have created this handler, and then the metrics, and then the interface and all, I can create a new file for routes. So inside this v1 itself, I'm just going to create a routes.go package v1. So here I'm just going to add in this map routes products routes, and here, yeah, let's not take in anything. And here inside this, we already have this as a dependency group, so that should give us, instead of passing this, yeah, group dot post method, and this should be straight this p dot ph dot create product. That's the in this handler which we just added. And going same way for updating, so I'll pass in product id as a param query, and here we just call that same thing for getting the product id. And this endpoint for search, I'll just add in this search. This is a simple mapping to routes, from routes to handler that we have. And now I need to create a http server. So that server, in the server folder that we have, we have grpc server starting up. Same way, I'm just going to create a new file for our http .go. So package, try to group it under server, and in here I'm just going to maybe create, yeah, run http server function. And inside this, let's try to right now I don't have echo. Maybe I'll try to add this as a dependency in our server, so that I can get the reference in my HTTP. So below this MongoDB, I'm just going to add in the echo as a dependency, and here let's simply attach in this echo.new. Yeah, fine. Now that I have it here, let's go back to our this function, and in here to run the HTTP server. First, let's try to get maybe a standard health endpoint, just to check if health the server is up or not. And this echo context, and I'm just going to maybe send in the status code okay 200, and echo map messages okay. That's version 4. And next year we can expose some metrics as well, so that we will be able to calculate total request, success request, and all that thing. And here if we wanted to add anything related to middleware handling and all, we can add all of the stuff here. So instead of clubbing in the same function, I'll try to create a separate function and then create middleware related function below. And after this, here we'll just try to start the server in a go routine, and we try to just log the ports from whatever the config that we have. So I can just say that it's running from on this port whichever we just added. And also let's try to configure the read timeout and write timeout from our config. So unit is going to be a time dot second. It's going to be on the write timeout, it's we already have it here, so same thing. And the max header bytes, yeah, I'm going to maybe we can either add it or remove. Yeah, maybe I'll just comment this for now. Later we'll configure this thing. And now I'm just going to call the start server, and here let me just start this go routine. So you can either start in a TLS mode if you have certificate and all, but I think for now it's fine, let's just handle it this way. And I need a middleware helper function, so maybe I'm just going to create in here server. Let's name this as map routes. And inside this we need to first add middleware things. First thing is logger, so I'll try to log each request line, like kind of a method, path, status, latency, and all etc. So to do that, yeah, we just need to use middleware dot logger. And then we need to add in the cores. Okay, and I think HTTP is redirect. For time being I'm not going to add this. And cores allow all origins, and then headers and methods. This is standard way whenever we are trying to configure any middleware. And once we added this cores, let's also add recover related stuff. So basically it prevents us panics from crashing the server. So I'm just going to add yeah, middleware dot recover config. And in here let's yep, recover. Okay, recover with config, that's why we have an issue. Fine. Yeah, it's basically it will not this disable print stack and stack all true. What does that signify is basically if we say that do not log a stack traces, kind of like quite crash recovery, and we don't want anything to leak internals and all that stuff. And then I'll add in this request ID. So basically it adds a unique request ID, kind of x hyphen request ID, just for our tracing purpose per each request. So that it what it does. And maybe I can add in even the compression technique. So which one to use? I'm going to use middleware dot zip with config. And inside this maybe this level I'm going to use zip level and skipper. Let's strings dot contains URL path. Maybe if we add a swagger or health, we can just skip that, though I'm not adding swagger. Just that's good to have, but you can add it here. Fine. We do not have this constant for now. I'm just going to hard code this here. So basically what does this signify is zip response compression at the level that we specify, and it just skips compression for any path that contains swagger. So if you wanted to skip something, that we here is the place that to configure. And if you wanted to configure security headers, we can just call middleweight.secure and all that thing, uh, and restrict body limit as well. So this is the where let's say I'm not going to accept a body limit greater than 2 MB or whatever stuff. This is the place that we can add it, but I'm just not adding it for time being, since it's just for testing purpose that we have. And I need to remove this thing, and I think we need to install this thing. Let's do this. Go get middleware. Yep, added. So going back, and there should be no issue for us. Okay, we have this map routes, and here I'm just going to call this map routes, and this is how anything that you wanted to add, you can just configure it here. Good. Now that we have here, so going to this thing, I'm just going to maybe product http version 1, and I'm just going to create in here maybe let's try to just add it here. So version 1, maybe /API/version1, just trying to create a group of /API/v1, and we need to create a product handlers, which we have in the handlers.go file, and I'm just going to product http. Okay, let's fine. So here, this in the handler which we created here, this is what we are calling in our server. And here this is what we are mapping to our respective handler and all, so that we have those things. And once we have this, we need to do is just start our server, and then we can test hitting the APIs. So the port is at whatever we configured in the YAML file, so it is 5007. We can just hit that and test it. Let's do a test, and I just need to start the server as well. Here, like we did here, I'm just going to same way call our run http server thing. So log dot is just port, and then here I'm just going to call run http server, hit this. Okay, all right, let's go back to terminal, and here I'm just going to maybe hit localhost 5 health
couldn't connect to the 5007 server. I think we forgot to expose that port in our Docker file. Yeah, here I'm just going to expose this, and also here add in the dependencies of Kafka nodes also, along with that zookeeper. Fine. Yeah, and now going back, let's try to remove the containers. Yep, and I'm just trying to spin them up. Yeah, containers are up, and now we can test our this endpoint. Yeah, and now you can see our HTTP 5007 is exposed. So let's try to create a product using this HTTP endpoints that we just exposed, the handlers. So if we hit our create product, we you can see we are able to create and return that. And same way, let's try to maybe search for our product or which headphones. So I do here have the call command here. V1 search equals to headphones, and page is 1 size 10. So let's try to hit, and you see we have total count 1, total pages, page, and as more, and here we have the list of the products and all. Same way we can just hit getting product by ID. In here we just need to guess have this product ID. So let me copy this, and here I guess the query param is product underscore ID, and let's just remove this. Yeah, so this is the endpoint that we have. So we have grpc exposed methods as well as this HTTP endpoints. Fine. Okay, so going back, now let me quickly add a simple the server middleware for manager for our HTTP handlers. So in our middleware folder, let me just create yeah, maybe I'll just create here this new folder called middleware, and inside this I'm just going to create this manager.go package middlewares. So here just we'll need HTTP or total request, and yeah, I'm just going to products service HTTP total request, total number of incoming requests that we have. And now we need middleware HTTP manager. Okay, so here this is we need a logger, so I'm just adding logger along with this the config that we need. All right, now simple interface. I'm just going to maybe yeah, and just the standard thing, middle manager interface. For now I'll just have one method, which is the metrics, and here we need to have echo handler function, which is the next to pass on, and yeah, let's maybe make this thing a small case or fine. And now here the constructor, I'm just going to here change the return type to pointer. So this is a simple middle where manager constructor, and now I need to just have this metrics, which is this Prometheus metrics calculation function. So yeah, middleware manager, and inside this
yeah, we'll just have a wrapper and just increment total things and pass on to our handlers. So this is a simple handler and this should be v4. Fine. Now that we have this manager, I just need to embed this inside our handlers. Where is this? Yeah, so I used to say dependency adding, it's same, but actual right word to use is embedding anything that we want inside the specific handler. So here I'm just adding now this middleware manager, embedding inside this, and let's also update our constructor. And yeah, this, now we have this thing inside our handler. All right, now that I need to update inside our server. That's why we have an issue. So here let me just maybe create this new middleware manager, and I'm just going to add in pass into this thing, and also let me maybe here call this metrics function. So before that, hitting any of our handlers. Yeah, this is a simple way. Now every time we hit, the count will be stored, the number of calls that is happening, we are hitting this HTTP server. Okay, that's a simple add-on. And okay, fine. And if you we have a Redis here, so let's try to add that package. Just whenever user is trying to retrieve a product or details, we'll try to store it, and then for further request we'll try to fetch from Redis. That's just a standard way of caching the things. So let's just create a simple package for Redis. So I'm creating Redis folder. Inside that, redis.go. I think we already know how we can just quickly create this new Redis client. Maybe returns new Redis client. Yeah. Okay. And I'm just going to return just the Redis client, and let's. Okay. This one, Redis. Yeah. V9 or just whatever the version is latest, just get that. So I'm just adding here. Mostly it works, so any version should be fine, but I'll just prefer the latest version. Yeah. Okay, so going back here, I need to first initialize the Redis host. Yeah, I think I do not have it in the config also. So let's try to add a struct in our config for Redis. So type Redis struct. Here maybe Redis address. We need few things: Redis password, DB, yeah, Redis DB, Redis default DB, which is going to be of type string, then minimum idle connections, which is of type int, then this pool size of type int, pool timeout. I'm just going to set it to int itself, then this password, then finally this db, which is going to be of type int. Okay, so I have this one ready, so I'm just attaching in here and going to our config file, and here quickly I'm just adding here yeah, Redis 6379, Redis password, maybe leave this db also, I'm just setting it to 0, and minimum idle connections maybe 200, pool size let's say random number, and pull timeout, maybe I'll just set it to 240. Password, let's keep nothing for now, and db. Yeah, this is standard configuration for Redis. So now we have, so going in here, here I can just now change this Redis dot, instead of host, it is going to be Redis address. And here if Redis host is empty string, then I'm going to set this Redis host to 6379. And now let's try to initialize this client, Redis dot new client, and here I need to pass in Redis options, address, and the password. Okay, password, we okay, db is I think, yeah, db should be fine. Minimum idle connections, then pool size, pool timeout, yeah, it's going to be of unit second. I think, yeah, for now this should do. And here I'm just going to return this client. Okay, so this is a simple Redis package that we have. And now we need to add in the simple layout for this all as well. Let me try to maybe in the product repository .go, we can create a separate Mongo repository.go or Redis repository. Since it's small, maybe I'll just create Redis repository product, and here I'm just going to add in 3 functions. One is to set the product, yeah, this, and then other is get product by ID. Okay, and here I'm passing in product ID primitive thing, and then other is to delete products, yeah, passing in the ID. So this is a simple interface. And now inside this repository I'm just creating a new file for Redis. So Redis repository .go, and here let's have this package repository. And as usual, let's have the simple constants for prefix, which it's going to be products, and then the expiration maybe in second unit, let's say, yeah, 1 hour. Okay, fine. And then the struct, which I'm going to maybe name this as a product Redis repository. Okay, prefix, which is of type string, and then Redis dot client of type, and this should be version 9. Okay, fine. And now we need to, let's minimize this thing. Okay, now let's work on returning the constructor. So new product repository constructor, and here I'm just and then first we need to set product, so that is the definition of this. And let's try to add the tracing. And after this let's try to try to serialize that of the product whatever we are receiving. And here I will just check if there is any error. If so, we'll just throw that. Else I'm just going to use this or dot redis dot set function
So here pass in this context, and I'm going to call in here creating a key helper like we normally just created for other repository layer. So yep, and here I'm passing in the product ID, and here I'm just going to attach the prefix for this. Let's maybe this convert this into a string. Okay, and now I can just call in this create key function, and yeah, and this bytes, anyhow this is yeah, so that is the simple yeah, this is a simple set product function. And same way, now let's try to call get product by ID and all those things. So inside this, yep, tell will have okay, my bad, okay, fine. All right, so we added a span trace open tracing things, and here now I try to get that details of that product here in bytes itself. And once I have that, we'll again try to check if we had any error while trying to get from Redis, and just throw this error, and if not, we'll try to uh, unmarshal this to our models dot product, and yeah, and I'm just going to return that result. So this is a simple get product by ID function. And then finally, to delete product, it should be pretty straightforward. So yeah, this is the thing. I just use delete, pass in the ID, and then this is what the Redis repository is going to look like. All right, now that we have Redis repository, it's in the use case layer is what we need to embed this thing, and try to call the respective functions which we just updated. So here this Redis repository, and I need to pass it to our constructor, and here let's pass in. Okay, when we try to create now let's try removing this. So let me try to get this product okay, and I check if error is not equals to nil. I'm just going to throw this error, and after this, now we need to insert into our Redis. So I'm just going to call this set product, and we just insert that and return this. So this is a simple way to insert this. And when user now tries to get the product by ID, so this is where first we need to check if is it present in our Redis layer or not. So here I'm just going to pass in this product ID to get product by ID function, and check if there is product in Redis or not. And also let's check this errors of Redis nil and all those things, and I'm just going to throw that accordingly. And if this cached is not equals to nil, so let me return cached nil. And then if it is not present, then we will look inside our MongoDB section. So same thing, I'm just going to yeah, it should be just find that product from MongoDB, and then once we found, then insert into Redis, and then return that product. So here I'm just returning this product, and if there is any error, we'll just handle that. Okay, So this is a simple way of adding inside our use case layer the Redis thing. So this is simple and straightforward, so there's nothing much to showcase, so you can just test it, and it is okay. This is yeah, now there's no issue, and here I need to, yeah, of course, we need to pass in this Redis thing in the server. So in here I'm just need to pass in this Redis. So in here I need to attach and pass it to our constructor. Yeah, I think now there shouldn't be any issue. Okay, I think we should be good. S dot Redis. Okay, sorry, it should be to repository. So this product Redis repo, yeah, a new product Redis repository, pass in this, and here I'm just yep. So we need to pass in prefix, set product. So maybe I'll, anyhow we have it here, the prefix, so I'm just going to remove, and I have it constant above. I think this should be good. So going back to server, I think, yeah, we have product Redis repo initialized, passing in this, and this is what I need to pass to my use case layer. So this is the simple Redis integration, and you can just give it a try. So yeah, anyhow it's hot reload is there, but still I'm just trying to stop the containers and then try to hit them up. Mostly you should see it as working, so just storing it in Redis while we are creating and then trying to get that. So let me just try to okay, I think it's still starting. Let's again, I'm just going to let's check the logs. They're up. Connection reset. Let me check these logs. Server.new server. What's the issue?
in main.go. Okay, yeah, I think here I did not update passing Redis client. My bad. Okay, so here I need to pass in Redis client. Yep, and just Redis connected, and I need to pass in Redis client. And I think, yeah, fine. And now mostly if we go back and check, maybe I'll try to bring them down and spin them up again. Okay, yeah, I'm just going to hit that now, and you can see the logs for the time improvement when you're trying to retrieve, because we are trying to retrieve from Redis if it is present. So I'm just trying to create still the same issue. Okay, now it's up. Fine. And now that I have it here, let's try to use this query. And of course this is not the ID, this is the new ID that we have, so I just need to update this thing. And since while we were creating, we inserted into Redis, now it will be fetching for me from the Redis. Okay, you can just check, add in the logs, and check the hit where it is hitting exactly, and you will be clear. So yeah, you can just check the specific yeah, somewhere we should be having these logs, and you can just add in specific, like we hit Redis or something like that, and check it out in here. Fine, so that's a simple Redis integration, and we're almost there. I just need to add in a producer, which is what is pending. If you see, now we have created Kafka consumer groups and workers, but we are not actually using it. We are just hitting the use case, but it's just a HTTP wrapper, and that's something is not integrated. So that's the one last step that I'm going to add in, which is adding the producer. So to create that, we need to go to our Kafka folder. Inside this, I'm creating a new file called producer.co. okay, so in here, package Kafka, and inside this, products producer interface. Yeah, in here, this producer interface, we need to have a method to publish, I mean the product, which is publish create. And here I'm just adding context, along with that this messages. So let's just add in of type Kafka dot message. Okay, same thing for update, and then the functions to close, run, and to get a new Kafka writer by passing in the topic. So just to give me writer instance. Okay, so and here I'm just have adding in this struct, and inside this we'll embed this log that we need, and then this config, then this create writer, and then update writer. So these are the two things that we need, and here we'll just initialize that construct which we I mean the constructor. So products producer, and in here I'm just going to add in a log and cfg config. Okay, that's a simple constructor that we need, and then I need an helper function to get a new Kafka writer. So let's maybe yeah, I'm just adding it in comments so that I get better suggestions. Yeah, uh, this products producer get a new Kafka writer, and by passing in the topic, and here yeah, this is exactly what I need. Topic balancer, then um, writer, here we can use this max attempts. Okay, yeah, and the logger that we have, and compression as a snappy, and I'm just imported this snappy, and you can just add in additional things if you need, but I think for now I'm just ignoring the other parents. Okay, here instead of returning this, maybe I'll just assign it to w variable and then return that. And here this run initialization producers writers. Okay, this is the function, and we just need to get an instance for our create writer and update writer, so that we can actually use that to produce it to our workers, I mean to Kafka. Okay, and then the function to close our writers, it should be again a simple thing. I'll just call the close function on those respective instance that we have, update writer and create writer, and then to publish this thing, create product, and this is the simple implementation of the above or two functions which we have in the interface. So this is a simple producer helper that we just created, and now this thing we need to use it in our use case layer. So in the use case layer, I need to update my use case definition as well. Here I'll just have two more methods, yeah, publish create and also publish update. So now in this use case, and going in here, I need to implement these two, and along with this now Redis repo, I need the products producer. So this is going to be of yeah, from this Kafka folder that we have, and yeah, in the constructor, let's just update this one, products producer. Okay, so now that I have here, I need to create a two new methods. So here yeah, I'll just publish create. This helps us to create a new product. Yeah, the definition we already know, so it just helps us with that. And after this, let's first adding in the tracing as usual, and then the serializing that, so marshalling whatever the product that I get. Okay, fine, and in here I just again handle this error checks, and if there is no error, then we need to use now a publish create method, and here I can just use this Kafka dot message value and this time. Maybe here I'll just use time dot utc yeah, now dot utc. Okay. Mm, yeah, this has to be byte should be, I don't know what's the issue. Arguments list. Okay, I think the bracket is the issue here. And also I need Kafka Go. So maybe I'll try to rename this as maybe let's say product Kafka, and here I'm just going to use that yeah, and I need to have this uh, this Kafka client, so that here this message that I have will be used. Okay, I think I assigned it to this wrong, and remove this. Yeah, and then I just need to have this I think mostly we should be good. This yeah, this should be prod Kafka. That's the issue. Yeah, I think now I just gave an alias so that I can use this message Kafka.message in here. So this is simple publish create, and the same way I just need to add in publish update. I think it should be straightforward. Adding the tracing and trying to, yeah, and then call publish update and all. They're pretty much the same. Okay, now in my server I need to pass it to my, yeah, where is the issue? Yeah, I need to pass it to my use case. So here we need this products producer. Yep, Kafka dot a new products producer. I need to call this run, and we have a function to close, and then I need to pass in this products producer for this. So this way we will have an instance of the products producer, and then I can call that respective functions. And yeah, mostly that is it. And yeah, let's we can give it a try. So basically update product in this use case, yeah, fine. You can just call this inside our handler, inside this h1 handler. So this is where now in the create product I need to
use this publish update instead of this create product directly. Maybe what I'll do, I'll just remove this here and try to use this publish create and then I'm just incrementing those and here instead of this JSON maybe I can pass in no content and status created, because it's something we are passing it to our workers, not having the immediate inserts. So that's one thing and these now in update product also maybe here let's product ID. I need to get this from our param and I assign it to this product ID and I think now here I'll just try to publish product and remove this thing and here again this is going to be simple no content. Okay, so that's this minor change in our handler in create a product and update product handler. And now actually when we try to hit our the HTTP handlers, then we use the publisher and then that publishes it to Kafka and then consumer picks up from there and then whatever we just so let's just give a final test and then I'm just going to, and then we are done with this product simple product microservice section. Okay, and now let's okay fine let's see if everything is up. Yep, and I have this create product and if I hit this now okay let's check the logs. The simple this thing failed to sync group products group rebalance the coordinates begin rebalancing the client should rejoin the group not available. I'm just checking once again. Let's try to create. Sometimes it just takes time to reflect and now if you try to search these products, it should ideally do the same thing. So I'm just trying to search and if I try adding it again and so if you see now we should see total count 2 and if I just check back my logs of the container we should see that is getting picked up by consumers and message writing one message to create product and all, and you will see the same thing for update if I hit that update. So this way it is now it's a completely event driven thing, so we are completely delegating it to our workers and Kafka handles that. So it's just a showcase for simple things, but for heavy compute intensive stuff and long running sections and all, this is how it's done.
So I can show you in the Kafka and in the MongoDB UI section, and then Redis if it's inserting or not and all that stuff. But you can just check it. So my intention is to just help you with the integrating all components together, and this is what the simple product microservice is all about. Hope you guys learned something from this products microservice of integrating Kafka, MongoDB, and having both gRPC methods as well as HTTP handlers with a lot of packages, a clean way of adding observability, Jaeger for tracing, Prometheus for metrics calculation, though I've not added JSON for Grafana dashboards and all, but you can just look for that. So this is a simple product microservice. All right, so let's start a simple search microservice. So I'm just creating a directory called simple search microservice, and let's navigate to that. And as usual, I'll just try to initialize this module. So here github.com and use your username, and just give something like simple search micro service, whatever the name that you want, and we should have a simple go.mol file created in that. And let me just open in the editor of my choice. So I'm just opening that, and and so let's just try to open this editor as usual, and let's try to zoom in a bit so that it will be clear for you. Okay, fine. So this is the simple the model file that we have, and let's straight away try to create a simple command file. And in this I'm just going to create a main.go, and let's just create a simple logging thing. So package, let's give this as a package main, and the main function, I'll just try to add this log starting the application. Fine. So if I just go back to my terminal, and let's try to maximize this, and if I just try to run command main.go, and we should be good, I think. Fine. The starting the application, and that's the log that we have. And switching back to this, let's I think that should be I think things should be good, I guess. Fine, let me keep it this size. Now we have this, and I'll just have simple helper config the function, and then we'll try to add in the ML files that we need. And quickly let's take it from our simple auth microservice. So I'm just maybe at the root file, let's just create here this config file, and in here I'm just creating config.go. so inside this I need to maybe create a simple let's group it under config package, and from our helper simple author micro service project, I'm just taking this. So here nothing, we are just having two functions to load config, and so given a file name, and we'll try to set that as a file name, and then try to get the environment variables and read in the values that we have in that specific things. And this wiper instance is what will be returning, and this is to parse it whatever the config that will be passing it. Just helper functions, I think it should be clear if you follow the simple auth and email microservice section, which is what we started to begin with. So here now I need to install this. So you can just go to your terminal, back to terminal, and just let's and just install this package, and then we should be good for the config.
Yeah, okay, so going back to this, and here maybe let's have this simple config.yaml file. And for time being, I'll not add anything. We'll add eventually as we need what we need and all. And here going back to this mean.go file, so here now I just need to load that config section. Maybe the utils to get the config path. If you have something like docker and local and all, you can just write simple util function based upon that, retrieve whatever you need. For now I'll just try to hardcode that config.yaml file as what we need. So here, yeah, a config file, and I'm just going to use this config dot the load config, and the path is I'm just going to give in here this config uh, .yaml file, and here we'll just check if there is any error. As usual, the standard way of checking this, and if so, I'll just try to log this fatal error, and if not, we'll just continue to parse whatever the config file that we got from here, and here again we'll try to do the same simple check, fail to parse the thing. So once we have the config, then we need to pass in this config section to our logger. So basically I want to configure a logger package as well, so that we can use proper formatting and all that. So we'll again leverage Uber's app package. So let's again create a simple or maybe a package folder, and inside that I'll just again take a reference from same simple auth and microservice project. So here I'm just creating a package, and here let's create a new folder for logger, and inside this I'm just creating here this logger.go. Yeah, and I'm just going to take a the copy of whatever we have in the previous thing. So let me just take that. Okay, the same thing. So here I just need to install this. So going back to this terminal, go get, yeah, we just added this, and yeah, this config we don't have add, so it should be change it to search microservice, and yeah, this config is something we need to create, which I will create. uh, Yeah, I think this you can just take a reference or watch the simple author microservice. So this is simple, the standard template that we normally follow for adding the logs and all, and I'm not going to talk much about it. And of course I need to add in this config section so that I don't see this error. For now I can just go to my config file, and here maybe I'll just add in, yeah, something now, and whatever I need I will eventually keep adding inside this. So first thing at least we need is the logger, so I'll just add in the logger struct, same logger struct, and inside this the standard thing. So development, is it a development environment, and then the disable caller, and so maybe I can take this also as a reference from simple auth microservice in disable stack trace. So just a way for us to configure that, and encoding and level. Yep. So and here I'm just going to attach in this logger for this inside this, and going to this logger, and now, yeah, and I need to add in the server as well, so that we don't see this error. And the server, let's create a simple placeholder for that also. So here I'm just going to create server. For now I'm just going to add maybe an app version, and eventually what we need like port and all those things we will just add it here. Okay, so here the server, I'm just going to add it here inside this, and going back to this, yeah, we need to add a mode in here. Let me just add in mode, and I think now we should not see any error in our logger file. Okay, fine. So now that we have here and this the config section, now I can use this config to pass it to a logger. So here I'm just going to call this new API logger, and we just need to import from this package logger which we just created. And here let's try to call this initialization, and you can just console this whether to see it's working or not. So now that we just added the initial package, so just going back to this terminal and just try to run it again, and we should be able to see the um, um, logger initialized and all info and all. Yeah, I think we don't have any config, so that's why there's nothing here, and should be good. Fine, we added a simple logger, and again I will, since it's a kind of, we're trying of course we'll try to add a Jaeger as a package so that it will be help us in tracing the request. So it's very important when it comes to when we are building microservices for distributed environments. So for that, again let's create a simple package called Jaeger. So inside this I'm just creating a new folder called Jaeger, and inside this let's have it create here Jaeger.go, and this also I'm just going to take a reference from simple auth microservice code base, and you can just take a reference from there. And here I just need to change this, and now you need to install all of these things. So first let's try to install so go get open tracing thing, and going back this Jaeger client of this Go language. So let's try to install this. Okay, and yeah, and I just need to install this alone, and then we should be good. Okay, so go get and this config. Yeah, I think we should be almost good, and there should not be any error. And of course, yeah, this config I need to configure the Jaeger related things. So here I'm just going to add in Jaeger, and here all we need to do is just host service name and log spans, just the standard thing that we normally added before. So here I just need to add this Jaeger, and going back here we should not see any issue here. Okay, so now that we have a simple, so just initializing the Jaeger thing, so that and it gives us the tracer, and then we can use this in our the main.go file where we are trying to run our program. So here now that I have I can try to maybe a tracer, and try to pass in the config that we have, and I'm just going to check again if we have any issue. Then Jaeger is something that we just imported from our package. So all we are doing is just trying to initialize it and check if there is any error. I'm just going to show health, and I'll set this global tracer to whatever the tracer that it has written, this function that we have. And maybe after this I can just log this Jaeger initialized and all that stuff. And also we can maybe add in here this we already have this defer of closing this thing, and I think this should be just a simple way to initialize the tracer that we have. So going back again, I'm just trying to run this again, and let's see. Okay, okay, looks like there is some issue. That's because I need to, we don't have here the tracer running. So going back to this terminal, Going back to the code base, to main.go, tracer, okay. I'll just add in a simple maybe, yeah, yeah, we need to add in this host name and all that stuff. So service name, I'm just adding it as simple search microservice, and host, I need to run this container, and that's why it's throwing me an error. What I'll do is basically we need to have this docker compose file. That's why we are seeing this an error. So let me just create here this docker compose YAML file, and here I'm just going to start in the Jaeger thing, and as usual I'm just taking the docker compose reference from our the auth microservice, and you can just take it the same as well. So here I don't have this syntax indentation correct. Yeah, I think Jaeger container and this thing and all that stuff, and I'm just trying to maybe create a simple make file. Let me just create make file, and here we'll just add in a simple command which helps us to spin up the container that I need it. So okay, so I'll just going to create here this docker compose thing. So yeah, and I can specify exactly the docker compose file and then maybe build every time. So okay, so now let's go back to terminal, and let's try to spin up the Jaeger. Okay, it is up, so going to this thing, and in the config section now I need to adjust here the values for that. So it should be simple for Jaeger that we have. So log spans, I'm just going to set this to true, and this should be the port of yeah, I think localhost 142.68 traces is something should work. Okay, and going back to terminal, and I'm just going to add in this new one more terminal, and let me just run this again. Yeah, now we don't have any issue. So here Jaeger initialized and then application started, and I think we should be good. So yeah, just because our docker compose we didn't have the containers ready, that's why we couldn't start initially. Okay, now that Jaeger is also there and logger is there, let's try to initialize a simple elastic package. That's what this is all about. So we need to have elasticsearch client. So I'm just going to create in here this new package for that called elastic, and here let me just create elastic.go, and this one I'm just going to group it under elastic, and let's have the elastic struct. So inside this, first thing is the addresses, and this one it's going to be of type the string array. So I'm going to accordingly mention the same here. Map structure addresses and validate. We need to make sure that it is required, and then we need the username, which is going to be again of type string. And this I'll just keep it simple. We can just um, make this as just mapping the structure. This is for mostly for our Viper config to see the structure. The value that we are going to provide is going to be of type username and all. So then this password, let's again keep it as simple as password, and other fields may be API key. Yeah, I think we can keep it either API underscore key or API this capital key, something like that. And the header, if kind of like global HTTP request header that we need, so maybe I might say this as http dot header. Fine. And then should be enable logging in this Elasticsearch. Then I'm just going to maintain here boolean, and maybe I'll just keep this enable logging. Yeah, this is a simple struct and the configuration that we need for this thing. And now I just need to create a simple the elastic the search client. So maybe I'll just name this as the same new elastic search client, and here pass in our config, and we'll be returning here this elastic search. So this I need to install the dependency for this elasticsearch dot client and error. This is what I'll be returning here. So for this we need to add in this uh, config, of course, yeah, for this thing. And then the elasticsearch, here what I'm going to do, I'll just try to use the go elasticsearch library. So maybe I'll just try to add in elastic, yeah, go elasticsearch, either version 8 and version 9 should do, anything should be fine. And then we need the transport, the so elastic transport go. So I would need, so this you can just right away check out the respective GitHub packages, and then you should be good to know more about these respective libraries that we are using. So elastic transport. So first let me install this. So going to this terminal, and yeah, let's try to install this Elasticsearch client that we need. Yeah, we have 8.19.0, so it's just downloading. Let's just wait for it to download, and then meanwhile it's downloading, let me just try to get this as well and go back to terminal. Yeah, it's just, I think it's my net is a bit slow, I guess. Yeah, it's done, and let me just try to install this as well. Transport. Okay, I think there's a typo. It should be elastic transport. Yeah, this is the issue, that's why we have that error in the terminal. So see, if you do just go more tidy, also you should be able to install whatever we just added inside this. And yeah, and anyhow I'm just going to use it, and then we'll install that, or else now by default it will just get rid of that whatever we have not used. So here this config, let's try to get this create this config object. The addresses, I'm maybe yeah, elastic is something I need to add it again inside this. So let me just add this struct, and of course now I need to add it in my so here let me just create in here this simple think, and I don't think I need this mappings. I can just get rid of this. Yeah, and here I'm just going to attach in here, and of course I'll update here to pass in this whatever we need. And we need here the now just pass in whatever we configure in the YAML file. So username, password, API key, and header, and logging and all. Maybe I'll just this is the simple config object. And now we are I'll just check if there is a logging enabled. If so, the config dot the logger whatever we have here, I'm just going to set in this elastic transport dot color logger, and inside this I'll just pass in the output and then enable request body and response body to true. So this should be a simple boolean check of to enable the logging or not. And now we just need to initialize the new Elasticsearch by passing in the config, and again we'll just do normal error checks, and then accordingly I'll just return this client or nil. So this is a simple package which is going to give us the Elasticsearch client that we need. So only thing is you just need to install this go client Elasticsearch dependency, and then we should be good. So now that we have it here, we can maybe yeah, I need to add in the Docker file for those things. For the Elasticsearch, maybe yeah, I'll just go to my this Docker compose file. So maybe I'll try to add in this new, maybe one node should be good. So I'm just trying to add this image. Yeah, Elasticsearch should be 1890. So I think the latest is something 1819.6, or just check whatever the latest is in our Docker Hub. Just prefer to use that. Thing should be good, and that should not be an issue. So here this container name, I'll just try to keep it a simple one node that we'll try to use, and restart always. Yeah, I think the standard whatever we need, I'll just try to add in the environment configurations. Yeah, discovery type should be a single node, and then I'll just default add in this whatever is recommended in the Docker hub, and security for development, so I'll just enable this to false. And then we can configure even this node.name so that it will be identified in our console or API key. Cluster name also maybe I'll just keep it as Elasticsearch, and then yeah, and maybe license I can just type, maybe use it as basic one, so that we can use all the free. Yeah, I think should be good. Okay, fine. Then upper limits I can just configure here the memory log, and so this basically soft one and hard one, yeah, should be fine. I think to know what each does, maybe I would recommend you to just check out this official Docker Hub, and then there'll be detailed explanation of what each does. And for maybe for volume, maybe I'll just try to create one local, let's say Elasticsearch. I'll try to configure this, and ports will try to expose 9200 and 300. I think yeah, this should be decent node, and then I need to attach in this volume now. So here maybe this volumes I need to just add in. Here's the driver local, yeah, should be fine. So this is a simple the node which helps us to spin up the Elasticsearch. Fine. Yeah, I think we are getting there. Just creating a simple the Elasticsearch client package helper for us to initialize that. And yeah, okay, so now that we have this Docker compose, maybe I can spin it up. And also before even that, let's create even a simple package for us to give us the Elasticsearch client. So here I'm just going to create another package called es client. So es is just elastic search shorter version, short name. Okay, so es client.go, and here, yeah, let's just name it in the same way, and I'll just have in here the simple function called info, and I'll just pass in the context, and along with that context, along with that this es client, which will be of type elasticsearch dot client, and then I will try to return here this pointer of type es api dot the response, and then of course this error from this function. Okay, fine. So I think maybe if I try to close this, you should be able to see this. Yeah, elasticsearch, we just need to import this properly, so it's version 8, and then we should not see any issue. So info, just passing in the context so that we can pass in or cancel whenever there is an interruptions and all, so that's always good to pass in the context, and the client, and then the response. So here what we'll do, just simple and straightforward, I'll try to just use the cs client, and then the info function is something that I can call in here, so this one, and pass in this es client dot info with context, along with that this es client dot info with maybe human, yeah, yep, fine, I think, yeah. So here you can see what this does is simply you can just check in this thing, it just returns basic information about the cluster, so that we'll know whether we were successful in initializing the connection to that or not. So that's why it's just a simple way for us to cross verify that. And here after that I'll again, as usual, we'll just check for the errors if there is any, and maybe I'll also check if this response, if there is any error. If so, I can maybe just try to return this a new object of this errors type. If not, we'll just return this response and all. So this is a simple client that we have, and since I have this one, I will try to maybe for testing purpose, for time being, let's maybe create a simple internal package. So here like we have here whatever the core logic, ideally we should try to maintain in the internal, so something that is internal to this code base or package of whatever we are trying to build. I'll try to, for timing, I'll keep it in the app folder. Maybe later we can just keep it in our controller, whatever api that we want to expose. For let's for testing purpose, I'm just creating this. So inside this thing, what we need to do is basically just create a simple run function, then this one I can just call it inside our main.go. So here maybe, yeah, let's just create the simple package here, and I'll just try to create a simple app struct. Yeah, and here maybe I need this logger, and this config is something that I need. Yeah, I'll just try to get it from this packages respectively, and I need some channel done, the channel struct, so that I can pass in the context to listen to any interrupts and all. And so, and then we need elastic client, so which we, yeah, just, so this should be version 8, fine. And after that I need maybe should we need anything else? Yeah, I'll try to add the maybe echo, which I might need to expose apis, which I will try to test it eventually. And then validator, a simple validator should be fine to see if we have the struct that we have mentioned, is it something that we are receiving in the format that we have set or not. So here I'm just trying to install this simple validator, and then we should be able to import this one, and I think this will be installed, and just going back, and then we should not see any issue. Fine. So this is a simple struct, and then maybe let's try to create a simple constructor. So here passing in this logger and config, and we'll be trying to return a simple app instance, and then I'm just going to maybe Elasticsearch and all. Let's try not passing this. I think this should be good. So log I'm passing in config, and validator maybe, yeah, I'll pass in this new instance of that. Yeah, this is a simple constructor. It will give us the instance of this app, and let's try to create a simple function on top of that struct. Maybe kind of, let's say it's going to be run. So here, yep, run, and I'll try to maintain this signal.notify context, so that any interruptions of using either control C, so that we can stop this running of the servers in between. It's always good to have this. So I'm just trying to notify this context background, users context background, and maybe here this os dot interrupt also. Yep, fine. And here I'm just going to defer this cancellation, and this tracing, maybe I can have a boolean to enable it or not. Maybe since by default now we just setting this Jaeger, you can either set in the enable or not. So maybe here this enable, and here I might set this to true, and maybe here check this first. This is just some showcasing if you really want to enable tracing or not, depending upon your requirement. So here this config dot Jaeger, and I'm just going to check enable. If that is so, whatever the logic that we had in the main, I'm just going to remove that now, and anyhow we'll just pass in this the config, and do normal standard check of setting the tracer on all. So this is going to be a simple way that I'm just going to log in this Jaeger initialized. So after that we need to initialize the Elasticsearch client. So here let me just close the sidebar, and here I'm just going to call this the Elasticsearch client, and we will maybe just call our function which we have, new search client, and pass in here this a.config that I have. You can be very specific of passing the Elastic search only, but I think it should be good in whichever you pass it. And here again I'll just do a standard check of this if we have any error while trying to initialize this. And then this Elastic client that we have now, I'm just going to pass it here so that it will be globally available for me. So yeah, and here I can just now Elastic client, I can maybe log this client initialized, and after this will try to get this Elastic response. So maybe I'll just, yeah, Elastic response, and call it here this info, passing in this instead of this thing I'll pass in now, because we are initialized into this global, and we'll also be checking that whether that is getting initialized or not, and this needs to be imported from our ES client, and then I'm just going to do this. So here Elasticsearch is reachable, and then you can just maybe add in that some just a string or whatever it is, just to make sure that it's working fine. And ES client, we just have to import this package that we have just created. And yeah, and here anyhow I have, and we don't have this, maybe I can just for time being call this string, and here let's just remove this version and all that stuff, and I'll just try to yeah, okay, fine. and we'll keep listening to context, so that if there is any interruptions, we'll just try to call that. And we can and also be very graceful that whenever there is a control C or interruption command, rather than immediately shutting this down, we can add something like constant, like wait for 3 seconds if there is something that's going in between, and after that only close this running server. It's something like that. We can also configure that. Maybe I can just add in here a simple function called wait shutdown or something like this, and here I might just specify here the duration for how long that I need to wait, and maybe I'll just open here simple go routine, and here I'll just try to sleep for that much of a duration that I'm passing in the parameter that I have. And after that, I'm just going to the main channel that we have, I'm just going to send it the empty struct into this, and here I'm just going to call this coroutine. So this one is going to be a simple yeah, this should be capital S, simple go routine waiting for this. So what I can do here now, I'll try to call this this wait shutdown, and passing in this duration, maybe I can just maintain here const or const variable, or just pass in. For timing, I'm just waiting for 3 seconds, and this basically helps us in graceful the shutdown of our application. And since we are sending it to this channel, and I'll be trying to listen to this channel as well, and we can just maybe log in like something like app exited properly or something like that. So here app exited properly, and then log whatever you want. So this way it is taken care that we handle graceful shutdown of in terms of whenever there is an interruption. So this is a simple way for us to write a simple run function. And now that I have this run function, I just need to now use it in my the main.go, so that we can test whatever we have just created. So here what I can do, after this thing, I can maybe use this logger and pass it to the fatal this app dot new app which we have, and I'm just going to pass in this logger and config, and then call this run function, and then we should be able to go ahead and test it. And this is the simple thing that we are trying to run and test it. So here this config we don't have this configuration, is something that I need to configure now. So for this one, I'll just maybe pass in the we need to spin up that container and then start this. So here this elastic is something addresses, yeah, I can just specify this localhost 9200 username and everything. I'll just leave it as empty for now. Enable logging also, I'll just set it to this true. And we need to spin this app. So going back to our this Docker container that we are trying to run, I will try to spin up the now the same this node 1 elasticsearch image container as well, and then try to spin both the Jaeger and Elasticsearch, and eventually we'll try to add what and all we need. So one thing at a time, we'll try to initialize and keep evaluating. So I'm just waiting for it to pull. So that's 511 MB. Okay, they are up, and they are maybe I can now go back to this and maybe try to run this and check if I'm able to see if there is any error. Okay, client initialized. Okay, my bad. So let me try to run this again. Yeah, I think that it was taking time to spin up, and now it is initialized, and you can see it's okay. while we are trying to run, and then whatever the things that I tried to console, these are the things, name, cluster name and all, and then you will see the other info. Elasticsearch is reachable, and then this name and all the string that we have, it's uh, able to connect, we are able to connect to that client, and then we are good. Coming to this initializing this Elasticsearch and setting this variables through config and all, I think yeah, this is a decent configuration of ES client. And let's try to evolve as we go on this, and I'll just try to maybe create the config for our elastic index. So basically I will need to configure, like, what are the properties, like we'll be adding it inside that, and then anything analysis, analyzer, filter, what ngram thing that we need, I can configure that as well. So what I'll do, I'll just try to create a simple go back to first code base, and here inside this config itself, I'm just going to create here this mappings.json, and here I'm just trying to maybe add few things, and I'll just try to explain as we had it here though. So settings first, the analysis, uh, so here what I am trying to do is trying to set the mappings JSON for my Elasticsearch index that I'll be creating here. Okay. All right. So in here, first the analyzer. Let me try to set in here the autocomplete analyzer. In here, I want the type to be custom. Okay. And then the tokenizer is something I want it to be a standard. Filter, I want it to be like a name synonymous filter. Yeah, I'll just tell you, I think should be a simple straightforward thing. I'm just trying to yeah, here what we'll try to add is a name, the filter, and the lowercase, and also this remove duplicates, and then ngram filter. So what this basically does is we are just specifying that I need a standard tokenizer. So basically I will try to split text into words, which handles really punctuations and Unicode. And the name synonymous filter is basically it's equals to, let's say I have a capital starting with, like, let's say some fruit, fruit, capital F, and then I specify small f, ruit, or it can be like, ft or whatever it is, means that any of these terms will be treated as the same, something synonymous filter. Okay, and then lowercase here represents here this, like I said, capital f, and remaining small ruit fruit is should be equals to like all small case of fruit. So that is what it just specifies this lowercase. And remove duplicates is something, it's just whatever the tokens that it is creating, it will just try to remove the duplicates and maintain only the unique ones. And then is ngram filter is basically it just tries to generate prefix fragments for autocomplete. Let's say I have fruit, so it will have like f, it will try to maintain f, and then fr and fru and frui and fruit, so that we'll know, like when we are trying to do autocomplete and all, it will help us suggesting that. So that's the the autocomplete analyzer that we are trying to set for analysis. And after this one, the filter, in here this ngram filter, I'm just going to set here this type as so this all info you just need to spend some time and understand this Elasticsearch, or else learn on the go and then try to add it to what you need. Okay, and here this minimum gram I'm just going to set maybe to 1, and the maximum gram to something like 20. So this yeah, like I said, it's just the minimum character edge n-gram, and then uh, the maximum characters in that. And then let's try to specify here name anonymous filter. Yeah, can be something like, you know, synonyms, and synonyms can be, you know, Apple, iPhone 14, iPhone 14 Pro Max and all. Yeah, should be something examples of this kind we'll just specify here. And after this, it's the analyzer. It's something we are done with. So analysis, the settings, then I need to add the mappings. So here this is where actually our properties, the things that we wanted to maintain in our index. So since we are trying to deal with simple product search example here, what ideally will have in a products, kind of like, you know, name, kind of, it can be title, description, image, URL, that how much left in the stock, and then maybe search by event shop, or yeah, I think searching by store or whatever it is, and created ad. Okay, so I'll just specify those mappings, those fields that we will try to maintain in this index. An analyzer, autocomplete analyzer, which we have, and search analyzer, I'll just try to keep it as standard. And then we'll have the next thing as description. Here also same thing, text and autocomplete analyzer and the search analyzer as a standard. We can, meaning user can either search by description or title and all, we should try to give the results for them. And then this image URL, I'll just not add in any the analyzer, search analyzer, will just try to have it by, you know, keyword. And then maybe this count in stock, uh, skews stock keeping something, and type integer, will not add any analyzer on this as well. So mainly the analyzer will be on the title, description, on the shop name. Okay, so here maybe I'll just keep it here the shop name, and this one is going to be type the text, and the analyzer, and same thing as we have. And finally I'll try to have this created and then we should be good. So this is going to be simple map helper for us in this thing. So now we have this mappings.json. Maybe I might not have explained well what is this analyzer and filter, and then what each does things. Maybe you can just Google it or ChatGPT it, and then learn on the code, check out the documentation. Okay, fine. Now I have a simple here of the mappings JSON, and go back here and the config. I'll try to add in maybe simple one more thing, kind of like, you know, products or product, and here I'll try to have maybe, yeah, I'll try to, instead of this elastic mapping, should be decent name, elastic mapping, and the path name. So basically the mapping JSON that we just created, and the name of that can be again a string, and then this alias, I'll just maintain this, and maybe I'll just pass in for the config elastic mappings that we have. So, and then in the YAML I just need to pass in some values for this. So path, it's not there, so it should be, yeah, config mappings.json, and maybe name, let's keep it as products, and then for now I'm just keeping it as a product alias. Let's change it later as our convenient. And this one thing should be fine, it should not be a list of objects or okay. Now at least we have this thing, and going to where we need to initialize this is something I need to create inside our client package which we have created. So here let's close this thing. I need to again try to create a struct for this first, the elastic index. Yeah, something elastic index should be fine. So which we have this path, and here again I'm just trying to validate required, and same thing for name and alias. I think, yeah, okay, fine. And here we can just, maybe when I am trying to call the a string function, maybe I'll just try to print out those whatever the values that we configure, so that it will be clear that the values are getting passed correctly. So yeah, path, name and all, and maybe we can be more specific and may specify this path, name and all these things, and I just need to import this and should be good. Fine. And now we need an helper functions to create an index, to create an alias, and then to check first of all whether that index already exists in our Elasticsearch and all. I think it should be a simple functions, quick functions. So first is this create index, and here I'm just passing in this context, and then Elasticsearch client, and yeah, and let me just try to close this. So since we are trying to create in index, maybe here I need I'll just remove this index whatever we have, and I need to pass in this name of the index that I wanted to create. So, and so name string, along with that this data that I want to pass in. Okay, and it's going to give me Elastic API response. So here let's just do a simple call to our indices. So es client dot indices dot call this create function that we have, and here now I can just pass in this name, and es client dot this indices create with context that we are passing in. So I'm just going to pass in this context, and then with body whatever we have. So this one we just need to convert this into bytes dot new reader whatever we have, and then after that just some with pretty configurations and with human, and then timeout. I'm just going to add in maybe let's say the timeout of like 3 seconds. Okay, and should be just 3 seconds, should be fine. And after this I'll just again try to check this and then try to return a response. And this is a simple way to create an index given the name and then pass in the data that we have, whatever we have. And the same way to create an alias as well. So I'm just going to create alias, and things should be fine. And here along with this the maybe I'll just try to pass in this indexes, which is going to be a string array, and the name and the data. So anyhow, name is itself the alias, and here this data, same thing, bytes. Now inside this should be same way, yeah, indices dot put alias indexes, and then pass in the same thing, pretty much the same whatever we have. So once we write one function, should be easy for us to create the rest of the things same. And also now one more function to just check whether that index already exists or not. So exists, and pass in the context, uh, yeah, same thing, I'm just going to return, and here instead of this name I'm just going to pass in this list of indexes. Okay, yeah, and inside this now, so inside this I'm just going to call this exists, pass in the same pretty much thing, and maybe I don't need timeout here. And yeah, I think pretty much with the helper function that we need. So we just have a simple functions to create index and to create alias and to check whether that exists or not. So now that I have it in here, I can maybe create in my app the in app.go file which we try to create. So inside this, maybe I can try to create to initialize the indexes. Yeah, so here initialize indexes, yeah, pass in this context, and here all I'm going to do now, this I'm just going to check this is index exist or not. Again, for this, maybe instead of repeating our code, I'm just going to create the same helper. So is index exist, passing in this context and then the index name, and then return this thing. So here we can be very much clear and just specify this as index name. And here and I'm just going to call now, I'll introduce the function that we have just created. We need to just call that and then check if there is index or not, and just handle the basic errors things that we have. And maybe we'll add simple checks, and then accordingly for errors return that specifically. So maybe I'll just try to, yeah, fail to check and all that thing. So and then maybe try to close this, log something again, index exists, and then I will just return this as a true nil. Okay, now we have this simple uh, is index exists that I need. So I can just call it here now, is index exists, and pass in this uh, mappings name. So here yeah, this should be just uh, not array. Okay, so this thing, the config, I think I am yet to add for this one. Okay, elastic mapping is already there, so it should be mapping, not mappings. And here what do we have? I do have name, but what is the issue here? It's undefined. Okay, let's go to my, okay, yeah, I think the issue is this. Fine, so going back here, elastic mapping, I'm not sure. Okay, going back, we will check this. What's the issue? If this error is something not null, I'm just going to return this, and if it doesn't exist, then I will try to upload our mappings. So again, for that also I need some helper function. Maybe I'll just create it here on top of this abstract only. So here maybe I'll call this as upload elastic mappings, and pass in here this context. Yeah, context, and here we need to pass in this index config, which is going to be of elastic index, and then this error. Fine, and we'll first try to get the working directory. So maybe, yeah, use this get working directory function, and again while we are trying to get that, is there any error, I'm just going to return the same errors fail to get working directory. And then this path I need to build this now. So fmt dot sprintf, yeah, I think get working directory, and the config that I'm going to pass in index config. Index config, okay, fine. And here this mappings file, we'll just try to open that file, the path that we have, and I'm just going to check the same thing. So if this error is not equals to nil, I'm just going to throw this error, and we'll just try to defer this closing, and whatever the data mapping bytes, I'm just going to try to read all this in the mapping file that we have. And the same thing, we'll just do standard error checks, and after that, if there is no error, we will maybe try to log this uh, mm, something, maybe can be something like loaded elastic mappings from this specific path. And after that, I'll just try to call now es client dot the create index function that we have, along with the mapping bytes that I need to pass in. So here is this going to be, I'll just check this thing. I think there is an issue with the types. And as usual, check the same for error and try to defer the closing of this. And here again, I'll just try to check if this response is there is any error, and also make sure the status code is not 400. If it is so, maybe I'll just try to return the whatever the error that we have, and then I'll just add in that we created index, and maybe I'll just, whatever the response that I got, I might just show this thing. Fine. The index config, why is this an issue for me? Elastic index. There's a path name, alias, and all, everything is there, the thing that I need. I'll check this something related to this, but that's the updating our mappings. So now in the initializing section, I need to now try to call that. So here upload mappings, and here, yeah, and here I'm just going to log this thing, index created and all that stuff. Okay, this config, going to this elastic mapping, and this is elastic mapping we have in here. Path is there, alias is there. I think the problem is with respect to the case of this variables. So let me just try to go in here and keep it, make it this capital case, name and alias, and going to this. And now, okay, first let's also update our YAML file also, path name alias, and going to this, let's close this one, and should be name. Yeah, I think it's mostly with respect to the name. And here I need to pass in of type es client. So what I need to do again, I think I need to maintain in here also something like products index, which is going to be of type ES client elastic index, and this one, and going to this config. I think let's keep it that for now, and here I'm just going to pass in products index, and index config. Mostly we can get rid of these things, but for time being I'll just keep it them. And here let's just make this capital case, and here maybe I'll just change index config. The problem is, I think the variable, when we are trying to pass into this, we are trying to get the path and all those things, but we do not have it inside this thing. But let's just see what is it going to be, the error, and here I'm just trying to change it when we are trying to create elastic indexes. Is sometimes the problem is with respect to fine. Let's see this, and where exactly this needs to be called is basically where is this run function. So here maybe after this is reachable, I need to call in that here I just need to call in this init indexes and try to return this. Of course there is an issue with respect to the path and all that we are trying to pass, but I'll just give it a try, and let's see if we have any issue with that. Okay, of course there is an issue with respect to in upload thing. Going back, everything is thing. Let's go to this ES client, and the only issue is in this. Mostly it's something with respect to the names that we are not able to pass it correctly. Index config elastic search. Okay, here I'm just going to path names, I'm just changing it to capital case now, and I think even in ML if we pass it, my bad. Okay, trying to make a lot of mistakes in here, changing these names back to smaller case, and then in app I think now we should not see any issue. Okay, in ES client I think the issue was this. Now let's try to run it again, and I think hopefully now I should be able to initialize that stuff. I think the issue is here inside our esclient.go exists. I need to check here again if that is an issue here. Status code also I need to do a check here, and then going back here, maybe I need to check below this exists, and then accordingly just try to, yeah, I think mostly yeah, let's try to test it again. So here I'm just trying to run this again. Okay, index created products, and index exists, response 200. Okay, fine. All right, now we are able to create. It was just a issue with respect to this in exist check, and also the things that we are trying to send in here. ES client function here, exist check and all. We are just checking the status code is not equals to 404, and accordingly we return that. And then I'm just doing the simple check here. So now that we are able to create an index, and also maybe we can add a Kibana to just to see the in our Docker Compose the way to visualize the search indexes and all. Maybe I'll just try to add same yeah, 8.19.0 and restart. Yeah, always I will try preferring to restart. And this environment I need to set in this Elasticsearch host. So I'll just set in here the above node that we have and the ports that we need to expose. So here it may be 5601, and it's going to depend on our node 1, so I'm just going to specify that. Yep, so now that I have this, going back to my Docker compose run, I'm just going to stop this, and maybe I'll try to spin it up again. And let's see, now it's trying to pull this Kibana, and once it is up, we can try to check on 5601 portal. The products index should be there, the one which we just created. Yeah, for the first time it's just pulling, and later it should be just quick. Okay, I'm just waiting for it to spin it up. You're almost there. Okay, you're currently okay, fine. Yeah, fine, they are up, and there's no issue with respect to this. Node 1 is not found. I think issue with respect to this collecting. What's the issue here? Okay, there's no space left. My CPU is jammed off. Okay, let me just clear some volume, and then we'll try to start it again. Okay, I cleared some of the volumes, and then mostly they're up, all of the services. And let's try to maybe check the port, local host 5601. Yeah, the 5601. So this is what the Kibana UI is going to look like, and you can check it in your we will check everything in detail, what and all we want to look for and all, but for now we are at least able to spin this Kibana up. So going back to the code base, here we are good with the creation of the index, and maybe spinning up a Kibana and all. Now it's something that we need to focus on is the domain layer, add in the repositories, use case layer and all that stuff to first to create an index, and then eventually go ahead and try to maybe insert a few of the products into that index, and then try to query those products whatever we are inserting into that Elasticsearch products index that we are trying to create. So the product section, so what we will do as usual, let's try to create a product folder inside our internal thing. So I'm just creating a new folder called this product, and inside this let's first create this domain layer, and I'm going to create this use case go. In here, first thing is the package domain, and let's product use case interface, and here I'll just create an index, this context dot context, and I'm just going to pass in this product which we don't have it, so I need to create a model for that. So the same thing inside this domain itself, let me just create a new file called this model.go package domain, and here this type of product struct. So we'll have this id, so which JSON I'll just add in this this id key, and then the title I'm just going to add it here, and description, image URL, count in stock, and whatever we just added for our the mappings.json, their properties, same thing we'll just try to maintain here. So now that we have here, while we are trying to create index, I need to pass in this product. So this is the use case, and same way I need to create in here this repository layer, the abstraction, so just the use case pattern. So here product repository or elastic repository, whatever we want, we can just create in here, and pass it the same thing, context. So we have this use case layer, repository layer, and the model that we need inside our domain, and I need to now create the repository. So inside this product I'm going to create this repository folder, and inside it's actually it's something that we need to create an implementation, and I think better if I just name this also as elastic repository, so that I'll the implementation I'm trying to keep it as elastic repository .go file. Okay, and let me just collapse this, and here as usual let's try to package it under repository, and here repository what I need. So first this struct, maybe I'll just try to keep it simple, repository struct, and inside this we need the log, so logger, and then this config that I need, and then the CS client. So I'm just going to need these three things as part of this struct, and let's try to create a simple the constructor. So I'm just going to ES repository, return pointer of that type, and I'm just going to pass it here, and we need to just import it from that version 8. Okay, this gives us the simple the pointer of the CS repository. Now I need to implement index. So here repository index context and the product is something that we'll be passing on, and here of course I'll just import this domain.product, and so the one which we just added, and then the context. So let's try to first try to convert, I mean the into the bytes, whatever the thing that we have. So I'm just going to pass in here json.marshal the product that we'll be receiving, and I'm the standard error check. So if there is an error, let's just try to say that we failed to marshal the product, and after that let's try to use this index method, and I'm just going to pass in the index name and then the bytes that we have, and same with the pretty here, then the time and then context and the document ID. So I'm just going to pass in document ID, which is going to be okay, fine, and then same we'll try to check for the error, and also the standard whatever we did before, and just check in here if there is any error. If not, I'm just going to log this, and then we should be good. So this is the simple implementation of creating an index. And so basically repository layer is done. The domain layer also, we just added the abstractions of the what methods is something that we need to respect. So let's try to add the transport layer, and also yeah, mostly it's the and now that I have it, the implementation of this repository, I need to create the use case implementation as well, just the wrapper to call our repository which we just added. So use case dot go. So let me just quickly, it should be simple. Yeah, product use case, and here I'll just add the same thing, logger, this config, and then this elastic repository which is from our domain layer. And here as usual, let's try to, I think should be straightforward. Yeah, we'll just return this not domains instance. So this is going to be of type pointer of this above this struct that we have. Yeah, it should be fine. Yeah, products use case, and then should be straightforward. And then here use case and index, and all we need to do is just call out the index method in repository layer which we just added, and yeah, I think this should be good. So this is a simple use case that we had it, and now I need to create the transport layer, so which is going to be the HTTP's thing. So inside this domain itself, let's just try to create this transport folder, and here we transport will use HTTP. So, and I'm just let maybe create a version 1. So the standard way of organizing it, version 1, and inside this I need to first create a controller and then routes, so that I can pass in the controller to that route. So let's first try to aim at creating the controller for this. So here let's try to close this sidebar. So the package, maybe I'll just call this as a version 1 of our HTTP transport, and this, yeah, type product controller. So for this of course we need logger, the config, and then the product use case from our domain layer, and then I need this group from this echo group, or maybe you can use Zen or Chi or whatever which you are comfortable with, but I am comfortable with this echo, so I'm just going to use this. Anything should be fine. So let's install this quickly. So I'm just going to stop this and install this quickly, echo version 4, and I think that will get installed. Fine, and here I need to specify the group thing and then this validate. Okay, and then create a simple constructor which returns a pointer of the above struct that we have. All right, so now that we have, I need to just create a same the index implementation. So here the handler, so the product controller or handler, whatever you want, you can just call it according to your convenience. So this product controller, this index, okay, and here I just need to call this echo dot handler function. So that is what I'll be returning from this. So it's just the wrapper, and in here now let's try to add in the tracing. So the tracing, I just need to import this tracing from the package which we just created. I think it's a Jaeger. Yeah, I just need to first let's check this Jaeger. Okay, I think this tracing is something that I need to either add it part of our struct, or else I can maybe okay, so going back to this controller, close this, and I just need to call in, so Jaeger dot maybe yeah, I can just tracing I'll just add in a while, so maybe I'll just add in here this to do and tracing which I will add it. Okay, and here first thing is this product, which is going to be of type this domain dot product, and here now we need to bind this product and try to check if we have any issue, if it is not respecting the thing that we need, and here I'll just try to log this accordingly, and maybe here we can add in bad request like fail to find bind the product or on such things, or else what I can do is basically create a reusable package for me to just add some the HTTP errors, all codes in that sector, so which we know did already in previous simple auth and product microservice. So here I will maybe create here new folder called HTTP errors folder, and inside that I'll just create HTTP errors.co. okay, and here I'll just try to maybe take the same reference. I'm not going to
add it one at a time. So I'll just take it a reference from the previous project, and then I'll just push it to this code thing. You can just check the same. Okay, so and I just need to import a lot of stuffs, and package, it's going to be package http errors, and import this whatever I need, and here it's going to be version 4. Yeah, and this errors, if I just remove, we should be good. And what's the issue? And here I'm just going to yeah, I think I just hard-coded this SQL state and all. Okay, fine. This is simple. Maybe you can just check this. This is not important, and you can just right away add their status code and then show whatever the in the JSON itself the format that you want. But it's better way to maintain, though there are things that I really don't need of email, password and all that stuff, but it's you can just filter it whatever you need. So this is just a simple of an abstraction layer having a simple HTTP error thing, so that I can straight away use it in here. So now instead of this thing, me every time trying to write it the JSON and the errors, what I can do now. So basically, yeah, new. So here this HTTP errors package which we just added, and I can just maybe call this error context response, pass in this error context, and along with that uh, config dot, maybe I can add in this HTTP also as part of my the config. Yeah, so what I'll do is basically go to my config, and here I'll just try to add in this HTTP and maybe specify here this port, debug, yeah, let's maybe port, then this debug errors response, so just the boolean thing. And the same way we can add in something like development and other things, whatever we need, base path and all. For time being, I'll just ignore this and keep it as simple as possible. And here I'll just attach in this HTTP, and now I need to attach in this port which is maybe 8000 I might be running on, and then I'll just set this to both as a true. Okay, so going back to this controller, and here now I can just pass in either, you can either hard code this is to true or not, but it's always better to commit it to come from our config, so that we'll have a lot of flexibility to config them. Okay, so now that I just added this, we can just after this checking if there is no error in binding thing, then ID I can just set in this random ID. So product.id, I will use this unique ID, and maybe version 4, yeah, version 4 dot string, and then we will try to now what I will try to use the use case layer, which is this product use case, and call the index and pass in this context along with that the product that I have, and do normal checks of the error, and then fail to index, and then accordingly I'll just try to log this. And finally, if everything's went well, I'll just return the status as status created product and all. And this one I just need to say this product indexed, log this and all, index created and successfully. So here this UID, I'll just go with Google's unique ID, and I just need to import this one. So let's try to, okay, and just, so go get should be fine, and I'm just trying to install this, and then I think should be good. That's the simple thing. And yeah, so this is a simple way of calling this controller. And what's the issue? Yeah, I think should be fine. And the context thing, for this context, the to do which I added here, I just need to add it here. So context, yeah, I'll maybe span context. So I need to use this open tracing and call this start span from context. And all I need to do is basically yeah, start spawn, pass in this context, and here maybe I can just add in this product controller.index, and I'll just try to call this differ the thing that I have. Yeah, fine. So just pass and see dot request dot context, and then this should be fine. And now I'm just passing it to this context. So we have written this controller and the use case is also being implemented of creating an index and all. Maybe let's try a simple test case for me to test if it's working the way or not. Yeah, I'll just try to create under this v1 folder itself kind of, let's say, controller test.go, and let's package v1. So maybe I'll just try to create simply function called like text index product, and here we'll just try to import this testing, and of course just try to add in this parallel and client. So I need here HTTP client, and for this I'll just create a simple package helper for me so that I can use across my routers as well. So same by how we created for HTTP errors, I'm just going to quickly create for HTTP client, and let's maybe, yeah, I think should be HTTP client.go. In this one maybe just a simple wrapper around rest try client. I'll just try to use this. So first thing, the package, let's keep it as HTTP client, and then I'm just going to maintain some constant variables like client timeout and all those things. I basically have a list here already, so I'm just going to take that list of the constants that I need to maintain, and then I'll just walk you through on that. So here client timeout, and then dial context timeout, TLS handshake, and then the standard variables and all. So even if you don't want, you can just ignore them, but it's good to have. So here now I need a new HTTP client. So let's try to pass in here, is it a debug mode or not, just a boolean thing. And here I'm just going to yeah, return this rest dot client. So I just need to import this version to this library. So let me just go back to terminal and maybe add this thing, go get resty version 2. I think that's going to be installing. And here all we are going to do is basically http dot the transport. In here I'll just pass in this dial context, just pretty much the constants whatever we just mentioned above, TLS handshake, max idle connections, and then yeah, fine. Okay, and after this client, which I'm going to use now, this rusty dot new thing, and all I need to do is now pass in few set debug depending upon the debug mode that I received, and then we need to set in few things. Can be like, setting this timeout. I'm just going to set in this client timeout, and then set retry count, the retry count that I have, and the retry white, and then yeah, I think this should be pretty standard. So I have this simple helper. So going back to this, the controller, in here now I'm just going to use this HTTP client. So HTTP client, I'm just going to say this is debug to true, and have this a simple context with the timeout, so that I can just cancel that. Maybe let's say 5 seconds. Okay, and I'm just going to defer this cancel, and then we need to prepare this product, which is going to be of type this domain dot product, and here yeah, id on test product, and yeah, something like this. I'm just going to add in this thing, and yeah, I think should be this UTC is what I'll just be passing on. And then let's try to maybe log this the indexing product ID. And after this response, all I'm just going to do is call this, yeah, set context and product, and the post is going to be to my products, which I don't have yet, so I need to create that, which we will eventually create, assuming I have this endpoint. I'm just going to hit that. In a while we are just going to create this routers, and that should be quick. So here now I just need to do some tests. So is it if there is no error and it is not null, so something like this I'm just going to, and maybe standard checks I'm just going to do first, and then if there is any error, and is it a successful, so it should be the success is true, and then the equal thing status code, now we are going to check that. So response, so it should be required dot equal, yeah, status code, it should be equals to status created. And then finally what I'm going to do here, yeah, let me complete this require. Here maybe this ID that I have, let's try to unmarshal this response at body, and then check now this require, there should be no error, and it should the ID should not be empty. And then finally I'm just going to log this as indexed successfully. So this is a simple test. Of course there is an issue, and then I need to install this stretcher testify require. So let's quickly go to our terminal. Yeah, I should be okay, sometimes you can just do go mod ID, and then if something is missing it should be able to pick it up for us, and then yeah, there's no issue now. Okay, I did create this, but there's no routes and all that stuff, so we need to create first the routes. Okay, in the same version here I am just going to create a new file called routes.go, and inside this again under package version 1, so here it's going to be this product handle controller that I have, and here I'm just going to create here simple map routes function, and here all I'm going to do is call this index method in the routes. Okay, we have this everything and all, but we need to start the HTTP server, the echoes thing. So for that, in our main app section, I'm just going to create maybe a new file called HTTP server. So I'm just going to call this something same way, HTTP server. And here let's try to maybe group it under app package, and then the same thing, I have this constant like what should be maximum header bytes, read timeout, write timeout, and max header bytes and all. Let's just use the same thing, body limit and stack size and all that, zip level and all those things. So here for under abstract, let's create this function called running this HTTP server, and the error return type is going to be of type error. So here I need to call in here the function call, which is going to help me add in some maybe a middleware logger and all that stuff. So I'll just create here a simple for this app, let's call this map routes. I think we should be good. So here now I need to add in for this app this struct, the echo. This echo is something that I have just added. So let me just, okay, so that now I can call this echo dot use so middleware that I want to add in. So here what we'll do, just basically I'll try to add in some middleware manager which helps us to log some time, how long is it taking and all that stuff, the standard thing that we normally added before. So what should we do is somewhere again in the package folder. So here I'm just going to create some folder called middlewares, and inside that let's create a new file called this manager.go. all right, so here this package middlewares, and I'm just going to create a simple middleware manager interface. I think this is the pretty standard. So here request logger middleware, and here I'm just going to pass in this next, which is going to be a handler function echoes, and I'm just going to return the same, and this should be of version 4. okay, and now this struct, so the middleware manager we need logger, and then this I need config, and then this metrics also. So for now I'm just going to create a simple function, middleware something, let's call this as middleware metrics config, whatever, just a function placeholder. So maybe I'll just pass in here these things. Fine, and now I just need to create a constructor which is going to do that. And okay, let's remove this first. Middleware manager, so it should be middleware manager. Okay, fine. Now in here I'm just going to maybe middleware manager request this thing echo handler, and that's what I'm just going to return here, and just the wrapper for this echo context. So here maybe I'll just add in this start time, and maybe an error context. So pass in here the this echo, maybe just keep this as a context and import this time, and here this request that we have context dot request, a response is going to be this context dot the response object, the status, let's capture this one, response dot status, size is going to be response dot maybe a size, Yeah, this also should be okay, size and status. And now the time dot since I'm just going to calculate that. So here what we'll do, if middleware, maybe we can add in some helper function to ignore specific URLs. Can be something like which we might add slash metrics. We don't want to consider something that like that, such URLs. So I'll just add in here a simple helper for that. Maybe let's call something like check ignored URIs or paths, and here I'll just pass in request URI, which is going to be and then we should have this URI list so that we can look for that inside that thing. So this is going to be returning boolean. So should be a simple check inside our things, and I'm just going to check if the strings dot contains that thing, and if so return true, else I'm just going to return false. And here the same thing, I'm just going to check that passing in this context dot request URI, and then ignored URIs in our HTTPs. So here I have not added in here, so maybe I can just add in ignored URIs list, and then there should not be any error, though I have not configured anything in our config YAML files, which we will do. And accordingly here maybe I'll just try to log something like method info and duration or something like this. And after this maybe call this metrics and then return this error. So this is a simple middleware manager that we can now go ahead and use it. So inside my the HTTP server, so I just need to basically use this manager. I need to import this and just call that thing, so that we will be able to echo use a dot this one. I again need to add to my app this middleware manager. So going to this struct here, I just need to add in again this middleware manager, just import from the package which we just created. And now I just need to pass in this middleware manager dot request logger middleware and other things. So use this middleware dot so I just need to import this from echo itself. So it should be from this version 4. Yeah, so this recover with config, and here middleware dot recover with config. I'm just going to pass in the stack size and then disable stack all to false, and disable print stack also to false. Fine. Then after this I'm just going to pass in this request ID, so that we get to track it for our tracing and all that things. So request ID, and then we will apply that zip level echo dot use middleware dot. This is the standard thing. So here zip and this level which I have the constant above, and here the skipper I can just add in maybe something like Swagger and all if we have, okay, something example Swagger. So it will just going to skip only compressing for that route and all. And finally I'm just going to set this body limit. I think this should be good. Whatever we have. Okay, what's the issue here? Recover the config. Okay, this is this bracket. I don't see any issue. Stack size and others are okay. I think the issue okay, let me just, yeah, I think it's just the issue with respect to the brackets. Yeah, I just need to, or we can just completely remove this as well, and then we should be good. Yeah. What's wrong all of a sudden? So this one also I'm just going to move it here. Okay, here let me now call this map route. Yeah, I think the issue, fine. I'm just going to call this map routes, which I have just below, and here now I can just set in this server dot this read timeout, and then write timeout max at a thing, and I'm just going to start this on this specific port. Okay, fine. Yep, so going to this app, the one which we just have it here. Okay, what's the issue all of a sudden? Let me restart this language server. Sometimes it should be mostly something related to loading. Let's see. Okay, strange. We do have I'll just run go more tidy. I think we should be good. Yeah, I think sometimes it's just with respect to, fine. So this is the a simple HTTP server that I have, and now we should try to go to our app, which is where we are starting. So maybe this run function, so I should try to set somewhere yeah, after this let's try to add in this middleware thing that we have, middlewares that pass in this yeah, for time being the metrics I'll just pass in nil, and then I think we'll take care of it later. And after this we need to now initialize our repositories and all those things. Maybe after this indexes I'm just going to initialize this elastic repository, and here yeah, repository dot new elastic repository. So a.log config and then search client should do, and then we need to use that elastic repository to create our use case thing. So I'm just going to pass in the same thing, and I just need to import that use case. Then we need to create this controller. So controller, maybe I'll just rename this one to v1 thing. So a new product controller, same pass in this use case, and echo group, maybe products path, I'll just keep it as /1, or it's either we can hard code this one, or else what I'll do, so basically I'll just maybe base path or products path, I can just try to configure this one. So now if I go to let's open config this HTTP. I'm just going to add in this as a struct string, and the HTTP I'm just going to add in maybe v1, yeah, something like this, v1/product should do it. Okay, so now going back here, yeah, and there's no issue with that, and then I'm just going to pass in this, and all I need to do is now call this map route. So map routes is something we are exposing this thing, and after that I need to open some go routine so that I can just trigger the run HTTP server function which we just created, and try to log that if it's not failing, and I'm just going to call that to go routine, and let's just try to log that HTTP server started on this specific port. Okay, and yeah, I think this should do it, and should be able to spin up our server. And then the port that we configured is something which we already have, it is something like 8000. So now that we have almost the things that we wanted to test, and we can just go ahead and test it out and see if we are able to first let me start the server, and so here I'm just trying to run the file now. Hopefully we should be able to see. If not, there is some issue that I need to check in. Okay, memory address and endpoint reference created. Mostly it should be an issue with initialization of echo, because we're trying to start a server. Let's check echo.new. Where are we passing? In this struct we have echo and middle manager added later. Middle manager we are setting it here inside this run, but what about the echo? Okay, I think here is what we are missing. Yep, echo.new, and then hopefully now let's go back and try to start this, and let's see if you're able to spin the server. Yeah, echo is up, and then we have the server listening on 8000 port. So now we have it listening on 8000, and let's go back to this, and the test controller which we have written, hopefully it should help us now. Yeah, we are trying to call this base. Okay, let me try to test this one. I think the base URL is v1/products. Okay, it did fail. So let's try to test this one. So I'm just hitting this, and let's see what is the issue. It's not found. I think, yeah, the endpoint should be /v1, and I'm just trying to hit it again. So I think this time we do have this 201 created, so it is working. I think the VM trying to handle is here, marshalling thing. Yeah. Yeah, I just need to marshal it to product, and yeah, okay. I think I was trying to unmarshal it to the ID, but now I'm trying to unmarshal it to the product that we are trying to receive, and then I'm just checking it's not null, and then trying to see if ID is not null. Okay, let's try to hit it again. Hopefully it should work this time. Mostly, yeah, we can see now it is created this thing, and it did work it out. And now that we created at least maybe multiple indexes, products and all those things, we can just give a test and go to our UI, the Kibana. So here what I can do is basically I can check in two places. One is quickly what we can do, go to dev tools, and here since it is products and underscore search, this is like a default in build, and this is simply query and match all. If you just hit, now you should see all of the products that we have indexed. So here totally we have 12, so I was just testing before, and if you see, these are all the things like text product, test product, that ID, title, image, URL, count in stock and all that we just inserted. So this is one way that we can quickly check if the insertions are happening. And again, if I just try to hit it again and search it, now it should be, the count should be 13. So going back and hit this, yeah, maybe it might take okay, but it did succeed here, so it will take a while to showcase result. But this is one place that you can test. The other place is you can go to here, the discover, and here we can just try to create a new data view. Maybe here the products index is something that we can add, and here all of the products is what I want, and then I don't want to use any filter, and I'll just try to get all of the sources, and I just try to save here. So products index, you can see we have this many things, and if I just try to expand this, so we have index, products and score, count in stock, the title, descriptions and all. So this way you can just have a look at it, like if the insertions are successful or not, and at least now we are good able to insert and all. So it's the simple curl query. Also you can just keep testing it, but the same thing that we did try to test it here. So this is the same. So now that I have it here, this thing, let's try to expose the search method of querying the products that we are going to insert. Okay, let's try to add the code related to searching the queries. And before going there, in manager middleware, request logger middleware, so it's better to handle here if this metrics CB is not null, only then we'll try to call, else we'll just ignore, so that it will not throw us here something like, you know, memory error or address related issues and all. So just a small change so that our program always runs. All right, so now related to search, let me go to ES client, and here I'll just try to create the helper structs for me to make a query. So quickly to the way that Elasticsearch accepts. So what I'm going to do, yeah, under the CS client, let me just maybe type multi-match. Yeah, this is simple struct, and here I'll just try to pass in here this query, which is going to be of type string, and then this fields, this is going to be list of strings, and yeah, and after that maybe we'll have this bool struct. This should be must of, maybe for time being I'll just set this one to any, and this type query this. So this one will have of type bool, and then finally the thing that I need, so multi-match query, and here I'll just try to have in query of type this query. Okay, for time being I'll just need this types, and then I'll want to use it in my search function. So the search function should be something in this client itself. So here we have exists and all those things. So below here I'll try to create a simple search function. So for this we'll try to pass in this context, and then this ES client that I need. So yeah, I need ES client, and then the index, along with that I need this term, which is nothing but the query, or you can just name whatever the thing it makes sense, and then fields. So this is going to be a string array, and I'm going to now yeah, I'm just going to return the response. And now inside this thing let's try to prepare a query. So yeah, multi-match query, and inside this the query, and maybe I'll just need to must this one should be of type any, and any of this multi-match, and here I'm just going to pass in query and the fields. And yeah, I guess I can just get rid of this, and yep, and I just need to add in here this comma. So this is my query, and now this data bytes and this error, I'm just going to marshal this the query that I have, and I'll just do normal check of errors and all. And here response, we just need to call esline.search with context, and then index, and with body whatever the data bytes that we have, and with pretty human, and then maybe I'll just try to add this timeout. Can be sometimes like 3 seconds or 5 seconds, just for time. I'm just setting it to 5, it's your wish. And here if there is any error, we'll just return a null or not, and then I think pretty standard that stuff is error. I'm just going to yeah, maybe we can just try to wrap this errors dot new, yeah, fail to search or something like this, and I just need to remove this errors, and I think we should be good. Okay, yeah, fail to search or whatever it is, and I'm just returning this. So now that I have this search function, it should be something that needs to be used inside our Elastic repository section, which we will do. So let's go to this. First we need to add this update the definitions of the use case and repository. So we just need to add in the new function called search. So here search context, and then term is something that I'll be sending. So let's just remove, which is the search query, and here for time being I'll just set this to any. And same thing here, I'll just update this definition here. And now we should try to implement this thing. So first let's go to our Elastic repository. So here in this Elastic repository I need to implement this search thing. So yeah, repository search context and the term, and this error that I need to implement. So I'm just going to prepare this map of type maybe string, and here this is going to be of type multi-match, and yeah, here let me try to yes client dot the multi-match that I have, and inside this the query that I'm going to pass in field, maybe just the title. Yeah, I think that should be fine. And here let me just close this, and now this query same yes client dot this multi-match query. I'm just going to pass in the query here, yes, client dot query and the bool, yep, must any, yep. So I'm just constructing the query. Okay, fine. And then this data byte, so let's try to marshal this query that we have, and standard check of if there is any error. So if so, I'm just going to return null and the error that whatever we have. And here now I just need to log the JSON query or search query, whatever it is. So maybe I'll just try to log additionally info JSON query. So here maybe I'll just, yeah, and then yeah, just search query or JSON body, whatever it is you can. And then after this we just need to call in that search function which we have. So I'm just going to pass in first thing the context, and then with index the index name, and then the data, pretty human, and then pretty standard thing. And yeah, I just need to now I have few things to handle. We just need will handle this error and this defer closing of that. And if there is any error from this response, as usual, I'm just going to throw that like field to search error, such thing of just valid thing. And after that, let's try to yeah, log this response string, and then now we need to calculate the hits that we have. So for that also I'll just quickly add in this type inside the CS client itself. So in the search query maybe I'll just add in this type elasticsearch hits of this generic type. I'm just going to maintain this which is of type struct, and here this hits, again this is going to be of type struct. So total this will have like maybe int 64 JSON value, and here JSON total, and then I'll have maybe hits. Yeah, I think hits should be okay, fine. So hits, and this is going to be a struct array, and yeah, maybe source and JSON. It's, I think this should be fine. So, and I'm just going to remove this. Let's just remove this. Okay, I think we'll just have hits, which is of type struct, and then total value and hits and all. So you will see this in a while. So that's the format that we get from ESLine. So accordingly we are just writing the structs. So here now I have this, I need to below or get this it's, so es client dot yeah, this is going to be of type domain dot product thing. And what we are going to do is basically, yeah, new decoder, try to decode that and check if this, again errors standard thing. So return null the error if there is any, and then the response list, maybe I'll just try to make of type domain dot product, and the length maybe I'll just consider, yeah, hits dot hits dot hits. And yeah, let's just try to loop through that, and then I'm just going to set the source for this list. and then finally I'm just going to return that, and I can just log in this as well. And the issue here is basically I already have this initialization. Okay, that's the issue. Fine, now we have here search. It's in the repository layer, so this thing needs to be used inside our use case thing. So let's try to update our use case. So going to repositories done, then the use case is something that I need to just add it. Okay, so it should be simple one. So search, and I just need to call in this search. I'm passing in this dump simple thing, and yep. And once we have in the use case, next is I just need to update it in my controller. So let's do that, and then once we have it in controller, I can expose that as an endpoint. Okay, so here let me just have this search function, and then echo context error. Let's try to, yeah, I'm just going to call controller dot search defer span dot finish. So I'm not showcasing you trace UI and all Jaeger, because I already showcased a simple auth and microservice. You can just test that. So here search result, we just need to call our use case and pass in here maybe this query param. Yeah, maybe I'll try to pass in search query param, and here if this error is not equals to null, let's just try to log it, and accordingly I'm just going to return the HTTP response, and then search products we can just log it here, and then return this. So this is a simple controller function. And now in the routes I just need to expose get endpoint, yeah, this search thing, slash search, and h dot search is the handler that we are trying to call. So this is a simple addition of it, and then we can just start the server and try to query it. So going back to our terminal, yeah, let me just start this, stop this. Okay, and maybe I'll just try to hit in the new thing, curl http, yeah, localhost 8000 search query param, maybe test. Okay, it's not found. Okay, let's see this required search. Okay, I think my bad, the endpoint is not correct. It is v1 slash products slash search. Yeah, so you can see now we have this many results, and if you just see here as well, we are just calling this products and all. And so this is the simple way of querying this, and this is a completely synchronized way of inserting one product and then try to retrieving using the search endpoint. So this is a simple way. Now let's try to focus on how can we make it as asynchronized, something that so to be clear here, Elasticsearch is something made for read heavy system. It's not good at writing stuff. So if let's say we are receiving a lot of eventual consistency, meaning hits to create an indexes in Elasticsearch, and for every product we're trying to write it, hit the endpoint, so it's going to overload Elasticsearch server. So we need to focus on how can we decouple it, asynchronize it, and also maybe consider maybe batching of it, so that the throughput can be increased. Maybe like depending upon, let's say I batch request such that all of its size is like 20 MB, and then I'll do a bulk insertion at a time, or else maybe a time lapse every 15 seconds is something that I try to insert or something. So we'll try to achieve that now. So let's try to add one thing at a time. So RabbitMQ is the broker that I'll be trying to add as a queue. So we'll see how it can be, and this is the simple query. So if I try to hit the same thing with maybe test as well, we should be able to see the result, because we had it that mappings, synonyms match and all everything. So this is how it's going to work like, and you can just play with it and then see the results accordingly that you want. Fine. So it has ID, title, description, image, URL. So basically the product that we have. All right. Now let's go back to our code base, and then I'll try to add first in the Docker Compose. RabbitMQ is something that I need to add because that's the queue I need. So here RabbitMQ, the image, yeah, maybe I'll just take the suggestion. Alpine, maybe just check which is the latest version and then use it. Should be fine whatever it is, as long as because there will not be much of a breaking changes. So RabbitMQ and restart, I'm just going to specify always. Ports we need yeah, one for UI, one for the server, so that's pretty standard. And then networks, I think it should be fine. I'm just not going to anyhow, because we have it in Docker Compose, so we'll have its default network and all. Fine. So this the simple addition of RabbitMQ, and then we can just spin it up accordingly. So maybe just go back to our Docker Compose, and then I'll just try to spin the RabbitMQ as well. So it'll just pull it and then try to spin it up. Mostly it's a simple straightforward nothing. And then we need to add now the package as a client for us, so that we can initialize it in our main application. So let's just wait for it to pull. Yeah, it's just 83 MBs and then should be good. Yeah, okay, I guess there should be no issue in RabbitMQ node. You can check in your Docker desktop and all. Yeah, we have it as everything fine. So going back to code, here maybe there might be sometimes volume issues. Just make sure that you clean it up, the volumes and all, and then try to start it up. Mostly that's what it's going to be, depending upon the volume that is allocated to Docker desktop and all. So here I'll just add in new package, RabbitMQ, and let's create this RabbitMQ.co. Let's again, it should be a simple one. So the type RabbitMQ, again let me add it inside the config section. Yeah, I'll just try to add, maybe for now I'll just add in URI, should be okay. And here let's try to attach in here. Yeah, I think this one pretty default value it's going to be. So RabbitMQ, yeah, ANQP, and by default it's going to be guest admin and password, and then the port that we have. Okay, we have this struct. Okay, fine. So now I just need to initialize this. So here URI, yeah, maybe we can just specify this URI validation required, and here I'm just going to add in new rabbit mq, yeah, config, and here I just need to return this amqp dot connection, and yeah, let's try to install this. You can prefer whichever is the client go that you want. Maybe I'll choose the one, yeah, I think I'll choose this library as a dependency, and I'll just install accordingly. So let's maybe, yeah, it's just up to you, whichever is convenient for you, you can just choose that. Okay, going back, fine. Here now I just need to yeah, dial in this connection rabbitmq dot URI, and then yeah, pretty standard. Yeah, I think this one needs to be changed. So let me try to yeah, okay, yeah, we can either use this or that one. Any library should do it, so that I think it's straightway, it also should be fine. Okay, fine, now we have this thing. Yeah, I just need to also now go back to our main app, and that's where I just need to connect to it and just check if you're able to connect to it or not. So in the run function, maybe, yeah, after here middleware, I'm just going to add in here mqp connection, and here, yeah, rabbitmq. I'll just change this one to config dot rabbitmq, and yeah, let's just pass in this config. Yep, and here if there is an error, we'll just show that, else let's just defer closing this one. Yep, and I'm just going to now create in here this struct the amqp connection. So yeah, connection, and also the channel. So I'm just going to install its dependency. Yep, so going now to this here, after this we can now set this connection, and all now this amqp channel, I'm just going to get using this connection, and as usual check this and then assign it to my variable. And now we can just log maybe RabbitMQ client initialized, something like that, so that will be verifying whether we are able to connect to it or not. Okay, now that we have already infra running up, so let's just go back to the server that we are trying to run. So inside this, okay, those are all the queries. This is the logging that we enabled for Elasticsearch. If you disable this, you'll not be able to see this, all of that. So it's that's why we have that config that you have. So now let me just try to run this, and hopefully we should be able to connect it to the RabbitMQ. So let's just check for, yeah, RabbitMQ client initialized, so there's no issue and we are able to connect to it. So we are initialized this RabbitMQ package, and we have this queue. So now let's try to add the exchange and then the configs related to queues and all. So what I'm going to do, so let's go back to our code base, go back to this RabbitMQ package. Yeah, okay. So in here, let's try to maybe declare the type for our exchange. I think you should be clear with what is exchange, binding, and queue, and all those concepts in RabbitMQ. Just brush it up. Check my the other one, the theory system design that I have. Just I think it should be, or you can just continue. It should be straightforward. So the exchange config, I'm just going to add it here. So the name, maybe this map structure, name and required, and then this kind, mostly it's going to be direct. Okay, and then this we need queue config, so I'll just keep it to be for now name. Okay, and then exchange and queue binding, so type exchange and queue binding. So here we need this exchange name. So yeah, exchange name, maybe this one I can keep it as something exchange name. Then this exchange kind, yep, and we need queue name, and then the routing key or binding key, whatever we want, we can just call it. So maybe I'll just keep it simple and then call it binding key. Here also I'm just going to add it. So this is like simple struct. And now let's create a function to declare binding, to declare exchange, and to declare queue, bind them, and then functions to consume it, and then deliver those things. That what basically the simple functions that we need. So first thing, to declare binding context, yeah, and then here we need the channel, which is going to be of type nqp dot channel, and then exchange and queue binding type. And here I'm just going to maybe return queue, and then if there is any error, fine. So inside this all I'm going to do is basically first we need to declare exchange, declare queue, and then bind queue, right? So maybe instead of writing and clubbing this one everywhere, everything here, I can just create in a separate thing called declare exchange, and I'm just going to keep it straightforward. So we'll pass in context, channel, name, and kind should be fine. So I'm just going to remove here name and kind, which is both of type string. Okay, okay, my bad. Okay, now inside this let's try to, yeah, channel dot exchange declare, and inside this all I'm just going to do is pass in name, kind, true, and then rest false. I think this you just need to check name and kind, durable, auto delete, and all those things. Just I'm setting it to default and all. So I think that should be it. And then declare queue, same thing, channel, and we need just the new name. And inside this I'm just going to declare this name and then pass in the default values that we need. And the same thing for binding a queue, bind queue, I need the queue name, key, and exchange name. Okay, so the same thing, queue bind, queue name and key, exchange name, files, and this is the standard thing. Okay, now we have this thing, the binding thing. It can now we can just use this. First thing is we just need to declare an exchange, so should be just the straightforward way of handling this thing. So I'm just going to here return empty a queue or error, and then next we need to declare a queue, and I'm just doing that, and the same thing we'll try to handle. And after that we have a queue, we need to bind that queue, so channel queue dot name exchange and queue binding key and pass in exchange name. Think yeah, we'll return this, and then I'm going to return this. So this is the binding declare. So basically exchange is the kind of, like you can say, post office or traffic controller, which really the place which tries to route to specific queue using the binding key. So that's the thing. So we need exchange and queue first, and using binding key it will be sent, it will connect basically the exchange and queue. Okay, so yeah, and I'll try to create an helper function to consume and deliver also. So here maybe a consume queue, pass in here this context, channel AMQP, the channel, and then the concurrency, so how many we wanted to consume at a time. So here this deliveries, I'm just going to channel dot consume. So here maybe I can just hardcode now for time being. So we need to specify queue and all those things. Maybe just consumer, then false. I'm just going to set everything to false. Yeah, and if this error is not null, I'm just going to return that. And here now yeah, error group with context, I'm just going to use this error group. So let me just try to install this thing. Yeah, should be good. Okay, so here maybe I'll try to depending upon, so basically how many go routines is something that we wanted to open so that they will be able to run concurrently. So we will maybe restrict it to the concurrency that we will be passing in, and then here I'm just going to call in the function. Actually what should be the logics, maybe I'll just create in the placeholder here called process, let's say deliveries. Yeah, yep, context, and then we'll have a channel that will be listening to this is the deliveries and of type nqp.delivery, and then here this return type maybe a function which returns an error. So let me try to close this. So inside this we'll try to listen to this channel, and here I'll try to handle better way of wrapping it in select, so that we can pass in the context to interrupt and cancel whenever we are trying to shut it down. So that's the better way always. So always first thing is keep listening to context not done. If that is so, we'll just return this context dot error. Default we'll just not do anything. Let's handle that later. And here received message, and I'm just going to add this thing, and now here we'll just try to acknowledge. So delivery dot, basically we don't have we are doing this manual acknowledging, and we're just going to return this actual logic we're yet to write, which we will do it. Okay, so this is a standard way, and here now I just need to uh, call this process deliveries in separate go routine. So at max this many concurrency, whatever we for, let's say 10 concurrency is what we pass in. So 10 go routines will be able to run, meaning 10 messages can be consumed at a time and then processed. So that is something depending on our the CPU capacity and memory capacity and processors things and all. So this is the thing. And then here I think it should be straightforward, the wait group concept. This sync one error group really helps us to handle that wait groups, so that it waits till all of them are complete before we exit from this thing. So that's the or else you can just add in pass in wait group, and then after everything we are done, call this wait group dot done, and then while we are returning just wait group dot wait till those all are completed. So this is a simple RabbitMQ queue configurations, the helper functions that we need. And now I need to add it to my config thing. So RabbitMQ, so what should I do is basically I need to add in here exchange config. Instead of this, I can just add something like exchange name, string, exchange kind, queue name, and binding key and concurrency. I think this should be good. And here exchange name, simple search exchange, and kind direct, and simple search queue, simple search binding queue, something like this. I'm just going to set this should be okay. Fine. So going back to this app, now that I have it here, after we have this channel, here maybe I'll just try to set quality of service. So amq channel dot quality of service, maybe I'll just set here 1, 0, true. So this basically what I'm trying to do is consume one message at a time, meaning that queue they work only after one, it will do processing of one message at a time. Only after acknowledging that it will pick the other one. So just that is the thing here, the quality of service. So prefetch count, a prefetch size or something. So there is a detailed explanation of what is it here, and you can just check that one. So here I'm just returning this error, and maybe after this we'll try to declare the binding, binding, and here I'm just going to pass in the wait, yep, declare binding context. I'm passing in the channel, and exchange queue and binding. We need exchange name, exchange kind queue, which we are trying to configure in RabbitMQ. You can just still make it simpler, but for time being I'm just adding it this way. And if there is any error, we'll return that. Else I'm just going to say that queue declared, and that queue name we are just going to console that. Okay, fine. So we'll just test till here, and let's see if we are able to declare the queue correctly or not. So going back to this thing that we were running, so let me just stop this and try to run this server again. So somewhere we should see yeah, RabbitMQ queue declared and the name was simple search queue. That's what we configured in YAML file. All right, we are good now. At least have an exchange and queue configs and declared a queue and all. So it's time for us to add in a consumer. So for that, what should we do is something. I need to create separate transport. So till now we have this HTTP transport, which I try to group it inside version 1. So same way, now it's a different transport. So I'm just going to create a new folder called RabbitMQ, and here we need a consumer. So I'm just going to create this, and inside this package RabbitMQ, so type maybe, yeah, product consumer, whatever it is. I'm just going to name that. So logger I need, config, yeah, I need config, and then this AMQP channel, and also we need AMQP connection. Yep. And finally I need use case. Okay, fine, these are the things that I need. And now let me just initialize the constructor, the standard way. Now I just need to create a function called consuming, maybe, yeah, index deliveries or whatever. I'll just name that in that way for time being. So here this consumer, product consumer, maybe creating this one, so consume index deliveries. So here this context and the deliveries, so this is going to be a channel of receiving of type QMP delivery. And here okay, return the function of type error. So let's just, yeah, fine. And yeah, I will just try to wrap in here the same thing that I had. So maybe try to log so that it will be better for our reference. So maybe I'll just try to add in starting to consume index deliveries, whatever, we can just add in something, and let's try to loop through the deliveries that we have. And here yeah, same way, the standard way, it's always the best way to keep wrapping this listening to channels in the select, one for context and then other for the default the logic that we wanted to, so that we it will keep switching to the one it is receiving first. Okay, so here I'm just going to yeah, context done, stopping to consume, yeah, something like that. I'm just going to add it. So default, I'm just going to keep it that for time being. And here I'm just going to say that received body, and as usual I'll just acknowledge here, and if it's failed I'll just log that accordingly as well. Yeah, and after this I'm just going to maybe stop to consumer index deliveries, and then return I'm just going to return this null. Fine, I think that should be a simple consumer. Yeah, I think for now should be yeah, I think should be okay. And so what should I do is basically go back to my here, and here in the RabbitMQ I'll also specify this consumer name as well, so it's going to be something like string. So here now maybe I'll just create this as products consumer, something like this. You can just change it. Okay, now that I have it this thing here, I need to go back to my RabbitMQ package. Okay, in here now additionally for the binding thing, I'll pass in here the concurrency also, and the consumer also. Yeah, and I'll just create a simple maybe consume deliveries worker interface, just to respect that implementation deliveries worker. So here yeah, the consume deliveries which we just created, the channel just going to return that. Okay, and here I'll just create the same type so that I can just use it this deliveries consumer, so function context, and I'm just going to return this. Yeah, so I can just you directly pass this way, but if I wanted to use it multiple places, it's better to declare it in this way. Okay, so now the consume queue, the function that we have, it's going to change a bit. So along with this channel, whatever the thing that we outcoded, queue consumer and worker is something that will be passing in here. So the queue, the consumer, and then this worker which is of type deliveries consumer. Yeah, and now I can just remove this hard-coded thing queue and consumer, and here where we were trying to wrap in this process deliveries, I'm just going to change this to worker and pass in this context and deliveries. Yeah, I know this we are not using it, but let's, because I'm just trying to separate it to different things. We'll worry about this usage and all, but now we updated this one, and I need to go back to my app.go file. So let's just go back to app.go file, and in here I need to create the RabbitMQ consumer, and then open a go routine, and then I should start consuming it. So maybe after server is started. Yep. So here I'm just going to create something like product consumer, so RabbitMQ.new consumer, and I need to pass in log connection and product use case. So yep, and then this RabbitMQ instead of this, maybe, yeah, I think product RabbitMQ consumer makes sense to me. So I'll just go down here because there's a name ambiguity, so now should be good. Sorry, this is let's keep this as it is and remove. Yeah, it should be HTTP. Okay, fine, that's the import, and I guess going down, yeah, okay, now there's no issue. Just giving alias so that there is no conflict with our package and then the transport. So we have this product consumer. So now let's try to open a go routine, and here what I'll do now, I'll use this rabbit and the consume queue, pass in this context, then the channel, and we need to pass in this concurrency, queue name, consumer, and then the worker function. So here if you see, yeah, this is the thing that we need to pass in, RabbitMQ, and then the consume queue is here. So this is the thing that we just added. So going back here, and now we need to handle this error handling. If there is any error, we just cancel this context. So let me just remove this thing, and now we are listening to this the queue. Okay, so we are getting there slowly. We'll start testing it in a while. Now we have consumer, same way. Now I should try to create a publisher. So for me to create a publisher, what should I do? Maybe I'll try to create a new file. So let me go back to my package. Here inside this, I'm just going to create new file called publisher, and inside this, let's try to create the interface, like what and all we need, and then try to have a function to publish to queue, so that can be consumed by consumer worker which we just created. So this package, and then I'm just going to maybe create a interface to maybe to implement this. I need publish with context so that I can cancel if I need. So context, I need to pass an exchange key, and maybe and also mandatory field and immediate field, and then finally this message, which is going to be of type nqp.publishing, and then I can just remove this body. So let me just remove this body. Yeah, that's publish with context, and let me import this context. And then publish should be simple exchange key, mandatory message, should be, and then close. Okay, fine. And now this type publisher, and we need channel and connection, and then this logger as usual. And let's try to create this new publisher instance constructor. Config and this logger, and this is going to return of type publisher. And let's just try to close this. So connection, here we need new RabbitMQ connection, passing in this config, and if there is no error, if there is an error, return here itself, and then this channel, and same thing, and publisher, I'm just pass in this connection and channel, and then we should be good. So this is the simple way of returning instance of publisher. And then now we need to implement close and those functions that we have. So first let's try to implement the close, which should be a simple one. So here I'm just going to if we'll just call this close, and if there is an issue while trying to close this, I'm just going to throw the same here, and same thing, I'll just try to close the connection. Channel and connection, first close channel and then connection. Okay, and then publish with context is something. Now I need to implement publish. Okay, this we don't have it, we need to create this, so which is inside our RabbitMQ package. I need to create now. Okay, so okay, let's this also I'm just going to rename for better convention, new RabbitMQ connection, and I need to update here as well. Yeah, I think this is the simple issue, and of course we'll come back to this. Go back here, this RabbitMQ. Okay, and I need to create in here a function called publish, like we created for consume thing. So same way, let's create in here this publish, pass in this context, and then this channel exchange key. Yeah, I think should be okay for me. Context channel exchange queue mandatory immediate rule data. Okay, it can be same way respecting to that, or else maybe I'll just change there, keep data, and then header should be fine, which can be map of a string of any. I think this should be okay. Yeah, so in here, first publishing thing, let's try to marshal the data that we are getting, and if while trying to marshal there is an error, we'll just throw that error straight away, and if not, let's try to get this headers. Yep, and here we'll first check if headers is not null, then I need to loop through that headers, and then insert into this this struct mqp headers that we have. And now I just need to use this channel dot publish this mqp channel that I have in here. Publish, and then here I just need to check out exchange, and the key mandatory. Okay, I think we have consumers publish. Okay, if I want with context, maybe I'll try to switch to the the dependency that I was trying to look for. Yeah, so what I'll do is basically which the one that I was trying to install, RabbitMQ. Yeah, this one, so that now what happens is basically I can use publish with context. Yeah, that's why I think we are preferring this one. So context and exchange key, then false, true. Just check it's I just need to install this thing, so let me just install this thing. So go get, yeah, it's added. So now there's no issue. Yeah, now you can just check it out inside this, yeah, context and all, what and all needs to be passed and all. Okay, fine. So and in here, so in qp dot publishing, so inside this pass in these headers, then this content type, which it's going to be application/JSON. So I'm just hard coding it, or else you can use this echoes mime type JSON, so it's always better. Yeah, mime application JSON. And then this delivery mode, maybe keep it 2, and priority, it's used to order the one, so higher the number, higher priority. Then this correlation ID, so it's just check out all the I'm just trying to give it high level, but if you want more detailed info, just check out his docs and you should be good. And it should be straightforward. And then correlation ID, I'm just passing in this unique ID that I'm generating. Same for message ID, and timestamp, maybe I'll just set it to UTC thing. And all we need to just install import this one, and then good. So this is the simple the publish that I have. So now this one I can go ahead and use it. So here this should be version 4. Okay, so going to this publisher now, this definition also we can just change this thing now. Context, exchange key, mandatory, immediate, bool, message, and publish one. Yeah, I think we can, it really doesn't matter, but it's always better to respect whatever we have, so that it is consistent. Maybe we will just try to keep it consistent with mqp dot publishing, and I'm just going to change this one also to the one that we just installed. Okay, fine. And here we implemented close and publish with context. This one I'm not going to implement, that's fine. And here for this one, context, exchange key, mandatory, immediate, message, and then we can maybe handle this thing better way, something like if error, I'm just going to throw that error. Maybe you can just add in logs also if it's needed. Always better to know that where exactly you're failing in a systems where we have multiple microservices, lots of in a distributed environments, always better to have a logs. So yeah, now we have a simple publisher, and that it's ready to publish. And consumer also, now let's try to change. Actually we left it to default. In our transport, in here in the default things, whatever I did, now I'll not just listen to this. Let's have this infinite loop. Okay, so it should be continuously listening to it. So that's the thing. So select, and then context is what we are listening to it. And let me just remove this default. So now I'll be taking in this delivery from this deliveries channel, listening onto that channel, and look for if it's not okay, and then I maybe deliveries channel close, stopping to consume, something like that. I'm just going to receive that. And here I can just add in like received message, the body that I have. And yeah, and here we'll perform the actual logic, but let's yeah, I think I'm just going to and remove this thing as well. Yeah, I think we should be good. Fine. So this the now listening actual to deliveries and all, what should be done, everything and all. Right now I'm just logging it in here so that we can have a look at it if you are getting the messages or not. Okay. So in here you can still log it and try to return null. I think that should be fine. Okay, let's now go to our main app. We have a lot of issues now. Yeah, of course. Yeah, so here we need a publisher. So let's maintain that, and also here whatever I have, I'm just going to change this one, and in the app thing along with this thing I need AMQP publisher, which is going to be of type rabbitmq dot AMQP publisher. Okay, and of course we need to change here to connection. That's why there's an issue. And after that let's try to in the consume queue section, what's the issue here? Yeah, I think context, channel, concurrency, queue name, consumer. Okay, I think here AMQP dot connection. Okay, let's go to this and update here also to the right package, and then we should not see that issue. Yeah, okay, so there's no issue in the consume queue. Okay, after we have go routine open for consuming, let's try to, yeah, new publisher. So it should be config rabbitmq what it needs, logger and config. Okay, rabbitmq. Okay, and I need to pass in this log, and we do normal error checks. So publisher, so I'm just going to return this error, and yeah, of course we'll try to close this publisher. And here let's open a go routine and maybe try to sleep for 5 seconds or so, whatever. Yeah, and here just to test purpose, so what I'll do is basically, yeah, domain.product id, and here not always text product, maybe iPhone. Yeah, I'm just putting something in here or random stuff. Okay, this product I have, and this data bytes. Let's try to Marshall serialize this product, and we just do standard checks after serializing. I'm just going to return. I'm not going to do anything. So here, if now mq.publisher, we have this publish. I'm just going to pass in context, then exchange name binding queue, and then the publishing content type. Let's see in here. Let me set maybe the headers map of string. The interface here, I'm just going to set in maybe yeah, maybe set something, whatever the thing that may really make sense, and time, and then body. Yeah, and let's try to handle this error and log product published successfully. So, and this one, I'm just trying to close this. So basically I'm trying to open a go routine. So I'm trying to sleep it for 5 seconds and then publish this one. Yeah, and mostly it should work. So what is the issue here? Package RabbitMQ, new publisher. Do we have any issue? Publish. New publisher. What's the thing? New publisher. I don't see any issue. I think so definitely there is an issue with the publisher. So let's go back here. Okay, we need to implement these three. So we have close implemented, publish with context implemented but not publish. Okay, let me just add in the publish to implement this thing, and here again we'll just try to use the same thing. I'm just going to use pretty much the same thing. Yeah, publish with context, exchange key false, and also I'm just going to set this also to false. Immediate. Okay, and yeah, I think that should be it. And going in here, and here we have two things, that's why there is an issue. Yeah, okay. Now that we have this and I just added a simple go routine which runs which sleeps first for 5 seconds and then tries to create one publish one product, and then kills this go routine. So it's not going on loop, sorry, my bad. It's just if you want to go on loop, we just need to wrap this everything inside for loop. Okay, this is just publishing whatever we have here, whatever we have just implemented inside this, which is again this channels. I'm just trying to publish with context that we have here. Okay, fine. So now we have this code. Maybe it's time to test and see in the logs we are able to see the message of being published or not. So I'm just going to this. Let me restart this one, and hopefully we should see a message of something getting published. Okay, starting to consume deliveries. Okay, now you see here we published, yeah, product published after 5 seconds, and then there is a consumer listening to it. So if you want to really see, you can use RabbitMQ management UI. I think we should be good to see in terminal itself. Yeah, we published this, and this is what the consumer has received. Yeah, iPhone related content and all that stuff. So whatever the producer consumer logic that we try to add, it's working fine. So let's go back. I think we did isolate a better publisher and then the consumer. Let's now, what should we do is basically let's yeah, let me try to add actual consumer method of indexing products. Basically that should index into our the Elasticsearch, right now we're just consoling it. So let's do that. So I'm just going to go to the consumer file, yeah, and inside this, and we'll just remove that go routine which were running after 5 seconds to just publish. Okay, this is the product consumer, and we have consume index deliveries channels, and I'm going to pass in here this worker ID now along with the other two things, and maybe I can just try to log in this worker ID. And also now instead of in this things logging, we need to call the actual function of it. So maybe here I'll just create something called index product. So product consumer, so index product, and now I'm just going to, yeah, and this message which is going to be of type the AMQP delivery, and yeah, and it's now inside this, and yeah, we'll have this product, and try to first unmarshal that body into our product type, and just check this if we have any issue. I'll, instead of this one, I'll just use my log fail to unmarshal product, and then we are going to add in this, and then I can just reject this to true. So this will be removed from the queue. Okay, so and then we need to now use our product use case index method, pass in the product, and here again if there is any error, we will just try to reject again, and then now I need to manually acknowledge this. So this is the actual function to consume that. Basically we need to index into our Elasticsearch. So now that we have this, so wherever we were just trying to just console that and manually acknowledging this as a true, so we need to remove that. So basically now I just need to, instead of this one, I need to call this index product and pass in this in this thing, and then everything should be pretty much the same. What's the issue? Okay, I think we have, yeah, I think we should be good. So select for error, and then this, yeah, fine. So now we have this index product and proper consumer logic. and I am adding extra worker ID, so this needs to be taken care. So of course we'll have an issue inside our RabbitMQ now. So going to this, and in the definition I need to include now this delivery consumer. I need to add it here now, this worker ID, and also when I was trying to consume, I need to now pass in this index. So this is going to be my worker ID. Okay, fine. So this is the simple thing that I have, and also everything is working fine. So let's just go back to our app.go, and wherever I'm just trying to replicate these producers, I'm just going to remove this. Okay, fine. I just removed this thing, and I wanted to test my consumers code that I have written. So what should we do is, basically let me just create a simple consumer test.go file, and inside this let's see if we can, how we can test this. So under package RabbitMQ, so test consumer consume index deliveries, yep. And now try to run this in parallel. So app logger, I'm just going to this logger dot new API logger dot I think I just need to pass in this config. Should we need this logger? I think should be, I need this, but let's go to this app and just copy this thing. Here the place, where is it? Okay, is it in command? Sorry, here. Okay, so I just need to copy these things. So till here I just going to copy this and go back to consumer test, and paste it here, and just import whatever. I'll have this logger now. All right, so now let's we need publisher, and here we need RabbitMQ dot new publisher, and I need here, what does this need is basically we need package, not transport. So let me just get rid of this. New publisher, config and API logger is what that needs, and here this the standard thing, and here require, no error, fine. All right, so we have the publisher, and let's try to default to close this, and let's try to loop through maybe 50 products or 10 products or 100 products, whatever it is. So I'm trying to install create a 50 or index 50 products. Okay, so here let's try to sleep 500 milliseconds. Time dot millisecond, and here this product unique ID, and and here we can just use random names generations or whatever it is. So I'm just going to use an helper which is going to help me generate the unique names. Okay, so you can just use index things and all, but it's always better to maybe use I'm just going to use this fake generators the name, or check the version that you really need. So I think it doesn't really matter, it's just for testing case. That's why I'm going with the so here I'm just going to use this thing, and now in here let's the name, sentence, URL, count, and the shop. I'm just randomly generating some stuff. All right, okay, now we have this. I need to serialize this, so marshal this one, check for any issues, and after that I just need to publish this one. So publish and pass in here context.background, and here I'm just going to binding exchange name, binding key, publishing body I'm just passing in here, and content type, and if you we can just pass in the trace ID as well. So this maybe really helps us to identify the tracing. So maybe something like I'm just going to pass in trace ID, unique thing. I think no, there is no issue. Fine, and I'm just going to check for issue, and here let me just log this published successfully, and the issue here is always this version 4, and I need the same QP. Fine, so this is the simple test case, and now let's I just commented that app.go, and also let me just restart this thing. So ideally now I'm just running this again, and I'll come back to this, and there's no, so starting to consume, we have now at max 10 go routines we mentioned. So that's why 10 go routines are ready to consume the messages as long as we throw at it. So that's why you see worker 10 10 till this we have 10 consumers. So if you configure more go routines will be ready to consume. So now I'm just going to go back to this, and let me just hit this, and go back to this terminal, and see this thing. We should be able to go back in here. Okay, first thing itself there is an issue, because here the location is not correct. Okay, I'm just let's see if it's it's correct now, and you should see that consuming this product so in parallel, and indexed successfully, and you should be, we are doing it 100 things, and if you just see the same thing here, this will also be running. what's the issue? Okay, maybe it might be how many did we can check the UI as well. We have 75. Few have failed. Mostly it should be something related to my resources issue. Otherwise they should be working fine. Okay, timeout after 30 seconds. Fine. So maybe you can do it. Let's say I'm just going to reduce to 50, and let me just trigger this again. And mostly it should be product published, and then the consumer or the go routines that are listening to should be consuming that. So hopefully it's just asynchronous way of publishing it and being consumed, so that we don't wait for it to be inserted, and so it will be asynchronous and it can handle a lot of insertion. So going back here, and you see it is successful. And if I just go back and hit the query, you should see 125. And if I go to my discover, there should be something random stuffs generated. Example test description. Yeah, here you see our aspects gang or something, whatever fake thing, city scan, title, something it is generated. So this is how we test it, if it's working the way we want or not, of the consuming and publishing accordingly. So going to this app now, we are solid, and we have a logic of consuming and testing and all, though we have not really not opened the bulk insertion, which we will do it. So now that we tested this thing, let me try to create a bulk consumer. Okay, so the bulk, what should we do is basically I need to create an helper for me, same way like we did create the single insertion at a time, indexing a product. So what I'll do, let's try to go to our consumer. So consumer.go, here we have index product, which is doing one thing. So now in this struct, let me add the other bulk indexer, so which is going to be maybe bulk indexer, and this one is going to be of type util.bulk indexer. And here this client, it's going to be Elasticsearch of type Elasticsearch client, and I just need to specify here this version. Okay, fine. We have this, and in this constructor again, I should not forget to initialize this yes client, or else we are again going to get null memory error and all that stuff. Okay, fine. That I have it here, and let me try to create a function which will really help me to bulk index product. So consume deliveries, here we have index product we have. So here I'm just going to create a method, maybe call this as bulk index product. I'm just going to pass in here this context, and here message of type mqp.delivery, and then and inside this, let's try to initialize a product, and I'm just going to unmarshal this the message of body whatever I'm getting into that struct. And as usual, let's try to see if there is any issue with the unmarshalizing. So now in here, c dot bulk indexer, and I need to call this add method, and here pass in this context, and along with that let's pass in this es util bulk indexer item, and inside this this index maybe elastic mapping product index name, that's the index, and then this action it's going to be create, or document id is going to be product id, body id so body it's going to be this bytes dot numerator message dot body, and on success is something what should we do. So here in context item bulk indexer item, and response bulk indexer response item. So in here I'm just going to log the id, and after in same thing in the on failure maybe on failure the item and the response, I'm just going to maybe we can do something on successful thing, but I'm just logging here for now. And let's and now after this, let me this errors failed to add product to bulk indexer, and I'm just going to reject this. And here I'm just going to remove this bracket or the extra bracket that we have, and add in this product added to bulk indexer, something like this. We can just add it that way. Okay, fine. So this is a simple way of bulk indexing product, the function that we have, and I need and here we need to really acknowledge not written null, so that we it will get removed from the queue. And we need a function to initialize the bulk indexer. So here product consumer, so I will call this init as initialize bulk indexer, and pass in here nothing. So for this, and in here this bulk indexer, what we'll do is util dot new bulk indexer. So yes, util dot bulk indexer config, and here what exactly the number of workers. So we want 10 workers, that is what we want. And here this is very important. So how frequently, how do we want to flush the bytes to our the consumer or something, in this case it's the elasticsearch worker. Okay, so which can be 0 or whatever it is, we'll come to that. And flush interval here maybe for now I'll just do it for every 5 seconds. Okay, then this client c.es client, and on error maybe I'll just try to log this for time being, failed to initialize bulk indexer. And we have here a lot of callback functions. So on flux start flush start, so I can just console log it this and we need to return this context. That's why we have an issue. Same way here, I'm just going to receive context, and here the definition is context. That's why we have the okay on flush start. I'm just start flux started, and on flush end. I'm sorry, I'm just trying, I'm not able to pronounce it at a rapid pace. Okay, a flush end. Here maybe items process and all, I'm not going to add it anything. So here, and there's no context as well, so I'm just going to remove this. Okay, so here flush completed or something like that, and I need to add in this index, which is the name, and this human, let's pass in true, and pretty, let me pass into true, and this timeout maybe 10 seconds or 5 seconds, so we can just configure. And yeah, that's this thing. And let me, if error is not equals to null, I'm just going to return error saying that failed to initialize bulk indexer. Else I'm just going to set it to our bulk indexer, whatever we have, and I'm just going to log the same and initialize. So here we'll talk about flush interval and flush bytes. So we can choose either two things, do a push to or collect maybe batch request for every 5 seconds and then push it at once, or else configure based on size. So let's say message sizes of all the batch that you have maintained has reached 20 MB, then push. So whichever reaches first is something that will be prioritized. So current we have just added 5 seconds. We'll test this. So this we have bulk initializing, and then we have an helper to index a product as well, so to adding to this. And also let me just maybe create a simple close function. So product consumer close context, let's and here I just need to close this bulk indexer. Okay, fine. So we just created this, and now in the consume deliveries, index deliveries, instead of this index product, I will try to change this one to index bulk index product. Okay, yeah, so now I change this a bit, and what I'll do, and let's go to our app.go. Of course we have an issue here because we changed in here. So here, along with this, now I need to pass in elastic client. Okay, and I passed in elastic client, and also now I need to initialize this bulk indexer. Exactly, this is how I need to do it. So I've just added here, and instead of here, maybe I'll just add in this log, and try to cancel this if there is any error, and then yeah, the other thing, it's going to be just the same. So this one, now let's try to test this. So if you see, I'm just going to change the in the consumer test to maybe let's say 500, and this is going to be 50 milliseconds. So if you observe now, back then in consumers thing, it was every time we publish, it was picking up out of 10 go routines, whichever was available, it was picking one thing. So if I try to publish now, so if you see, because we have 5 seconds interval, we are trying to insert at a rate of, so you just look at this asynchronous publishing in consumer, it's just amazing. And we published it here, and here this also consumed in for every 5 seconds once. we had 10 go routines. So if I just go to here, I am not able to exactly show it to you, but I think you are getting a gist. So now if I try to query this, you see now we have 125, it was now plus 400, so we have 625, so indexing. So this how, like, asynchronizing to publisher and consumers is going to really help us split this, make it thing. And next we can really go deeper and then add like words matchers logic. Basically I can you add in translations, keyboard binding. So let's say if someone is typing on Chinese keyboard and wants it to be or let's say we are typing an American keyboard and something in Chinese, so which shall be regional language, so we should be automatically able to translate based on the keyboard binding that they do. So that also will try to do this, but the main intent was to show this asynchronous addition thing, and I'll just add that also as an endpoint. Right now we don't have an endpoint, we were just testing within test function. So we need to handle those things and also add expose async endpoint so that we can take bulk insertions as well.
Okay, now let's add a simple translation .json file or something like that. I'll just add a mapping to English to Telugu. You can just add whatever the language that you want to choose. Okay, let's go back to our editor, and here, and I'm just going to maybe create inside this config. Let's name this as translate.json. Okay, and here I'm just pasting this just a conversion from English to Telugu, and the same thing from the vice versa, Telugu to English. Okay, so I have this one, and I need maybe a helper, a package kind of really helping me to handle mistyping of things, something like mistype manager. So for time being, what we'll do in the package folder, let's just try to create a simple package. Maybe I'll just name this as mistype manager. Yep, and here I'm just going to create mistype manager.go. all right, yeah, so here let's create a package as mistype manager, and the interface for this, I'll just have one method like get mistype word. Okay, so this one, yeah, mistype manager interface get mistype word, and here maybe I'll just pass in the original word. So this is going to be of type string, and it's going to return as the string. All right, now we have that, and we need to create a struct here. So I'm just going to name this as keyboard mistype manager struct, and inside this we need a logger, and then key mappings that I want to load initially from our translation, so that I can pass this thing to this one, which we will do initially. So and then a pool to sync. Okay, so I'll just have this. Yeah. All right, so logger, yeah, okay, fine. And here let's try to initialize this thing, the constructor. So new mistype manager, and here I'm just going to pass in this logger, and then the key mappings, I'm going to pass in map of string, the definition what we have, and here let's first try to initialize a pool. So here maybe sync dot pool,
and this one, the new, I'll just have a simple function definition, maybe returning the new strings dot builder. This should be the pool, and then I'm just going to pass in to this our constructor. Fine, so now we have a simple constructor, and I'm just going to create a simple method on this struct called, let's say, something get me type word. So I'm just typing here this keyboard manager, and get me type word, and this is what we need to implement the method that we have in interface. So and here I'm going to get this a string builder, and try to defer this. I'll try to put into this pool whatever the above string builder that we have, and let's try to reset this thing. And now all we are going to do is just loop through the original word that we have. So range of the maybe I'll just use list of this rune original word, and I need to first convert into this lowercase the character. And here we'll just use strings.lower and convert that one, and we will just check inside our key mappings if it's simple. We'll check in that, and if it's okay, I'm just going to write it to this string builder. Else I'll write this lowercase the character that we have. This one should be right string, lowercase character, and then finally I'm just going to return this string builder. So this is going to help us get the missed type word by looping through the mappings that we have. These mappings will try to pass it to this through our translate JSON, something that we should try to load it here. I think this is the simple way to just find out the mistype word. So now that I have it here, the helper, so I need to maybe add it in our app file. So going to this app.go file, and here I just need to add it as part of the struct. And maybe here mistype manager, and I need to just import this one mistype manager, and this one I need to initialize, and also I need an helper to load my key mappings. So what should I do here itself? Maybe I'll just create one method under this app. Maybe I'll just try to create here, but I'll try to organize it in whichever place that you want. So here app, and I'm just going to create a function called load key mappings, and here should be a simple one. So as usual, I'll just try to get the current working directory, and we'll just do error handling. So if this error is not null, I'm just going to return this failed to get working directory, and then this keys JSON path is something that we need to get now. So here should be simple, should be here not keys.json. This is a translate.json file, and pass in here. So this one will get the path, and now I need to open that. So here maybe keys JSON path file, and maybe I'll just try to open this JSON path. So if this error is not equals to null, again just a standard way of handling, just try for now. We'll just return error, and maybe I'll just defer this closing of this file, and I'm just going to read all by passing in this path file that we have, and check the same error, and maybe here I can just log if like we loaded key maps and all those things. And now I just need to initialize this key mappings map thing of this format, and here all we need to do is unmarshal it, key JSON byte whatever you have to this key mappings, and I think should be the simple like loaded key mappings, and then we just return this null. So this is the simple helper that we have. Maybe instead of this one I can either return this way, or else since we have mistype manager I can even set into this variable. So I think that is the better way of setting it, so that we don't have to again call this thing. So what I can do here now, instead of this error, I'll just try to return now a pointer of type the mistype manager. So here so this is going to return mistype manager dot keyboard mistype manager, and now I just need to update this one. So we have two return types, nil and this thing, and also here also we need to just update to nil, same thing to here, and here this nil. Now after this here logging, I'll just try to, we have this mistype manager I'll need to set into my mistype manager variable. So let's try to, so I'm just setting here to this by calling this log and key mappings, and whatever the response that I get, I'm just going to return now this mistype manager command nil. So now we actually use the logic whatever we have written in that package helper that we just created. So this is loading this key mappings, and this is something now I need to call it inside my this app .go file. So going to this run function, so maybe I'll try to after this signal itself, maybe let me just try. So here I'll try to get mistype manager calling this load key mappings, and here again we'll do a standard check. So if there is any error, we'll just return hit, else I need to set now into this mistype manager the value that I'm getting. So this way I'll just know that and we can just log it like mistype manager is initialized. So this thing now we have, and all the way now I need to pass this to my repository layer, so that now again we need to change a way of querying. So basically we'll need to do multiple query handling. So what, let's say I pass in AMMA in English, and then we need to convert that into the respective local language using our key bindings that we have into that, and then send that English one and then the localized one as a query to the Elasticsearch, and then if either of them is present, pull both of them, else whatever is present. So something that way we need to try to handle this. It's something that we need to take care. So what I will do is basically let's now try to update the definition of our repository layer. So going let's maybe elastic repository, and here let me just update this one to add this mistype manager in this layer, and now in the constructor I just need to again add the same thing, mistype manager, and initialize here in this constructor, so that now I'll have an access to this. So in the search query I need to change this one now. So basically whatever we have it here, I need to change this thing, the query that I was using to build. Okay, first let me just try to build that, and then I'll get rid of this thing. So let me just minimize this thing. Okay, so I'll try to build it from here. So something like should query. So this one, map of string any struct, and inside this first thing is query, again map of string any, and here we'll try to send in uh, the should yep. So this should be map of string any, and inside this now I need multi-match. So here, yep. So let's try to query this one. So query here is going to be term, and the fields is going to be the string and I mean the title and the description. So yeah, this is one thing, and now the other thing is basically I need to here I need to add one more multi-match. Okay, so yeah, this is going to be now the query mistype manager get mistype word, that the function that we have, and same thing, and yeah, and should be just need to add in here this comma, and here also let me just add in this. I think just okay. So this is a should query that we need to use now finally, and this after this the data bytes, I'm just going to try to marshal this one, serialize this one, and we can just pass it to our query. So here maybe I can just remove all of this now, and this log also I'm just going to remove, and here let me just try to, and this we need to create an initialize, so I'm just going to change this, and here let's add in the logs, the query JSON query, and also if we want we can just um, yeah, I'm just adding this as the logging thing, so that we'll see exactly what, and rest should be fine, so I'm not going to adjust anything. So here now we are passing additionally the mistype manager, so that we can do a query the way that we want of uh, handling mistyping, and then the respective language. Let's say our application is having more user base in Europe or China or whatever it is, like that we'll try to handle this way. So now let me just go back to app.go, and here now of course we need to pass in the additional thing. Here I'm just need to pass the mistype manager. So now I think mostly this should be it, and let's go to our terminal and try to rerun this and see. So I'm just trying to rerun this application. Okay, so I rerun this, and maybe let me just try to we don't have an insertion, so what I'll do, any example, I'll do one thing. So let's go to our controller test that I have, and here while indexing let me just do a simple example. So I'm just going to add in one title in this language, and here also I'm just going to add it here, and let me just run this thing, and I'm just running this, and we should be able to insert this thing. Okay, it's inserted, and same thing, I'll just do it in English. Let's try to add this one. Okay, and let's try to insert this thing. Yep. So okay, fine, we inserted this, and mostly let's go back to terminal, and then let's try to search the same thing. Okay, I do have this one, uh,
And if I try searching for okay, I'm getting the others as well. I just need to check. I think it's not working the way I want, but the intention is that you can just write your own custom finding mistyping word and then accordingly hit it. So maybe if I just check the logs here. Okay. Yeah, there is the words related to that, that's why we are getting all of that. Okay, I got, but at least you see we have this and that getting retrieved, and I think there is a something match like this, and that's how we are getting. But this is how we will try to take care of searching a products or whatever related thing in our websites if it has huge of data for the localized persons and all that stuff. So yeah, we added keyboard handling mismatch and all, and now if you see the searching and all, we are just getting results without pagination and all. So we need to add a pagination for this, so that we'll have a control of returning how many that we want. So let me just quickly write a simple util for that inside our packages folder. So I'll just create utils function. So utils, and here let me just create a pagination. I think you can test it to different languages by just trying to load in these things, and also you can see logging of initializing whether you are able to um, not able to show you exactly. Okay, so let me just go up. This is flush started is basically bulk indexing thing, which we will also move it to config section so that we can configure in the way that I need. Okay, this is the query. Where is this initialization? This is the query eating. Yeah, you can just yeah, I think yeah, there are too many logs. I'll just filter using grep and all and just check. Yeah, that's the thing that I just want to show. Okay, fine. And here let me just close this, and also this one. I think this should be straightforward. We have written multiple times the pagination logic. So here default size should be something default page is 1, and here this pagination response, let's try to standard things. So the total count which is going to be of type int 64, and total count, maybe I'll just have this camel keys, then total pages, and page is going, I think should be fine, page, and I'm just going to remove this current, and then the size, and then finally do we have a more or not. So yeah, so this is the response, and I'm just going to now maybe write an helper string so that we know how many count and all that we have. So just standard text word should be that we get, so I'm just writing that yeah, total count and all, just whatever we have in above. Okay, and now we need to create a constructor pagination response total count, and I'll also create here this type of pagination struct, and this is just the query params that we'll be getting. So maybe I'll just have it here, this JSON size, and omit empty, and same thing for page,
and here we'll have it the one more query order by. So this also I just try to keep it the camel case. Okay, fine. And now here this new pagination response I'm just going to pass in now this total count, and then maybe the query that we'll be getting. So this one should be the pagination thing, and here we need to just return the constructor of pagination response, and let's just try to pass in here total count, and I'll just adjust this one total count and total pages. You can either specify this to be int64 and this also int64, and here maybe I'll just try to convert this into int64. So we don't have an helper of getting total pages and all. Maybe I'll just yeah, better way of handling that. Let's first try to create an helpers for me, then I'll just use that functions there. So here a new pagination query, I'll just try to construct that query. So we'll get in the size and the page, and we all need to do is just return this pagination. So here we need to handle if size is 0, then I'm just going to return with the default values that we have, the constants that we are maintaining, default size, and then page I'm just going to pass in this the default page, and else we will just pass in the size and page whatever we are getting. Okay, and that's one thing. And let's try to also maybe from query params I'm just going to create one more function called something. These are just helper, you can just ignore this and straight away take from this file and should be good. I think we have written multiple times, but I'm just walking you through again. So the size string and page string, and here I'm just going to create in here this pagination, pass in size default size, and then maybe page I'm just going to set this one to first page. Okay, and here now this size number I'm just going to, yeah, whatever we get, let me convert this string to integer and pass in here this size, and we'll just check if the error and also this page number, I mean the size number should not be equals to 0. Okay, so if so I'm just going to set to this size this size num that we have. Okay, and same thing for page num as well, and finally I'm just going to return that, and we'll just have simple set methods to set size and all that stuff. So the pagination, maybe I'll just have this as set size, and here I'll be passing here this size query, which is going to be of type a string. So if this string is empty, maybe I'll need to set now the pagination dot size as the default size, and then return here. Else I need to again do the same thing, converting that to integer, and then do a check and then assign it to that. So same thing for pagination as well, I mean the page, and here I just need to return the same and order by as well. Let's try to I think order by should be, yeah, should be created at, I'm just doing this default thing, or else I just right away set this one thing. And getting offset and all, I just have here this placeholders for getting offset limit and all the order and all everything. So I'll just take it from my simple auth and microservice, and I'm just adding it here, so you can maybe import this. Okay,
Yeah, fine, I just added here and change maybe this one to P, and here I think this is the issue with in 64, and that's why and we need to change it to that was just query, and here I'm just having it as pagination. You can just keep it the whichever way that you need it, so I'm just adjusting it accordingly to my convenience. Okay, fine, just a simple getting total pages using total count, and then just standard calculation of just better way of getting, so that we can handle proper error handling and setting default values and accordingly and all. Okay, so now that we have, and here now I need to adjust this thing. So since we have this thing, so I can now use pq dot mm, and I need to convert this one into int thing. This total count I need to set in here in 64. Yeah, I think now there's no issue. Now I can just remove that, and here page, instead of this directly using this, let's try to use get page and get size, and get has more, and then just passing this one. So now we have simple pagination helper just constructing, helping us to given the queries, helping us to give us the query proper handling this pagination thing. So this is the standard way that we normally need to handle pagination. So now we have the pagination thing, and it's something I need to tweak the searching thing and add the pagination section and everything. So what should we do is basically open our controller, and here the search result that we are trying to get in this controller, I need to now try to accept this query params, kind of size, and then the page is something that I need to accept, and this utils I just need to import. Oh yeah, it's imported. Yeah, okay, so this query, and now this along with this whatever the search, I need to pass in this pagination, and of course we'll see an issue here, and we need to update accordingly the definitions of everything in the use case layer and the domain layer and all that stuff. So in this use case, let me just add in here these pagination. So should be utils dot pagination, and here now I'm just going to also change this one. Maybe I'll create inside this, let me open the sidebar. In this thing, I'll just create something called a search response, so that now we'll know the format of that. So we'll try to throw in the list, basically list of the products, and then pagination response that we have just created. So along that they will know what's the page size, how many is it more, and all that stuff. So this thing, this type of products, maybe I'll just keep it as product search response, and in here I'll just put in this list of type the product, and here this pagination response. This should be straightforward pagination response. Okay, so I have this thing, so let's go to this use case, and now in here I just need to return here the pointer of type product search response. Okay, we updated in this use case, and same thing needs to be taken care in our repository as well. So here also let me just this term, I'm just going to add in this pagination. This should be same the utils
dot the pagination thing that as the param, and I just need to, let's just try to close this, and this all should be product search response. Okay, yep. So updated both domain layer and the use case and the repository. Now it's something that we need to implement this thing. So let's first go back to repository. So elastic repository that I have here. Where is the search function? Yep. So now I need to update this definition. So this one should be just pagination, and this domain dot product search response. Okay, fine. So we added this thing, and now basically wherever we're trying to query, I need to pass in here now or dot es client search. We need to pass in with size, and here, yeah, pagination dot get size, and then with from the offset. So this way we'll try to handle this. And also now the response that we are trying to get, I need to take care here as well. So instead of this one, this is going to be of type pointer domain dot product, and let's try to when, yeah, this thing should be pointer of type domain dot product, and when I'm trying to return here, instead of this, now we should return this domain dot search response. Yeah, a domain product search response and response list pagination response. I'm just going to pass in these things, and it's going to help us construct that the type. So this is a simple addition inside the elastic repository, and same thing that needs to be taken care inside our use case also. So that's why we have an issue here. So I'm just updating here to this pagination, and same thing, I'm just going to pass it here. Okay, fine, because this is what we are calling inside our controller. Okay, so yeah, this is the thing that we just updated. So okay, so now if I try to hit the same query by maybe restarting it, we should be able to see. So let's go back to my uh, terminal, and then I'm just trying to restart this, and go to our search query, and I'm just going to hit the same thing. Yeah, I just need to add in now additional params. uh, the size, what was the thing that we added? Controller, yeah, size and page. Okay, so going back, I just need to add maybe size. I'll just, okay, 2, and the page, I'll set it to 1. Yeah, we have here total pages is 296, total count, total pages, and current page and size. I am I think it's taking in default thing. So let's go back to pagination. Here maybe default size, let me just keep it this 2, and let's go back to terminal. I think you just check it, the query param, why is it passing correctly or not, and then accordingly you just need to tweak it. Okay, let me just try to hit this again. Yeah, you should see now only 2, because yeah, fine, and default is this 2 is what we added, and accordingly it's what it's giving us. So if I again go back to this terminal, query param and page, and here
this size is something we are setting here on the page. Error page number. Yeah, you can just check it here, the pagination thing, and whether it's passing correctly or not, and mostly it should be. We are just trying to update this value, and just if it's not, just tweak this here. So this way now we are good in handling the pagination also, and it's always good to add the spans whenever we are trying to query. So maybe I can just add it in couple of places, the tracing thing. So when we are indexing, so I can just add in here this repository and defer this, and also maybe you can just add in log fields and import this thing, so that whenever we see in Jaeger, and we'll see, maybe I can even log fields, something like let's say this product, so that I can see what exactly we are indexing and all that stuff. So same way we can in the search I can log the maybe the term and the pagination thing that we are getting, and then see for which thing it's failing, or which thing it's working out and all. So this way I think Jaeger we already saw in the simple auth and email service in the first few videos. That's why I'm not focusing much on that, adding these traces and all that stuff. And same thing, you need to go ahead and add it in all of the layers, something like this in use case and all. Yeah, product use case search, and here also you can maybe log the fields in this way, and even here just add the use case layer wherever you need, in the use case layer, repository layer, and in your controller also, so that you will know where exactly if something is breaking, and you can have a good fallback to trace it back. Alright, fine. This is what the pagination is added, and then tracing is also added. Maybe the serialization is something's fine, and Jaeger you can just check it out. I'm not going to showcase you in the UI Jaeger. You can just browse the thing. And something now, let's try to add a Prometheus in Grafana metrics. Maybe, yeah, I'll just try to add Prometheus and Grafana's services in the Docker Compose file, and then we will maybe try to calculate few metrics. Can be something like total hits count, and maybe endpoint it and all. Let's just try to add this one thing at a time. So first let's go to this Docker Compose file that we have, and I need to add in now the Prometheus and other services that I need. Okay, yeah, latest and container name, I'll just have it as Prometheus. Okay, yeah, and volume, maybe I'll just try to maintain this one in monitoring folder, and make this only as read only, so I can just specify this. And let's also try to override the default config file. Yeah, whatever we are trying to put this our local file into this, it will try to use it, this one. Okay, this is the simple Prometheus that we have, and then I need a node exporter. Okay, so node exporter, same we'll use the latest one, and then container name I'll just keep it as node exporter. Port is 9100, yeah, should be fine. And I think remaining things I'm just going to ignore for now, should be good. I think this should be good. Image, container name, restart, and then finally we'll just add in Grafana. and this also I'll just expose this. Yeah, fine. We are just trying to expose this image, container name, and all those. Okay, so going back to our terminal and the services where we are trying to run this, we can just kill this containers and then try to start again the other thing. So it will just pull and then spin up rest of the containers. Alright, this is going to pull and add these things, and meanwhile we need to maybe create a simple metrics file. This will pull, so I'm not going to wait in here, and maybe inside in our app directory I might create something like metrics.go to expose metrics port. So here maybe under this let's say this as run metrics function, and I'll just provide in this cancel context dot cancel function, and inside this, and I'm just going to add in for this app this metric server. So let's try to add in this one. I'll just go with this echo thing, metric server that we want, and now inside this let me try to set this echo.new for this metric server thing, and I'll just open a new go routine, and inside this maybe add a middleware. So here inside this maybe this middleware dot record with config. Yeah, and let's try to close this middleware dot record config stack size. In this one I'll just enable this one to true, and then yeah, I think the pretty standard things. Let me just remove these things whatever we have, and let's import that. Okay, after this, and we need to expose this path. So metrics server dot get, and here I'll try to use this config and maybe expose the probes. So basically there I'll try to maintain something like readiness path, liveness path, so basically which really helps us to monitor our service. So for that what we'll do for simple separation, I'll just create this probes package, and here let's add in something like probes. So we'll just add a simple probes struct, and inside this I'll add in this readiness. So basically I already have this in my local reference, so I'm just adding in this one, just the standard things that we normally follow: readiness path, liveness path, port, and performance profiling, which gives CPU memory leakages and coroutines growth and all that stuff. Really helps us to monitor. And then Prometheus path and port, and then check interval seconds. Okay, this is a simple thing, and now I just need to go to my config thing, and here need to add the probe. So for this, and I need to maybe import, yeah, I think this one. Yeah, probes should be good, and here maybe I'll just probes something port from this port is going to be this path, debug profile, check interval seconds, and readiness. I'm just adding it as this thing for now. We will set this one to maybe
8001. Okay, so now we have this. Let's go to this metrics, and here let me just use this the config that we have just set. And also I need to, yeah, first let's use this probes dot Prometheus path, and then echo dot the wrap handler, and then pass in this prompt HTTP handler. So this we need to install this one. So maybe you can just go back to your terminal, and anyhow, okay, here we don't have this file, that's why there's an issue, which I will take care now. We'll just create and then try to run that. Yeah, I think this is added, so go back here. Mostly we should be good. Okay, let's run go mod tidy. Okay, going back, yeah, okay, fine. Yeah, we are just exposing here this Prometheus path, and then I can maybe log in here. Metric server started on this specific port, whatever we have, and here I'll just try to start this thing on this Prometheus port, the server whatever we have, and yeah, pretty standard stuff to add this. So simple thing, we're just adding some middleware, and metric server, we are just using echo itself, and then Prometheus path, whatever we have just set in our config YAML file just now. So we are just taking this Prometheus path metrics, and Prometheus port is 9090, which we are yet to start this containers, and because we don't have this monitoring mounting file, due to which it's failing. So let me just try to update that. So there we just need to specify when to scrape, how what to scrape, and all that stuff for Prometheus. So we just specified monitoring folder, so let me create here this monitoring folder. Okay, we already have this. Okay, inside this yeah, Prometheus, let me delete this one and create a new file. Yeah, and now inside this I'll just straight away standard configuration. Yeah, whole scrape interval like every time, so maybe let's say 20 seconds, and evaluation interval. So if we configure alerts also, then this is something is needed, but I'll just add in this default that we normally have. And then now we need to add in scrape configs, basically what to scrape and what not to scrape and all. So it's going to be pretty standard, so I'm just going to take this Prometheus static configs targets, it's going to be 1990, and here maybe job system, name it whatever, just system static config. This one, it's going to be the port that we were trying to expose, so docker compose file 900, and then 9090. Fine, our okay, let's open this config YAML. Our service port is 8000. Okay, fine. So going back to this thing, Prometheus is 8001, and here simple search microservice, and yeah, that's what. Here you can either specify docker internal, fine. So this is a simple config for this Prometheus,
And now once we have this, so let me just go back to this app.go, and we need to call that metric server, whatever we just added this. So maybe here in this run, we need to call it somewhere. Just it's to, we can clean this up after we are good. So maybe somewhere I'll just try to add, okay, let me try it here at the end. Yeah, I'll just call this run metrics, and also we'll try to handle graceful shutdown as well of this metric server. Yep, so metric server shutdown context and then failed to shut down. Yeah, just a graceful handling of this. So now if I restart this, and also now we don't have any specific metrics that it's added. So what I'll do is basically in the metrics okay, in the internal section, I'll just create a new folder called metrics, and there I'll just try to create a simple metrics.go file, and let's name this as package metrics, and here let's name this as search microservice metrics, something like this. And here I'll have some, for time being we'll just keep it simple, like success http requests total, which is going to be of type Prometheus counter, and then error http request total, and then the remaining I'll just take it a light, I'm not going to add. Okay, fine, now I have this one. So let's try to pass in the config. Maybe here I'll just pass in this config that I need, and here all we need to do is basically, yeah, I just need to initialize this. I think, yeah, should be good. So simple search microservice success http request total. So we are just creating a counters for this thing. Either again you can make this service name to come from your config dynamically, so that we can change the name and all, but for time being I'm just hard coding it here. So we have this thing, and where exactly this needs to be used is basically we have get http metrics, right? So let's in the middleware manager I need to, we had, if you remember, yeah, middleware manager, exactly this one. So this thing, let me just there's no implementation for this, so we need to implement this thing. Where do I implement is basically middleware's this thing. Yeah, I think I can it needs to be implemented. So where exactly is something that I need to consider it to implement? Okay, and let me just try to keep it simple. So let me just go to this reference. Okay. Let's do one thing. So right in this matrix itself, I'm just going to, in the app or matrix, yeah, here itself, I'll just try to get http
metrics, something like this. So here middlebase dot yeah, I think here I'm just going to implement this simple thing. Yeah, if error is not null, then I'll just going to increment that errors, or else I'll just increment this metrics. So here we do not have the metrics for this app, so I need to go here again, add this thing. It's too much crowded, the file. It's always better to separate this. So here metrics dot search microservice is something I'm just going to and also now wherever we have this middleware manager, so just search for, yeah, below this I'll try to add it, initialize this metrics thing, and should be, yeah, I just have this one, and then we need to just check now the working of this thing. Is it going to work the way we it or not? We'll check this, but now I'm just going to start the Docker Compose section. So going back here, let's just try to spin it up. Now that we have this volumes file and all, we should be able to start, so there should not be any issue. Yeah, we have it is running, so there's no issue in Prometheus and all that stuff. And here we can just run a simple in this app.go. Yeah, I think I should implement get HTTP metrics CB properly. There is the one which we just added here. There is no function or interface for that. We'll fix this. Okay, the issue was I did not save this file metrics.go. I saved it, and then that is now available in here, and now we don't have any issues, and so there's no issue here. And we have one issue with the current metrics. So basically here I'll just try to remove this, and maybe here I'll just, yeah, success counter, we just need to register is what I'm trying to see, then only we'll be able to see that. And yeah, success counter and error counter, and then before that yes, we need to register this counters, success and error, and then we should be good. So now that we have this, and I'm just going back to my terminal, and so the server where we have, I'm just trying to interrupt and then restart this again. And also, oh my bad, so the port that we have in this YAML file, make sure the Prometheus port is 8001 and not the one which is already specified in the Docker compose file. So that because we are exposing this to our echo server, so this should be this port, and make sure that this is the same. So going back to this, now we have this server, so let me hit some calls to our endpoint. So I'm just trying to hit
some specific counts, and then now you just need to go to your Prometheus UI, and yeah, I have it here UI already, and then try to query. So this I already tried this, so that's why you see now if I try to execute this one, so it will be scraping every 10 seconds, right? So we should see the new count to be updated if you just keep querying this thing, and the success metrics is something will be so just keep hitting this and then check your count, and then it should be, yeah, you see now it is increased. So this way this will be able to capture the Prometheus metrics, and based on here the querying we can have a good decent dashboards in Grafana. I'm not adding any queries for that and all. I think you can just check on that. And now I wanted to go back to code piece, and here let's try to maybe expose our async method, so that bulk indexing that we want to do, we can test it also. And also I want to move the bulk index configuration of flushing the seconds and the size and bytes, everything to config also, so that I'll have more control on config whenever I need. So basically maybe what I'll do, go to our config. The RabbitMQ is something related to that, so in here maybe I'll try to add in bulk indexing config. So bulk indexer config struct, and here maybe how many workers is something that we need, and here maybe I can just specify it's required, and I just want to go with camel case, and then the flush bytes. So how much, so here this is also will configure, and then this flush seconds seconds, and here, yeah, let me flush interval seconds required, and then timeout is something we need to configure maybe in milliseconds. Yeah, I think this should be fine, and I'm just going to attach in here bulk indexer config, and let's go to our config here. Yeah, I just need to add in this here bulk indexer. So I just added 10 number of workers, and maybe let's add in 20 MB. Yeah, so $20 MB, and then maybe flush interval seconds can be like 15, and this timeout maybe let's say 5 seconds. Yeah, so this should be the configuration. Now we need to, wherever we just hard coded in our consumer.go, so let me just go to that file, and the bulk indexer, I just need to yeah, in here now I just need to change this one to the variable that we just created, and let me just uncomment this one flush bytes, and we have number of workers, flush interval added, and timeout is something I need to add it as well. Yeah, so fine, and we can just test it out and should be fine. I am not testing it out, and should be we already saw this one and should be good. Okay, fine, I just added, and we have one more, we just need to add the controller for our index async method, so that I can hit through API endpoint, and once after adding that, we'll try to maybe create a helm chart for this, maybe just getting it prepared for Kubernetes deployment and that stuff. Okay, so to add the index async, as usual I just need to first update my domain layer. So use case, let me just create a new method called something like index async, and here, yeah, we'll just pass in context and product.
that should be good. And same thing I just need to do for the repositories and all that stuff. Okay, so here also I'm just going to add in this index async. Yep, and then let's go to our so mostly I don't think I need it here in the repository, because we'll be trying to handle in the use case itself. Let's see. Okay, and let me just close this one. And here now, along with this repository, I need the publisher. So yeah, RabbitMQ publisher, we just need to import from this package that we have. And then in the constructor I just need to update the same as well, and I'm just going to pass in here, so that now if I just create in here index async with the definition of what we added, and then I'm just going to add in the tracing thing. And here let's after adding the tracing, let's try to serialize the product whatever we are receiving. And I'm just going to check fail to marshal error if we have any. And now all we need to do is basically now just call this publish method and pass in this context, and then exchange name, binding key, and then the content type and bytes should be the thing. And here AMQP, this should be yeah, from this RabbitMQ AMQP 091 go dependency which we just added. And also the timestamp I can just add in here, maybe UTC, not Unix. So okay, this should be a simple use case index async that we have. And now that we have in the use case layer, I don't think, because Elastic we already have the function to bulk publish this, and then worker is already there. So this is the thing, and I need to update my controller. So let's just go to this controller, and I need to create here new function called index async. Yep, and here I'm just going to add in here index async, and here as usual let's just quickly add a tracing thing. This should be straightforward. And now the product, domain product, and let's try to bind that product. And I'm just going to check the same thing and prepare the product ID. And here we just need to call index async and pass in that thing. And yeah, should be just simple as this. Yeah, whatever we have here, this is the simple the index async thing. And we have this index async function, and this is something we need to call this inside our router. So let's just go to our routes, and maybe here I'll just add in this async endpoint and index async. So that's what we need to do. Okay, so this is the simple addition of this, and I'll just add the testing thing as well. So controller, the test that we have, like we added for testing index product, I'll just add a similar way for a function to test the index async. So index async, and here t.parallel, and this client, yeah, we'll just prepare this client, and then maybe add the timeout of, let's say 60 seconds or maybe 70 seconds. Just add a random number, should be fine. And cancel, and just prepare the simple product. And here instead of this, maybe I'll just use go fake name sentence, and the say company, yeah, okay, should be version 6. Yeah, I think there's no issue now. Okay,
number. Yeah, so we have this product, and I can just log the same thing, indexing product, and we just need to prepare the same way. The endpoint is now async, and the remaining things should be straightforward what we have for above. So just try to add the same thing, and here I can just add in that. I think should be good. Okay, fine. So this is a simple test case that we added, and we added an index async so that now I can hit the thing. And also we need to go to our app.go. There now we need to pass in this publisher. Name queue publisher. I think we already have this somewhere initializing. Yeah, so here I'll just try to move this one maybe before the this so that I need to pass it to my this use case section. Yeah, I think I'll just add it here. Fine, and then I need to pass it here. Publish. Yeah, I think we should be good, and there should not be any issue with respect to this async method that we just added. So let's try to test it out. So go to our terminal. Going back to my terminal and stop the running of this application, and I'm just going to run this. And so now that we have a config of either 20 MB of flush in bytes, or I think 10 seconds or 15 seconds that we added. So let's try to test this now. So I'm just going back and controller.test, and I'm just trying to hit this. So okay, that's successful, and going here. So we have here the message that, and you see now it has written because flushing completed after the timeout which we just the configuration that we added, but the consumption is something it was received by consumer, the log which we just added, and this way it just creates an everything inside this DB. So you can hit multiple times and see the same thing. So going back here, and you should just see the same same insertion, the querying and all that stuff normally usually what. So yeah, now flush is completed. Just need to check the just what I'm trying to show is the timeout that we configured or the bytes, so it should respect that, and you can just wait for that accordingly, and then you should see the message. So you will see flush completed, it's started and completed. You should see the difference between the time, and then you should yeah, this is just one way to cross verify it's working fine or not. Okay, yeah, and this is what I wanted to show. And then now we have good and have these three methods: one to asynchronously insert it, and then synchronously insert it and search for it. So that's what we actually wanted to summarize and create. And let's try to now I'll just try to create simple ML files for my the K8s deployments. Maybe first we'll try to add for our infra thing for Elasticsearch, Jaeger, Kibana, and Rabbit, and later maybe I'll try to let's do one thing. So let's create a simple folder. Maybe I'll try to see if I can straight away deploy ML files or convert it to chat, Helm chat and all. So I'm just creating here the K8s folder, and let's try to create in here this elastic.yaml file, and this API version apps.1 and this kind deployment okay, and let's add some metadata. So I'm just trying to add name elastic, yep, and labels let's also add app as elastic, and then the specifications here we need to specify the replicas. For time being, let me just specify replicas as 1, and then this template that I need to specify here metadata, I'm just going to set the name to elastic, and labels same as whatever I just set here, app as elastic. I'm just going to set this, and then now we need to specify the specifications, the containers. Yep. And this is going to be a list. So here this name of this is going to be elastic, and here the image you can use directly Elasticsearch, or you can use this docker.elastic.co. So you can just search for this, whichever the image that you want, you can just specify. It should be straight forward, and then image pull policy, I'm just going to set this if not present, pull it. Okay. And then this environment variables, say yeah, I just need to set in whatever we had set in our docker compose YAML file. So this is what it's going to be, discovery type single node, and then this the standard things whatever I just specify. Security enabled, I'm just going to set it to false, and name elastic, and cluster name elastic, and license basics, I'm just going to specify this. And after this I just need to now the restart policy, same under containers, I just need to specify. Okay, let's collapse this thing. Yeah, restart policy, I'm going to specify this as always. Okay, and the selector, let's add it here. Just make sure the indentation is taken care. And yeah, selectors and match labels, we the label which we just added, that's what we're going to take. And what's the issue? Resources, yeah, I can maintain the resources limits and all those things, but we will come back to that. Okay, that's one thing. And in the same file, let's try to create the multiple thing. Now I'll just try to create a service. So kind service elastic, and then selector is what it's going to be, and port it's going to be this one. I'm just going to give HTTP, and maybe another port if we want. I can just create something, yeah, and type, let's yeah, this should be list, right? So yeah, I need to change it to port, and this name, and then this type, let me change this one to node port. Okay, should be fine. I think I'm not covering the cluster IP, node port, and load balancer, the service types and all. I'm expecting decent understanding of Kubernetes. So this is for elastic, and the same way we need to create the for other things, Jaeger. So quickly, maybe it should be once we write one thing, and the others should be straightforward for us. Okay, so have version 1, and this one, it's going to be same, and then had it label Jaeger, and replicas one template metadata and something similar, and then same thing, image Jaeger tracing, and I'm just going to take in latest, but it's better always preferring the specific version so that you know if there is any problem and all those things. And image pull policy if not present, I'm just going to set this. And yeah, I think port, so I'm not going to specify any. And once we have this thing, I'm just going to add in this restart policy as always. And as usual, let's specify here, think the indentation, is it correct? Maybe I'll just try to give some space so that it makes sense. Okay, and don't worry about this, and here also I'm just going to maybe select these things and move this a bit. Fine. So same thing here, Jaeger we have, and here I'm just going to specify the service, and should be Fine, we just need to expose few ports. So we have a lot of ports in the Docker for Jaeger. So if you see, yeah, these all ports is something I need to add it here, so which I already have it here. So I'm just going to quickly grab them and add it here. Okay, so these are the ports. Yeah, let me just be, yeah, this all UDP ports and all, and here this type, let's specify node port. Okay, because they just need to talk internally, so we don't want to be them to be exposed outside of cluster. That's why it's, and then this Kibana, we need to quickly add that, and yeah, labels, replica app, and then specification, containers, and then it's going to be the same thing, image pull policy, and we just need to specify uh, 4 ports. I just don't need this. So elastic host is the host, which is going to be ours. The name of the other thing was elastic, so I'm just going to specify the name of that, elastic to 9200 port, and restart always, and then match labels will just match with the Kibana. So service Kibana, and then port is 5601. Yep, and then I just need to specify this type. All right, okay, we have this Kibana also, and then finally I just need RabbitMQ. So let me just try to create Rabbit MQ or YAML, so just whichever is convenient, just add that. And same here, straightforward, it's going to be pretty much the same, and I'm just going to RabbitMQ image ports. Let's leave this, and restart policy, the indentation is not correct. Okay, and yeah, and now this service RabbitMQ, and here we need 2 ports, the 5672 and 15672. Okay, so using this label it will look for the things and all. Okay, all right. This one maybe I can specify it as something like management, and also maybe we can specify protocol as TCP, same here as well, so that, yeah, now we have these 4 files. We can use kubectl command and then try to create in your default context. So you need to have either minikube or Docker desktops Kubernetes enabled, so that you can create a Kubernetes cluster and all. So I'm not going to walk you through how to set up Kubernetes cluster, I mean install minikube or Docker desktop setup. Just I would just learn it on the go, and search on the go and try to add it. Okay, I have this, maybe I'll just try to create, but before that, should I create it straightforward, or better to have it in the help chats? So mostly maybe I might maybe I'll just try to create help chat. You can either directly use command help create, and and then it will give you a boilerplate of templates, and then values dot yaml and chat dot yaml and all that stuff. You can just use that, but let's first I'll try to group this under microservice and create in here this template folder. So that's the actual structure of the Elm charts, but I'm just trying to show you it manually. Once you know this one, so it should be easy for you to use the commands and all. Okay, so here you see now, as soon as I keep it in templates, it's trying to recognize this as the YAML Helm files. Okay, so I do have all of this, and now we need to first in the first place, I need to create a Docker file for my service. So that we need to create, and then we can also create a chat for our search microservice. So let me just create a simple Docker file. Till now we were just trying to run using go run main file. So here let's maybe add in any version should be fine. So I'll just take whatever the suggestions, or just check it out. Mostly check the version for this year 1.25.0. so I think I'll say just prefer to that. So here 25.0 as or else just check whatever is the lighter image in Docker Hub, and then you should be full good. And then I'll just set the standard CGO enable to 0, and just specify others if you want to think. And now first thing is work directory. Let me specify work directory as this build. Yeah, okay, and then I'll try to copy and download the go.mod and go.sum, and then we'll try to download them. So copy this go.mod file, and then copy go.sum, and then I'm just going to run this command go mod or download, so that now it installs all the dependencies that we need. And then I'll try to copy now the rest of the code into my container. And after that we need to build an application. So basically to build, it's going to be simple. So run go build, and here I'm just going to, maybe you can keep it as app name and whatever it is. And here the file that we need to build is command main.go. and after that whatever the binary that we get, I'll try to move that one to my disk folder. So I'll just try to switch now the work directory to disk, and then copy my so I'm just going to run here whatever I got under this build app file, the name that we specified for output, and I'm just copying here. So I'm just copying from binary from that build to main folder. And now let's try to build a small image. So here before that stage 1 was related to building, and the stage 2 is now building this. So I'll just take you can add comments as you go. Yeah, Alpine latest, and yeah, no cache certificates. And then I'm just copying everything. Maybe let's copy all the things that I need to this stage, and then I'm copying from this builder stage. Here this first stage was builder, whatever we had in our binary executable, that is what I'm just copying. And here all we do is just try to run this binary that we have. Yeah, so this is the simple thing. And yeah, and I can take care of exposing ports in my YAML files. So this is the simple Docker file that I need for my service. So now that I have it here, we can go ahead and first make it add it part of our Docker compose file. So here maybe at the top itself I'm just trying to add my microservice. So maybe I'll just keep it as simple. I'll just maybe you can add search microservice or whatever that you want. And first the build context, we need to just provide the reference as the Docker file which we just created. And after this I just need to maybe set a container name. So maybe you can set it as a microservice or search microservice or simple whatever you can, simple search microservice, you can just your choice. And then restart, I want it to be always and port, so we need 8000. Yep. And then I need the variables here. What do we need? So basically Jaeger host, which I'll specify. This is going to be a host dot docker dot internal 6831, and then elastic URL is something that I need, so we'll just change that. Everything I'm just adding here. Later if you miss something, we'll just come back and add it, remaining things. And this also should be something, yeah, 9200, and then rabbit mquri. Okay, and here, yeah, amqp guest host.docker 5672 should be it. So that's the thing. And how here the depends on, we just need to add all of these things: RabbitMQ, node 1, then Jaeger, and then others, the node exporter that we had, and then Grafana is something that I'm going to add. So this is the simple addition of this microservice, and now you can just straight away run this, and you don't need to spin it up your separate running of this application. So we have now Docker file, and we try to Dockerize our application. I'm not trying to run and showcase you because I have already did in previous auth and the product microservice that we have. So this way it's made sure that we have this created. And now I need to create a service for my microservice, the YAML file for my microservice. So going into this templates itself, maybe I'll just create something like microservice. You can just name it better. I'm just leaving this to microservice, and let's try to create a deployment. Same microservice and specifications, containers. I'm just going to add a microservice, and here you just need to push into your specific Docker hub. I'm assuming I'll be pushing into my Docker hub of this with this name. So I'm just trying to yeah, push that. And ports, let's worry about this in the service environment. Jaeger host. So here I'm just going to specify here Jaeger, and here this elastic, we have this name as elastic, so I'm just going to specify the same thing. And then rabbit URI, AMQP guest, and RabbitMQ, we have I think rabbit as the name, so I'm just specifying that as and here this restart always and select labels, I'll just have it as microservice, and simply just try to create a service. And maybe all we need to do is just expose 8000 port, and then I can be very specific and mention this protocol. And here it should not be node port because we need this one to be exposed outside of this cluster, so I'm changing it to load balancer. So this is a simple the load balancer that I have. And let me, maybe I'll just try to create a simple Helm chart. Maybe I have not added it here. What we will do, okay, let me go back to my terminal, and inside this maybe I'll just open here. We have to create let me try to add a simple command to create my microservice. Okay, so here let's try to maybe just check for the create command of the Helm, and just try to create and then should be good. So I'm just going to specify here the file, or else straight away we anyhow have the values. Maybe I can to really make this one work, we need to have values dot ml file, and then chat.ml file. So let me just manually try to add, and then I'll just try to create instead of adding it here. So inside this thing, microservice templates that we have, I'll just create chart.ml file. Okay, and here let's just add in the standard thing that Helm gives me whenever I'm trying to install. So I'm just going to give some names like microservice, and description Helm chart for microservice is something that I'll try to add. And yeah, I think I'll just remove this dependencies and all that we have. Later we can maybe add a type. I'm going to say this application, and version something we can say, and have version by default just specify this is basically what is the version number that we are deploying. So I'm just going to say this as same thing, and values also we can just create. And for now I'm just going to leave this basically to pass it dynamically to our templates is something we can configure here and refer that as the temporal string variables into that templates YAML file. I will walk through that, and then it's better to always add helm ignore file when we normally create. So I'm just going to add, so this and all you can directly create automatically, like if you just use command helm create and the name of the like in this case microservice, and it just creates microservice folder with templates folder, values dot, it will help you to initialize those things, but I'm just adding it here so that you will know this thing. And here I just have common directories that I wanted to have. Just take it from git ignore and this, just search for helm git ignore file and just copy the content whatever you get in a gist of that. So here I'm just taking it from my the just specifically directories and all, just standard thing. Okay, so now that we have this one, let's try to maybe create the and of course I don't have the way the image that I need to pass in. So what should I do is basically first I need to push my image. So let's first try to build that. So here it's not so docker I'll just try to build, and I'll just try to give the tag what we just specified. So here simple search microservice, and the file is already, it's a docker file, so but I'm just going to specify docker file, and yeah, let's try to build this first. Okay, we are trying to build our application. Okay, there is an issue, did not complete. Okay, it should be something with respect to my zscaler, so let me just try to fix, going to build it again. Hopefully it should work. So mostly it's something related to internet security, just we are trying to block some actions. Okay, once I have this, I need to push it to my my Docker hub, and I'll just try to push it to my Docker hub. I have already configured the token for to push to my Docker hub. Let's see if it's expired or if something's needed. That also something you can just look it up and then set it in. Yeah, it's built and then it's successful. So now I'll just try to push the same the image that we just added the tag. So okay, and so like is request access is denied. Okay, I'll just we need to add the credentials tokens to this Docker hub. We'll just add it now. Okay, I just logged in docker login command, and then it'll redirect you to browser and then authenticate it, and then after that you just push using this the image that we just built, and then you should be having that thing. So once we have this, I have pushed this, and maybe I'll go to my code base in here and just cross verify if everything is as expected, the values and all those the things that is needed. I think it should be RabbitMQ, just check, and this one maybe 6831. I'll just change this something to host port, and same thing I need to change it in places wherever we are just referring this. I think we are referring this in our docker compose file. Yeah, I just need to change this, and it's 6831, my bad. Okay, just cross check, and if everything is fine, and we'll come back if there is any mistakes that we need to do. So once it is done, maybe to create and all commands, I'll just add it to my make file, so that will be easier for us to execute it again. And so first thing, maybe I'll just add in here this helm install. This will try to install into our current context. So the folder is this microservices values.ml, and then maybe this one you can either name whatever the thing that you want. I'll just keep it as search for now, but keep it the one which really makes sense, and here just to uninstall that. And we'll try to expose few ports so that we can access that from our host network itself. So here maybe I'll just do a dry run. This should be a simple kubectl apply, and yeah, I think I'll just add it here. Dry run client, and then the file is kh microservice templates microservice.yaml. Yep. And then this port forward microservice services microservice 8000 port, and yeah, rabbitmq, I'm just going to do that, and kibana. I think this should be fine. Jaeger, I just don't know, because that's the UI just we want to access and all. Okay, so let's now we have this command. Let's give it a try and see if you're able to think. You can even create a docker upload command in this way. You just need to yeah, build it our image that we have, and specify here this docker file that we have. And then once we have, you can just push it. This should be this way simple and straightforward. So this way you can just create a commands, the one which really helps you to automate a few things. Okay, so let's go back to terminal, and here now all I'm going to do is, let me just try to run helm install. So you just need to check install this helm depending upon your OS. Just check its docs and see either you can install using brew or chocolate or direct binary and all those things depending upon your OS. So now I'm just trying to run version connection refused. Okay, I think I already have this one running, so let me just stop. Okay, and yeah, fine. Just kill the both docker compose and your service whichever is running. And now let me just try to okay, we are trying to use minikube, but minikube was not up. So let's first try to start this minikube, and once this is up, we can then try to run our helm install command. Yeah, it is giving a warning message that there is no issue. Of course, I have others already occupied. So now mostly if I just try to check the status, it should be running, and then it's okay. So, and you can either check for just to use this, and just to see which configs and all we have this docker desktop I disabled as well. So now let's try to install this. Kibana is invalid. Restart policy. Okay, I think there is an issue in my templates. Mostly it should be something related to config containers. Yeah, it should be under this containers. Okay, and let's go back and try to run it again. Okay, and I'm just going to uninstall and then try to install it again. Yeah, okay, so we have deployed and now we can see the pods. There is an issue in the microservice and nothing is working. Okay, Elastic is running, Jaeger is running, and Kibana there is an issue, microservice issue, and let's just wait. Okay, so let me check what is the issue, because this is depending on this yeah, I just messed up my command, so it should be pod keyboard. It okay, mostly it's because it's depending upon the other pods, it's not starting. And let's see what is the issue with this. Pulling image successfully started. Okay, it is up the thing, so let me just try to see. Okay, okay, it just took time to spin them up. They're running. Only the thing is this is collapsing, so I just need to check what is the issue. So let's just check the logs of this. Okay, 5672 is something Jaeger initialized. 5672 is RabbitMQ. It's something it's refusing. Connection is being refusing. Microservice. So it's just I think we need to wait a bit more for our microservice to spin it up. I just need to take care of that, but at least we have this helm chat able to create pods for me, and I'll just fix this waiting for this 5672 pod, which is RabbitMQ1. Okay, the issue was this: in the config.yaml file, we were referring to localhost 5672 and then others here localhost 9200 and localhost this APIs. So the config YAML file I just tried to update. So it's better always to maintain a config docker or kh.yaml file separate and local file separate. But I'm just adding it in the same way, same one. Okay, so once I added this, and then I pushed the docker image using this upload the command that we have, and then I pushed it, and also it's in the microservice YAML file. It's better image pull to be to always so that whenever you push and then we try to create make Helm install, it should be able to help us. Okay, so this is one thing. So once it is all good and pushed image, and then we have, so let's go back. And also, yeah, I need to maybe the commands which we added to port forward everything. So I'll just add port forward all, and here, and just need to call all of these things, port forward, microservice, and RabbitMQ and Kibana. So let me just remove this thing. Okay, so okay, let's go to terminal, and here I do have this is the logs I was just checking, and let me just uninstall now. On install, and it's now if you just try to see pods in this context, so we have this everything, it's terminating. So let's yeah, only elastic Kibana is there, and hopefully they should also be removed now. Let me just wait for them to terminate. Okay, anyhow they will just terminate, and meanwhile I can just try to install all these things, and now if I start checking, you should see elastic, Jaeger, Kibana, they're running, and this will be deleted, and then this is they're creating microservice and RabbitMQ. So let's wait for running, and okay, what's the issue with this thing? Okay, elastic connection refused. Okay, kubectl rollout deployment restart microservice. Okay, the command was wrong. Rollout restart deployment microservice, and if I just okay, it is terminating. I think it's will take care of adding some thing, logging thing, because it was waiting for others to come up, and then only then this works. So, and now if you just see logs, and then mostly we should be, yeah, it's the way that it is listening for. Okay, and let me just execute this. I think the command is not right, so let's go back. Not sure, let me just check if this is the command. Yeah, that's the right command. Okay, it's forwarding now. If I just open go to this thing, and maybe try hitting this thing, we should see there's nothing. That at least what is it I'm trying to show is basically we are able to hit this endpoint. Okay, so if I just go back to this and open my controller test, and here, yeah, test index async, I'm just trying to hit this. The endpoint is the same thing, localhost 8000 v1 products async, and yeah, it is created. And yeah, and now let me just try to hit that same query. Search, I'm not sure what is that we have, but let's see. Okay, I think random name is getting inserted, but I do have the other view of this thing. I'll just trigger this index, the endpoint. So this also should be triggered, and should insert. Okay, what's the issue? Let's go back and check the logs. Okay, and I just need to check these logs. The error is here. And text context cancelled. Primary shard is not active. Okay, let me try again. It's mostly something to do with the I think the issue should be with respect to the limits resources that I'm trying to assign to them. Let me just check on those things and then we'll see. Okay, mostly it was something to do with this no space left in my Docker volume. So what I did, I just pruned all of the volumes ISP and then freed some of the space, some of the GB, so that I can use it. So now let me just hit maybe go back to my code base and I'll just try to insert this, hit this thing. Hopefully it should work. Okay, connection refused. Let me go back in here and I have my port forwarding. Yeah, let me just forward them again. Okay, and here pods are running everything, so let's try it again. Yeah, it's successful. Fine. So now if I go back and maybe use this curl command of and then we should see that count this we have. And same thing if I just go back to my elastic and maybe refresh, since we are running now everything in Kubernetes cluster and we did 2 entries, which is this, and then let's try to run the indexing thing, async thing. Yeah, we should be able to consume, and so same way you can just test in bulk in the RabbitMQ. So I have this same thing, 500 things, and then we are trying to publish it. So let me just hit this again. So in bulk we are trying to test this. So if you want you can okay, am I missing something? Okay, it did fail. Okay, there's no such host. New RabbitMQ connection. What is it that we have? URI config URI RabbitMQ. Okay, let's see in the UI how many we have now. I just want to inspect logs once. Okay, how about microservices? microservice consumer there's only one insertion, but there's no okay. I think the asynchronous thing is something's not working. Okay, let's try to test. I identified the issue. Let's try to test that. So first thing is I missed here RabbitMQ port forward 5672 server. That's one thing, and also in the config.yaml, just for testing our asynchronous things, I just rolled back the here to localhost and all those things, and yeah, I rolled back to localhost. And let's go back to my terminal, and here the bots I'm just having them as running, and then I have this port forwarded thing. So let's try to okay, I'll just to kill this and try to forward them all. 1562 is already, so I'll just try to kill that. Yeah, let me just kill, and then I'm just trying to okay, now we are good. We have all of them ports, everything. So let's try to trigger this and also check the UI thing. So I'm just trying to refresh Elastic. Okay, all right. So going back to this thing, the consumer test, and let me just try to run this, and hopefully it should work. Yeah, it's working fine. So you see now it's being there. I'm like, we can check the logs or this thing, the flushing. Let's just wait. Okay, I need to create a view, products, and here I don't want here, so I'll just change this to all sources, and then yeah, you can see if you just keep refreshing for every the 20 MB or 15 seconds, the flush interval, the configuration that we have, you should see it was 500 and everything is inserted. So whatever the thing that we wanted to run it from K8, it's running, and that's what you can just I just handed the port forwarding thing so that we can directly call from our local host from a host thing, and you can just assess the logs if you want, since so I can just maybe show here. You should be able to see this all these things created and all the logs that we have enabled. So this way you can clearly see the batching, so that we increase throughput of it and all right. And this way we just added, and now I wanted to maybe add the L check to my K8 microservice. So what we'll do in the templates, I'll just try to create a new file called service monitor, so which for every 5 seconds it does kind of like heartbeat thing, and just looks for the my service is up or not. So let's try to API version, yeah, monitoring core OS version 1, service monitor, labels, maybe metadata. Let's add in this labels release microservice. Okay, and namespace, I'm just going to keep this one as default. Okay, because that's what we are doing currently. And here app as a thing, and endpoints, maybe just let me just close this and this also, so that we'll have more space on the screen. And here endpoint, this interval maybe every 5 seconds or 10 seconds, it's up to you. And this port I'm just going to give the name here as microservice metrics. Okay, and these things I need to add it this port into my microservice YAML file, which I will do. And also the other things, let's it's always good to add in the resource limits and every time we pull in. So for example, I'll just try to showcase here one example. So resources, and here the request. So maybe the memory I'll try to specify 256 MIs, and CPUs maybe 300. Yep, and then limits, upper limits, let's keep it as 512 memory, and then this 500 CPU. Okay, same thing we can do for other things. And here now for this service I just need to expose few things. So first let's also configure for this the resources. So I'll just try to add same way, and limits, maybe here I'll just go for 1000, and then we'll try to add health check here. So what we will do is basically liveness probe. Yep. Liveness probe, and here HTTP get endpoint path. Here maybe we'll have this live, and port can be I'll just keep this one as 3001. Initial delay seconds, maybe I'll just keep it as 15, and period seconds 10. Let's keep it that, and I'll just remove this other things. Readiness probe also, maybe I'll just have endpoint, same thing, and same whatever we have. All right, and then after this restart, I'll have here termination grace period seconds, so that we'll, if there is anything that's coming is already in work in progress, it will give some time for it to process. Okay, and here I'm just changing this name to microservice. And also now we need to expose one more port, and okay, so I'm just going to add in 3001. Maybe the name can be the same, the one which it should match to whatever I was specifying here, service monitor. So just keep that, and this target port is going to be 3001. Fine, that's the small change. And in other things also, let's just try to add the resources things. So I'm just quickly adding the standard whatever we just added. I don't think we need this much for this Kibana. Maybe we can restrict to 512 500 MB should be fine. Just assess, and whichever is needed we will just do that in that way. And quickly for this also I'm just going to add in this Jaeger, I think should be fine. And elastic is something I need a bit more, so I'll just try to add here 512 memory. Okay, and I'm just trying to add more limits for this. Okay, fine. And if you remember, when we are trying to start the pods, it's something every time our server is failing because we're waiting for others to come up, and then again I'm just rolling out a new deployment, and then we are trying to test it out. So what should we do is basically I'll try to split it out in the app layer. Let me just try to create one helper function file at a time. So here this elastic first. So I'll just try to add maybe something, let's say init elastic search client, and I'll attach in this context, pass in this context, and here let's import that. And inside this I think we'll try to use a retry, avast retry go, so that I'll just configure here retry options. Okay, retry option. So for this I just need to add in the dependency that I need. Yeah, I've asked the retry go, and I just need to install this thing. So let me just quickly add that. Okay, it's done. So going back, it's there. So here let me just add attempts. Maybe I'll try 5 times, and this delay maybe let's say 1500 milliseconds, 1.5 seconds. So let me just specify this time dot duration. Yeah, millisecond should do, and then delay type, instead of fixed delay I'll go with the back of exponential. Yeah, back of delay, and then last error only. Yep, true. And then let me attach this context. Okay, and on retry let me, I'll just log that, should be good. Okay, so this is the retry options, and then all I'm going to do is, yeah, let me try to wrap inside this retry dot do the function, and I'm just going to, yeah, call this Elasticsearch client, and then call this function, pass in this config, and it should be pretty straightforward, and just pass in the retry options whatever we have. So this is a simple thing, and same way let's try to create for RabbitMQ as well. So I'm just going to copy this thing and will just tweak it accordingly. So here I'm just adding rabbitmq.go, and let's try to change this accordingly. So init, yeah, RabbitMQ should be fine. Okay, and retry, I'm just keeping the same thing, and here I just need to change this RabbitMQ failed, and now instead of this Elasticsearch I need to call this RabbitMQ.new RabbitMQ connection, and after this I need to set here RabbitMQ connection, then the channel, now it's something we need to set it out. So the same thing we just had already, I'm just pushing it to this file, that's all. And if there is any I can just add in log, and then finally I'm just going to pass in here. So here we just need to import this RabbitMQ package. Okay, so I just have this thing, and also let's try to add it here as well, the close RabbitMQ connection, and here I don't need a context, so I'm just going to remove this thing because anyhow I'm not using this. So we'll just try to close first channel and then the overall connection. So this is simple thing. Okay, so we are trying to split it so that our app doesn't collapse, and even if it's failing to connect to RabbitMQ, it retries for 5 times, up to 5 times with exponential delay, so that it'll be up all the time. And yeah, so let's also expose in our metrics the probe paths. Okay, so in here maybe I'll just disable this tag which was used for development purpose. Now I don't need this, so I'm just going to remove this. And after this log, before starting here, now I need to metrics server expose this get yeah, liveness path and readiness path. So dot config probes liveness path, and here I just need to so let me just remove this thing first, liveness. So here let's pass in this context, echo dot context, and inside this I'll just maybe log liveness probe, and yeah, I'll just maybe return some JSON that so that I can hit in my browser with status okay, and yeah, I'll just showcase this. And HTTP I need to import I think okay, the same thing after this I'll do for readiness probe same way, so that should be quick. And this is the simple thing, and we'll normally yeah, metric server started and all. I'll just try to log this after this readiness probe or liveness probe check, and this should be good. And the port here, let me change this one to port variable, which is the same as the thing that we have. It's better for our usage so that we'll not be confused. Okay, so now that I'm trying to separate this, and also since we needed a 3001 port, maybe if we are developing again, so it's here I need to expose here 3001 this thing. And yep, so I am trying to separate this, and this are something now I should use it inside my app.go file. Okay, let's minimize this. The first thing is let's try to remove the RabbitMQ. Where is it? Yeah, this publishers and all new connection and all everything. Okay, I'm just going to remove this every till here. Yeah, I'm just removing this, and here instead of this check, I'm just maybe call this a dot init RabbitMQ pass in context, and then if this error is not equals to, and here I will just try to initialize this, and here if it's not equals to null, we'll just return that. And whatever we have below related to this thing also, I'm just going to delete this. So this also I'm just going to delete, and here maybe I can just add close RabbitMQ, and I don't need this thing. So now it's clean for RabbitMQ initialization. Same thing for Elasticsearch client. I just need to remove these things. So I just need to do the same thing here, and yeah, okay, so let's just remove this because I'm already assigning this one, and here this also I'm just going to remove. So it's much cleaner now, and I think rest of the thing should be fine. Okay, fine. Still we can separate maybe other things. I think this should do for time being is what I believe. Yeah, okay, fine. Just a small cleanup, and then new endpoint exposure, and also we can do a dry run check for our service monitor which we have created. You can just check how it's going to look like and all that stuff. So now that we are okay and ready to test it out, let's go back to my terminal. So here I'll just first try to upload my thing. So again, to before uploading, so it's this something that I should always take care is this config YAML file. So let me just change this one to Jaeger, and here to Elastic, and here to RabbitMQ. Okay, fine. So let's go back and here try to upload this. So it's trying to build, and here just enter your keychain password. it might be not there for you, it's just for me, so just check it out. Okay, fine. So we are trying to build it again and then push it to Docker Hub, and then I'll try to terminate all my parts and then try to spin it up, and then we will again do the port forwarding and then try to test it. And when we try to spin it up, then for the first time itself our microservice should be up, because now we are trying to handle this retry logic for this RabbitMQ and Elasticsearch. Let's see. I'm hoping it's going to work, and now we are having the health endpoints as well, slash live and slash whatever we just exposed. So mostly I think it is in the config what we had it, yeah, slash health, and both is readiness probe. So if we hit this on the port 3001, we should be able to see that message of status, okay, readiness, something like that. So going here, I'm just waiting for it to build this. Okay, it's taking some time, so I'm just giving it some time. Meanwhile, we can just cross check if there is something that we missed. It's taking more time than I anticipated. I'm not sure why. Okay, it's pushing, so I was just asked to enter the password for that. So we are just pushing it to Docker Hub now, and I'll just kill all of the pods and then try to spin them up and see now. There should not be any issue to spin our microservice pod. Okay, so it's up, and let me get this port. So I'll just uninstall all of them. So so mostly they should be terminating, and I'll just now try to install them again. Okay, namespace default for kind service manager. Okay, we do have okay for monitoring. I think service monitor I should install. So let me just add Prometheus command also. So here okay, so helm install Prometheus, yeah, Prometheus community, and here group cube Prometheus stack. Okay, let me try this one. and I'm just going to, okay, fine. So okay, first I need to add this Prometheus community, and it's added. You just, this is again repo add, and that's community, and you need to pull from that remote section. So let me just, I'm just trying to install this one. Yeah, okay, it's added. And if I see now, we have Prometheus related things inside this. All right, let's wait for them to spin them up. So I'll just get all, okay, stateful set, replica set, deployment, everything. We can just check everything in this way. So they're just creating, so I'll just give some time, and then we'll try to create our chat. So it's initializing. Okay, I'm just giving some time. We just need to add so let's get monitoring chat. Okay, they're running now. So let's try to install all of them. Yeah, now there's no issue. So we should see Elastic is running, Jaeger is running, and microservice it's creating. So let's see now the since we added the retry logic, it should not collapse. Okay, still there's an issue. Why? So this is something that we need to check. Elasticsearch connection issue. Okay, again it's failing. What I'll do is basically, let's do one thing. Here, let me just add it log, and here whatever here I have, I'll just move this to inside this retry logic itself. And here yeah, I'm just moving that inside this itself, and then I'm just trying it for, yeah, and also maybe in our microservice also we can in failure threshold maybe 3, or increase or delay seconds. Maybe let's make this one to be 30, and then we can try to check it here, mostly because we are not able to connect to the elastic client immediately, so that's an issue. And here let me just, I'm just at least hoping now this should fix. So let's just try to upload this thing. So I'm just, Yeah, let's just wait. It should be quick. I'm just trying to build the image and push it to again, and then we'll try to kill all of them and then spin them up. Okay, fine, it's just pushing it. Okay, almost there, and I will just okay, let's helm uninstall and ports only Prometheus related should be running. Okay, fine, and now I'm just going to install this thing, and let's see now. Microservice, we are trying to create, everything is running already, just this microservice. Hopefully out of memory issue of the Elasticsearch is killed. I think again I need to, but we'll see. That's just related to my volumes, Docker volumes that is available. So okay, so we were not able to connect RabbitMQ is initialized, connection refused. That's because we are this let's see the logs here. The memory. Okay, let me try to increase the limits. Okay, going back, elastic. Okay, what I'll do is basically, let's go back to terminal. So let me try to remove everything, and I'll try to uninstall Prometheus as well. Okay, and I can just add command for that also, so not that every time. Okay, going back here, minikube status, it's running. Let me just stop this. Okay, because I wanted to specifically specify my resources that I need. Minikube start. So yeah, and here this memory I need maybe 16 GB, and CPUs 4. Okay, fine, and let's go here, and I'm just going to trigger this. Okay, my Docker desktop has only 7000 MB. That's the main reason that we're not able to. Oh, maybe. Yeah, I'll just specify this number for should be at least. Let's see. I can expand my volume of that, but that's fine. Just let's see this thing. Okay. All right. We have this, and let me try first. I need Prometheus into my thing. Later we'll try to separate it to maybe monitoring namespace so that we don't see all of its pods in my default namespace of kind of for my application. So now Helm install, and let's see now container creating microservice. At least now Elastic, there's no issue of memory. And let's see, okay, Elastic, we have an issue. Mostly I think now I sorted out all the issues, and I'll just give you a walkthrough what was the issues. First things, Elastic was having out of memory issue. The thing, my bad. I think the request is I the limits I had just 500 MB, and now I changed it to 1.5, both the request and limits. And then now after this, and then I reran the port, and then it was okay. And the other now coming down to related to health metrics, and if you see in the config YAML file, we are exposing 8001 port for health metrics, and but when it comes to in our the YAML files for Kubernetes pod, here I messed up, so I used wrong endpoint 3001, and also the endpoint that we configured was health. So I just changed this, and also in our service I changed initial delay seconds to 90, so that I give some time for it to spin up or wait for those its dependencies to be up, and then there'll be no issue for connecting this. And then I added this timeout seconds, then health, yeah, just the standard failure threshold that we have. And at the end here service also, the port is basically 8001, not 3001. So those are the changes. So I'm just taking this thing, and the same other things here we just added commands now to expose metrics one, same like whatever we had. I'm just exposing those things and then calling this things in there inside this. So just the standard checks that we have. So yeah, these are those two changes. Now going back to my terminal, and here we already have the pods and everything running. So maybe I'll just try to uninstall all, and so I just uninstall, and then let me try to install now again, and let's try to see the pods. So you see everything is running except our microservice is creating. So now if I just wait for it a while, and then you see microservice is also up, and then if I just check the logs, only because of the less memory allocation to Elasticsearch, and now I try to add more things. Let's see if I still have any issues. It looks like there is no. Yeah, so now we have this health metrics, and then this things, and everything is fine. So if you check the health thing, everything should be up. And why is this still not ready? I think the time, yeah, though it is just wait for the initial delay seconds and all, and it should be good is what my, you can just reduce the delay if you want. So just since we added the delay, that's fine. So that's one thing. Let's now let's wait anyhow. Okay, again there is an issue in the Kibana. Okay, fine, now it's all up, there's no issue. So service is ready and all everything. So let's check the health, and so I am checking here this localhost 8001 health endpoint. Now if I try, no, I need to forward all my ports again. That is something I forgot, so let me okay, let me just kill all port forwards, and I'm just going to add in this all port forward again. So I just added this command to kill port forwards here. Just whatever we have, just try to kill them. Okay, fine. I'm just going back to this, and here we have this endpoint, so 8000L, and if I try to hit, now we should see status okay. So this really helps us to see whether our systems are up or not and everything. So this is what I want to test at a high level, and everything looks fine. So even if you just inspect your ports list and all, should be fine. So Kibana, okay, mostly it should be with respect to just memory issue. I need to increase for this also, just depending upon the size of the machine that we are running on. It's something that we need to take care. So Kibana also, the memory, maybe I can just change this one also to 512 thing, and let me go back and try to uninstall all of them and try to spin them up, and hopefully everything should be up after a while. This anyhow, we added some delay time, so it will take time and spin it up. So we're almost there, we're all getting it, and just now all we have is just to make sure that we handle health monitoring of our application services, whatever the dependencies that we have. So we'll just try to add again more logic on that, and then finalize the values that we want to pass it to our templates in our Helm chart. And then how can we push our Helm chart is something only that is left. So we'll just try to, it should be quick, and then we should be able to wrap on this service. Okay, let's do quick some again cleaning and refactoring, and going to this RabbitMQ thing. I'll try to do like we did, initialize the RabbitMQ for the initializing publisher is what I'll also try to add it here. So maybe I'll need to rename this to publisher, and then rest of the options should be pretty much straightforward. And I'm just going to change this, and now instead of here new RabbitMQ connection, I should change it to maybe something like let me just remove this thing, AMQ P publisher, a RabbitMQ new publisher, and pass in this config and log, and should be this is what it should be, simple thing. Okay, fine. So this way now we do have a retry option for this publisher as well. Okay, so and then I need to change this one inside my app.go file. So the publisher, I just need to update the same. This one. So all I'm going to do is now basically remove this. I think I can just remove this thing now, and I think pretty much should be the same. So this is one thing, and that's a simple way of cleaning. And also just cross-checking in the monitoring if the port everything is Okay, this is one simple change of cleaning it up. And then next, let's try to maybe add the health check server and separately, then having it in my metrics.go. So basically I have it here right now in metrics itself. I'm just trying to check the liveness probe and all. Instead of that, I'll just create a simple file called the health check.go, and inside this let me try to package it under app, and here I'll just try to add a simple run health check, pass in here this context. Yep, and inside this let's try to use health check dot new handler. So I'm just going to use in here the new dependency, so I'll just add that one. So basically from Etio Labs health check is what I'm just going to use it. Let's try to close this one in github.com. yeah, this one. So I just need to install this thing. So let's go to our terminal, and I'm just going to install this. Okay, fine, it's installed. So going back here, new handler, let's try to have this mux. So I'll just have mux dot handle function, and here this config dot readiness endpoint, and then the live endpoint. And here let's again this health, I will try to add in health check server, which is going to be of type HTTP type HTTP server. Maybe let's try to add it here so that I can access this thing. So if you want to know more about that the package, you can just search and learn on the go. And here I'm just adding health check server and going back here, and inside this all I'm going to do is health check server, and and we need to install this HTTP net HTTP package, and here pass in this handler mux, and write timeout. I'm just going to pass in this write timeout, which we already have, and read timeout. Let's pass and read timeout. Address, I'm going to pass in this probes.port. Okay, so that's the thing. And then let's create a simple helper function to configure our health check endpoints. So basically whatever I added in the metrics, I'm just going to lift from there and have it here. So let's name this as like configure health check endpoints, and here as usual just pass in this context. You might not know the importance of this. I think when you try to deal this deploying it on Kubernetes and then understand if your system is healthy and all, this is very mandatory back in that situations, and it's important. So that's why I'm trying to highlight adding this one. Maybe I might not be showing exactly how it's useful, but yeah, I'm just trying to show you that. And here this health, let me pass in this health check dot handler, and now inside this health dot add readiness check. So here maybe I'll Elasticsearch. Yep, so you can either maintain the constants here instead of here hardcoding. That's a better way, but I think should be good now. And async with context, pass in this context function error, and inside this one I'm just going to call this info thing, passing in this one, and I'm just going to again try to handle standard error check.
maybe add some log, fail to check this Elasticsearch, and then return here. And also maybe I'll try to add this time dot duration, probes dot check interval seconds, and pass in this this many seconds. Okay, same way we need to do a check for our the liveness check for the so health dot add liveness check Elasticsearch. I'm just going to, I think it should help us get there. Okay, yeah, same thing, Elastic client. I'm just going to check the liveness check. Same thing we should do for RabbitMQ. So yeah, here RabbitMQ is something I'm just going to do it for maybe instead of here readiness check, what I'm going to do is, let's do it simple thing. So maybe use the connection so is closed or the channel is closed. Then I'm just going to maybe yeah, I can just add this error and maybe add this log not connected, and then return nil, and it should going to be the same way. I'm just going to do it for the liveness check. Yeah, all right, I think this should be fine. These are the core critical components for us, Elasticsearch and RabbitMQ. And if you have any other core critical in your application, you can just do a check like this. And then I'm just going to have a simple function to shut down. So basically shut down health check server, and context, I'm just going to pass in this context as usual, and error inside this thing. I'm just going to call our health check server dot shutdown. So shut down and pass in this context. Okay, so now in our main function, this is I just need to call this the configure health endpoints thing. Yeah, I just need to pass in health, and here I'm just going to open a go routine. Here inside this, let's try to log health check server started on this specific port, and then we will just call this listen and serve. And yeah, I'm just going to do a standard check and remove this cancel. Yeah, should be fine. So this is now simple thing of running health check and all. So here now I can just go to my metrics, and whatever I have it here, the probes thing that we added for liveness and all those things, I can just remove this here. So all right, and here maybe this will be just purely for metrics Prometheus port. So now we are completely separating for health check and this Prometheus port. So something we wanted to keep it independent, so that's the main reason that we have separated now, and we are good. So that we have added this, and let's try to use this inside our main app.go file. So here if I just go just run metrics wherever we have, just yeah, below this I'm just going to call this a dot run health check and pass in this context, and the same way we'll try to handle graceful shutdown below this metrics thing. So if this shutdown, so we'll try to gracefully shut down our health check server as well. So this way it's taken care that health also we have separate the port, might be it's the same port right now, but it's that's a good way always to keep it separated. And if you want, you can just go ahead and increase maybe what I can do is maintain separate port, something like this. So this is purely for health check, so maybe I can keep 3001 something like this, and go to your microservice YAML file, and maybe
I can, okay, so here I can maybe add in ports. Container port is going to be 8000, and then metrics is going to be 8001, and then health is going to be 3001. So this way you can always make sure that your and now you can be very clear now what you want the name of this to be, microservice or search underscore microservice, and accordingly change all the labels so that tainting will be properly picked up by the nodes and all. So now that I have this port and same thing, I just need to add it here in my service as well. So this is for now health check, and important that now we have separate ports, and then I'm not going to now start the uh, cluster and showcase all this, but this is simple because now we have seen all of that stuff, how it is easy to simply test it. You can straight away test that same thing, and also the metrics endpoint you can now maybe change this health endpoint is health, so we can hit the 3001, and this is for purely for metrics. And in our monitoring also we can just tweak this in this service monitor. I can now specify the path as well. I can say it's the slash metrics. This is service monitor for using Prometheus, and if you want you can just increase the limitations, resource limitations, and the request and all stuff. So if your machine that you're running is powerful, you can just increase that. I think for now whatever I have, the limits for other things should be okay, just for our development purpose. But when we are going for actual deployment, we can just check it out and see what can be improved and what can be removed. Okay, fine. And then let's try to maybe add a and also be very particular, like what should be the namespaces and all in your service monitor. So maybe I can specify here something like namespace selector, match names default. I'm just going to set it, and you can again keep this name as very specific, like search service service monitor or something like that. And okay, fine. And let's add some commands just to spin up our service monitor, and then overall to install all. So basically to have our old Kubernetes setup, I'll just try to add this one. So first what we need to do is basically install our our service, so which in our case it's a microservice, and I'm just going to name this as a search it's microservice. Okay, then after that we need to for monitor, maybe it's better to create a new namespace called monitoring, and then I am just going to install the so helm install Prometheus community kubeprometheus stack in namespace monitoring. Okay, and then finally I'm just going to apply my Kate service service monitor dot YAML. Okay, fine. So this is one command which is going to help us that this thing, and separately you can maybe add the command also, like monitoring install alone. So here it should be first thing, I'm just going to create this namespace monitoring, and install this Prometheus community, and you can just do this. Okay, and and let's try to for uninstalling as well. Yeah, and delete namespace monitoring. Yeah, should be fine. And for cube port forward, monitoring should be 1990. Yeah, fine. I think you can specify namespace, or should be fine. And okay, so I'm just yeah, this way we can try to keep it clean and then add this. And now we can be very like, for example, instead of hard coding everything in our microservice, the file, everything here, name and all, what we can do is basically in the values.ml file I can create something like, search micro service name. Maybe just keep this one small, service name, and specify here something like, yeah, search microservice, and replicas, how many we want, search microservice replicas. Here I'm just keeping it as one since we are in development. And the image name, yeah, microservice image, this is the image that we have. And then specify initial delay seconds. So all the what I'm trying to show is basically all of the configurations that you want to set up for our the actual microservice. This is where we can configure. So I can specify here, maybe search microservice liveness pro path, which is health, and then liveness pro path is 3001 and all those things. So I can just say that this is going to be now 3001. Same thing for readiness pro path and HTTP port. So search microservice HTTP port is 8000, and then metrics port is 8001, health check port is 3001, and something in these lines we can just add it here. So I'm just going to add few details which I already have. So I'm maybe just paste it here. So I'm just going to add. Okay, so here I'm just going to add something like this. Yeah, so then search microservice logging, what should be level, dev mode, and encoder requests, resource request, we can specify something like that. And Jaeger host a port, this is something like this. And RabbitMQ URI, Elasticsearch URI. And then always good to have our base path as API / v1, not just v1. And then what should be our products path, though it is we can change it in our config. And debug error response, and which is the things that we need to ignore for calculating metrics, Prometheus path, and elastic indexes, things that we have. Everything I can just kind of add it in this way so that I can use it. So now we have this here. What I can do is basically now I can just change it in this way. Yeah, values dot search microservice name, and same thing here, microservices name, and replicas. Now everything will be dynamically we'll be able to populate this. So search microservice name is something that I have, and here also I can just change here to image, and then we can have separately tag also like this. And here the HTTP get, I have this path, and then the port, and then we have all of this initial delay seconds as well. So I can just set it in this way dynamically, and here I can just adjust accordingly in this way. And then we have this container port, and then for metrics port, health check port, and then I have here the Jaeger host port, RabbitMQ URI, and all those things. So basically this is the way to make it dynamic, and I'm just changing it here. Like this. The labels, I am just going to keep that as it is, and here let's just change it to port, metrics port, and here I'm just going to change this one also. Yeah, like this you can just add it here. And also we can either create our own config map. So in here config map can be of values of all of this the values which I just set it in the values file, or you can yeah, I think a lot of ways we can just create in the same way of adding translates.json and all that stuff. So this way, now to preview this, we can just check what I can do is, like, we have a dry run. So here in the make file, so I should be having here this dry run, so I can just run this one now. So if I just go to this and make dry run, okay, the small correction in the command of dry run and dry run install, just to see. So helm template search, that is the name of our chat, and then the folder Gates microservice, and then the files where we have. So this is to see dry run, and then this one to see along with the debug related logs we can see. So now I changed this command. So let's go back to our terminal, and if you just try to run make dry run, you should see everything here. So let's just check our microservices thing. So here is the microservice. So whatever the values that we had, so it's getting populated dynamically, whatever we configured in our values that we have. Fine. So this way you can just set it out the values that you need, and now maybe add more metrics, or maybe I'll just show a few things. Let's just go to this metrics. So now we were having just error and all those things. Maybe I can just add something like, HTTP or success index async request. So now we can maintain metrics, like depending upon the endpoints that we have and the business metrics that we need. So like, let's say async request, and it's going to be a counter, and the same thing for the index request, and then we have search requests, and I'm just going to remove others. Okay, and then maybe RabbitMQ, I'll have success batch insertions. So maybe I'll just batch insert messages, counter. Okay, something like this we can just maintain it in this way. And here quickly I'm just going to add those things. So HTTP success indicate request counter, I'm just going to specify in the same way that we have, and the same for search, and then RabbitMQ. Okay, so I think it should be new counter and counter options. So just give name and then the any other help text that you want, and now I just need to register them. Must register all of those things, and here I'm just going to export these things. Okay, so this way I had it here, and now I need to pass these things all the way to my repository, or the place where we want to actually calculate this. What should we do is, basically its main place is our controller. So let me just go to my controller, and here below this I'll just add such microservice metrics, and in the constructor let's add the same thing. So I'm just going to add it here, and with the respective things, so wherever we are trying to log index created product and all, something like this, here I can just now call this increment method on that success index request. Same thing for the other methods that we have. So this is for search, so I'm just going to add it here, and here also let's try to add this async request. So this way we can just keep track of whatever we want, and then I need to add it in my consumer.go. so we have something related to the RabbitMQ. So here also, first let me just update here in the constructor as well. So I'm just updating this thing, and so where exactly this needs to be called is basically in our select section where we are receiving this thing. So basically after instead of maybe here, yeah, I can just increment this thing. So this way now if you want whatever the additional metrics that you want, you can just add it, and then you can maybe still make it way cleaner. There's a lot of ways. Always you can just add in constants if something we have hard coded before, and such things is what we can take care. This is one way of adding new metrics and all that stuff. And if we still need to add anything that is pending, maybe we can even improve the search methods that we have currently, or maybe something like, let me just try to show to add simple DTO in the internal folder. Okay, there is some issue. Of course I need to pass in this metrics for my a dot metrics, and there is one more thing I just need to pass it here. Okay, fine. So maybe in internal I can just create a new folder, something called DTO, data transfer objects, and let's name this as search products response. Okay, so here package DTO, and here maybe I can just create here search products response struct, and here maybe I can create something like search term, and this JSON I need to be in the camel case search term, and then this pagination. So this is going to be of utils dot pagination response, and then we'll have this products thing. Okay, so yeah, this should be a set simple thing, this products. Now I have it here, so I can just go to my controller. So controller, and here in the search function, in here instead of the search term that I have in the before pagination, I can search term and then pass it here search term, and while we are trying to return this, instead of directly this thing, I can now use dto.search response and pass in search term, and search result.pagination response, and then this respective thing, and I just need to import this DTO thing. So yeah, I think it's imported and there's no issue. So like this we can just improve a lot of places and things, and then test it out, and then create our own chart. We already have our own Elm chart called search. You can publish it, and then someone can pull it out and add it in their dependencies, or just try to run it and all those things. So yeah, I think this is something, maybe I'll end it here, though I'm not showcasing you creation of pushing off into the Helm, the chat, that and all, but this is should give you decent idea of what you want to do. Yep.